the TV screen, a shocking explosion scene instantly occupied my sight. The last giant floating island suspended in the sky was finally destroyed. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, and shock waves swept across the earth. At this moment, the host's voice resounded excitedly and tremblingly throughout the world. All floating islands have been destroyed, and the crisis has been resolved. People all over the world fell into carnival after the disaster, celebrating the end of the doomsday crisis. However, I, Shen Liang, could not join in the fun with them. I stood in front of the TV, my heart full of gloom and anger. Damn it, even if I am reborn, it is still too late. I know better than anyone that this so-called end is nothing but an illusion. As someone who was reborn from the apocalypse in the future, I witnessed with my own eyes that even more horrific disaster of the floating island is not the end, but the beginning of a new round of terror. What follows is a pungent smell in the air, the arrival of blood rain, the infected turning into zombies, and strange beasts and mutant plants ravaging the earth. In my previous life, I struggled desperately in that doomsday, but ultimately died in the melee between humans and monsters. What hurts me most is that my death was not an accident, but a result of betrayal by my former trusted companions. After rebirth, I vowed to change everything. Not only did I want to prevent the end of the world from happening again, but I also wanted revenge for myself and my teammates who had been let down. However, as a powerful supernatural being, Xiao Tianyu has become more difficult to deal with after the end of the world. I know that the only way to defeat him is to make myself stronger. Fortunately, in this life, I have obtained a mysterious system. As long as I sign a contract with beautiful women and copy their abilities, I can obtain powerful energy fruits through the system. These fruits can greatly enhance the power of those with special abilities and are the most precious resources in the end times. I decided to seize the time and use the power of the system to continuously improve myself and complete my revenge plan before the end of the world really comes. And my first target was Tong Medeo, a speedster who lived in the same community. I checked the time. The bloody rain was expected to fall after 10 o'clock tonight. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and he only had 13 hours left. The situation was urgent. Then, I opened WeChat and clicked into the Zhongpan Community Electricity Service Group. The group was bustling with people cheering and celebrating that the crisis had been resolved. I'm the group leader and an electrician. I have no intention of wasting my time on these ignorant optimists. I quickly searched the group member list and found the target. Then I remembered that I had already added him as a friend before. I opened the private chat interface. Ms. Tong, routine power check. Are you at home now? 10 minutes later. Room 2101, Building 9. The door opened. The figure in front of me caught my sight. The girl has a graceful figure, a slender waist, plump breasts, and a delicate face with a bit of anxiety. Fine sweat covered her forehead and white neck, making her look a little embarrassed. Brother Shen, the weather is so hot, and the power suddenly went out at home. Tong Medeo said delicately. I just want you to help me take a look. Facing Tong Medeo's slightly approaching figure, my eyes darkened slightly and seemed more focused. It's okay. This is what I should do. The weather today is so hot that I almost suffocate. Tong Mitao, who was sitting opposite, was wearing a gauzy housecoat, and the sweat-soaked fabric made her curves faintly visible. The low-neck design only required her to bend down slightly to reveal her deep curves. I couldn't help but take a few more glances and thought to myself, she is only 22 years old, but she exudes the aura of a mature woman. Although my heart was fluctuating, I must not be obsessed with this charming scenery at this time. My goal is to complete the contract and increase my power. So, I started to check the circuit of Tong Medeo's house and made up some so-called safety hazards at random. Miss Tong, there are many hidden dangers in your home circuits. You must not have paid attention to them, right? I said, pretending to be concerned. Oh my God. Brother Shin, what should I do? Tong Mitao looked very nervous. I smiled slightly, secretly pleased with myself, thinking that this trick really worked. After I had completely attracted her attention, I was ready to start my plan. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, indicating that the contract target met the conditions. I quickly chose to conclude the contract. The contract was concluded successfully. The system's feedback made me breathe a sigh of relief. The contract was concluded successfully. Then, the information on the system panel flashed. Tong Medeo, ordinary human, combat power evaluation 5, loyalty 10%. Although the loyalty is not high, I know that this is the first step for me to increase my strength. In the following time, I took the opportunity to check the circuit and constantly looked for ways to increase her loyalty. Every time I repaired a place, her loyalty rose slightly until it reached 13%. But at this moment, I noticed that Tong Medeo's eyes gradually became suspicious, as if she had noticed my intention. It seems I have to change my strategy. I thought to myself. In order to test whether my contract could influence her decision, I invited her to dinner, but she declined. I have to go to work tomorrow. Tong Medeo said hurriedly, with uneasiness on her face. I realized that even if the contract was reached, Tong Medeo's sense of autonomy still existed. Loyalty only ensured that she would not betray, and absolute obedience would take time to cultivate. I felt a little anxious. Time was running out, and the end of the world was just around the corner. The contract is just a first step. I made up my mind. At this time, there were still 11 hours before the end of the world, and I reminded Tong Medeo to try not to go out today, especially at night. Do you believe in prophecies? I asked her mysteriously. What prophecy? Tong Medeo looked confused. I predict that in a few hours, the global air will become pungent. There will be strange red clouds in the evening, and after 10 o'clock in the evening, strange blood rain will fall, and people who are caught in the blood rain will be in danger. After I said this, I was secretly looking forward to Tong Medeo's reaction. However, Tong Medeo was confused and thought I was joking. But I don't want to explain. Just take it as a clue. When all this really happens, Tong Medeo will be shocked. This should help me to coax Tong Medeo to come and join him after the end of the world. After leaving Tong Medeo's residence, I quickly rushed to my next destination, the Tianheiyuan luxury residential area. This is a place I had planned long ago, and there is a person I want to contract with. I called Jiang Dahu, who is the electricity supervisor in this area and an old acquaintance of mine. With the help of Jiang Dahu, I successfully entered a luxurious villa. Zhang Yaji, the hostess, was lying lazily on the sofa, wearing silk pajamas, elegantly savoring the grapes in her hands. Zhang Yaji's temperament amazed me, and the girl next to her was her daughter, Du Mianyan. The mother and daughter looked so good that I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Is this Ms. Zhang's daughter? I asked subconsciously. I am Zhang Yaji. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. I made a quick decision. The system prompt sounded again, indicating that Zhang Yaji met the conditions for the mandatory contract. Without hesitation, I chose to sign the contract. Because of the experience of dealing with Tong Medeo, this time he was very familiar with the process. I remember that in my previous life, Zhang Yaji's supernatural power was very special. She seemed to be called the Sober One, but I have no idea what her fighting style and abilities were like. But I know clearly in my mind that in the apocalypse, Zhang Yaji is being sought after by many alien teams, and there are also powerful forces that want to win her over. Her importance is extremely high. Even though she is just a beautiful vase now, she will definitely play a powerful role after the end of the world. Not long after, the system reminded me that I only had one chance to copy the superpower. This meant that I had to choose one person's superpower from Tong Medeo, Zhang Yaji, and the future contractors to copy to myself. It's not that there's no way to get a second ability. As long as the contractor's loyalty is increased to above 80%, you will be rewarded with a second chance to copy the ability. When the end of the world comes, if you have to choose between the two, you must choose the one with the strongest combat ability first. After all, self-preservation is the most important thing before becoming stronger. Forget it, I will ask Zhang Yaji what the use of her abilities is after the end of the world, and it will not be too late to make a decision then. While I was thinking about this, Jiang Dahu was there pretending to check the circuit. I walked up to Zhang Yaji and said, Ms. Zhang, the electrical layout in your home seems reasonable, but in fact there are some minor safety hazards. I am good at this, so I can help you eliminate them. As soon as I said these words, the gentle Zhang Yaji suddenly became nervous. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Shen. Then, Zhang Yaji followed me and went to the bedroom first. After I checked, a voice came from the system. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Then he went to the bathroom again. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Finally, I went to the kitchen. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.4%. There's also a massage room. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.3%. Esports room. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.2%. After all this, although Zhang Yaji didn't understand what was going on, she began to doubt. The speed at which loyalty increases has obviously slowed down. I can't make things worse. If it decreases instead of increasing, I'll lose a lot. I'll come back next time. Let's stop here for now. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaji cheated more with Tong Mitao than with Tong Mitao. Now Zhang Yaji's loyalty has reached 13.7. It seems that this beautiful woman is much easier to deceive than Tong Mitao. Okay, Ms. Zhang, I have taken care of these areas. From now on, you will do as I say. If you don't use electricity illegally, there will be no safety hazards. I said calmly. Zhang Yaji's beautiful eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Shin. It's really thanks to you. Otherwise, if these safety hazards caused a fire, our mother and daughter would be in danger. When Jiang Dahu outside heard this, he secretly admired him. Hey, Brother Shin is really good at deceiving people. Ms. Zhang, WeChat has been added. My name is Shin Liang, and I live in the nearby Jiangpan community. In the future, when Brother Dahu is busy, you can contact me if you have any electricity problems. Added a friend and left his phone number. It's easy to get in touch. After my rebirth, I feel that the identity of an electrician is more useful. Before leaving, Zhang Yaji bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. The deep grooves and the two shaking lumps made me sigh that I had really contracted a peerless strongman. After the end of the world, I really couldn't imagine how powerful Zhang Yaji could burst out. It must be very exciting. Brother Daho, I'm leaving first. Don't go out at night unless necessary. Home is the safest place. That's all I had to say. Time was tight, and I didn't want to waste time explaining. After we parted ways, I sent a message to Zhang Yaji. Ms. Zhang, do you believe that you can predict the future? I predict that in a few hours, the air around the world will become pungent. There will be strange red clouds all over the sky in the evening, and after 10 p.m., there will be strange blood rain. After the blood rain, the people who get caught in it will be miserable, and the world will fall into a terrifying situation. Ms. Zhang, you can take me as a joke. It should come true in 2 hours at most. I don't care what Zhang Yaji thinks. It doesn't matter whether she believes it or not now. It has laid a new clue. It will be fulfilled slowly in the future. The important thing now is business. As I walked along the road, I was thinking about other goals while also thinking about stocking up on some simple things. As for female superpowers, I don't know many of their names and addresses. Time is tight and funds are limited, but it is still necessary to stock up on some things to ensure that you will not starve to death in the short term. Stay at home and develop for a while, and when you are strong enough, it will not be difficult to go out and find food. Energy fruit can be eaten as a meal, and one can keep you full for 3 days. However, you still need to prepare more if you have time to ensure everything goes well. As for money, since the end of the world is coming, there are many ways to make money. I thought of taking out online loans and downloaded all kinds of legitimate and illegal online loans and made a lot of money. This money is not enough to buy food for a lifetime, but it is not a problem to buy food for a few months. There is a system storage space, and supplies can be stored for a long time without deterioration, which is very convenient. After a few months of development, the strength should be able to improve by leaps and bounds. I checked the time. It was less than 10 hours before the bloody rain arrived. Think about other candidates later. Time is running out. Walking down the street, I saw many shops were open, especially restaurants. They had to pay rent and no money to make, so they couldn't hold on any longer. During the ban period, many people continued to operate in defiance of the ban, taking advantage of loopholes to deliver food to people's homes. As long as the violations were not serious, the higher-ups turned a blind eye, ensuring that the catering business would not collapse. As soon as the lockdown was lifted, everyone couldn't wait to open their businesses and welcome guests. When I passed by Laoxing Wild Game Restaurant, I turned back even though the car had already gone several hundred meters past. Because I suddenly remembered something super important. There are many terrifying beings in the apocalypse, and among them, there is a most famous and terrifying king-level being, the Snake King Medusa. In the previous life, the Snake King Medusa was a terrifying monster that made everyone tremble with fear. It was rumored that more than a dozen powerful people with special powers wanted to hunt down the Snake King to avenge their brothers, but they were all killed in the end. In that battle, Medusa completely shocked everyone. I parked the car, following my memory. Old Xing's Wild Game. After the end of the world, the Snake King Medusa escaped from the cage here. Looking at this game shop, I am so excited. If we can rescue the Snake King Medusa and develop feelings for her, wouldn't that mean we have an extra strong Snake King bodyguard? I touched my chin and said, "Hiss, this is such a pleasant surprise." Walking into the store, I asked, "Boss, why are you open so early?" The boss is called Xing Jun, who is in his 50s and has a burly figure. He is the owner, chef, and butcher of this small shop. He replied, "Well, business is difficult. Please come in, brother. You are the first customer today. I will add a fruit plate for you later." I looked around and started looking for the target. There were more than a dozen tables in the store and a large fish tank cabinet with many fish of different sizes, but there was no sign of a snake. "These fish are all good stuff," Xing Jun said. "I asked my country brother to catch them for me recently during the lockdown. I guarantee that these fish are all wild and raised in mountain spring water. I guarantee that you won't be able to stop eating them once you start." So good? I got interested. There were only about 100 of them, and I had to buy some food anyway, so I just waved my hand and said, "I want all the big fish." I cooked the same fish in different ways and packed them all in sealed containers. After a pause, I continued, "Please select some of your specialty dishes and make dozens or hundreds of servings for me. Make as many as I want. Don't ask too much. If you ask, I'll treat you to a feast." The boss was shocked. After asking me again and again to make sure I was not joking, he was overjoyed and laughed out loud. However, the boss was about to kill the fish, and I raised my hand. "No hurry. Brother, do you have snakes to sell?" The boss almost thought I was going to regret it. He smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course. Old Xing's specialty is the snake soup. It's so delicious when it's stewed." After a while, we arrived at the backyard. There were 3 snake cages. When they were opened, a group of snakes were entangled. Most people would get scared at the sight, but I remained calm. Xing Jun praised it very much and started to introduce various snake species, such as which one has more meat, which one is poisonous, and which one is more delicious. I listened in a disjointed way, but didn't see the target among the snakes. I wondered where it had gone. Did I go to the wrong place? "Boss, are all your snakes here? I have no good-looking ones. I plan to buy them and keep them as pets." "Snake breeder? Reptil lovet?" Old Xing stroked his chin in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Really? Here are a few snakes, all of which I bought from pet dealers. I heard that they were all raised as pets, but abandoned for some reason. It is difficult for snakes that have had owners to recognize their owners again. In addition, these snakes are particularly irritable and difficult to train, so they were thrown to me." Later, Old Xing continued, "For me, I only look at the size, not the species. These little snakes look good, but they are too small. I plan to raise them for a while until they grow bigger before selling them. Otherwise, there will be no meat left." As Old Xing spoke, he lifted a cloth in the corner, revealing a small snake cage. There weren't many snakes in this cage, so I watched until I spotted a golden figure. Under my seemingly calm expression, I gradually became a little excited. "Found it! Found it! The snake cage is not big. Golden scales and red eyes. That's it." I suppressed my excitement and moved closer to the snake cage to take a closer look at this little golden snake. However, it seemed to realize that it was being targeted and became timid and alert. The little guy stood up, staring at me with his bloodshot eyes. The next second, it rushed forward and opened its mouth. Hiss, hiss, what a good attack from a python, but it was too small. It was cute, but it had no lethality at all. This little guy is a little more ferocious than I thought. When I first got it, I was also frightened by this little thing. Xing Jun said, "I heard from the supplier that this little snake is docile by nature and shouldn't be so fierce." He guessed that it was because the original owner had cats and dogs, and it was frightened every day, and coupled with the fact that it was not taken seriously, it became more vigilant over time and gradually became fierce. Xing Jun knows a lot about snakes, and I became interested. If you want to take the little snake under your wing, it is necessary to know its past, which involves quickly getting close to the little snake. I listened very carefully. The original owner didn't seem to like this little thing very much. Did he regret buying it? He often forgot to feed it and didn't take care of the snake cage regularly. He sold it because he saw the little snake's pupils turn red, which looked weird and scary. He was worried that it would go crazy and get bitten. At this point, Xing Jun chuckled and seemed a little speechless. The little snake's pupils turning red doesn't mean it's crazy. Maybe it has a disease. In short, this little thing is pitiful. It will be eaten in the end if it stays with me. In my eyes, it is just a little snake waiting to be slaughtered. Brother, you are taking care of my business so much. If you like it, I will give it to you," the boss said frankly. I smiled and gave him 500 yuan. "You have to pay. It only costs 200 yuan to make a snake soup. I'll give you 500 yuan. I like this little snake very much. It's so pitiful. I plan to take it home. The boss was very happy. But the 500 was not for the boss, but just for Xiaoxi to see. Little guy, I don't know if you have intelligence, but I hope you can see that people are willing to spend a lot of money to save your brother. You must not be ungrateful. Just as I was thinking about this, the boss had already taken the little snake out of the cage and put it in a separate cage. The new cage is made of perforated acrylic, clean, ventilated, and transparent. I took it in my hand, looked at it again and again, and didn't care about the threat of the little snake. I just kept smiling. Then I said slowly, "Little guy, don't be so fierce. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I will treat you well, believe me." The magical thing is that the little snake slowly coiled up and was no longer in an attacking posture, but it was obvious that it was still alert. Back in the restaurant lobby, the little snake suddenly relaxed its alertness and turned to stare at the fish tank. The little guy's eyes seemed to be shining at this moment. Although there was no expression, I could feel that this little guy was greedy. "Little thing, you must be hungry. Don't worry, I'll buy you one. Here comes the chance to improve my impression of you. Let's talk about it first. I'll buy you some delicious fish. Can you please stop being mean to me?" I looked at the little snake, trying to show my kindness. The little snake also looked at me. I don't know if it understood what I said. It spit out its core, but surprisingly stopped attacking. So I turned to Lao Xing and said, "Boss, I want all these fish, which are as long as fingers." But soon I asked again. The little snake admitted that the finger was thick and the length was barely the same as my forearm. "Should you be able to eat a crucian carp the length of your finger? This little thing has found a good master by following you," Xing Jun said with a smile. I also smiled and transferred him a deposit of 2,000 yuan, saying that I would come over at noon to pick up the more than 100 fish I had reserved. Back in the car, I put the little golden snake on the passenger seat. I caught a lively little crucian carp, which made the little snake look forward to it. Its weak body stood up, and it spit out its tongue more frequently. "Let's make a deal. First of all, I have no ill intentions. I feed you fish, and you can't take the opportunity to bite my hand." Not sure if the little snake understood or not, it continued to stare. I slowly put my hand in, a little panicked as I held the crucian carp. The moment I entered, the little snake retreated cautiously, hissing as if warning me not to get any closer. But I knew this was the first step to gaining trust. "Eat it. This fish is very active. I'll catch it for you, so you can eat it with confidence." The little snake was hesitant, and I patiently persuaded it. For some reason, I felt guilty for luring an underage girl. "All right, girl snake. Take it away. Wrap it around." The wild crucian carp slowly entered the mouth, and the stretched mouth made it a little deformed. The fish began to be slowly swallowed into the stomach. I rolled my eyes. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. We're partners from now on, right? You promised not to be mean to me again. So in return, in addition to providing food and shelter, I will protect you from now on, and no one is allowed to bully you." After swallowing the crucian carp, the little snake curled up lazily inside. It seemed that it needed time to digest it. Hearing this, it raised its head slightly. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I seemed to see it nod. "Good snake. Well, let me give you a name." Looking at the little snake, its golden scales and red eyes are its unique features. "How about calling you Golden Scale?" The little guy was a little lazy, as if thinking for a while, and nodded again. I was slightly excited. Medusa Snake King was taken down. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the largest supermarket nearby. There were crowds of people and shopping carts going in and out. Supermarket supply trucks were also frantically delivering goods to ensure that there were enough products and they would not be sold out. People were all relaxed and chatting happily with a sense of relief after surviving the disaster. I have storage space, so I'm not in a hurry to stock up on supplies. I just want to see if I can run into an unknown future superpower while walking on the street. If the conditions are met, I can force a contract on the spot, which would be a pleasant surprise. I looked up into the sky, sniffed, and my expression darkened. The smell of the air. Has it already started? I quickened my pace, entered the supermarket, and started shopping. On the way, a discussion caught my attention. "Have you heard that to celebrate the end of the disaster, Wen Aiqing, a young actress in the film, television, and music industries, has arrived in Shanghai City and has been invited to participate in tonight's celebration performance? Your information is a step behind. The latest news is Wen Aiqing is already practicing singing in the rehearsal room on the 21st floor of this building." My eyes narrowed slightly. The spokesperson for the instant noodle bucket in my hand is Wen Aiqing, a cute girl with twin ponytails and a signature beauty spot on her nose. A rumor from my past life came to my mind. Wen Iqing, a popular actress at the age of 19. She was also a person with special abilities in her past life. At this time, the Blood Rain countdown, 9 hours. The third contract target appeared. Wanlin Building, there is a professional recording studio for commercial purposes. Who would have thought that a big star like Wen Iqing would come here to record and practice singing? This store feels very honored. But when they were rehearsing, there was a sudden power outage. What happened? There are only a few hours left before the performance, and the power went out at this time? Go and find out the reason. Otherwise, if the performance is delayed, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility. Wen Iqing said she was practicing singing, but her real purpose was to record tonight's song, and she was planning to lip sync. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that the power outage had made the entire recording studio nervous. Wen Iqing's agent and assistant were like headless flies. After all, this was a celebration performance after a disaster, a major event that the official paid close attention to. In the darkness, a flashlight shone in. Wen Iqing, who was afraid of the dark, shouted nervously, "You have a flashlight? Why don't you bring it in for me? It's too dark and scary. Hurry up." She was nervous and impatient. I took advantage of my position and asked irrelevant people to wait outside while I walked into the recording room with a flashlight. The flashlight made Wen Iqing unable to open her eyes. "Are you sick? Why are you shining it into people's eyes?" Wen Iqing was a little annoyed, and her temper was obvious. I curled my lips slightly, thinking to myself, if a woman like this who has a temper and is somewhat pretty has no ability after the apocalypse, the consequences will definitely be disastrous. Fortunately, she does have some ability in the apocalypse. I put the flashlight aside, the room became brighter, and Wen Iqing breathed a sigh of relief. I was about to leave, and she was about to leave too, when my voice came out. I never thought such a big star would lip sync. Wen Iqing's body trembled, and she looked at me in disbelief. The lip syncing hadn't even started yet, and no one except the manager and the assistant knew about it. How did he know? "You, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." I wasn't worried at all. I continued to pretend to be busy, thinking that the time was almost right, and then I said to myself, "Miss Wen, do you believe that I can predict the future? For example, I predict that the person you hate the most will come to bother you soon. This person is called Guo Lang. He will bring 99 red roses, and most importantly, he will give you a sapphire necklace worth 12.8 million as a surprise proposal gift. I also predicted that you will choke on grapes today, and the program organizer will notify you to add an old song called The World is Beautiful. Oh, and the most important thing is that the air outside will become more and more pungent. And in the evening, a large number of strange red clouds will appear in the sky, and the things represented by the red clouds will be very scary." At this time, Wen Iqing's expression gradually became speechless. She had only one thought in her mind. This electrician must have a hole in his brain. Which mental hospital did he escape from? How could he tell such a dull and brainless joke? That's right, as a popular female star, Wen Iqing thought I was deliberately saying something to attract her attention. Stars have been around for a long time, and their fans have seen everything. You are the most ridiculous one. I was not surprised, so I changed the subject and said, "I guess Miss Wen won't believe it." "Ha, forget it." Ding! Contract successfully concluded. Contractor, Wen Iqing. Age, 19 years old. Attribute, ordinary human. Combat power rating. For loyalty, 10%. Tip, this contractor is temporarily unable to produce energy fruits for the host. After successfully concluding the contract, I stopped talking nonsense. The seeds of prophecy were planted, the contract was in hand, and it was time to slip away. Wen Iqing, who was standing by, was so angry that she laughed. "You are such a ridiculous person. You want to take a photo with me or ask for my autograph or contact information, but you don't have to resort to such low-level and stupid tricks. Predicting the future is really ridiculous." But before Wen Iqing could finish, the female assistant hurriedly shone the flashlight from her mobile phone in. "Oh no, Ching Ching. Guo Lang, your most hated one. Got the news from somewhere that you were practicing singing here. So young Masterwood came straight to find you. He's already downstairs, and he'll probably be up in 3 minutes." Guo Lang's attack was a surprise attack. Otherwise, Wen Iqing, who had received the news in advance, would have fled long ago. Wen Iqing really hated Guo Lang the most. This guy relied on his wealthy family background to bother her every day and wanted to pursue her. But Wen Iqing didn't like him, and even hated him very much. She had never hated someone so much. Guo Lang was the only person she labeled as disgusting. Wait, Wen Aiqing's brain suddenly buzzed. He asked his assistant to hold Guolang back, and then looked at me again with trembling eyes. You can really predict the future? Seeing me looking at her, Wen Aiqing suddenly realized. I see. You are not someone close to Guolang, and you came here early to hold me back? Guolang really tried his best. Wen Aiqing seemed to have thought of something when she was halfway through her words. No. If Guolang knew I was here, why would he do this? Her face suddenly changed. I handed her a business card. Miss Wen, remember to fully charge your phone. It's best to carry a power bank with you. If you trust me, you can call me or add my WeChat. It was then that I observed Wen Aiqing up close for the first time. The playful twin ponytails were absolutely amazing on her, full of girlishness and Lolita feeling. Although her figure was not plump, her small stature could show many imaginative sports moves, and the twin ponytails increased her attack speed. Very good, a contractor that made me very satisfied. I turned and left. If nothing unexpected happened, Wen Aiqing would take the initiative to add my contact information. There is no way. Even if we reach a contract, Wen Aiqing will not trust me easily because her loyalty is not high, and her contact information is even harder to get. This method of predicting the future may work wonders. Try it, and you will know. After all, before the end of the world, Wen Aiqing still met the requirements for a compulsory contract. After the end of the world, she might become very strong, and it would be impossible to force a contract on her. It might be more difficult to capture her than it is now. I went downstairs and just got in the car when I received a WeChat friend request. I smiled when I saw the request message. It was definitely Wen Aiqing. After getting through friends, Wen Aiqing impatiently sent a message. Guolang really has a sapphire necklace, and he got it through his connections, and the price is exactly 12.8 million. From his appearance, it seems that he is keeping it secret. When I found out, I thought the driver next to him tipped him off. So, how did you know? I curled my lips and replied with 4 words: predict the future. These are all true events that happened in my previous life. Guolang concealed it at first, but after confessing, he spread the news on the internet, hoping to use it to force Wen Aiqing to agree to his confession. Therefore, I remember the price of the sapphire necklace, the details of the surprise, etc. very clearly so I can say it correctly. I don't expect Wen Aiqing to believe it all, but with the facts in front of her, she should believe it a little. Then, ding, Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Did he believe it? Well. Then those grapes you mentioned, aren't they real too? Wen Aiqing then sent another message. I drove and didn't reply to the message. Who knew that more than 10 minutes later, Wen Aiqing sent another message. It's true, ahem, I really choked on a grape. God, if my agent didn't know how to do the Heimlich, I would be ruined. Oh my God, it's amazing. You are really amazing. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. 3 consecutive 0.5% prompts scared me. This time, Wen Aiqing sent a voice message, and the sound of coughing was very obvious. Wait, did this girl eat grapes to test whether she would choke on them? I was so confused. This was really a life test. To be honest, among all these predictions, this was the only one I wasn't sure would happen again. After all, there were many uncertainties. Maybe drinking a few sips of water before eating could avoid it, or maybe it was impossible to avoid it. I didn't expect it to happen again. The contract was reached, so I was no longer in a hurry to talk to Wen Aiqing. But then, Wen Aiqing's loyalty began to rise sharply. Because Wen Aiqing sent several messages in succession. It's really amazing. The organizer called, and the decision was finalized in a meeting a minute ago. They really want me to temporarily add an old song, The World is Beautiful. It was just finalized a minute ago. This must be a prophecy. Brother, my brother, you are really amazing. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. After a while, Wen Aiqing sent another message. Brother, the air has really changed. Pungent. Extremely pungent. Brother, your prediction has come true again. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Oh my God, I'm starting to panic. Will the strange red cloud you mentioned also appear in the evening? You said the red cloud represents something terrible? What is it? What exactly is it? Please, brother, please tell me, is the doomsday crisis not over yet? I'm a little panicked. The voice message sent by Wen Aiqing was very anxious. If fans of Wen Aiqing, or even people who know her saw this, they would definitely be shocked. After all, Wen Aiqing hadn't been so polite for a long time. Ding! Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding! Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding! Wen Aiqing's loyalty increased by 0.5%. After arriving home, I carried the little snake, named Jinlin, upstairs. The little snake was still coiled up, groggy, as if it was digesting the fish it had eaten. The little snake occasionally looked at me, and its hostility had mostly subsided. It seemed that the last bit of hostility could be solved with just one more fish. When I was about to unload the goods, I subconsciously opened the system, looked at Wen Aiqing's skyrocketing loyalty, and then looked at the dozens of unread messages from Wen Aiqing on WeChat. I was a little confused. Fuck. In just a short while, Wen Aiqing's loyalty has reached 17.5%. I touched my chin and discovered a new world. This trick is quite useful. Soon after, Tong Madeo and Zhang Yaji also sent messages one after another, their voices filled with extreme fear. At this time, in Jiangpan community, Tong Madeo's face turned slightly pale. The air conditioner lowered the room temperature to more than 10 degrees, but she was still sweating profusely. Tong Madeo stood in front of the window, smelling the scent, and my so-called joke kept appearing in her mind. Tong Madeo muttered to himself, "It's not a joke. It shouldn't be a joke. How can someone really predict the future? This is unscientific, right?" Then, Tong Madeo turned on her cell phone and tremblingly began to search for news and posts about the pungent smell in the air, hoping to find some clues, even if it was a leak from a chemical plant. But as the search results appeared one by one, her heart gradually sank to the bottom. The pungent smell in the air is very strange. Coordinates: Longhua, Shangjing City. What a joke. I am in Nanhai Province, and the air is also polluted and smells bad. Coordinates: Longhua, Halian City. It is known as the most livable city. Why is the air so bad? These are all posts from Longhua, which have already made Tong Madeo's face change drastically. But then, Tong Madeo saw a post that made her completely despair. I am in the beautiful country. I can tell you responsibly that the air in the beautiful country has suddenly become pungent and strange. Coordinates to the kangaroo country. The air smells as bad as a gas leak. Coordinates to the white bear country. Coordinates to the romantic country. Coordinates to the football country. The posts were like thunder, causing many people to panic. It's come true. It's not a chemical leak, it's a global air mutation. Brother Shen's words have come true, Tong Madeo murmured. Her face gradually turned ugly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. On the other side, Tianheiyuan wealthy area. Zhang Yaji's current state is similar to that of Tong Mitao. What's wrong, Mom? Mom, are you okay? Hey, wake up quickly. Did you fall asleep with your eyes open? Did you have a nightmare? 1 second ago, Du Mianmian and her mother Zhang Yaji were still watching the TV series and laughing, but then she said something about how bad it smelled, and her eyes started to glaze over. Zhang Yaji first rushed to the window to open it, and then started to check her mobile phone. At this time, she was sitting on the sofa, holding her mobile phone, with a dull expression and obvious fear. At first, Du Mianmian was joking and teasing her mother, but as Zhang Yaji's expression trembled, she also panicked. Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Mom. Zhang Yaji came back to her senses and looked at her daughter, trying not to look too scary. She said in a trembling voice, Mian, call Professor Zhang at your school. Professor Zhang is an expert in natural climate. He should have some understanding of this air problem. Quick. Seeing her mother so anxious, Du Mianmian did not bother to ask more questions. It was simply a dream for ordinary students to contact school professors. But Du Mianmian was a rich second generation. Relying on the power of her family, she often received guidance from Professor Zhang on weekdays. Even though she was on leave from school due to the chaos in the world recently, it was not difficult for her to make a phone call. Strange. Normally when I call Professor Zhang, He answers within 5 seconds at most. This time, is he in class? After dozens of seconds, the call was about to hang up automatically when it was answered. An old man's anxious voice came from the other end. Mian, is there something wrong? If it's not urgent, call me later. I have something important to do now. As the phone was on speaker, Zhang Yaji's heart sank when she heard this. But soon, Zhang Yaji hurriedly asked loudly, Professor Zhang, you know the reason for the smell in the air, right? She hoped to get a positive answer, which meant that everything was under control and that the world was still controllable. But Professor Zhang was silent, then sighed heavily and said the word confidential. This sigh, coupled with the word confidential, made Zhang Yaji completely collapse on the sofa. After hanging up the phone, Du Mian came to Zhang Yaji and was about to ask something, but she saw her mother staring at her phone, which showed her chat history with me. When she saw what I said, the air would become pungent. Du Mian wanted to comfort her by saying that it was just a guess, but when she saw the time was 2 hours ago, Mom, you don't really think that electrician can predict the future, do you? Zhang Yaji didn't know how to answer. Her eyes were fixed on the next few items of my prediction. Assuming this is true, in a few hours there will be red clouds all over the sky, and then at 10 o'clock in the evening there will be blood rain. And then something terrible will happen. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Ding! Zhang Yaji's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Immediately afterwards, Tong Madeo, Wen Aiqing, and Zhang Yaji received my message. There will be authoritative news later. The air problem is due to the bombing of the floating island, which caused a temporary climate change. The authorities will invite a climate academician named Gu Zhen to come forward in person. The time is about 5:23. This reply made Tong Madeo and Zhang Yaji even more desperate. If the air problem can be considered an inference, then can the news be accurately inferred? Accurate to the minute? The most important thing is that this expert who appeared in the news is not someone who appears often, and who is impossible to predict, but he appeared in the prophecy. If it comes true again, only Wen Aiqing, perhaps because of her young age, was less afraid at the moment, and instead felt a faint excitement. I have predicted several things before, and they all came true. At this moment, Wen Aiqing already has a little admiration for me. If my prediction is correct again, she will probably become my little fangirl. I was not surprised by this. My idea was simple. Since these small prophecies could increase loyalty, I would just do them one by one. I couldn't remember small things, but I remembered these big things with obvious traces very clearly. It seems that even if I don't get the contracted women around, I can still improve their loyalty, which is good news. As long as their loyalty is raised to 20%, each of them can help me produce 2 energy fruits every day. 3 people, 6 a day. Other superpowers can't even dream of getting energy fruits, but we can use them as fruit boxes to make them. If others know about this, won't they be jealous and cry? Isn't it? I was not idle at the moment. There were some supplies that I had not had time to put into the storage space, so I planned to move them upstairs first. There are only 4 or 5 hours left before the red clouds and bloody rain appear. Don't be sure whether the end of the world will come early. Brothers who have been reborn know that rebirth has a chance of causing some established development trajectories to deviate. Some very small things may have a huge butterfly effect. Although this is not absolute, we must always be on guard. But these few hours cannot be wasted. I murmured and came to the snake cage. The little snake, Jinlin, had regained its activity and was staring at me warily. The little guy is a high-end combat force in the future. After the end of the world, it will gradually begin to evolve. Before it becomes too powerful, you must completely trick it into becoming your loyal pet. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. I plan to make a special trip to the market later for the little guy and buy some loaches, frogs, small eels, and the like as snacks for him. As the saying goes, if you want to catch a snake's heart, you must first catch its stomach. After a moment's thought, I opened the snake cage and laid it down, ignoring the vigilant little snake. Then I took out a finger-sized crucian carp from the fish tank next to me. When the crucian carp was placed on the ground, Xiao Jinlin had not yet reacted. Then, he stared warily at the open lid, then at me, then at the little fish that had enticed him. Not sure what this meant. It wasn't until I hooked my finger that it seemed to realize that this human was showing kindness. Although the little snake was a little wary, the previous small fish was not enough to fill it up. The lively little fish in front of it was simply a naked temptation. So, it tentatively crawled out and came to the crucian carp. It grabbed it with one mouthful. It skillfully coiled around it. It was alert and tried to drag the crucian carp into the cage. I smiled helplessly. Little Jinlin, you don't have to live in a cage anymore. See, this house is ours. You can go anywhere you want, and you can come to me if you don't mind. As I said that, I pointed to my big hand, indicating that the little snake, Jinlin, could climb up. The little guy stared at it warily. After hesitating for a long time, he finally rolled up the fish and climbed into the cage. I was stunned and laughed helplessly. It seems that you suffered a lot at your former master's hands. Okay, you can come out anytime. Whenever you want to find me, just come to me. You just need to remember that I will never hurt you. I thought it was not a good idea to always be unfamiliar with the snake, so I spread my own clothes outside the snake cage. The little snake had to pass through the clothes to get out. After a few times, it got familiar with my smell on the clothes, which was the first step in the familiarity between humans and snakes. It's still early. Time to go see what Xiao Tianyu is doing. I looked at the building opposite. It was the only two large flat-floor residential buildings in Jiangpan community. The entire building was 200 to 300 square meters. Xiao Tianyu lived in that building. I picked up my electrician backpack, took my electrician certificate, and prepared to go to Xiao Tianyu's home in a dignified manner to see if I could find an opportunity to create a death without leaving any trace and kill this future big boss in the process. At the same time, Xiao Tianyu was enjoying the happiness of having many women together, with women hugging him on both sides, feeling very happy. Xiao Tianyu lives in a 300 square meter mansion. His father is a businessman with a fortune of over 1 billion yuan, and his family also has a luxurious villa. This luxury house was bought by Xiao Tianyu for his own enjoyment. He said he wanted to be independent, but in fact it was just a cozy nest. He brought different women here every month, and it was common for them to stay in the house for 3 days and 3 nights. Brother you, ouch, what are you doing? I feel so uncomfortable. Stop teasing me. On Xiao Tianyu's left is the girl Zhao Mingming, and on the right is another girl Chen Shuang on the sofa, who is wearing revealing clothes and is half asleep and half awake, as if she has just suffered. What? Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Didn't you just eat? Xiao Tianyu said as he patted Zhao Mingming. With a slap, the sleeping Chen Shuang was awakened. You're so annoying, I've been busy all morning. Let me take a break. Has the takeaway arrived? I'm so hungry. These two women are both voluptuous, full of charm, and their figures are indeed good. Xiao Tianyu laughed loudly, saying something that couldn't be broadcasted. It looked like he was going to fight again. This kid usually did fitness and sanda, and his body was indeed strong. Among normal humans, his fighting ability was considered top-notch. Ding dong! Who the hell is killing the fun? Damn! Oh, maybe it's takeaway? Chen Shuang got up tremblingly, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. Huh? Not takeout? Electrician? Brother you, this person is an electrician. He said he wanted to come in to do a power inspection. Electrician? Xinliang? Zhao Mingming was the first to become impatient. What a bastard electrician. Who wants you to do electrical troubleshooting? Come on. Xiao Tianyu stared. How should you speak? Can you be polite? The electrician is my good brother Xinliang. If you make any rude remarks again, get out of here. Zhao Mingming was startled and apologized aggrievedly. Xiao Tianyu put on his bathrobe and came to greet me with a smile. Xinliang, the task assigned by above? I nodded politely. The power is unstable, and we are worried about problems. Don't worry, if others don't support your work, I will definitely support you. Just check it out and help me solve the power hazards. Xiao Tianyu said with a smile. I entered the house smoothly, looked at the mess on the floor, and looked at the two beauties, and I roughly guessed what happened. Excuse me, you guys keep busy. I need to check every room. It will probably take me 10 minutes to finish. As I said that, I went into the kitchen first. Xiao Tianyu's mouth twitched, and his face turned black. Damn it. How can I continue to be busy while you are here? Live broadcast in front of you? Wishful thinking. Xiao Tianyu is such a sinister person. He greets everyone with a smile, but ignores everyone behind their backs. Xiao Tianyu's character as a good-natured man earned him a lot of support after the end of the world. He formed the Justice Army, and while appearing to be working for everyone, he secretly hid food and abducted women. He kept the obedient ones and raped and killed the disobedient ones. After my rebirth, I also wondered how I had offended him to be sent to die as cannon fodder. The only possibility is that before he died, he accidentally broke into his wall and met a married woman. The woman was very beautiful and very virtuous. Seeing her tears and resistance, Xiao Tianyu was threatening and tempting one second, and because of me the next. The moment he appears, he changes his face, pretends to wipe her tears, and fabricates facts to explain. I really believed it at that time, and before I died, I realized that this piece of shit was a villain actor, whose good guy brings different women home from time to fool around. Shunliang, those rooms are not locked. You can enter every room. After you're done, come over and have some fruit, freshly cut, iced watermelon. Xiao Tianyu said loudly with a smile. I responded casually and continued busy. Real investigation? It's just a show. Not long after, in the bathroom, I walked to the bathtub. While removing the bathtub socket, I glanced outside the door to confirm that Xiao Tianyu hadn't come over, and I breathed a sigh of relief. He turned on the socket and made it short-circuited. The bathtub was full of water. It looked like he hadn't taken a bath yet. In this state, if he turned off the leakage protector, he could take a good electric bath. Xiao Tianyu, let's see if you were lucky enough. After finishing the job, I cleaned up the traces and stood up to leave. At this time, I heard a man and two women whispering in the living room. Brother Yu, it looks like this electrician isn't very familiar with you. Why do you say he's your good brother? Are you deliberately bullying Mingming? Zhao Mingming acted coquettishly with a resentful tone. Xiao Tianyu curled his lips. Keep your voice down. You are my little darling, and I plan to let you serve me well. Why should I bully you? As for him? To be honest, let alone an electrician, even if the leader of the power supply department came, he is just trash in my eyes. The property manager of the community and the leader of the neighborhood committee, altogether, are not worthy of my attention. Then why do you? Zhao Mingming asked. Because this is called knowing how to behave as a human being, understand? Learn it. It's true that I have money, but I want to be powerful even more. My dad told me to build a good image for myself. He's using his connections and spending a lot of money to get me into the system. As long as everything goes well, I'll be able to rise to the top in 3 years. If you want to do big things, the higher-ups will come to your circle of life to conduct field research and visits. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Tianyu stopped explaining at this point. The two girls suddenly realized. Chun Shuang laughed frivolously. I understand. So, this electrician is still a waste at the bottom of society. It's just that you, brother Yu, are with these untouchables for the sake of your own image. So keep your voice down, Xiao Tianyu said softly. Brother Yu, you are so smart. They understood, and so did I. This bastard had big plans. Yes, if you want to be a big shot, you have to do research. When you visit people in the entire Jiangpan community, everyone will praise Xiao Tianyu as a good boy, kind and polite, delivering supplies to lonely elderly people and helping old ladies cross the road. In fact, it was all acting. This bastard Xiao Tianyu probably wants to ride the old lady through a red light. Fuck, I hope I can electrocute you later. As for these two bitches, they're not good people either. They keep calling me the bottom of society, trash, and pariah. If they get into the bathtub together later, it will be a disaster for the people. In the past, I would still hesitate whether it was a good idea to kill someone accidentally. But after dying once, I just want to say, no one who deserves to die should even think about living. By the way, brother Yu, haven't you slept with that chick from Dongbai Fitness Club? What's her name? Meng Xinyan? This bitch is so ungrateful. It's her blessing to be brother Yu's woman. I happened to show up, and Qin Shuang shut up. This name looks so familiar. If I had known, I would have come out later and listened to this bitch's words more. Xiao Tianyu smiled and picked up the watermelon, trying to pass it to me. I waved my hand. No thanks, Mr. Xiao. I still have work to do. By the way, your bathtub is pretty good, but you have to be careful. Remember to drain the water in time after taking a bath. There is a risk of electric leakage if it is left there for a long time. Thank you for the reminder. Would you please sit for a while before leaving? Xiao Tianyu said politely. However, I turned and walked away. After closing the door and leaving, Xiao Tianyu spat directly. Bah, a pariah. What the hell is this? When I come to power, I will be the first to kill a pariah like you. Although the anti-eavesdropping function of the security door is good, I just happened to hear something vaguely because I deliberately stood there and waited for a few seconds. I'm not surprised. I hope you can still be so arrogant after you get into the bathtub. I had set for Xiao Tianyu was set, and it all depended on whether it would go smoothly. If it went smoothly, I would have a feast today, but if it didn't, the end of the world would come tonight, and it would be nice to kill him with my own hand some other day. I thought this method would not go smoothly. I didn't expect this bastard to find 2 women. If there were 3 people, it would be impossible for them to enter the bathtub at the same time. If one person didn't enter, they could turn off the power in a panic and no one would die in this situation. Forget it. It's not bad to give this bastard a beating. Just go in. He'll be skinned alive if he doesn't die. Go downstairs and get in the car. I was just about to go to the market to buy some snacks for the little snake to please her when the name suddenly popped up in my mind. Meng Xinyan, beautiful fitness coach. In her previous life, she seemed to have become an incredible psychic. Good news. A new target has appeared. Bad news. She's a fitness trainer. Chapter 8, it was unexpectedly easy to win over Meng Xinyan. Loyalty 20%. With the declaration of the disaster over, all kinds of industries started to operate. Like a restaurant, Dongbei Fitness Club. Can't wait to resume business. Many fitness enthusiasts have been stuck at home for too long and have been eager to go to the gym for recovery training. Today's gyms are particularly busy. Lots of fitness trainers. Each of them is accompanied by several students. Very busy. Only one person. At this moment, I am alone in the corner. Xinyan, even though this gym is owned by your sister, you can't be so clumsy. Please help us bring in some customers. Woo-woo. I'm dying of exhaustion. Colleagues complained. Meng Xinyan seemed indifferent to this. He turned around and smiled at his female colleague. I'm sorry. I also need to do recovery training. I'll leave those annoying guys to you. At worst, I can treat you guys to a nice meal some other day. A feast? Really? That's it. A big meal drove away the harassment from my female colleague. Meng Xinyan continued to walk briskly on the treadmill. The tights wrap around her slender and long legs. Her waist is white, tender, and can be held in the hand, and the bra makes her even more beautiful. Just this back view is the most beautiful scenery in this gym. Many male students were looking forward to it. I'm almost drooling on the spot. Coach Meng Xinyan is so beautiful. There are so many beautiful women in the gym, but she is special. Maybe it's because she doesn't show off herself for money? Shun Liang passing by. Suddenly he was startled. He was a little confused, so I asked subconsciously, why L? Although fitness coaches don't necessarily have to show off, aren't they all working hard for money? Hear the words. Passers-by didn't hide it either. He whispered with a smile. Brother, are you new here? I'm afraid you don't know yet. Meng Xinyan. She is the sister of the owner of this gym. I forgot to mention that the boss is also a super beauty. These are a pair of super beautiful sisters. So, you work for your own brother, and you also do you need to put in so much effort. You can get paid for doing nothing. Who is still trying hard? In this case, Shun Liang's eyes lit up. If you don't work hard, does it mean? Meng Xinyan's fitness motivation is not as good as other fitness coaches, so her body's muscle content is not as high, and her combat effectiveness may not be as strong as expected. Yes, he is very worried that he, a gentleman, will be judged by the system. The fighting ability is not as good as Meng Xinyan, so it will be difficult to deal with it. If so, he had to get a drop of Meng Xinyan's blood. That would be too difficult. He approached Meng Xinyan. A treadmill was open next to her. In the eyes of passersby, Shun Liang was planning to pick up Meng Xinyan, but he smiled and said nothing. After all, there are more than 10 such men every day, and all of them are touched. A gray nose. Meng Xinyan also noticed Shun Liang. He runs quietly. She didn't care. Little did I know. Successfully within 1 meter range. Shun Liang was running at the same time, waiting for system response. This girl looks like she has a great figure, but there isn't much muscle. Don't be too strong. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Fight. Discover the contractable target. Meet the mandatory contract requirements, whether to conclude a contract. Ascension appears. He breathed a sigh of relief. Conclude a contract. Fight. Successfully concluded the contract. Contractor. Meng Xinyan. Age. 22 years old. Attribute. Ordinary human. Combat strength assessment. 7. Loyalty. 10%. Tip. This contractor is temporarily unable to produce energy fruits for the host. 7 points of combat power? Shun Liang really sweated himself. He only has 8 points of combat power, just barely surpassing him. Danger after danger. But looking at her body, she doesn't look like she has 7 points of combat power. Shun Liang often climbs stairs. My body is not awesome, but I am very healthy and strong. But she is only 1 point behind Meng Xinyan in combat power. The only possibility is that this girl also knows some fighting skills. The contract is bound. How can I gain some loyalty from her? The blood rain is coming. Less than 5 hours to go. If you still have time, you can try it. Do you believe in predicting the future? This embarrassing line came out. Shun Liang himself felt awkward. But almost at the same time, Meng Xinyan turned her head and looked over in surprise. Are you Shun Liang? Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. No. Is this verification? After a few minutes, both parties clarified their thoughts. It turns out that Meng Xinyan and Tong Madeo are good best friends. A prophecy. Tong Madeo has been captured. Tong Madeo told her best friend Meng Xinyan about this matter. At first, she scoffed at it, thinking that her best friend had encountered a magic stick, until Tong Madeo listed various evidences and expressed extremely seriously that Shun Liang the prediction in the pungent air was more than 2 hours ahead of the truth. Meng Xinyan believed it. She was dubious, but still very confused. Why does Shun Liang appear next to her? Say the same thing again, although I didn't have time to say it. Are you really a charlatan? Otherwise, there are so many people here. Why did you only tell me this? Also, the press conference hasn't come out yet. Can you guarantee that this can still be fulfilled? Why only you? Because you are strong. Shun Liang was speechless for a moment. I can only continue to make things up on the spot. Well, I can tell you the truth. I not only found Tong Madeo and you, but also found 2 other people. I can't tell you who they are for the moment. Why? He suddenly pondered, looking at Meng Xinyan, who looked slightly nervous. Said softly, the end of the world is coming, and my special ability predicts that you will become extraordinary people in the last days. This moment, Meng Xinyan's expression suddenly changed. Shun Liang also felt nervous. Looking at this expression, do you believe it? But the next second, but huh? Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but this is really outrageous, huh? Half ridiculous. A TV hanging from the roof. A forced insertion of news. Appear directly in front of everyone's eyes. First comes the host. She said that she would give a detailed explanation on the issue of sudden changes in the air, and then an old man with gray hair appeared on the stage. When this man introduced himself as Gu Jun, Meng Xinyan's face changed drastically. Open Vichet. Screenshot of the message sent by Tong Madeo. Shun Liang predicted that it was academician Gu Jun. Look at the time. 5:23 minutes. Pupil earthquake. Never laugh again. Looking at Shun Liang, Meng Xinyan was only shocked. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Yes, that's right. Your prediction is accurate again. Whispering, Meng Xinyan suddenly grabbed Shun Liang's arms. So, the end of the world. Shun Liang made a shushing gesture. Meng Xinyan shut up obediently. Not long after, the press conference is over. Just as Shun Liang predicted, academician Gu Jun introduced that this air problem is a short-term climate problem caused by the bombing of the floating island. It will take a while to dissipate automatically. The air is pungent, but not harmful, so that people can invest with confidence. In post-disaster production and life, everything is going well. This moment. It's not just Meng Xinyan. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Zhang Yazi's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Zhang Yazi's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increases by 0.5%. The good news is, Zhang Yazi's loyalty. Warm loyalty. Just like that, it exceeded 20%. Tong Madeo's was only a little short of breaking through. Shun Liang, brother Shun, do you really have the power to predict the future? Is the end of the world really coming? Leave a phone number. Added friend. Meng Xinyan could no longer remain calm at this moment. In this regard, Shun Liang also remained silent. The prophecy may be right, but I prefer it to be wrong. Anyway, don't publicize this kind of thing. It will bring you and me a lot of trouble. I think you're a smart girl. You know what I mean? I understand. I understand. The red clouds in the evening, the blood rain after 10 o'clock in the evening, and the terrible things that the blood rain will bring. Meng Xinyan was sweating on her forehead. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. The shivers on my body were very real. Shun Liang pursed his lips. Try to get to a safe place before 10 o'clock. Don't linger outside, and remember to lock the door. Finished. He is leaving. Meng Xinyan behind her. A sudden sentence. It almost made him stumble and fall. I'm so scared. Can I go to your house? Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. OL. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Shun Liang was startled. Is this girl so proactive? But he knows. Meng Xinyan was really scared. My house is very small and ordinary. Are you sure you want to go? I don't mind. I want to go. Meng Xinyan hardly thought about it. So he agreed without hesitation. Since we all have to get together after the end of the world, it would save a lot of trouble. If possible, he wished that all the 4 contracted women could gather in his house. Not having enough room would not be a problem at all. He could change houses at any time if he had the ability. But for now, the probability of other women going directly over seems low. Tong Madeo lives in the same community. Very convenient. Mainly Zhang Yaji and Wen Aiqing. Never mind. If you can't let them come over then, just remind them and ask them to protect themselves. After becoming a superpower, as long as they don't go out to commit suicide casually, short-term self-protection will definitely be fine. At worst, Shun Liang will be there in a few days. Take another trip. She looked at Meng Xinyan in her tight pants again. Shun Liang couldn't help but sigh secretly. With this kind of beauty to keep you company, it seems that you will not be alone in this end of the world. In 2 hours, go to Jiangpan Community to find me. He also has to go out to buy some things. Chapter 9. Zhao Dafan is beaten, specializing in moral kidnapping. Red clouds cover the sky and the sun. Li from Dongbai Fitness Club. Shun Liang went to the market first. Buy the snacks for the little snake Jinlin. I bought a lot of them all. To stay alive, I had to put it in an insulated box. After all, it was stored in the storage space. Although it was still very alive, there is still enough time. Shun Liang went straight to a Sam's supermarket. There are pros and cons to Sam's supermarket. It would be a bit reluctant to let him charge for membership by himself. But a colleague gave him a supplementary membership card before. That means it's useless if you don't use it. There are large packages of food here, plus an oversized shopping cart, which is just right for big purchases before the end of the world. It is very convenient to buy things. Hey, did you get the consent of the community when you bought so many things? If you bring it back to the community like this, it's easy to be held accountable, right? Don't you know? Each community is notified that large quantities of goods are not allowed to be stored in order to prevent unnecessary riots following the trend. At checkout, Shun Liang's 5 shopping carts are very eye-catching. A scene where every car was piled up into a hill. This caused the ant behind him to question. Turn around. Good guy, familiar person. It turned out to be this old guy. Shun Liang. Okay, so it's you. You are deliberately undermining stability and unity. I advise you to put your things down quickly and only buy food and drink for today. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you to the community. As long as I, Zhao Dafan, are here, don't even think about disrupting social order. As an electrician, manages more than a dozen communities. There are people like Tong Madeo who are kind-hearted. With a vicious ant behind him, Zhao Dafan, who is so sarcastic, except for a few exceptions. Most of the time, electricity maintenance has to be queued up. Something everyone else understands. Only Zhao Dafan always spoke harshly. She scolded Shun Liang for deliberately delaying time to target her family. Shun Liang usually doesn't want to get into trouble, let alone lose his job, so he just tolerates and ignores it, but he doesn't let others take advantage of him. If you feel it's appropriate to take action, then just take action. Electrical repairs afterwards. As long as it involves Zhao Dafan's family. He went straight to sleep. The main focus is on a vixen who specializes in curing. Think about past lives. The post-apocalyptic Zhao Dafan seems to be dancing too. He was targeted by name many times. A disgusting thing that seeks death. But today, Shun Liang grinned. Ain't ya right? I spent money to buy something, and the supermarket didn't say anything. Who the hell do you think you are? It's the end of the world. Who still spoils you? Zhao Dafan's face condensed. Unexpectedly, Shun Liang cursed in public. You, how dare you scold me? Shun Liang simply turned around. A tall figure stood in front of Zhao Dafan. With a height of over 1.8 meters, he is full of intimidation. For a moment, Zhao Dafan was too frightened to speak back. Scolding you? How dare I hit you? Would you like to try it? Big hands raised. Zhao Dafan was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Shun Liang is not stupid either. These are indeed sensitive times. It is not illegal to stockpile supplies, but it will be poked in the spine. He is not afraid of what others say. I'm afraid these idiots will get together. Delaying is business. There is no justice anymore. There is no justice anymore. Let's come and comment. I was trying to maintain social unity, but this bastard refused to listen and even curse people in public. Zhao Dafan started to act up. I know Zhao Dafan's urinary nature. Moral kidnapping plus 1 crying, 2 making trouble, and 3 hanging. Okay. He took action decisively. Just show your electrician certificate. Interrupt Aunt Zhao's spellcasting. Dangerous times. You are trembling and worried about the end of the world while you are safe at home. But we are on call 24 hours a day to ensure that power is stably delivered to every household at all times. The crisis is over now. Our electric power company wants to provide some benefits to more than 20 employees. Isn't it okay to just buy some things without taking advantage of the masses? I'm responsible for purchasing for the power company. Is there any problem? As soon as the certificate comes out, add these words. Counterattack on the spot. People are easily biased by public opinion, but it is also easy for people to believe what they hear and see. Although what Zhao Dafan said is very reasonable, Shun Liang's electrician certificate and these words are more convincing. You? Zhao Dafan suppressed his face and turned red. I couldn't refute it for a while. Shun Liang is aggressive, directly showing off the ultimate acting skills, with a bit of resentment and grievance. Soldiers are meritorious officials and heroes. Aren't we electric workers? Not so. It's true that soldiers lick blood from the tip of a knife, but we electricians stand on high-voltage electricity and walk tightropes every day. Who cares about our life and death? As a result, some people are making irresponsible remarks when purchasing supplies. It's only natural. Where is the justice? Such acting, such impassionedness. Shun Liang even wanted to give himself an S card. The words have not yet fallen. Zhao Dafan's face turned red. There was no time to refute it. The people watching the excitement around couldn't stand it any longer. They all accused Zhao Dafan of being indiscriminate. Accused Zhao Dafan of humiliating the hero. At the same time, he applauded Shun Liang to show his support. Sister, you really went too far. Apologize. Apologize to Mr. Electrician. I suggest that Sam's Supermarket open a green checkout channel for the heroes working on the front line. Electricity workers are unknown rear support personnel. They are also worthy of admiration. I suggest the supermarket give this brother a hero discount. Yes, discount. Heroes deserve respect. Shun Liang smiled. Look at Zhao Dafan again, his face turned black. Zhao Dafan, aren't you good at moral kidnapping? Does it feel good to be kidnapped by anti-morality? You don't like jumping around? Try another dance. This time, he just noticed the beautiful woman behind Zhao Dafan. Surprisingly, it was Meng Nuanyuan, the second daughter-in-law of her 2 daughters-in-law. Meng Nuanyuan was not tall, but she was a plump woman. She should be skinny and fleshy. Meng Nuanyuan is a reporter, the beginning of the end of the last world. She happened to be at home on vacation. At that time, the community organized an apocalyptic emergency response team. After Meng Nuanyuan joined them, she led people to knock on the door several times and kidnapped Shun Liang with all kinds of righteous morals, asking him to take out the supplies and distribute them uniformly. At first, Shun Liang persisted, but in the end he was swayed by her sweet words and was defrauded of a lot of supplies. Without Meng Nuanyuan, he would have been hungry for a few days less. He will never forget this hatred. Let's liquidate together another day. Shun Liang, what are you looking at? You are indeed a hero, but please pay attention to your eyes. Otherwise, I will sue you for making obscene looks. Shun Liang smiled. Get closer to Meng Nuanyuan. Try to sue me. It's obviously a smiling look. Meng Nuanyuan was so frightened that she felt something that frightened her inexplicably from his eyes. Did he still want to kill me? At checkout, the supermarket really gave me 50% off and half price. This was an unexpected surprise that Shun Liang had not expected. When Shun Liang was loading the car, Meng Nuanyuan seemed to be loading the car as well. Zhao Dafan took the opportunity and ran over again. He glared at Shun Liang fiercely. Shun Liang, don't finish thinking about today's affairs. If you get the chance, see how I can punish you. Shun Liang heard this. Just grin. Slowly take 2 steps closer. Zhao Dafan was so frightened that he took half a step back. You bastard thing. What do you want to do? You still want to hit someone? No one was around. The password is correct. Snap. This slap is not light. The beating made Aunt Zhao spin around in 1.5 circles. Horse riding? Cool. Zhao Dafan was furious. Shun Liang showed his electrician's certificate within a second. Would you like to make another scene? Moral kidnapping works so damn well. What to do if you become addicted? Go away or not? Or give me another slap? As he spoke, Shun Liang stretched out his palm. Zhao Dafan was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. You, just wait for me. Zhao Dafan ran away with a dark face. Shun Liang was not joking. Since you jumped, post-apocalyptic reckoning. The two daughters-in-law of Zhao Dafan's family. One is as beautiful as a fairy, especially the eldest daughter-in-law Xia Meijiao, whose fair skin is as tender as milk. She spends a huge amount of money to go to the club every day for milk bath maintenance. It is said that she spends hundreds of thousands on body beauty and skin care every year. Full of flavor. I don't want to overdo it either. But if anyone wants to blame me for their shit, I don't mind playing with you either. Shun Liang curled his lips. In the calm eyes, it started to feel cold. Pull supplies to deserted street corners. Decisively perform the material disappearing technique in the car. The storage space is quite large. It doesn't feel like putting a car full of stuff inside. Rough visual inspection. This storage space. Put dozens of buildings in an entire community into it. I'm afraid I can't even pretend to be dissatisfied. However, in addition to the contents of the 5 shopping carts, the storage space has already been filled with a large amount of supplies that cannot be filled in 30 shopping carts, from raw meat to cooked meat, from fruits and vegetables to various spices. Even all kinds of daily necessities are not left out, and of course the most indispensable water. The provenance of these supplies is very clean, all from Sam's supermarket. Shun Liang spent an hour shopping, most of it for half an hour. They're all collecting supplies from the storage space. It feels really good to buy for 0 yuan. These supplies are available now. 10 people might not be able to finish it in a year. Represents. The next year, Shun Liang no longer has to worry about supplies. Of course, it doesn't take a year. According to his prediction, it won't take long after the end of the world. Maybe even less than a month. Then you need to go out and explore. At that time, supplies can be replenished vigorously. Looking for other potential contractors. At this time, there are only about 3 hours left before the bloody rain. Don't worry about other supplies. But Shun Liang was worried. In the early stages of the blood rain, there seemed to be no signs of water pollution. But we cannot rule out that the blood rain will gradually seep into the groundwater. It is estimated that the water will be robbed first. It is necessary to store a large amount of clean water in advance. You must go to a professional place to store water. Once again, the electrician's license comes in handy. When arriving at the wholesale shipping station, it was almost closing for the night. Temporary power check. Sorry, it'll be fine in 10 minutes. The boss didn't care. Turn around and go to the courtyard to eat. Some operations. In a huge warehouse. At least tens of thousands of boxes of bottled water. It was put in a storage space. Only the row facing the warehouse was left open, mainly to leave a curtain to prevent the secret from being exposed. Fortunately, the boss locked it directly after he left. Next, he then approached a large bottled water company. Go directly to the storage warehouse. After some operation, we got tens of thousands of barrels of bottled water. When I get home, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Summer evening. It was just getting dark at 8 o'clock. And at this moment under the sunset, the sky began to be covered with red clouds. Many people shouted in surprise at the beautiful sunset clouds, but few realized that the sunset clouds would not spread across the entire sky. It was so outrageous that the red clouds had covered the sun, but it was still blood red. It seems even more weird. The red clouds gradually gathered. Before dark, the entire sky is covered with light. Stand by the window. Shun Liang's face turned slightly solemn. The end of the world has indeed arrived as expected. Chapter 10 Night Falls. The calm before the storm. Red cloud. It was initially regarded as a fire cloud. But after all, someone still discovered something unusual. This is definitely not Huashaoyan. The Huashaoyan cannot be so large, let alone cover the sky and the sun so tightly. If you don't look at the color, the thickness, the density, you can't see the end at a glance. This is obviously a cumulonimbus cloud. Oh my God! My brother, who is thousands of miles away, also saw Hongyun. Not only that, my son is studying abroad, thousands of kilometers away, and there is also red cloud covering that place. Damn it, global? What the hell? Many people were frightened, but some are optimistic. What are you afraid of? Just eat and drink. The experts say it's fine, so stop scaremongering. Yeah, I just made an appointment with my brothers to have a barbecue. I'm leaving first. The disaster is over. This red cloud must be caused by climate change, just like the air problem. Let's just do what we need to do. That makes sense. The night market is open. I'll go check it out. That's all. Most people's fear was dispelled in this way. It may also be that the long-term ban has made him feel suffocated. They would rather believe at this moment that the danger is over. I don't want to be locked up at home anymore. A very small number of people have a strong sense of crisis, trying to persuade everyone to be careful. But no one cares. Shun Liang sighed. They received messages from Tong Mitao, Zhang Yaji, and Wen Aiqing respectively. They all expressed shock at Hong Yun's incident, and more of them were frightened, asking Xin Liang how to deal with it. To this, he said he could come to his house to take refuge. But no surprises. Tong Mitao and Zhang Yaji both declined. Tong Mitao felt that it was not suitable for a man and a woman to be alone. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that a miracle might happen and that there would be no disaster like what Xin Liang said. Zhang Yaji here, except for the lonely man and the widow. She also has a daughter. In my own home, there's also a nanny at home. Although her trust in Xin Liang has reached an unprecedented level, she is still unwilling to abandon her home and take her daughter to join a strange man because of something that didn't happen. To this, he wasn't surprised either. Tong Mitao is in a community. If you want to come over, you can anytime. Only Zhang Yaji put in some effort. He could only specifically ask Zhang Yaji not to go out. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for reminding me. I asked the nanny to buy a lot of supplies this afternoon. I just bought several boxes of instant noodles. It should be enough for 10 or 8 days. The danger should be over by then, right? Zhang Yaji's tone was expectant. Xin Liang replied very straightforwardly. The danger this time will not pass for the time being. For now. How long? 1 year? 3 years? 10 years? Maybe it's all possible. In the villa, Zhang Yazi's face has become extremely ugly. She wanted to ask Xin Liang how confident he was in saying this. But when the words came to his lips, he gave up. The pungent air means the prophecy is correct. Red clouds fill the sky, and the prediction is correct. The blood rain will fall, and the prophesied time will soon be reached. If the prediction is correct again, the accuracy of this statement, it goes without saying. Mr. Shun, if the world really falls into the apocalypse, can we, mother and daughter, go to you? Or, do you want to live in our villa? The villa is really big. Shun Liang still refused. I can tell you responsibly. In my judgment, high-rise residences will be safer than your villa in the short term. That, I know, Mr. Shun, if I have to, I may take my daughter to seek refuge with you. I know this is very offensive. Let's talk about it then. Now let's talk about this. Shun Liang knew it very well. Zhang Yaji is not 100% sure. You won't come to him willingly. Talking too much made it seem like he needed them very much. Although it does need to be, Xin Liang didn't want to be too obvious. In the last days, it doesn't matter who comes to join us. The first thing he has to do, just let these people clarify their positions. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Zhang Yazi's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Zhang Yazi's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Wen Aiqing's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Wen Aiqing sighed, finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Under strong request from the program team, the program was directly changed from the finale to the opening. Not surprisingly, there is plenty of time to escape. Xin Liang thought she would come to join him. The result was surprising. Brother Shen, I happen to have a large flat in Jiangpan Community. After the performance, I will take my assistant to the flat floor of Jiangpan Community to take shelter. We live in the same community. If there is any danger, can I go find you? Woohoo! He is indeed a big star. There are houses everywhere, right? He smiled helplessly. Let's talk about it then. By the way, what floor is your house on? It seems to be the 21st floor? Well, it's okay. It's not too short. The higher it is, the safer it is. Wen Aiqing said, about 9 o'clock, you can reach the Jiangpan Community. Xin Liang felt relieved. 3 of the 4 beautiful contractors have settled down. While still thinking about it, Meng Xinyan's phone number came over. His tone was urgent after being connected. Brother Shin, I drove the car downstairs to your house. How many floors? I'll go upstairs right now. Oh, Hongyan is so scary. Why don't you come down and pick me up? Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Get a hammer. After the building number is conveyed, Shen Liang was minding his own business and was going to feed the little snake the golden scales. Go to the cage, but found that the little snake was not in the cage. At this moment, she was lying on his clothes lazily. Little guy, do you want me to take care of you? Test the invitation again. Little Jean Lin raised his head. After hesitating again and again, he actually crawled over slowly. It was also the first time for Shen Liang to raise a snake. It was not like he had goosebumps, but the cold touch still made him feel strange. Without thinking about it, he slowly reached out and grabbed an earthworm from the bag on the side, while the little snake was on his arm. Passed the earthworm over. Little Jean Lin opened his mouth and caught it. Earthworms are not big and can be swallowed directly. Everything went smoothly. One person and one snake looked at each other again. No more timidity, more familiarity. Jean Lin is so good. Shen Liang was relieved. Look! The little guy's guard was completely lowered. He tried touching. The little snake dodged slightly, but did not really leave. When my fingers touched the little head, I could feel that the little snake was also actively responding. The feeling of caressing made the little guy very comfortable. So comfortable that you can just move your body. Wrapped around Shen Liang's arms. If those powerful people in the previous life saw it. Queen Medusa is so well behaved in my hands. I wonder if her jaw will drop. The little snake tilted its head in confusion. He quickly laughed. Good boy, do you want to eat something delicious? The little snake raised its head happily. He wanted to continue feeding the worms. But the doorbell rang. He could only patiently put the little snake on the sofa, picked up a loach the length of a finger, and put it on the sofa. The little snake immediately started hunting for the loach, and only opened the door after making sure there was no problem. Whoa, you finally opened the door? I was scared to death outside. After entering the house, Meng Xinyan hugged her shoulders. I was so frightened that I felt cold all over. Then there was a scream. Ah! Snake, there is a snake! It took more than 10 minutes. Shen Liangkai explained clearly. Jean Lin was his partner, not some wild snake. Jean Lin was also frightened by Meng Xinyan. She was so frightened that she hit on Shen Liang's arm and spat out messages at Meng Xinyan from time to time. This is what it looks like. It made him a little happy. This means that the little guy has completely recognized him as his master. When in danger, I relied on him immediately. If it were a little snake that had never recognized its owner, it would definitely not accept a new owner so quickly, but Jean Lin was different. It had recognized its owner and had been injured. Because of this, it longed for protection and felt Shen Liang's affection. It was kindness that allowed him to be accepted so quickly. Okay. Little guy, your name is Jean Lin, right? You are a good snake, and my sister is also a good person. Let's discuss it. You are not allowed to scare my sister, who is a good person to discuss with the little snake. Shen Liang smiled and handed over the golden scale. I want the two of them to have a skin-to-skin kiss. But obviously, Meng Xinyan didn't dare. They were even politely separated by 1 meter. After laughing and making trouble, it was completely dark outside. The time came to 9 o'clock. The red cloud did not cause any abnormality, and people seemed to no longer pay attention. Instead, they devoted themselves to this wonderful nightlife, eating, drinking, and having fun. 9:30 in the evening, when Aiching arrived at the flat floor of Jiangpan Community, reported safety to Shen Liang. 9:50 p.m. No red clouds could be seen in the dark sky. Shen Liang could feel it, the dull feeling before a rainstorm. Meng Xinyan also became visibly nervous. Brother Shen, if it really rains blood, what will be the consequences? I feel like you didn't speak too directly when we were chatting. Can you tell me now? The laughter of people walking downstairs in the community spread to the upper floors. It has been suppressed for too long. Square dancing Annies. I really don't want to go home today. In silence, he said softly, Are you afraid of zombies? The words haven't finished yet. Seems like a coincidence. Raindrops were falling from the sky. Meng Xinyan is at this moment. My scalp is tingling. The bloody rain has really begun. Chapter 11, the end of the world has come. The sky is falling. A bloody rain is falling all over the world. Since the global declaration of the end of the disaster, the world seemed to be reborn. People who have been suppressed for too long. There was an instant burst of passionate emotions, and I wished I could party for 3 days and 3 nights to celebrate this wonderful moment and this exciting survival. Major shopping malls announced. Closing time extended to 12 a.m. Major entertainment venues announced. Working day and night for 3 consecutive days. All the major food streets, from five-star hotels and Michelin restaurants to street food stalls and night market stalls, all plan to make a fortune in this exciting day, and they will never rest as long as they are not exhausted. What the hell is this mutated air? What the hell are those red clouds in the sky? Bullshit. In the face of post-disaster carnival, all seem insignificant. Drink the grass. Don't act stupid. There are fish in the cup. Boss, give me another 30 skewers of mutton, 10 skewers of kidneys, 5 large chicken wings. TV, turn up the volume. A street barbecue. Business is incredibly good today. The boss is very busy. The customers were shouting and making a lot of noise. Today is a post-disaster party. There are many big stars, drinking wine, eating meat, and watching the post-disaster gala. That feels great, haha. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Sudden, someone touched his head. I looked up subconsciously. He touched his cheek again, confused, half drunk and half awake. It's raining. Why is the rain red? Like blood. There were also doubts from other tables. The person at the same table laughed and scolded. The air has changed its smell, the clouds have turned red, and it's not surprising that the rain is red. I really haven't seen the world. Don't worry. The experts will tell you soon that everything is normal. It's all caused by the sudden climate change caused by the bombing of the floating island. I've learned this trick. This caused laughter in the room. I don't care. Under the influence of alcohol, everyone simply chose to ignore it. Boss, put up the parasol, keep the music going, and keep dancing. Some people even open their arms. Make a gesture to hug the sky. Get ready for this refreshing rain. As the rain gets heavier, inevitably, the blood rain directly turned people blood red. The rain flowed down my cheeks and into my mouth. Damn, this rainwater smells really weird. It doesn't taste good. Bring me beer, I want a drink. The one at the blood rain entrance. The body begins to change visibly. Similar scenario. Across the country. It's even happening around the world. Shanghai TV station studio. Many people felt sorry for Wen Aiqing's early exit. Some wanted to leave and go home, but were stopped by the strange blood rain outside. They had to go back inside to continue waiting. Everyone has curiosity. Anyone who was forced back by the blood rain was inevitably contaminated by the blood rain, and inevitably had the blood rain enter their mouths and noses directly or indirectly. Everything seems normal. Little did they know that it was a horrific disaster. It is brewing at a very fast pace. Jianghai City, Secret Research Institute. Under the leadership of academician Gu Zhen, hundreds of researchers together. I'm so busy that I'm exhausted. Hongyun's test results are out. It does have some ingredients that are similar to the pungent ingredients in the air, but many more are unheard of. The blood rain components are being tested, and the results will be available in about half an hour. Professor Gu, please take a look at the data analysis here. Professor Gu, please take a look at the analysis results here. Professor Gu Zhen is over 70 years old. I can't stand the fatigue on weekdays. But today I have to grit my teeth and hold on. Just because. He noticed. All this doesn't seem to be as normal as imagined. The pungent air was indeed tested and found to be no major problem. But then came the red cloud. The bloody rain at this moment. Is this still normal? Professor Gu, I just received the latest news. The blood rain has spread to at least 80% of the world in half an hour. There are about 6 billion people within the blood rain's range. What? The radiation range is 80% of the world. The living areas of at least 6 billion people are covered. Hearing this, Professor Gu Zhen's face was filled with horror. Then someone else shouted, Professor Gu, something went wrong with the guinea pig in the blood rain test. Come to the test area. 10 little white mice were trapped in glass. Now, half of the mice died. The other half was extremely excited. Both eyes appear abnormally blood red. In another area, a normal mouse was pinned to the ground and bitten and eaten by a mouse injected with blood rain. These mice become so hyper after the injection? Gu Zhen asked hurriedly. The researcher at the side said in a trembling voice, No. They will first enter a state of suspended animation, then suddenly come back to life, and then enter this state of excitement. After faking death, suddenly alive, Gu Zhen's pupils trembled. The faces of the people around him gradually became terrified. There was more horror in the voice. Professor, look at this little mouse in this excited state, attacking and gnawing. Doesn't it look like zombies in the movies? Immediately following, several little white mice fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. Just stand up suddenly. Then it began to scratch and bite the glass cover frantically. He roared at the people outside the glass. This sound is extremely terrifying. Unheard of. Suspended death, resurrection, excitement, bloodthirstiness. Guzhen didn't dare to think too much. But the word zombie. But it is the most suitable for this situation at present. Is it really? Not good. Quick, send a warning to the top leaders. Warning all residents. Go home and enter the lockdown, quickly. The words haven't finished yet. Look back again. Everyone looked pale. On TV, surveillance footage of key blocks outside is being played. The heavy rain was pounding the streets like crazy. In the crowd, someone was lying on the ground twitching. Someone was frantically trying to rescue him. There were people biting around. Someone is screaming and crying. It's too late. Too late. Guzhen murmured. I haven't noticed behind me yet. A staff member who was assigned to collect blood rain and conduct experiments at this moment began to abnormally turn red in the eyes. His body twitched strangely and then slowly fell to the ground. After only a few seconds, he stood up again with terrifying blood vessels on his face, and blood flowed out of his mouth, and he snored and growled as if his throat was blocked. A brutal massacre is about to take place. Riverside community. When Aiching looked nervous, sitting upright on the sofa, while watching the live broadcast of the evening party, her assistant and her agent jointly scolded her, thinking that she was credulous and making a fuss out of nothing. Because of your willfulness, we almost had a falling out with the show's production team. You know, if nothing happened today, you would have to take responsibility for this incident. You would probably have to apologize to the production team in person, otherwise your career path would be hindered. Agent Li Nan frowned. The assistant Wang Shuang beside him heard this. Also whispered, although I shouldn't say this is indeed a bit willful. Experts have held a press conference to say that these anomalies are normal. Isn't it a bit ridiculous that we still believe in a stranger's inexplicable prediction? They even dare to brazenly say that blood rain is red rain, and they also say that terrible things will happen if you are caught in red rain. If you tell anyone, you'll be laughed to death. Is it worth it just because of this Pu Xian man's nonsense? Ching Ching. When Aiching listened with a frown on her face, she didn't refute. Doesn't mean there's no rush. Seeing this, Wang Shuang stood up directly, watching the blood rain falling outside the window. She made a bold decision. Open the window and you will feel the red rain. I want to see if anything will happen if it gets caught in the rain. Speaking of, she really wanted to open the window. At this time, TV party scene. Suddenly, there was a commotion. The original harmonious picture. In an instant, the style of painting begins to change suddenly. In the camera, the dance troupe that was performing on the stage stopped instantly, stood there in a daze, and began to panic visibly, followed by screams. Start running away. The camera was in the photographer's hand, and it turned in a panic. When it turned toward the audience seats, a horrific scene was broadcast live. Zombies bite. Blood splatters. The crowd screamed and fled. What is that? Is someone crazy? Wrong. Those monsters. At this moment, when Aiching's face turned pale, disdainful agent Li Nan. It was even more shocking in an instant. Suddenly look at the window. An almost hoarse roar with terror. Wang Shuang. Stop. Chapter 12 Masochism. The first battle of the apocalypse begins. 10:38 p.m. In front of the window, Shun Liang was intimate with the golden snake scales on his wrist. Meng Xinyan, who was standing next to her, had no blood on her face. At this moment, she only felt cold all over her body. She wanted to grit her teeth, but she still couldn't help but her teeth trembled. Looking down from upstairs, the community was originally a harmonious and noisy square. At this moment, it has become a paradise for killing. Screams, roars, cries for help. The pouring rain of blood, mixed with the blood spurting out from the severed limbs and corpses. The strong visual stimulation makes people feel deep despair. Shun Liang, is this world going to end? Are we all going to turn into such disgusting horror zombies? Meng Xinyan murmured. Shun Liang did not respond immediately. This is all to be expected. Being shocked and frightened once is enough. In comparison, he had more important things to care about. He caressed the golden scales while distracted, waiting for something. Finally, there was a response in my mind. Bite. The end of the world is coming as expected. Tip. Next, earth-shaking changes will occur in all creatures around the world, including humans, animals, plants, and even microorganisms. At the same time, the targets contracted by the host are also slowly mutating. Please prepare the host for the ability to replicate. Bite. 4 contract targets have been detected, and based on their loyalty, 8 energy fruits can be produced every day. It is refreshed at 0 a.m. every day and can be extracted manually, etc. 8. The system personal panel pops up. Data is displayed at a glance. Host. Shun Liang. Superpower form. None yet. Combat strength assessment. 8. Number of people contracted for. Contract list. Tong Medeo, Zhang Yaji, Wen Aiqing, Meng Xinyan. Loyalty. 24.5%, 26.3%, 27.8%, 21.5%. Energy fruit output. 0. Refresh daily. Really? Every 10% loyalty of each person. Add an energy fruit. Previously, only the first 3 people had a loyalty of over 20%. Unexpectedly, Meng Xinyan, who was in the last contract, also surpassed him. Even now, the loyalty of the other 3 women is still slowly growing. And Meng Xinyan's loyalty. Maybe it's because I'm by your side. The growth rate is much faster than that of the other 3 girls. It doesn't look like it will take long. Meng Xinyan's loyalty allows her to surpass others as a latecomer. The first batch of energy fruits will be produced in an hour and a half. Compared to that, I'm more looking forward to seeing who will become a mutant first. At present, the ability can only be copied once. You must choose carefully. The abilities of people with special powers are varied and bizarre. But currently among the 4, he has a relatively good understanding of the 2's abilities. In her previous life, Tong Medeo was a speedster. Her ability was speed. Even at the early stages of her ability, her speed was 5 times faster than Bolt's. What a concept! Bolt's maximum speed is about 10 meters per second, or 37 kilometers per hour. That Tong Medeo can run 50 meters in 1 second. Speed, 185 kilometers per hour? Just blink casually. 20 or 30 meters is not a problem. To achieve this speed, it means that the muscle strength of the whole body has reached a very terrifying state and can coordinate and assist each other. It also requires a very strong physique. Otherwise, if an ordinary person's physique is used to cope with it, the terrifying wind resistance will be unbearable. Each ability has unlimited growth potential, and if the speed is several times faster, there may even be a risk of disintegration. Speed. A deceptively simple ability, but it's stronger than I imagined. Speed is perfect for escaping, but if used properly, it will definitely be effective if used for attack. I have heard about Wen Aiqing's ability before. It seems to be the ability of invisibility. There is very little information about this ability. Wen Aiqing's ability. After all, it all comes from Xiao Tianyu in his previous life. Xiao Tianyu gained powerful abilities at that time. After forming the Justice Army, he also recruited several powerful people with special abilities under his command. Same as other forces. He was also searching for powerful people with special abilities, hoping to win them over to his side and expand his sphere of influence. He was definitely an ambitious man. Wen Aiqing's abilities were found out by Xiao Tianyu's people, but in the end, Wen Aiqing was won over by other forces, and it was difficult to obtain more accurate information about her abilities, so the matter ended in nothing. Wen Aiqing's ability is very good. Maybe self-protection is okay, but the combat capability seems to be very average. If we say that the abilities of these 2 people are understood, then what about the abilities of the other 2? It's really not clear at all. Zhang Yaji is a sober person, but how is she sober? It doesn't sound like she has the ability to fight well. Meng Xinyan's ability. It was rumored in her previous life that she was good at fighting. He rubbed his brows. He didn't think too much. If we hurry up, someone will become a superpower tomorrow morning, no matter how slow it is, within 2 or 3 days. It's time to complete evolution, as long as you stay at home and stay safe until then. Brother Shin came back to his senses. Meng Xinyan's beautiful cheeks were already covered with cold sweat. At this moment, she was looking at him in horror. I almost cried. Brother Shin, please tell me this is not true. Everything can still be saved, right? The rescuers will come to save us soon, and then the army will destroy these terrible zombies. Everything will be fine tomorrow, right? Staring at Meng Xinyan. Shen Liang works like magic. He took out a bag of ingredients with his backhand. You have the answer in your mind. Don't kid yourself. Compared with these, it's better to think about what to have for midnight snack. Hey, I'm hungry. I'll look at you next. Meng Xinyan was stunned. Please, it's the end of the world. You still have time for late night snacks? Wait, where do these ingredients come from? No, you want me to cook for you? What if? You live in my house, and you want me to protect you. Are you sure you don't want to do something? Said. Shen Liang suddenly looked at the security door. At this time, the zombies should not be able to climb too high. If you feel aggrieved, I will send you downstairs. Don't wait to finish. Meng Xinyan dodged the bag. With a smile on his face, he kissed Shen Liang on the cheek. No, don't drive me away. People do it, and they are willing to do anything. On the way to the kitchen, Meng Xinyan's beautiful legs were trembling. Can I really cook in this state? Never mind. Shen Liang was lying on the sofa, touched his cheek. The kiss from the beautiful girl is not bad. I thought Meng Xinyan didn't know how to cook, but after a while, dishes were served on the table. They were all delicious and delicious. Each person had a bowl of white rice, which was delicious. Shen Liang did not forget the golden scales. Just handed a small loach. Look at Jean Lin eating deliciously. Can't help but start to look forward to it. When will it start evolving? Eat. I can't eat it. Shen Liang ate very deliciously. Meng Xinyan was still having trouble taking off her chopsticks. His face looked pale. Can't seem to look directly at the meat in the bowl. He understands this state very well. It's not surprising. Eat. This is the 23rd floor. You haven't seen any broken arms or limbs at all. You must be clear that every day in the future, you may have to face these disgusting and bloody scenes. And there are even things far more terrifying than them. Bloody stuff. Said. Shen Liang specially picked up a few pieces of meat. Straight into her bowl, seeing that she still didn't move. Don't even dare to look directly. He was a little annoyed. Eat it, or get out of my house immediately. Meng Xinyan trembled. A bit of panic flashed in his eyes. Her coming to Shen Liang's house was a very hasty act. She didn't really want to stay there. After all, her best friend Tong Medeo lived downstairs. She could just stay at Tong Medeo's house at night. Mainly, I want to witness something. But after truly witnessing, she found out. I don't want to leave. In other words, I dare not leave. Even if Tong Medeo is downstairs. Even if it was only a few floors away from Shen Liang. She has only one idea at the moment. Only the man in front of her can protect her. Others, none. What are you doing? Why are you so fierce? I eat. I can't eat anymore. Please don't drive me away. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Well, does a few curse words increase loyalty? What kind of masochism is this? In panic, Meng Xinyan stuffed the meat in her mouth randomly. Just close your eyes and start chewing. It seemed like I was eating something disgusting. As soon as I opened my eyes, Shen Liang handed over a few more pieces of meat. Her face was full of despair. It seemed that she had to eat meat obediently today. Otherwise, this man would really drive her away. No, I will never leave. Eat all this meat. Then put away the dishes. Shen Liang turned around and went back to the room. Think about it. She looked at Meng Xinyan and said, Don't think you are wronged. Soon you will know that many people who kneel on the ground and beg me are not qualified to live in my house. Meng Xinyan's heart trembled. This man seems to have changed. From the moment the blood rain falls, he became decisive, domineering, and indifferent. Maybe he was always like this, but he was just hiding himself? Eat it quickly. Wash the dishes. Meng Xinyan opened the second bedroom. The room was fairly tidy, with quilts stacked on top of each other. Make the bedding and take off your coat. When getting ready for bed, I vaguely heard screams coming from next door. No, don't bite me. Son, I am your mother. Don't bite me. Trembling, Meng Xinyan didn't even think about it. He rushed towards Shen Liang's room. Like a slippery loach, Meng Xinyan got directly into his bed and started shivering. I'm so scared. Shen Liang almost fell asleep. The moment he was hugged by this smooth and soft body, he woke up instantly. The tight and soft touch, the contact of the smooth skin. In just a second, he felt the blood surge up, and he pushed Meng Xinyan slippery with his backhand. Hug her body tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm armed, and I'm protecting you. Wu weapons? Meng Xinyan, who was sobbing and frightened, was a little confused. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was hugged by Shun Liang's strong body. He was about to break away in panic, only to find that he was threatened. Weapons, weapons. The fiery big hands passed through the slender and beautiful back and opened the remaining lock. The moment the restraint was released, a huge terror jumped out. The girl buried her head in her broad chest in an extremely panicked and nervous manner. Shun Liang could no longer suppress the agitation of blood at this moment. He turned over and suppressed it. His eyes met, and he kissed the girl's lips deeply. His hands began to invade wildly and roughly. Feeling of suffocation. Meng Xinyan had to break away and breathe. His eyes were like water, and his red lips were biting lightly. I'm afraid. Please be gentle. Repression before rebirth. The tension after rebirth. Shun Liang had endured it for too long. It was on the verge of a volcanic eruption. This sentence directly set him off. A dash, accompanied by Shun Liang's deep roar. Meng Xinyan bit her lip and whispered softly. The first battle after the end of the world. Pull back the curtain. Chapter 13, Xiao Tianyu's Ambition and Change. Meng Xinyan awakens. This night, destined to be remembered. But only those who survive are qualified to remember it. Asshole. Asshole. How could this happen? Why are there zombies outside? What's going on with the red clouds? And what's going on with the bloody rain? Someone tell me what happened. Riverside Community. In a 300 square meter luxury house. Xiao Tianyu rarely opened the curtains, looking at the bloody pouring rain outside the window, watching the scary zombies wandering around downstairs. He was terrified and angry, trembling body, roaring madly. Zhao Mingming was naked, holding a phone in her hand, and was dialing frantically, but the line on the other end of the phone was busy, and no one answered, making her full of despair. Look aside again. Chen Shuang, who was so arrogant before and looked like a pariah and a low-level loser, is now on the ground with more air coming out and less air coming in, looking like he is on the verge of death. His whole body was miserable, large areas of burnt rot. Most of his hair has been burnt. Look! Shun Liang's prediction was not unreasonable. Chen Shuang entered the bathtub first. Therefore, the electric shock gift package was triggered in advance. By the time Xiao Tianyu and Zhao Mingming found out, Chen Shuang had been electrocuted for more than a minute. Even if he turned off the power switch in time, he still looked miserable. How's it going? The call hasn't been connected yet? The ambulance line is not connected. Where's the police line? Just call any number. Hurry up. Get them to rescue me. Those zombies really are eating people. They really will eat people. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm getting out of this damn place. Xiao Tianyu had a mental breakdown. Zhao Mingming, however, held the phone with a look of despair on her face. I can't get through. I can't get through any phone call. Brother Yu, is this really the end of the world? Otherwise, how could zombies appear? It's over. We're going to die. We are going to be eaten by zombies. Zhao Mingming's mentality also collapsed. Xiao Tianyu was so angry that he slapped her. Bang! I can't care about the pain. Zhao Mingming looked out the window. He looked at Chen Shuang on the ground again. His face was full of despair and fear. Asshole! Things are still unclear. Stop talking nonsense. Go turn on the TV and check what's going on. I'll call my dad right away and ask him. My dad knows someone in the police station. He'll definitely send someone to rescue us. Who cares about zombies? The police station has guns. Just destroy them all. Zhao Mingming heard this. It seems like I've caught hope. Yes, television. It must be on TV. The military should be dispatched immediately, using iron-blooded means to fight violence with violence. How could the apocalypse happen so easily? It must be a small-scale event. I'll turn on the TV right now. Xiao Tianyu picked up the phone. My hands are shaking. I forced myself to dial the number. The beeping sound on the other end made his heart beat faster. Connect, connect. He was almost kneeling down to pray to God and Buddha. Next second, the call was connected. Dad, save me. Without waiting for him to finish, there was an urgent voice on the other end of the line. Son, where the hell are you? I've been looking for you for a long time, but your phone is always turned off. Let me tell you, the world is in chaos now. There's zombies everywhere, and these zombies are chasing and biting people. You must not go out. You must not go out. Lao Zhang, what's wrong with you? Fuck, don't come over here. Bodyguard, stop him. Click. The sound of a phone falling to the ground. Immediately following, there were screams coming from the other end of the line. Ah, save me, save me. Boss, save me. Don't bite me, Brother Zhang. I'm Chen Feng, Brother Zhang. Ah. A heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Tianyu was so frightened that his face turned pale. Hang up the phone quickly. My father's words echoed in my mind. Xiao Tianyu was completely stunned. The world is in chaos. There are zombies everywhere. How is this possible? How is this possible? My dad must have made this up to scare me. He must be mad at me because I lost contact. So he wants to scare me and make me go home. I'm going home. I'm going home. I was wrong. Xiao Tianyu couldn't hold it anymore, scratching his hair madly. I was even getting dressed to go out in a panic. At this time, Zhao Mingming's trembling voice was heard. Brother you, brother you, brother you. Come and see, come and see. Xiao Tianyu hurried to the TV. There is nothing on TV at the moment, no matter how you change the channel. There weren't any shows either. There was only one bright red warning. Warning, warning, warning. A global zombie crisis has occurred. Do not go out. Do not get wet in the rain. Everyone stay home and wait for rescue. Rumble. This moment. It was like a thunderclap hit Xiao Tianyu suddenly. He slumped on the sofa, completely lost in despair. It's really the end of the world. It's really a zombie crisis. Looking at Xiao Tianyu like this, Zhao Mingming didn't know what to do. Brother you, what about Chen Shuang? Chen Shuang will die without an ambulance. Woo woo woo. Are we going to watch her die here? Chen Shuang. Will I die? Xiao Tianyu was suddenly startled. The plot of the American TV series The Walking Dead came to my mind. He was so scared that he quickly looked at Chen Shuang. If before there was more exhalation than intake, Chen Shuang is now really dying. Just when Zhao Mingming thought, when Xiao Tianyu wanted to save someone. But he suddenly stood up, while looking for something in the cupboard, while yelling at her. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find something. Even a rope or tape will do. Ah? What are you looking for? What are you looking for? Aren't you looking for a medicine box? Look for your mother's medicine box. The dead in the movies will also turn into zombies. Chen Shuang is obviously going to die. If she dies here and turns into a zombie, do you think we'll both be bitten to death by her? Some operation. Chen Shuang, who was already dying, directly taped by two people. Mixed sheets twisted into ropes. He was tied up like a meat dumpling. Maybe he could survive if he was rescued. But after being tormented like this, it seems like he really won't be able to survive. Xiao Tianyu didn't care about that. He breathed deeply. After a long time, I calmed down a little. Never mind the end of the world. What happened to the bathtub? Why did it leak electricity? Why did Chen Shuang get electrocuted to death? If I got out of the bathtub first, wouldn't I be the one dying now? The more I think about it, the more frightened I become. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Zhao Mingming thought of something. Electrician. It must be that electrician's doing. Before he came, we used to bathe in the bathtub normally. The bathtub broke down after he came here. Think about it. Xiao Tianyu said ferociously. Bastard thing. He is committing murder. He was about to say call the police. But the world is in chaos. Will anyone care about these things? Clench your fists. Looking at the miserable appearance of Chen Shuang, who was tied up, what he thought of was not pity, but the fear of having escaped from hell, which made his anger soar to the extreme. Shen Liang, I want you to die. Brother you, what are you going to do? Could it be, do you want to go out and seek revenge against Shen Liang now? Zhao Mingming was frightened. Xiao Tianyu now looked ferocious. He looked like he was mentally disturbed. But then, Xiao Tianyu calmed down surprisingly quickly. He said gloomily, revenge must be revenge. But not now. I don't care what purpose Shen Liang had in trying to kill me. He is dead. But before that, let the bullets fly for a while. He has watched a lot of zombie movies. The world is in chaos at the zombie apocalypse. As long as it collapses, humanity will be lost. The people who survived in the community definitely form a small group to survive. Xiao Tianyu has already begun to plan how to form a small group in the apocalypse, relying on the strength of many people to ensure his safety from being killed by zombies. He can then go to settle the score with Shen Liang. Not to mention, the blood rain is still falling. The blood rain is the most dangerous. Brother you, the world is in chaos. I can't go back home. From now on, we have to depend on each other. But our food won't last long. We don't have any supplies to survive. What should we do? Speaking of, Zhao Mingming came over. Xiao Tianyu didn't resist. But suddenly I thought of something. Don't worry. Although the end of the world is terrifying, it is also an opportunity for me, Xiao Tianyu, to realize my ambitions. A short time, he has already started planning. How to control a new force of the end times. No need to worry about supplies then. Even women can pick and choose whatever they want, right? Ha, ha. Sudden. Something strange happened. Xiao Tianyu's expression suddenly changed. Next, there are long brown hairs all over the body that overflow from the pores. Zhao Mingming was so frightened that she quickly ran away. When she regained consciousness, Xiao Tianyu's entire body began to swell until his clothes burst. He had turned into a strong brown-haired monster nearly 2.5 meters tall, with sharp teeth, sharp claws, a tiger's back, and a bear's waist. Ah! Monster! Monster! Just when Zhao Mingming screamed and wanted to run away, Xiao Tianyu's angry voice came. So strong, so strong. Xiao Tianyu, have I gained the power of the apocalypse? Shun Liang, you are dead, ha ha ha. Shun Liang on the other side didn't know anything about it. He even had a good sleep, but before going to bed, it was also a real hard work. It took a lot of hard work. 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky is bright. He woke up early. Next to her, Meng Xinyan only had one corner of her body covered by the quilt, and the rest was a snow-white, voluptuous figure. Her pair of beautiful long legs had stunned countless men before when wrapped in yoga pants, and Xin Liang was one of them. After truly experiencing it last night, especially when he was caressing it while carrying it on his shoulders, he truly experienced the true taste and dominance of these legs. It was simply endlessly wonderful. This was also the case all night long. His favorite toy that he can't put down. Well, is it dawn yet? Meng Xinyan was in a daze. Turned over slightly. Then the beauty of the whole body will be presented before your eyes. Even 3 world wars. Xin Liang couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. The lotus arm swept across and completely opened the hot valve. In confusion, Meng Xinyan wanted to open her eyes, but I found that the light was covered. She opened her mouth to say something, but the suffocation that followed made it difficult for her to say a word, and then she opened her eyes in horror and disbelief. After seeing clearly, all that was left was a grieved and clumsy whimpering. Well, I just woke up. This disgusting bastard. 1 hour of morning exercise. Shun Liang looked a little tired, but he found that Meng Xinyan didn't seem as tired as he thought, especially when he saw the pollution on the sheets, which made him even more confused. Wasn't that right? She recovered so quickly? If it weren't for confirming that his combat power is definitely strong enough. He almost thought he was dying. Well, I'm so hungry. Brother Shin, what do you want to eat? I'll make breakfast, said. Meng Xinyan opened her beautiful legs. I lazily pulled the door lock. As we all know, the door lock must be pressed all the way to open it. Meng Xinyan didn't wake up yet. It's normal for the door lock to not be pressed all the way. But that's not normal. The door lock is not pressed all the way. The door was pulled open. Click. Bang. The sound of the door panel's keyhole would being violently torn open, mixed with the sound of hitting the wall with great force. Seems extremely harsh. The scene was quiet for 2 seconds. Meng Xinyan looked embarrassed. Shun Liang looked shocked. Immediately afterwards, a reminder came to my mind. Bite. It was detected that the contractor Meng Xinyan successfully evolved and gained superpowers. The name of the ability user's Strong Fighter. Bite. The host has 1 chance to copy. Do you want to copy? Meng Xinyan's ability. Appeared. Chapter 14 Panic Spreads. Copy. Fighter. After fermentation, overnight. Countless human deaths. All order collapsed. The prosperity of yesterday is gone, and the streets have become a horrible hell with zombies roaming around. And the survivors. I stayed at home and dared not move. Zhangpan Community Electricity Service Group. What should we do? What should we do? No one has come to rescue us all night. Are we going to be trapped and die in this house? I just called. No one answered the phone at the property management company. The line at the police station was also busy. We're dead. Wow, my son went downstairs to take out the trash last night, and when he came back from the rain, he turned into a zombie. He's right in my living room, and I'm forced into the bedroom, and I dare not move. Who can save me? Well, we can hold out for a day or 2, but if we don't get eaten by zombies, we will starve to death. We don't have that much food stored at home. Wow, I don't want to starve to death at home, but the zombies outside are so scary. My potted plants grew a lot overnight. Is this normal? There was wailing everywhere in the group. But soon, still, someone stood up. This person's name is Wang Wan, the director of the neighborhood committee. Everyone listened to me. Don't make a scene. In the face of disaster, the country and the army are working hard and will definitely not give up on everyone. But before that, everyone must stay calm and wait for rescue. Don't cause trouble to the comrades who are rescuing us. Listen to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was anxious. It would be fine if there was rescue. But there was no sign of rescue all night. Who can endure this? Director Wong, are you sure there will be rescue? You can't lie to appease everyone. Aung Chivong, give me your answer. Aung Chivong, you can't be trusted. According to my estimation, at least half of the people in the community died last night. Many of the Andes who were dancing in the square went home after being caught in the rain. When they got home, they turned into zombies and bit their entire families to death. My neighbors and the ones across the street have all turned into zombies. I can still hear the zombies screaming. I'm going crazy. Aunt Wong, please find someone to save me. The most important thing is how to solve the problem of food and safety. Yes, it's safe to stay at home, but the food in my house can only last for 2 days at most. Who will send me food after I finish eating? Aunt Wong, how do you think we can solve this problem? I originally thought, if you take action yourself, you can calm them down as quickly as possible. The result is shown in this situation. Wong Wong was also a little at a loss. These people are too disobedient to the organization. How can you be so ignorant? She wanted to start cursing in the group, but after thinking about it, I decided to endure it. After all, if there is any action next, we still have to rely on these people. Listen to me. Everyone calm down. Although the current disaster is terrible, the people above must be busy with rescue operations. I can't guarantee that there will be rescue today, but there will definitely be people coming in the next few days. Hold on, everyone. Eat sparingly. 3 days at most. There will definitely be news. After all, it's only the first day. The neighborhood committee director said so. We can only bear it. So everyone started chatting. Some people posted pictures of their succulent plants that suddenly grew into small trees overnight. Some people posted pictures of their pet lizards, which grew thick scales, claws, and blood-colored pupils overnight. Some people's dogs even began to change. His eyes were evil, and he was drooling when he looked at his master, as if he wanted to kill him. The blood rain gradually became smaller. The red clouds gradually dispersed. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. However, this is just the beginning of the end. At the same time, tested, Shun Liang confirmed Meng Xinyan's approximate abilities. My usual single-arm strength has been tested and is about 70 kilograms. I can only do it 7 or 8 times with this 50 kilograms arm strength machine. Said, Meng Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. Look at the arm strength machine in front of you. He looked at his arms again. His eyes were full of disbelief. And now, I seem to be able to do about 40. You have to know that it is quite difficult for the so-called macho men in the gym to do 30. At least it is possible for monsters with a single arm strength of more than 300 kilograms to grit their teeth. And I've done 40, and I haven't even gritted my teeth yet. Shun Liang is thinking. According to Meng Xinyan's judgment, her current arm strength, at least it is firmly over 300 kilograms per arm. About 350 to 400 kilograms? 39 points of combat power. Can it be converted into? 1 point of combat strength equals 10 kilograms of arm strength? Certainly, arm strength does not mean striking power. If this arm strength is converted into punch strength, the force of a punch must be doubled to 800 kilograms, right? Certainly, for this conversion, Shun Liang is not professional. Not to mention, the conversion of punching strength is not equivalent to arm strength. In addition to testing the strength of the waist and hips, also consider muscle toughness and punching speed. Everything else is the point. Immediately afterwards, Shun Liang asked Meng Xinyan to test other body functions on her own, such as movement speed, body reflexability. There was no professional equipment, but after all, Meng Xinyan had been a fitness instructor for half a year, and even though she was an amateur, she knew a little bit about it. The results are quite good. Almost all of them have been improved several times. Only the body shape has not changed. It is still as big as it should be, as round as it should be, as thin as it should be, as long as it should be, and as tall as it should be. So what the hell is wrong with me? Oh my God, I'm not going to be sick, am I? Meng Xinyan was a little panicked. Her pretty face was full of nervousness. In response, Shun Liang scratched his head. You're not sick. You just got stronger. Be good, go cook first. I need to do something. I'll explain to you what happened later. Girls are so easy to fool. Meng Xinyan walked to the kitchen, subconsciously looking out the window and downstairs. Then there was a scream. Ah! Zombies, so many zombies whining. It's so scary, woo! Shun Liang couldn't help but hold his forehead. Women are just timid. It seems that it is necessary to give her some special courage training. Contractor, Meng Xinyan. Age, 22 years old. Attribute, ordinary human. Combat strength assessment, 39. From 7 points of combat power, it surged to 39. Close to 6 times. What a terrifying improvement. And now, Shun Liang made a decision. The only number of copies of the ability so far. He planned to copy Meng Xinyan's Power Fighter ability. This ability may seem ordinary, but it is a hexagonal ability that comprehensively enhances the body's functions. Combined with the enhancement of the energy fruit, it is very good as one's first ability. Tong Medeo's speedster ability is also very good. Perhaps it can be used as a second copy of the ability. Want to get a second chance? One person's loyalty must exceed 80%. It's hard to say for others. Meng Xinyan lives here. It's not difficult to brush. It shouldn't take too long. Ding! Received host's instruction. Copying the ability of the contractor Meng Xinyan. Copy successful. The host gains the ability of Power Fighter. The moment of success. Shun Liang felt it carefully. There seemed to be a surge of heat flowing into my body. After a brief moment of unbearable heat, he clenched his fist in a seemingly calm body. This moment already contains great power. Try picking up an arm strength machine. After a few operations, I did it 50 times easily. If Meng Xinyan had the strength of 400 kilograms with one arm. At this moment, I should weigh about 450 to 500 kilograms. He made a fist. A punch was thrown. There was a slight sound of breaking wind. The world boxing champion is nothing more than that. So estimated, although powerful, but it just barely breaks through the limits of the human body. Host, Shun Liang. Superpower form, Power Fighter. Combat strength assessment, 47. Combat strength 47 points. It also surged nearly 6 times. Very strong, but it's not strong enough. System, take out the energy fruit. As the order is issued. The next second, on the table in front of Shun Liang, a total of 9 round fruits appeared, shaped like oranges, with tiny white light flowing on the dark purple surface, forming patterns like lightning cracks, which was quite magical. There are actually 9? A little inspection revealed the reason. It turns out that Meng Xinyan is loyal. After another spike last night. To be precise, before the fruit was refreshed in the early morning, the loyalty had exceeded 30%, and now it has reached 35%. This growth rate is really gratifying. Click. The taste is crisp and slightly astringent. The taste is a bit weird, but after swallowing, it felt like power was flowing into every part of my body. This was the first time he had eaten an energy fruit in 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, Xiao Tianyu had looted 2 in the community, and he had only been lucky enough to see them once. You'll find out after you actually eat it. It feels so damn good. Just one. He felt that his fighting power had increased dramatically. Cool. Continue. Every bite. There is a sense of satisfaction in gaining great power. The feeling is addictive. Before you know it, 8 fruits have been eaten. Just when Shun Liang wanted to continue catching. Just found out. It's unknown when the little snake Jinlin will appear. At this moment, he is lying in front of the last energy fruit. A face full of desire. Little Jinlin, do you want to eat? Wait. You seem to have grown up a lot? He stretched out his hand. Jinlin climbed up. Indeed, he has grown up a lot. Compared to yesterday, it has at least doubled. It was originally as thick as the little finger, but now it has reached the thickness of the thumb, and its length has also increased from the length of the forearm to almost the length of the arm. After thinking about it, Shun Liang handed the fruit to Jinlin. The little guy opened his mouth wide. Ouch! The fruit was swallowed in one gulp. In an instant, a round ball several times thicker than the body appeared in his abdomen. Looks quite funny. Greedy little guy. Jinlin slowly climbed to the edge of the sofa. He lazily crossed his body. It looks like it's about to start digesting. It grew so big overnight without eating the fruit. Eating a fruit should also help the growth of the golden scales. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Once the golden scales grow up, they may be able to fight better than himself. Looking forward to it. Let me take a look. 8 energy fruits are eaten. How far can one grow this? Open the system panel. Shun Liang's scalp feels numb. Chapter 15, The Power of One Punch. The hexagonal fighter's best fighter. In terms of cooking, Meng Xinyan still has some talents. 40 minutes. I made preserved egg porridge, fried poached eggs, and veal steak, and also mixed a refreshing vegetable salad. He happily brought the dishes to the living room. About to speak, but he saw Shun Liang wrestling with his arms. This was nothing. What shocked her was that the 50 kilograms arm strength bar that should be quite difficult to break was as easy as 10 kilograms in Shun Liang's hands. Easily arrived. 1 per second. No, at least 2 per second. A short time, Meng Xinyan witnessed with her own eyes that Shun Liang broke the 50 kilograms arm bar hundreds of times. After letting it go, there is still energy left. Huh, so cool. It's so cool. Huh, is the meal ready? Eat, eat. I'm just hungry. Shun Liang's chest was bare at this moment, although not as exaggerated as a muscular man. After vigorous exercise, there are still clear muscle lines emerging, not exaggerated but very well-proportioned and comfortable, full of powerful violent aesthetics. Meng Xinyan was shocked and confused for a while. Put down the meal. Reach out and touch it directly. Oh my God, my God. These muscle lines are so great. Only those who don't drink protein powder and reduce their body fat rate through high-intensity fitness can achieve such beautiful muscle lines that look slim when they take off their clothes and put on clothes. She was truly stunned. What happened? My strength surged early in the morning. Shun Liang's strength also increased dramatically? Has the end of the world made everyone stronger? Some explanation. Shun Liang explained the general situation. Only then did Meng Xinyan understand. So, Brother Liang, what do you mean? I've become one of the few people with evolutionary powers? You have also become a person with evolved abilities who can be chosen by chance? It was confirmed from Shun Liang's eyes. Meng Xinyan's eyes were full of shock and excitement. God, we are so lucky. Didn't you say that? When facing those scary zombies, are we capable of resisting? Said. Meng Xinyan looked at Shun Liang expectantly. Wait for the reply. Shun Liang suddenly pointed behind her. Watch out for zombies. Ah, I dare not even look at it. Meng Xinyan was so frightened that she screamed. He hid behind Shun Liang and shivered. When I came back to my senses, I realized I had been deceived. Nothing. You hate it. Why are you scaring people? The fake ones can scare you, but do you know that every day in the future you may have to face real zombies, but they will still be hordes of zombies and even monsters more terrifying than zombies? Shun Liang's expression was dull. Meng Xinyan was stunned. One meal down. Meng Xinyan thought a lot. It's true that she has power now, but strength cannot guarantee her safety. After meal, she cleared the dishes. Shun Liang was looking at his phone. I was really shocked to see her suddenly appear with a kitchen knife. Brother Liang, I won't hold you back. I feel like I'm so powerful now. Let's go kill zombies. She was full of hope, but the trembling hands were very real. He held his forehead and took the kitchen knife. Shun Liang felt that he needed to talk to this girl properly. There are plenty of opportunities to kill zombies. But not now. When was that? Maybe in 2 days, maybe in 3 days, maybe in a week. The disaster has just begun. These days will be very turbulent and full of danger. We are not going anywhere these days. We will just stay at home and watch the situation develop. Stand in front of the window. There are 2 plants by the window that I bought for observation. At this moment, it also began to grow wildly. It's just that there are no signs of growing energy fruits, let alone growing into magic plants. According to Shun Liang's judgment, these 2 forms should be similar to humans evolving into superpowers, and there is great uncertainty. It is estimated that only one similar mutation may appear among thousands of plants. A newly acquired ability, zombies wandering outside, golden scales that grew overnight. Everything is still unknown. After breakfast, Shun Liang specially had a brief battle with Meng Xinyan. The venue is too small to perform. But in terms of strength, fighting, speed, etc., simple gestures can still be achieved. The final result was not unexpected. Shun Liang crushed Meng Xinyan casually. There are also warriors with superpowers. Brother Liang, why are you so strong? When I was a human, my strength was not much worse than yours. You must be cheating, right? It feels like you can defeat me with every hand and kick. He made a fist. Shun Liang smiled. Suppressing Meng Xinyan with both hands and feet is really not a problem. Host, Shun Liang. Superpower form, power fighter. Combat strength assessment. 87. 87 combat power points, calculated according to 1 combat strength equals 10 kilograms arm strength. Now his 1 arm strength is almost 870 kilograms. If you hit it with 1 punch, it will be doubled. That's 1,740 kilograms punching power. Nearly 2 tons of punching power. This punch goes down. The security door must be drilled into a deep hole. Testing. He made a fist and punched the wall from the living room to the bedroom, followed by a loud noise and the sound of the wall breaking. When he looked again, there was a hole in the wall that was several times larger than his fist. Oh my God! Awesome! Brother Liang, are your fists made of iron? Meng Xinyan instantly became a fangirl. Shun Liang is more concerned about the destructive power. The walls are hollow bricks. The hardness is not as good as red bricks, let alone reinforced cement. But even so, want to dig a big hole? At least give it a good pounding with a sledgehammer. Punch yourself down. That is to say, is it more than the damage caused by an ordinary person swinging a sledgehammer? Strong fighter. It should be more than just strength. Shun Liang had an idea. Looked at the desktop. On top is a plate of apples. Throw it over. Be quick. In doubt, Meng Xinyan didn't ask any further questions. She is no longer what she used to be. The speed is so high that afterimages almost appear in both hands. A normal person wouldn't say he picked it up. Don't even think about hiding. It's this dizzying speed, but it's in Shun Liang's hands. It was completely taken over easily. This made his eyes light up. Make it more difficult. Take the 2 fruit knives on the table and attack me with all your strength. This time, Meng Xinyan was anxious. That will hurt your good brother. You can come as long as I want. It's still a request. Use your best ability and speed to attack me. Don't hold back. See this. Meng Xinyan had to do it. This time she was a little stressed. A nervous reminder to hold 2 swords in hand. Brother Liang, be careful. Finished. She clenched her swords tightly. Press your legs down slightly. It's like he suddenly changed into a different person. The momentum suddenly changed. The whole person rushed towards Shun Liang like a cannonball. This made him stand out. Welcome! Meng Xinyan's 2 knives stabbed at each other at extremely tricky and vicious angles. At this moment, she no longer seemed like the weak girl, but more like a killer who had been trained since childhood, hitting the vital points with every move. Just as the sharp knife stabbed Shun Liang's heart and eyebrows respectively. He seems to predict it. The body makes weird postures. While dodging accurately, she held Meng Xinyan's hands accurately with both hands and used one move to control the enemy's rear. Then she deliberately let go, and she changed her move again from stabbing to chopping. Yet the result remains the same, no matter how tricky the attack is. Shun Liang can predict and avoid using the same tricky posture, then counterattack accurately, over and over again. Meng Xinyan stopped panting. No more fun. Brother Liang, you are so awesome. Everyone has the same ability. You are much better than me, right? I'm exhausted. I feel like you haven't put in much effort. Shun Liang laughed. A few words of comfort, but he secretly curled his lips in his heart. If I have a system, I will definitely be better than you. Otherwise, it would not be an embarrassment to the system. But after some testing, he became a little more convinced. Strong fighter is not just about strength. He has super talents in combat, super strength plus sensitive reactions plus monster speed plus flexible body, which together form a powerful existence called Strong Fighter. Number of people contracted for? Contract list. Tong Medeo, Zhang Yaji, Wen Aiqing, Meng Xinyan. Loyalty, 25.8%, 27.5%, 30.5%, 33.7%. Energy fruit output, 10 pieces, refreshed daily. This girl Wen Aiqing has exceeded 30% loyalty? Turn on your phone. Only then did I realize that all 3 of them had sent a lot of unread messages. Tong Mitao expressed some fear and asked Shun Liang what to do. Shun Liang's reply was also very simple and rude, and she could come to his house to take refuge if she was afraid. Tong Mitao expressed that she wanted to wait and see again. It's not serious yet. Shun Liang was not in a hurry. What's more, with Meng Xinyan here, it should be very simple to get her best friend Tong Medeo over. Zhang Yaji is a bit miserable, although not invaded by zombies, but because I live in a villa, too close to the ground. As a result, even if she closed the curtains, she could still hear the clear screams of zombies outside. After asking some questions, she felt at ease, but she still did not take the initiative to ask Shun Liang for rescue. I really need to save him. Zhang Yaji is the farthest. It's really hard to go for a while. Ms. Zhang, if there are any abnormal changes in your body recently, don't be nervous and don't tell anyone, but you must tell me as soon as possible. Of course, the premise is that you trust me. I trust you, Mr. Shen. I absolutely trust you. Several predictions before the end of the world. Zhang Yaji has already trusted him unconditionally. This made Shen Liang very satisfied. Finally, there's Wen Aiqing. The reason why her loyalty grows so quickly. Simply because she was really scared. Both Wang Shuang and Li Nan think you are unreliable. I know they are too much, but they're all my friends. What should I do, Brother Shen? To this, Shen Liang treats everyone equally. It's going to be quite turbulent out there in the last few days. There are zombies outside, downstairs, in the basement, and even in the corridors. You are at home with your friends for the time being. Don't open the door, let alone the window. In a few days, I will find a way to pick you up. Comfort well. He glanced at little golden scale again. The energy fruit in the little guy's belly is much smaller. It seems that a lot has been digested. I can't see much change in my body. The scales seem to be more shiny. Come on, little guy. Caressed Jean Lin's little head. The little guy raised his head slightly, enjoying the touch. Time flies tonight. After 24 hours of fermentation, many people have accepted the reality of the end times. More people began to post various news online. Meng Xinyan exclaimed while holding her cell phone. Brother Shin, come and see. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Chapter 16, Who Determines Good and Evil at the End of the World. Crazy golden scales. 3 days passed. On the forum, a very bloody post. It should have been banned long time ago. Not only is it not blocked at this moment, but it is being watched instead. Just a few hours. The number of readers has exceeded 1 million. In the post, at first it was a few photos. In one photo, a thin man was standing there in clothes. In the next photo, he turned into a werewolf over 2 meters tall, with a pair of claws as sharp as Wolverine. Only on the face covered with wolf hair, you could vaguely see that it was the man's face. Last photo. It was a picture of a man scratching the security door with his claws. The anti-theft steel plate was scratched with several marks. The steel plate was torn apart just like that. If that's the case, then forget it. It's not bloody after all. What's really bloody is the 30-second video added later. In the video, the werewolf spoke in a man's voice. Brothers, you don't believe me when I tell you that I have gained the superpower of transforming into a werewolf, right? In that case, I'll show you. Speaking of, man with werewolf claws. He opened the door with great effort, scanned the corridor to confirm there are no zombies. Then he poked the door opposite with his claws. Bang! Bang, bang. After the door opens, a shivering family appeared next door. One of the men looked very strong, holding a kitchen knife ready to fight back, but the moment he saw the werewolf, his scalp went numb. The phone is still in the house opposite. The position was just right to record this scene. This bastard has been bullying me before. He even beat me at my doorstep many times. Now it's the end of the world, order has collapsed, and I have obtained powerful werewolf power. Uncle Hat won't care about this person's life or death. In the video, the man's werewolf voice sounded harsh and sinister. The child was so scared that he burst into tears. The woman screamed for mercy. The man kowtowed in despair. But the werewolf suddenly raised his claws. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Why didn't you act like such a coward when you beat me and spit at me in front of your wife and children? Go to hell. Whoosh! Claws as sharp as knives slashed the man's neck violently. Next moment, as blood spurted out, the man's head flew into the sky. Then it fell to the ground and rolled. The woman and the child were completely paralyzed with fear. But the werewolf did not stop there. While venting anger by cursing, while waving its sharp claws wildly at the mother and child. 10 seconds later, the werewolf returns to the camera again, covered in blood, with blood dripping from its claws and a faint trace of scarlet flesh. With a strange laugh, the video ends. Before the video, everyone was joking. After the video, the comments exploded. Are you kidding me? In just 38 seconds, you wiped out a family of 3. Even though evil will be punished, the child is innocent. Are you a devil? Is this a special effect? Please tell me it is a special effect. Even if the adults do something wrong and deserve to die, the children should not die. Oh my God, this is so scary. People's heads are rolling on the ground. If this is true, what does it mean? A supernatural power? A weirdo has appeared in our community group. He has also gained special abilities. Just now I saw a biology expert say that there have indeed been many cases of human mutations from last night to today. He calls these people superpowers. Damn it, the superpowers have such powerful strength. They should go kill zombies to help the country overcome difficulties. Why do you kill innocent people? You are beasts. There's no need to use moral blackmail. It's the end of the world. Not to mention the country, the whole world is going to be destroyed. Everyone should be in danger at this time. This post, it's like a new world has opened up. Soon, because of the loss of personnel maintenance audit, more and more similar posts appear, even short video sites. There are also many videos of people with special abilities emerging. Oh my god, are you kidding me? He can make his fist as big as a basin. Holy shit, this guy is awesome. He can actually turn his arms into vines. I'm so envious. He can actually conjure wings and fly into the sky. Look through these posts. Shen Liang felt like he had seen her before, but it was Meng Xinyan who came into contact with her for the first time. I was so shocked at this moment, especially the werewolf killing video. It made her feel deeply uncomfortable and afraid. How? Do you think that werewolf is evil? I still feel that that family is very pitiful. Meng Xinyan was about to nod. Shen Liang continued calmly. You remember, in the last days, the least valuable thing is human life. It doesn't matter if you're pitiful or you deserve to die. It has nothing to do with you or me. If you want to live well in this apocalypse, put away your ridiculous compassion. You are now also a member of the people with superpowers. You may not choose to kill actively, but if one day I find you exuding that stinky kindness, believe me, no one else needs to do it. I will kill you with my own hands. The last word. Meng Xinyan felt the indifference in Shen Liang's eyes. She couldn't help but shudder. It's hard to imagine. The man who enjoyed the ups and downs last night. How could you say such cold-blooded and terrible words? But she felt it subconsciously. If you do this yourself, he really dared to kill her. Then we don't help anyone and only care about ourselves? She didn't dare to refute. But the question was a bit stubborn. Shen Liang curled his lips and smiled. Help? Of course I have to help. As long as the reward is enough, I can do whatever I want. But your last sentence is right. You only care about yourself. Meng Xinyan was speechless for a moment. One word comes to mind. Selfish. But she is a smart girl. If you think about it for a moment, you can understand this truth. Yes, this is not a time of peace. Where is there any humanity in the apocalypse? What is human nature? What is good and evil? In the last days, living is selfish. Selfish people live the longest, right? In comparison, those so-called benevolence and kindness indeed seem ridiculous. Meng Xinyan never expected that she made a sudden decision yesterday and came to this strange man's house. Because of this decision, she was trapped with him. It's the end of the world, and I'm on the bed again. Everything seems destined. Simple communication. Meng Xinyan felt more and more that she had made the most correct decision in her life. Brother Liang, you are right. I will listen to you in everything from now on. Shen Liang smiled and said nothing. I feel that loyalty is starting to increase. He believed that Meng Xinyan was sincere. Wait until loyalty increases. She thought it was impossible to have second thoughts. It's getting late. It's time to go to bed. Said. Shen Liang held her slender waist. Walked towards the bathroom. Meng Xinyan looked confused. Huh? Why do you want to go to the bathroom? The words have not yet fallen. Got a hard slap on the butt. Meng Xinyan's pretty face turned red. The touch of this flick made Shen Liang love it. How can you sleep if you don't wash yourself up? I hate it. In the restroom. Soon there was the sound of water flowing. There was a faint sound of snapping. The girl's cry is gentle and harmonious, and it is sweet to the ear. The next day, the day after the end of the world, the red cloud completely dissipated. The blood rain no longer falls. The pungent smell in the air is still there. Thick fog is rising outside, and zombie figures are looming in the fog accompanied by roars, making this apocalyptic world a bit more strange and terrifying. More than 30 hours. A hopeful survivor. Still no rescue came. On the TV, there was still the cold warning message. The group was still noisy. Wang Wan, the aunt of the neighborhood committee, was urged to contact the rescue immediately. Wang Wan couldn't be contacted at all, but her sense of responsibility was so deep in her bones that she had to continue to lie to appease the crowd, saying that rescue would arrive soon. If she endured it any longer, she would wait. It's not just Shun Liang who is watching and waiting. Xiao Tianyu, who has acquired superhuman abilities. He and Zhao Mingming were quietly waiting for the opportunity at home. News about some supernatural beings appeared on the internet again. I learned that there were other people with special abilities in the community. Xiao Tianyu thought about it, planned to take him under his command, officially start building your own apocalyptic force. Shun Liang is here. Because the number of fruits increases to 10 per day. Shun Liang ate 8 pills by himself. Divide out 2 pieces and give them to Meng Xinyan and Jin Lin respectively. Without fruit, Meng Xinyan can only increase her combat power by about 0.2 points. And a fruit, increase combat power by at least 5 points. It's equivalent to a month of naked growth. No wonder every energy fruit in the previous life can attract superpowers to flock to it, and even fight for it. Shun Liang needs to become stronger. Meng Xinyan can't stay weak all the time. The changes in Jin Lin are more obvious. After 1 fruit and 1 night, the size grew again to almost the thickness of a baby's arm, and the length directly exceeded the length of an adult's arm. This made him determined to give Jin Lin at least 1 fruit every day. One day, it just passed by quietly. The 3rd day of the apocalypse. Zhang Yaji's awake ability has awakened, but apart from her vision increasing several times, no other advantages seem to have been discovered for the time being. One Aiqing's invisibility was also awakened. At Shun Liang's reminder, she was asked to conceal the news, including her assistant Wang Shuang and her agent Li Nan, who all had to keep it secret for the time being. Only Tong Medeo haven't gained the ability yet. Shun Liang once felt that he had remembered it wrong. But there is a sequence for the awakening of abilities. This is normal. Another good news is, the loyalty of the 4 contractors finally exceeded 30%. To be precise, 3 of them exceeded 30%. Meng Xinyan directly exceeded 40%. The number of fruits that can be extracted per day has also increased to 13. Today's fruits are 2 for you and 2 for the golden scales. Shun Liang has completed the distribution. 1 woman and 1 snake began to enjoy. He returned to the room alone. After eating the remaining 9 fruits, the body is strengthened again. Host, Shun Liang. Superpower form, Power Fighter. Combat Strength Assessment, 172. Simple test. Shun Liang felt stronger than ever before. 172 combat power. The strength of 1 arm is about 1,700 kilograms, coupled with the strong overall physical fitness of the warriors. Shun Liang at this time. It even feels like I can challenge an adult elephant. Feeling powerful. It's so cool. Meng Xinyan also came to announce the good news. It means that he is much stronger. After some inspection, I found out her combat power has also exceeded 50 points. Look at the golden scales again. There is still some little snake at this moment. The thickness is not comparable to Shun Liang's arm, but it's definitely as thick as Meng Xinyan's forearm. The length is also comparable to Meng Xinyan's long legs. Look, it won't be long. The golden scales will evolve to a very terrifying point. Mighty Queen Medusa. You'll see it soon. Noon. Meng Xinyan wondered where so many fresh ingredients came from. While showing off her skills, she directly made 8 dishes and 1 soup. The table was filled with food, which looked extremely luxurious and corrupt. This girl's craftsmanship was so good that even the little snake's golden scales couldn't help but look at it. When I was about to eat, Shun Liang's cell phone started to prompt for continuity. He thought something had happened to the other 3 women. When available for viewing, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It's only the 3rd day, and you can't help but start making trouble? Chapter 17, Zhao Daifin's Dirty Trick. Conspiracy. There is definitely a conspiracy in the owners group. Today seems particularly lively. At Neighborhood Committee Wang Wan, Director Wang, please come out. Where is the rescue you promised? Give me a definite answer on when you will come. At Neighborhood Committee Wang Wan, Director Wang, this is all the food we have at home. We've been trying for 3 days, and there's really nothing left. Can you think of a solution? At Neighborhood Committee Wang Wan, even if Director Wang doesn't come to rescue, can you please give me some supplies first? My grandson hasn't eaten meat for a day. He's still growing and can't live without meat. At Neighborhood Committee Wang Wan, Director Wang, please help me contact the big supermarket and send some vegetables, fruits, meat, etc. I can buy them at a high price. 3 days. It's not long, but the vast majority of families. I don't usually have the habit of stocking up on large quantities of goods. especially vegetables, fruits, and meat. They all like to eat fresh. Eat, and by now, every day. Plus, before the bloody rain. An announcement has just been made that the disaster is over. Everyone is frustrated. I can't wait to go for a walk every day. It is even less possible to stockpile supplies in large quantities. This has led to the current situation. Early in the morning, the spearhead was not pointed at Shen Liang, but straight at Wang Wan, the aunt of the neighborhood committee. This gave Wang Wan a headache, and she couldn't even pretend to dive. Everyone listened to me. I contacted the rescue team. I have also tried to contact the military police, but have not received a response so far. But everyone must firmly believe that the higher-ups will not abandon us. This is official language. I was instantly drowned out by the counterattack. Annie Wang, who are you fooling? Yeah, everyone is starving to death. Just tell me what to do. We still have some food in our house. The three of us can only hold out for one more day at most. My family of 5 will go hungry tomorrow. Wang Wan was completely numb. She looked at her empty refrigerator. Then he looked at his son and daughter-in-law who were crying for food. I even wanted to take a video for everyone to see. By the way, I told everyone while crying, there's nothing to eat at Wang Wan's house. But she didn't dare to take a picture. Because her family did have some rice left, and there were 2 pieces of zombie meat that had been frozen for a year in the refrigerator, but they were about to run out of food. But what can she do? No help is available at this time. Where to get supplies? He even asked me to call the supermarket. Where's my brain? Don't panic, everyone. In the face of a major disaster, the most important thing is to unite as one. We have been taught by our superiors to unite and win the battle. Have you forgotten that panic will only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage? Our biggest enemy now is not just hunger, but the terrifying zombies roaming outside. Just saying polite words. Wang Wan is absolutely professional, just as she was thinking hard when thinking of countermeasures. His son Zhao Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, look, Aunt Zhao came out to speak for us." Aunt Zhao? Who? Zhao Dafin? Wang Wan hurriedly looked at the group chat. As expected, it was Zhao Dafin who took action. I'm Zhao Dafin from 1 to 1202, Building 3. Everyone listen to me. Director Wang has been working hard. She has devoted her heart and soul to us. We should give her some time. Even if we cannot help her at all, we should at least show support instead of blaming her all the time, right? This will make Director Wang feel disappointed. Secondly, food problem. This is of utmost importance. But the solution is not just to wait for external material rescue. Everyone is aware of the current situation. Supplies from the outside world won't be able to come in for a while. So everyone must understand that there is only one way at the moment. Save yourself. Strictly speaking, Zhao Dafin is not a member of the neighborhood committee. But she has always been very close to Wang Wan and has been trying to get close to her. She dreams of joining the neighborhood committee and getting an official position. Even if there is no official position, the title of the neighborhood committee will make it convenient for her to abuse her power in the community. Usually, Wang Wan also disliked Zhao Dafin. But at this moment, she wished she could give Zhao Dafin a certificate of honor. That's all. Enough of that impassioned talk. It's enough even for speaking at a meeting. She couldn't miss the opportunity. I hurriedly followed Zhao Dafin and asked, Sister Zhao is right. The current situation is very complicated. We may not be able to count on external rescue in the short term. We must find a way to save ourselves. Zhao Dafin is at home now. Seeing Wang Wan's approval, he burst out laughing. Next to her is her husband Zheng Xiong, the eldest son Zheng Qian, and the eldest daughter-in-law Xiao Meijiao, the second son Zheng Gong, and the second daughter-in-law Meng Nuanyuan. The old couple has been living with the second son's family. The eldest son and daughter-in-law live across the street. In the face of disaster at this moment, they also all live together. Take care of each other. See, no, old man. The boss is home. The second boss is home. I, your mother, have been recognized by Director Wang. She has finally seen my ability. As long as the disaster is over, I will definitely be brought in by Director Wang to work in the neighborhood committee. As long as I help her solve this problem, that's definitely a great achievement. Could Director Wang arrange a position for me? As soon as these words came out, both daughters-in-law were a little confused. It's the end of the world. Are you still considering becoming an official in the neighborhood committee? Why are you so careless? It was Zheng Xiong and his 2 sons. They all showed an expression of surprise. Really? You are so clever, old lady. If we can join the neighborhood committee, our family will be more powerful in the future. So, what can you do, Mom? Mom, we are running out of food and ammunition. We might go hungry tomorrow. Please tell me something. Listening to my son's husband's flattery, Zhao Dafin is so proud. His tail almost flew up to the sky. Not directly. I saw many people in the group asking questions. Wang Wan also asked several times in a row. She was absolutely delighted. It's been a long time since I've received so much attention. It feels so comfortable. I see more and more people asking questions. She then began to reply slowly. That's what I think. Now that we have determined that we must save ourselves, we must understand one thing. The core element of self-help is unity. So, Director Wang's core principle of unity and overcoming difficulties has always been the most correct one. Silently, just flattering someone, Wang Wang was indeed comfortable. Zhao Dafin hurried to continue. Everyone has seen these zombies. It looks fierce, but it seems to be similar to the zombies in the movies. The walking speed is not too fast. If we run at full speed, we can beat them. Assuming that the zombies' heads are their fatal weakness, can we form a community self-defense team and make some simple sharp weapons to get rid of the zombies that are in the way? As long as the self-defense forces are formed, we can achieve personnel circulation through the underground garage. Then seal the entrance to the underground garage. The safety within the community is guaranteed. People without the ability to defend themselves can also move around. Speaking of this, many people's eyes have brightened up. Wang Wan felt the same. This is a good decision, although it is a bit dangerous. But there is strength in numbers. What's more, most of the zombies are on the ground. There may not be many in the basement. Here comes the point. After cleaning up those scattered zombies, I suggest that we go under the leadership of Director Wang. Everyone in the community signed up enthusiastically. Integrate all the reserve materials. After counting, those who have more supplies can contribute some to help those who are in urgent need of supplies. Everyone, please don't rush to refute. We will keep a record of those who contributed materials. After the disaster, everyone will repay them double. The neighborhood committee will also issue certificates of commendation to publicly praise them and even report to higher authorities to seek credit, etc. As soon as these words came out, as a leader, Wang Wan's eyes lit up again, the first one to stand up and say yes. This method works. Sister Zhao, you really came up with a good idea for everyone. It is true that many people in the community have run out of food, but not every family is like this. If anyone has more supplies, everyone should actively sign up to count them and carry forward the style to share some with neighbors who have less supplies. Sister Zhao is right. Those who bring out the supplies will not treat you unfairly. After the disaster is over, I will reward those who deserve it and take credit for those who deserve it. I know the leaders of the Education Bureau. If any child has problems with school, they can come to me. As soon as these words came out, the one who just couldn't help himself, it just broke out. Of course, the outbreak mainly occurred among people who had supplies at home. Someone responded by saying that there wasn't enough food at home, so why should they share it? But more people choose to keep silent. Smart people understand. At this time, who speaks? Whoever is the target of public criticism. It's okay if you don't say anything. Once you say something, everyone will know that you have supplies at home. Just give it to me when the time comes. If you don't give it, it might be robbed. After discovering this problem, the person who spoke also regretted it. Just hit the dive directly. The vast majority of people have run out of ammunition and food. 100 thumbs up. Okay. This is a good idea. I support it. Support and support. I suggest those who have the materials to carry forward their style. If it doesn't work, I will buy it at double the market price. I'm also willing to give you money. It won't be free of charge. Whoever has more supplies, please give me a shout. No one spoke. I can't stand the thorns. Just go straight to the intensity. We are all neighbors, and the disaster will eventually pass. Don't get upset over a little food and drink. What's more, the neighborhood committee is taking the lead on this matter, and the neighborhood committee represents the country. Don't be ignorant of good and evil. Go here. Shun Liang's matter hasn't been involved yet. But then, Aunt Zhao thought of Shun Liang first, without even thinking about it. Take the lead. Activate. At the Gong Shenqiao. Xiao Shun. I'm your Aunt Zhao. Yesterday, you bought 5 cartloads of food and drink at Sam's supermarket. There were 10 boxes of instant noodles alone, and at least 40 or 50 roast chickens. There are at least dozens of boxes of braised pig trotters and several hundred kilograms of raw pork, right? Xiao Shun, Aunt Zhao had a little conflict with you yesterday. Aunt Zhao apologizes to you. There's so much food you can't eat by yourself. You are a good and conscientious neighbor. Today, it's your turn to show off your style. That's right. Moral kidnapping. Zhao Deifin's unique skill. Immediately afterwards, no surprise, Shun Liang became the target of public criticism. What Zhao Deifin thought of was the slap he received from Shun Liang in the supermarket that day. Little brat, I said I will make you pay the price. Didn't expect it. Retribution comes so quickly. She didn't think Shun Liang would agree. To be precise, no one was willing to contribute their own things now. It was just that no one else was named, so there was no need to jump out. But Shun Liang was different. He was already being burned on the stove. Baked. More than 1,000 owners are watching. If he dares to say no, next he will definitely be made a public enemy. Just when Zhao Deifin was waiting ferociously to see how Shun Liang would end up, Shun Liang responded, "Okay, whoever wants supplies can come to my house and get them." Zhao Deifin was shocked, full of disbelief. How is that possible? This is impossible. How could he be so generous? There is definitely a conspiracy. Chapter 18, we sincerely invite beauties to exchange for roast chicken 1-to-1. If you are the one, this Shun Liang may be a little clever. I actually anticipated the danger and stocked up a lot of food in advance. But this Aunt Zhao can actually see it. Now I have really become a thorn in everyone's side. In a large one-story mansion. The mansion has been managed by Agent Li Nan. She also joined the owner group. She has been diving with the owners group in recent days. At first, I just wanted to find a way to survive. By the way, save information. The results disappointed her. Not only was there no rescue, even every household began to fall into a desperate situation of shortage of supplies. Zhao Deifin showed up to help Wang Wan, the director of the neighborhood committee, solve a problem and sold Shun Liang. She saw this scene and couldn't help but show a bit of indifference, and her words were all sarcastic. Sister Nan, you can't say that to Brother Shun. Why can't you say that? After all, you and he have only known each other for a few days. We have known each other for 3 years, but you are challenging me because of him? Me? I didn't challenge. But Sister Nan, if it weren't for Brother Shun's warning, we might have died at the party. It's not like you didn't see that the party venue has been invaded by zombies. I saw it. I don't deny that it was thanks to his help. Think of live broadcast of the party. A riot broke out during the process. Before the live broadcast was cut off, the video of the zombies biting people spread all over the country. When Li Nan called someone he knew, no one answered the call. The only one who answered the phone. Tell her before you die. No one at the party could escape. They were all infected and turned into zombies. That person was still hiding and surviving, but when I called her again today, the call went through, but no one answered. As a result, there was only one thing. She was dead. Think back on this. See those scary zombies downstairs. Li Nan couldn't help but feel scared. But so what? I thank him for the information, but he didn't bring us his food. Hearing this, when Aiching was stunned, a friend I have known for 3 years. How can you say such cold-blooded words? It seems as if he knows that the end of the world is inevitable. Young assistant Wang Shuang has not been humble these days. He also spoke in a much more assertive manner. Sister Nan is right. He helped us. It was what he should do. He clearly knew the end of the world was coming. Wasn't it what he should do to tell us? But he hid it from so many people and only told a few of us. If other people knew about this, they would even convict him. He also stockpiled so much food, but I ate it alone at home. He is a heinous criminal. Having said that, if he is willing to share the food with everyone, I would be willing to give him a thumbs up. It depends on what he decides. Compared to Li Nan's indifference, Assistant Wang Shuang is a bit worse. Such an ugly face. When Aiching felt strange for a moment, she suddenly remembered that Shun Liang had repeatedly warned her to hide her superpower abilities. At first, she thought that Shun Liang was overly worried. Both Li Nan and Wang Shuang were colleagues and good friends, so there was no need to hide it, but she still did it. But she has always trusted them in her heart. Now it seems that she is too naive. Shun Liang seemed to be right. I can tell Qingqing that the end of the world may be coming. I'm afraid it's because I'm a fan of Qingqing. I'm too obsessed with her, and I don't want anything to happen to my idol. This kind of selfishness is not worthy of appreciation. He's a selfish person. I will definitely not contribute what I eat, otherwise he would be too stupid. But if he doesn't contribute, he will be targeted by the owners of the entire community. Today may be fine, but in the next 2 days, everyone's food reserves will be gone. We have really bottomed out, and when we get hungry, what will happen? When Aiching asked hurriedly, Li Nan said coldly, There's going to be a lot of people going to his house. Kill him and take his food. That's how it's written in zombie novels. And this is precisely the most truly terrifying human nature in the last days. Wen Aiqing was panicked. She wanted to remind Shen Liang. But then, I saw Li Nan's expression change. Wang Shuang also murmured that he must be sick. Okay, whoever wants something can come to my house and get it. This sentence, it was Shen Liang who said it. Li Nan and Wen Aiqing had the same ideas at the moment. Shen Liang did this. Isn't this a self-destruction? The two looked at each other when Aiqing's eyes were anxious. Li Nan's expression became serious. As an agent, she has a slightly better mind. At this moment, she doesn't think Shen Liang is really that stupid. Does he have any other ideas? Only the assistant. Wang Shuang's expression suddenly changed. Inexplicably angry. He didn't give the food to us first, but he wanted to share it with these people? He's too humble. Looking at each other, Wen Aiqing and Li Nan were silent. Just realized, this Wang Shuang seems different from the obedient little assistant I usually know, or has she shown her true colors? Wen Aiqing was nervous. Sent a message to Shen Liang quickly. Brother Shen, why are you so impulsive? You don't think that if they really go there, they will leave you with nothing, do you? You give them all your food, and you'll starve to death. Shen Liang smiled. Sure enough, I saw the right person. Silly girl, don't worry. I have my own sense of proportion. These people are vampires, I know better than you. It's not that easy to suck my blood. If you want to fuck me, be prepared to be fucked. What does it mean? Brother Shen really has other plans? After a simple inquiry, Shen Liang didn't say much. This sentence, it has already made the group excited. Great. Mr. Shen, you are such a good person. 5 carts of supplies. I know that the shopping cart at Sam's supermarket is twice as big as other supermarkets. This is equivalent to 10 carts of supplies in other supermarkets, right? There are so many things. Mr. Shen, I will order 5 Sam's roast chicken first. Give me 3 boxes of pig's trotters. Shit, I want 3 roasted chickens too. Give me 2 boxes of pig trotters. 2 boxes of instant noodles. Shen Liang, I am your Aunt Sunday. My 2 little grandsons have not eaten meat for a long time. You can leave some for Annie. Do you have any fresh fruit ingredients? The children are growing and need a variety of vitamins. See these. Shen Liang laughed angrily. Okay. You guys are still trying to get it, right? Immediately afterwards, Zhao Daifan and Wang Wan, director of the neighborhood committee, rushed to come forward. Zhao Daifan almost said it through gritted teeth. If we say that electrician Shen Liang is sensible, everyone must give him a round of applause. But I suggest it. There must be a plan for these supplies. Let's do this. Shen Liang, give Director Wang a form with statistics on supplies at home. It's not that I don't believe you, but it would be better if you record a video of all your supplies and submit the form. Hear the words. Wang Wan took action immediately. Aunt Zhao's words make sense. Shen Liang, please count the supplies. But don't think too much about it. This is to facilitate one-to-one compensation for you after the disaster. Of course, I promise. After we distribute your materials, the compensation will be at least double the compensation. I will try my best to apply for triple the price to you. Shen Liang didn't speak either, just watching these people perform. Wait until almost the same time. Wang Wan saw Shen Liang and remained silent. I can only take the initiative to Ait. Of course. He seems much more polite than before. At Diangong Shenqiao? Well, Shen Liang, let's see if there are any other demands you can express. If not, can we all talk about the distribution of supplies? See this. Shen Liang grinned. Can all demands be resolved? Okay. Think about it. He replied directly. Oh, I don't have anything to ask for. Only a few nannies are missing here. Nanny? Hear this. Zhao Daifan's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. I think the 2 daughters-in-law in Zhao Daifan's family are quite good. I'm willing to give them 2 roast chickens in exchange for 2 from her family. The 2 daughters-in-law come to my house as nannies. It's a good deal. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Daifan was furious. Shen Liang, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Liang, you are looking for death. You are deliberately teasing the organization. You are deliberately teasing the neighborhood committee. Director Wang, he had no intention of giving it to us from the beginning. You are just teasing the big guy. I suggest, go directly to his door and share his supplies with everyone. As soon as these words came out, Wang Wan also looked ugly. She didn't want to fall out yet. So I wanted to patiently ask Shen Liang if there was any conflict with Zhao Daifan. Immediately afterwards, Shun Liang added. I sincerely invite all beauties to come to me in exchange for roast chicken. If there is a beautiful girl who cannot eat and wants to exchange for food, she can come to my house as a nanny. My house is not big, but the beautiful nanny can still accommodate many people. A beautiful woman in exchange for a roast chicken. Chat me privately to take photos for inspection. Please don't bother me if you are a pretty girl or if you are sincere. After sending, not surprisingly, there will definitely be many people breaking through the defense. But so what? Shun Liang immediately closed the group. All right, almost forgot. Before closing the group, Shun Liang directly posted a photo of the 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Accompanying text. A simple lunch, 8 dishes and 1 soup. If you can't finish it, you can only throw it into the trash can. It's a pity. End of hatred. Close group. Start enjoying your lunch happily. Meng Xinyan on the side was not idle either. When Shun Liang was teasing the people in the group, he kept laughing. After reading it, he had to give his thumbs up. Brother Liang, you are so awesome. But what if they are really willing to send their beautiful women over to be your nanny? What should I do? Just accept it. Our house is a bit small, not to mention. Can you do it? Feel Meng Xinyan's eyes. Start moving down slowly. Shun Liang's eyes were threatening. Fiao and Easy, I think your skin is itchy. After dinner, I'll give you 3 rounds of lessons first. I was wrong. A delicious meal. There are so many dishes that I can't finish. It won't be wasted. Put it in the refrigerator and continue eating it for dinner. Only after meals. Shun Liang felt something was wrong. Strangeness. Where did the golden scale go? Meng Xinyan is washing dishes in the kitchen. He responded with a I don't know response. But then, just a scream, help, help. Chapter 19, the golden scales undergo huge changes. Strong tail. Zhao Dafin wants to mess with Shun Liang. But in the end, he was entertained by Shun Liang. This made her so angry that she exploded. Damn you bastard. Shun Liang, this damn countryman. I have always felt that he is not a good person. What did I say? It should be exposed. Pacing back and forth in the living room, Zhao Dafin's face turned red with anger. Zheng Xiong hurriedly pulled her. Old lady, stop wandering around. There is no food at home. Aren't you wasting your energy? He glanced at his 2 daughters-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law, Xia Meijiao, was filing her fingernails with a small file. The second daughter-in-law, Meng Nuanyuan, was playing on the computer. It seems that he is writing some manuscript. Because it rained all day. The temperature is a bit low today. Wearing autumn clothes, the good figures of the 2 daughters-in-law could not be concealed, especially Xia Meijiao, who always loved beauty. With just a face and an outrageously thin waist, even a man would gasp when he saw her. Zheng Xiong knew that his daughter-in-law could not look at each other. If found out, he will be treated as a bad father-in-law. But he wanted to say, this bitch Shun Liang is really discerning. What a bastard. Shun Liang is looking for death. If you dare, let him come to me. If you dare to attack my wife Zheng Qian, see if I don't break his 3 legs. The eldest son Zheng Qian has some abilities. Being a soldier is very good. But he was also recorded a major demerit for bullying his comrades and fighting maliciously, which led to a stain on his life. After being forced to quit, he worked as a security captain in a company. The salary was not bad, mainly because he could fight, and occasionally he could earn extra money by working as a personal bodyguard for the boss. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. The muscles on the arms are exposed. Xia Meijiao on the side glanced. It seemed very disdainful. I thought to myself, why didn't I know that you were so powerful? Aren't you the one Zheng Qian who keeps shouting that he can't do it every day? You have a silver pewter gun head, a soft-legged shrimp who only knows how to talk. Brother, let's just go out and kill him. Damn it. It's the same as the apocalypse in the movie now. In the apocalypse, all order collapses. It's impossible for anyone to take care of you even if you kill someone, said. Zheng Gong also stood up. The 2 sons of the Zheng family have pretty good genes. Zheng Gong is also close to 1.8 meters tall. Only some young people lose their hair. The 2 brothers stood together. This big guy was really intimidating. Wan, please say something. Shun Liang humiliated you and your sister-in-law so much. I want to vent your anger on you. This evil person must be severely punished. Wherever you say you want to interrupt him, I will interrupt him. Zheng Gong looked at Meng Nuanyuan. Look strong. In fact, he is also a soft-footed shrimp. Meng Nuanyuan said one thing, but he didn't dare to say two things. Don't make any noise. I'm writing a manuscript. After writing this manuscript, send it to Shen Liang first. If he dares to cause trouble again, I will post it directly online. Let him become the target of public criticism. Moral kidnapping. Weapon of public opinion. This is Meng Nuanyuan's professional skill. Zhao Daifin's moral kidnapping. I learned a lot from this second daughter-in-law. She learned a lot, but she seems to be far behind Meng Nuanyuan. She has too many weapons of moral kidnapping in her hands, and public opinion is a big deal in her hands. A very sharp sword. It's a pity that she seems to have forgotten that it is the end of the world. Or, she was naive enough to think that the end of the world would be over soon. See this. No one else is bothering either. The manuscript was soon finished. Meng Nuanyuan sent it directly to her mother-in-law, Zhao Daifin. She doesn't have Shen Liang's WeChat account. As a customer, Zhao Daifin has it. Have you made a document yet? Wan, you are still the best, huh? See this. Zhao Daifin was very happy. Send directly to Shen Liang. Then the fox pretended to be the tiger and became powerful. Shen Liang, do you really think you've got me? First of all, you have become a public enemy by doing this in the group. This is the most stupid thing about you. Next, you will face the revenge of the entire community, including Director Wang. Then you humiliate me. Hurt my two daughters-in-law. As repay, my second daughter-in-law wrote a manuscript for you. This thing may help you restrain yourself. Of course, if you want to kneel down and apologize to me after watching this, I won't accept it. I'll wait for you to record a video of you kneeling down and apologizing. Ha! This wave. Zhao Daifin pretended to feel comfortable all over. After she finished pretending, she looked at her family. Think about it. When Shen Liang gives in, what supplies should we ask him for? If you ask me, just ask him to give us at least half. It's too dangerous with zombies outside. Let him deliver it in person. Shen Liang's family. In the kitchen, Shen Liang stood there in a daze. Meng Xinyan was trembling behind her. From time to time, he peeked nervously. In the gap between the kitchen wall cabinet and the ceiling, a golden giant python, which was as thick as Meng Xinyan's thigh, was twisted and twisted. Its scales shone coldly under the light. The giant python's head was as big as the mouth of a bowl, and its sharp teeth looked extremely penetrating when it spat out the message slightly. The most conspicuous thing is the extension of the snake's tail, which is like a soldering iron. The snake's tail is as thick as a baby's arm and drags a triangular-shaped object that is at least the size of a human head. It is thick in the middle and has thin edges, making it look particularly strange and terrifying. Good. Brother Liang. Isn't it really a monster? Is it really golden scales? Can't you? Why do I remember that Jean Lin was only as thick as an arm in the morning? This big monster, Big Brother, looks like he's at least twice as heavy as Jean Lin in the morning. He muttered cowardly. Meng Xinyan tightened her hands. Ignoring Shen Liang, he was almost suffocated. He continued nervously. The key is the tail. That tail looks like a monster tail. It feels heavy and sharp. Do you feel like you can chop off people's heads with just one swing? Said. Meng Xinyan shuddered. He tightened his hands nervously again. Shen Liang suppressed it until his face turned red. Stop, cough. Stop. Are you trying to assassinate me? In desperation, Shen Liang tried to grab Meng Xinyan's arm with both hands. But the hand was stretched a little too long. Caught two amazing things. I pinched it and it felt familiar. It's a level that can't be grasped with one hand. Ying! Meng Xinyan blushed on the spot. This sudden scream, it made Shen Liang shiver. Disgusting. There is no air conditioning at the moment. Shen Liang reluctantly let go of his hand. Look at the golden python above. Nothing to doubt. The windows of this house have been closed all the time, and the golden scales are missing. There are no other snakes except the golden scales, not to mention the golden scales, and the affinity for Shen Liang can be vaguely felt in the pupils. Come down quickly, Jean Lin. You suddenly became so big and climbed so high. I almost scared your sister Xinyan. Said. Shen Liang walked directly below. Meng Xinyan was scared and curious. He hid in the door frame and looked at it. Shen Liang was also a little nervous, but not much. After all, there is a contingency for everything. What if this was really an invading basilisk that swallowed the golden scales? If the big tail swung over, I might not be able to eat it and carry it around. Good thing. This is indeed a golden scale. Shen Liang stretched out his hand, directly with a bit of laziness, slowly crawling to his arm. When it really comes down, Only then did the two of them realize how much Jean Lin had changed. It's almost 4 meters long. It definitely counts as a giant python, hanging on Shun Liang's neck. It was wrapped around twice. Finally, the bowl-sized head came to Shun Liang together with the weird, triangular iron tail. Because he was very familiar with it, Shun Liang didn't feel much strange, except that he felt that this little guy— no, this guys, they do grow up fast. Feed chemical fertilizers in the greenhouse. Plus a booster. It's probably not that outrageous. This is the scary thing about mutation. In the last days of the past life, after the end of the world, too many things have mutated. Even the evolution of Medusa, the Snake King. It must be much more than that. Golden scales should be quite powerful now. Would you like to show your tail? It feels awesome, said. Shun Liang held the golden-scaled python body with both hands. Place it slowly on the ground. The weight of this huge snake god. At least 200 pounds, right? If he hadn't become a warrior with superpowers. I'm afraid I really can't play with this huge little snake anymore. Immediately afterwards, Meng Xinyan handed Shun Liang a chair. The chair is made of wood and is fairly sturdy. But want to destroy. It also requires a lot of strength. Be careful, Brother Liang. Jean Lin, be careful. Don't hurt Brother Liang. The golden scales are also a bit more spiritual. He seems to be able to understand some people's words. Shun Liang gestured to it with a chair. Jean Lin slowly raised his head. But the tail rose higher than the height of the head, reaching a height of almost 1.5 meters in the air. The huge iron tail waved randomly, and a strong wind blew by. Golden scales! Come on! The words fell. The snake letter in Jean Lin's mouth is like a signal. The moment that highlights the snake letter, the soldering iron tail has already turned its angle. Like a cutting machine, swing violently horizontally. So fast, Shun Liang couldn't help but be shocked. There was no time to even react. The next second, bang! The entire wooden panel of the wooden chair instantly shattered in midair. Look carefully. The broken parts look messy, but some smooth cuts are vaguely visible. Okay, so strong. Meng Xinyan swallowed. Shun Liang couldn't help but be shocked. So strong. Really strong. According to his judgment. The current golden scale is still in the growth stage. Even in the early stages of growth. Even if this is due to the golden scale energy fruit fed to him in the past 2 days, it won't be an earth-shattering improvement. The energy fruit gave some bonuses, but that's all. But even now, such fighting power. At critical moments, it seems to be able to play a big role. Silk. Cece. Jean Lin crawled over, spitting out letters. He rubbed his head against Shun Liang's palm affectionately, like a good baby who wants a reward. Seeing this, Shun Liang chuckled. Little guy. After all, he's still a baby. He has grown up in stature, but his mind is still the same as that of a child. But this is better. Pets in the growing stage can be closest to their owners without worrying about betrayal. Only those small fish and shrimps I bought for little Jean Lin. Like too small. Well, I didn't expect you little guy to grow up so fast. You can eat these first. I'll help you search in the community to see whose fish tank you have a big fish in. Have supplies in hand. It's easy to trade in a few big fish. Although fish can be stewed and eaten. But in the last days, it would be better to give some instant noodles or even bread to be more practical and less hungry. Although Shun Liang's supplies are not outrageously large, he doesn't mind exchanging some for the golden scales. After all, it is Medusa, the Snake King. Just do it. He directly opened several groups in Jiangpan community. Post information directly. Whoever has a big fish in the fish tank must be alive. If it weighs more than a pound, 1 pound will be exchanged for 2 packs of instant noodles. There is an exchange relationship. The quantity is not large. If you want to buy it, hurry up. Look at Jean Lin. Shun Liang suddenly had an idea. He looked out the window and raised his eyebrows slightly. With a bold plan. Little golden scales. Do you want to try it? The feeling of blowing a zombie's head off with your tail. Meng Xinyan was shocked. Chapter 20. I'm so used to it that I don't want to change it. Go out and find zombies to practice your skills on. Among the owners, many people are scolding Shun Liang, but he was confused by his sudden news. What? Want a live fish? You only get 2 packs of instant noodles for 1 pound of fish. Are you okay? This is a silver dragon in my house. It's worth several thousand yuan. You can buy thousands of packs of instant noodles. There are koi carp in my fish tank that are in excellent condition. I spent at least 1,000 yuan to buy one. Shun Liang, don't go too far. Do you want turtles? I I have 2 snapping turtles at home. Give me 5 packs of instant noodles per pound, and I'll trade them with you. This kid Shun Liang. It's obvious that he just wants to raise the price. Director Wang, come and seek justice. Shun Liang, you really want to offend all the neighbors, right? This kid is trying to make a fortune for the country. He is committing a heinous crime. Director Wang, come out quickly. Wang was named again. She actually kept diving. I also saw the news about Shun Liang. The first reaction is that Shun Liang is really a bastard. But then I thought of it. If you eat these fish yourself, if you remove the water and bones from a pound of fish, there may not even be 3 ounces of meat in your mouth. This amount of meat is not even enough for one person. 2 packs of instant noodles, but enough to feed 2 people. Just look at it when you're full. It doesn't seem to be a scam, but the excitement is also very reasonable. How much are instant noodles worth? Most of the big fish that can be kept in the bathtub weighing more than 1 kilogram are very valuable and rare species. Shun Liang exchanged a few packs of instant noodles for the fish, and the value was hundreds of times lower. Isn't this a high price? At Diangong Shenqiao, Shun Liang, I shouldn't say anything about the price of your things, but now is a critical moment after all. You can't just look after your own interests. What do you think? Well, let me tell you the number. For 1 pound of fish, how about 10 packs of instant noodles for everyone? If it's roast chicken, you can exchange it for a pound. If you think it's appropriate, Wang is really hungry for roast chicken. If possible, there are 2 koi carp that are dying in the fish tank at home. She even wanted to get another one. As for how to change it, are there any zombies? She didn't even bother to think about it. Hunger and greed made her miss the point. Shun Liang is also very direct. Wang, you are so shameless. Can you explain this kind of price? If you want to change, then change. If you don't want to, get away. Wang was dumbfounded. Scold me? Damn, I'm spoiling you for your bad habits. I'm very busy and don't have time to chat with you in the group. If you want to change, just message me privately and send me the video of the fish alive. If you don't want to change, just go away. It's hard to make money for the country. You can go to the mud horse. Friendly reminder to all you idiots. I don't need too many live fish. Once I have collected enough, it will be too late to exchange them. At that time, you will have to continue to use the beauties at home to exchange for supplies with me. After sending the message, it will definitely be besieged. Shun Liang didn't care. Just close the group. What I don't want to change is that I'm really not hungry. Who is hungry? Just came to chat privately. Come on, Jean Lin, let's go for a walk. Shun Liang was not reckless, although he has the fighting power of a warrior. At the same time, I have the experience of killing zombies in my previous life. Still cautiously defensive, he found the book and wrapped his arms with tape, so that even if the zombies bite him, they won't hurt his flesh. It is expected that his current strength will not give the zombies a chance, so he just takes precautions in the bud. What are you still doing? Come here and wrap your arms around me. I won't go. Come here, don't make me curse. Meng Xinyan felt aggrieved. After being subjected to the same entanglement defense, Shun Liang gave her a long knife. The knife is very domineering. The total length is about 1 meter and 3 meters, and the blade length is about 1 meter. This is a sharp Tang Hung knife. Shun Liang took the time to buy it for several thousand yuan. It has been sharpened by someone. The sharpness is not necessary. Say more. And himself. It is relatively simple and crude. It is a double-edged chopping axe about 80 centimeters in length. The axe head is huge and sharp. The axe handle is a thick steel pipe. The axe is even more made of materials. Portion is heavy enough. This makes it easier to chop. As for the golden scales, no need to prepare anything. In addition to testing the destructive power, Shun Liang also asked Jean Lin to demonstrate his speed and reaction power. The speed in the ultimate state was simply not something that those stupid zombies could capture. Golden scales, that's something you'll have to pay attention to later. We must not be besieged. Do you understand what I mean? Jean Lin held his head high. Hearing this, he nodded in a very humane manner, with a little tsundere look. It seems to be saying, such a simple truth, it's just a trivial matter, of course I understand. Shun Liang was amused by its small appearance, but still kept a straight face, pretending to be serious. You are very powerful, but it will be very troublesome if you are surrounded. Oh, by the way, don't bite the zombies with your teeth. It's not yet sure whether the animals will be infected, but it's probably very dangerous, so you can only use your tail to attack the zombies' heads. Do you understand? This time, it's just a trial. No need to go on a killing spree. Safety must come first. At last, Shen Liang touched Jean Lin's iron tail. The scales and other parts are already quite hard. Ha! But the big soldering iron at the end is extra hard. It seems to be at least a few levels harder than other parts. This way he can feel more at ease. No need to worry about skin being scratched and infected during attack. Get ready, I'll open the door. Meng Xinyan wanted to say she was not ready. But obviously, Shen Liang is informed. It's not a consultation, just a glance through the door mirror. He opened the security door directly. This building has 2 floors and 6 units. The door mirror can only ensure that there is no problem with the opposite door. The other households are also at risk. She walked slowly to the corridor. Meng Xinyan was about to speak when Shen Liang stared at the blood-red palm print on the wall and signaled to be silent with his eyes slightly condensed. Meng Xinyan's face turned pale. That night, I heard screams coming from next door. Could it be? The zombies have escaped? Without waiting for her to think too much, the low growl coming from the corner confirmed this terrifying idea. Roar! Hoo-ho-ho-ho dash! The zombies walked aimlessly, before smelling blood or seeing a living thing. Zombies are in an unconscious state. Quick, let's go. Let's go home quickly. Meng Xinyan pulled Shen Liang. The hushed voice was filled with fear. It was impossible to go home. Shen Liang swung the axe and strode forward. Before he had taken 2 steps, a zombie wandered around the corner. This person looked familiar to Shen Liang. He was the son of a high school student who lived in the elder sister's house next door. He was still wearing a school uniform, with protruding blood vessels on his fat face, and his eyes were glowing red. The nails on his hands have become sharp and sharp. The corners of his mouth are full of blood, and bits of meat can still be seen vaguely between the teeth in his mouth. The first time I saw Shen Liang, the zombies become energetic for a second, pounced forward suddenly. Roar! Meng Xinyan was so scared that she almost closed her eyes. Shen Liang never hides or avoids. Pick up the axe. Went right up to him. The eyes flashed fiercely. Eyes locked on the zombie's head. Don't close your eyes. Keep an eye on me. Jiang Kaiwa and Shen Liang live on the same floor. She also lives with her best friend, in temporary visits. But my best friend's boyfriend is trapped here. There are 6 households in the entire corridor. The 2 houses in the middle face each other. The 2 households face each other. There are 2 more houses on the corners at both ends. The layout is not complicated. The zombies come from the house at one corner. Jiang Kaiwa and her best friend rent the house at the other end. The entire corridor can be seen from the door mirror. At first, I didn't know what was happening. Shen Liang's speech in the group caused public outrage. Best friend Wang Nana was scolding. This Shen Liang is simply crazy. He is definitely making money from the country's misfortune. How shameless. This idiot Gua Nan is really a disgrace to the dragon people. In my opinion, we should unite and break into his house directly, snatch all his supplies, and make him shameless. Jiang Kaiwa smiled awkwardly when she heard that, but I sighed inexplicably in my heart. It's almost the 4th day. The zombies are still roaming around. Many people are about to starve. Will the disaster really pass? She is not a negative person, but her reason tells her that this crisis is not as simple as she imagined. Otherwise, the authorities would have released a video to reassure people. Now the only thing left is the scarlet warning on the TV, which has not changed until now. Truly the end of the world. Food will be the hope of survival. Food is life. Who is willing to give his life to others? Who cares about living too long? Price starts from the ground up. Very reasonable. Only Shen Liang said to exchange beautiful women for supplies. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. Why don't you speak, Kaiwa? Do you also think Shen Liang is disgusting? A man with a low head. Huh. Jiang Kaiwa echoed, acting absent-minded. Wang Nana was a little dissatisfied. He quickly looked at his boyfriend and asked, Brother Su, Brother Su, Brother Su, don't you think Shen Liang is disgusting? Isn't he very arrogant? Brother Su, Zhang Su, what are you doing? Zhang Su was at the security door, photographed with mobile phone in hand, listening to my girlfriend shouting. Couldn't help but reply, Don't make any noise. Wang Nana is anxious. Are your wings stiff? Dare you yell at me? She took the pillow and was about to get up to find fault. Can be followed immediately. Zhang Su smiled sinisterly. He's dead. Shen Liang is dead. Chapter 21, The Ugliness and Greed of Human Nature. Zhang Su's death. Shen Liang is dying? Zhang Su has been here several times. Wang Nana lived on this floor, so it was inevitable that she would meet Shen Liang in the elevator. After meeting him a few times, Zhang Su came to know Shen Liang. Although he was not familiar with him, he knew that he was an electrician. Plus these 2 days, the group was in an uproar. Shen Liang's family has a lot of supplies. Even if others want it, everyone has to weigh whether they can get it. There are zombies everywhere outside. Who dares to come? But he is different. They're on the same floor. Be real neighbors. Therefore, after learning that Shen Liang's family had endless food, Zhang Su began to be particularly interested in Shen Liang. I've been planning for a long time how to get closer to the water and the tower first. Unexpectedly, when I wanted to just observe the outside, he really saw the opportunity. Of course, this was just what he thought was an opportunity. This time, Jiang Kaiwa and Wang Nana heard the sound and came. The scene outside the door mirror. At this moment, Zhang Su used the phone camera to zoom in on the phone, and both women could see it. After getting closer, they found that Shen Liang was with a beautiful girl and a scary golden python. The two of them were holding long knives in their hands. Looks like he's about to go out on an adventure. Oh my god! Shen Liang. Is he planning to go out? The mother and son of Sister Zhang's family next door have turned into zombies. They have been wandering in the corridor for the past 2 days. Doesn't he know? At this time, the zombies haven't appeared yet. Shen Liang and Meng Xinyan were still whispering something. Jiang Kaiwa was a little nervous. He had to remind Shen Liang when he picked up the phone. Wang Nana saw through it and grabbed the phone directly. He said with a look of disgust, "Kaiwa, what are you doing? Of course I have to remind Shen Liang. Otherwise, he will be bitten to death by zombies. We are all neighbors. No matter what, we can't just ignore him, right?" Wang Nana's face turned dark. If it weren't for besties, she even wanted to curse. Zhang Su had been staring at Meng Xinyan outside and drooling. He was very angry that a useless electrician like Shen Liang could live with such a beautiful and high-quality beauty. If Shen Liang hadn't been outside, he really wanted to be a hero to save the beauty. After saving Meng Xinyan, he might have a chance to kiss her. Fangza. But he looked at Jiang Kaiwa in front of him. It seems that she is not much worse than Meng Xinyan, especially Jiang Saihua's breasts. It can be said that he is young and promising. From the first time he saw Jiang Kaiwa, he felt astonished. Unfortunately, he was already in love with Wang Nana at that time and could not openly be a scumbag. It is different now. The world is ending. If he is sure when order collapsed, he couldn't force Jiang Kaiwa to be with him. Think of this. He did not show off his face with Wang Nana. Instead, he pretended to be gentle persuasion. "Kaiwa, you can't be impulsive, you know. This Shen Liang is not a good person. You have seen what he did in the group. Everyone wanted to exchange things with him reasonably, but in the end he insisted on raising prices to make the country suffer. This kind of person deserves to die." Wang Nana glanced at it, expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Su for not joining her in blackface. But he didn't interrupt either. "We only have this much food, not to mention tomorrow. There will be nothing left after we eat tonight. Do you want everyone to starve to death here?" Jiang Kaiwa looked indignant. "But we can't. Why not? Just think about it when he dies. We can pry open his door and steal his things. Not only will we have enough to eat every day, but we can even use these supplies to negotiate with others, such as finding a few strong people to protect us. In the end times, gold is not as valuable as food." Finally, there was more greed in Zhang Su's eyes. Then Wang Nana wanted to speak. Stopped by Zhang Su. "Don't interrupt me." Then he looked at Jiang Kaiwa. He chuckled. "Kaiwa, I'm here. No one will bully you and Nana in the end times. Be good and listen to me." Immediately following, Wang Nana has a big pussy. It hit Zhang Su on the head. "Zhang Su, what are you talking about? What do you mean when you tell Jiang Kaiwa to be good? You wouldn't be greedy for her." Wang Nana is used to being arrogant. Little did they know, the end of the world gave Zhang Su confidence. He slapped her in the face with his backhand. Wang Nana was hit so hard that she turned around in a circle. "Wang Nana, what a draft. It's fine if I let you bully me normally, but do you really think that I, Zhang Su, am someone who can be bullied by anyone? Try touching me. I'm warning you, this is the end of the world. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. If you touch me again, believe it or not, I will kill you." Zhang Su took out a fruit knife from his waist. This moment, Wang Nana was completely frightened. Jiang Kaiwa was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. "Jiang Kaiwa, be good. You and Wang Nana are just 2 women in my Zhang Su's last days. If you obey me, I will keep you by my side. If you don't obey me, 1 or 2 of you will die." As long as I, Zhang Su, have control over the supplies, I am the king of the end times. As many women as you want. Do you know? Jiang Caihua's face was pale. She nodded repeatedly, had to pretend to compromise. On the other hand, Wang Nana, after being frightened, put on a dog-licking face, came to Zhang Su and begged with a smile. Zhang Su, I was wrong about Zhang Su. You hit me too. How about I take good care of you from now on? From now on, you are the boss, and I will listen to you. Good boy. Couldn't you have done this earlier? Then if you steal Xinliang's supplies, don't dump me, okay? Wang Nana's changes before and after. Jiang Kaiwa was shocked. Let's see how you behave. Don't know. I thought Zhang Su had already taken Xinliang's supplies. Zhang Su was indeed a little obsessed at the moment, but he still retained his sense. His idea was that after Xinliang and Meng Xinyan died, it would be better if the zombies were dead. If the zombies were not dead, they would definitely need someone to act as bait, and then Wang Nana would be pushed away. In the past, as a bait, he could rush into Xinliang's house with the beautiful Jiang Kaiwa. Wait and come back. I saw Jiang Kaiwa pressing her phone in a panic. Zhang Su scolded with a cold face. Jiang Kaiwa, are you tired of living? Jiang Kaiwa sent an urgent message to Xinliang. Notified Xinliang. Wang Nana rushed over. Instead of Zhang Su, he slapped Jiang Kaiwa. Jiang Kaiwa, don't seek death. You have been defending Xinliang from the very beginning. Do you have anything to do with this guy? Zhang Su, the message has been sent, and Xinliang probably received it. Zhang Su suddenly laughed. The smile was very ferocious. Never mind. So, what if he receives it? He doesn't have time to look at it now, because the zombies have already come out. He's dead, ha ha ha. Jiang Kaiwa pushed Wang Nana away. Run over quickly. See in the video. Xinliang held a big axe and walked up to the zombies instead of running away, his whole body numb on the spot. Does he want to die? However, are you really looking for death? Jiang Kaiwa was so scared that she closed her eyes and did not dare to look. But the next second, Zhang Su's surprised voice came. How is it possible? Zombies just die like that? Jiang Kaiwa suddenly opened her eyes. Wang Nana also rushed over. I happened to see Xinliang swinging a giant axe in style. The axe was swung into the air and spurted blood. The zombie's head was like a rotten watermelon, cut in two from the middle, and then fell to the ground with a bang. 3 people. Exactly the same shock. Incredible. Impossible. This is impossible. Zombies are so scary. How can this kid be so powerful? Are zombies not as scary as imagined? Looking at the dagger in his hand, he thought about a large, bulky watermelon knife in the kitchen. Quickly go get the watermelon machete. Zhang Su's eyes were filled with madness. If he can kill, does that mean we can too? I'm Zhang Su, and I'm about the same height as him. I'm not worse than him, am I? Speak. Zhang Su glared at the 2 women. Wang Nana was so scared that she quickly put on a smile, but when she saw Jiang Kaiwa in a daze, she slapped her hard again, making Jiang Caihua's face burn. Jiang Kaiwa, you bitch. My brother Su is asking you a question. Brother Su is the best, right? Jiang Kaiwa looked humiliated. He suppressed his anger and nodded. Her anger towards Wang Nana at this moment was even greater than that toward Zhang Su. I never realized before that my best friend Wang Nana is actually this kind of person, sarcastic, vicious, and cold, etc. What is Zhang Su going to do? The 2 women reacted. Zhang Su actually opened the door, just like that. Holding a watermelon machete in his hand, he met Xinliang's eyes and then saw the long knife in Meng Xinyan's hand. Finally, the golden-scaled python's body stood upright, and the snake's letter revealed a threat. He almost fainted, but he still had the courage to shout. Xinliang, the women in that family also turned into zombies. I kindly remind you, shouldn't you give me some food? I can even help you kill that zombie. In return, it's not excessive if you give us some food, right? Zhang Su looked arrogant, cold sweat on face, exposed his nervousness and fear. Meng Xinyan frowned and sneered. Have you been peeking for a long time? You knew there were zombies, but you didn't come out to warn him at first. Now that Brother Liang is capable of killing zombies, are you planning to come out and take the credit? If you don't want to die, get out of here. It was the first time that Meng Xinyan was so domineering. She learned from Xinliang. Learning well. After saying it, I felt very happy. Who admits it? Xinliang looked strange. He raised his fingers at Zhang Su. Okay, that's quite reasonable. Come on, Help me kill the female zombie neighbor here, and I'll give you something to eat. Zhang Su was stunned. This is unreasonable. Logically speaking, he shouldn't agree. Damn it, he smiled awkwardly. I'm not afraid of mere zombies, but if you can kill them yourself, don't let me waste my efforts, right? Haha, I won't let you waste your efforts. You kill her for me, and I'll give you an extra roasted chicken. Shun Liang's eyes were cold. Don't wait for Zhang Su to refuse. Signaling Jin Lin to go over. The giant python slowly crawled to Zhang Su. He was so frightened that his legs trembled. Don't even dare to move. Behind her, Wang Nana was so frightened that she wanted to close the door, but was stopped by Jiang Kaiwa. Closing the door now would anger Shun Liang, and leaving the door open might not cause any trouble. Shun Liang smiled. My golden scales are not very affectionate. I'm counting to 3. If you still don't come over and help me kill the zombies, you can go and stay in Jin Lin's belly for a while. Your weight should be enough for Jin Lin to digest it for a few days. I'm starting to count. Shun Liang has been a man of 2 generations. He could see through Zhang Su's tricks at a glance. Even all the greed in his heart. They can all be seen clearly. Thinking about my supplies. Want to have sex for nothing? Okay. Since you were looking for death, then give your brother a chance. 1, 2. Zhang Su was dumbfounded. It's completely impossible to get off the tiger. Don't wait until 3 appears. Seeing the golden-scaled python's bloody mouth slowly opening, it had already reached his head and looked down, as if it could swallow him in the next second. It was so terrifying. He raised his hand bravely. Go. I'll go. After a while, Zhang Su came to Shun Liang. The female zombie was already slowly walking out. He was walking in a hurry, but one of his Achilles tendons was bitten off, so he wasn't moving too fast. You can kill, so can I? Zhang Su, you can do it. You are no worse than him. Zhang Su comforted himself. My body was shaking with fear. Cold sweat covered his face. Jiang Kaiwa was shocked by Shun Liang's actions, but surprisingly did not stop him. Wang Nana kept begging Jiang Kaiwa in a low voice to save Zhang Su, but it obviously had no effect. Jiang Kaiwa, you are so heartless. Shun Liang, please, let him go. Zhang Su is obsessed with things. We don't want the supplies anymore. We don't want them anymore. Let him go, okay? You are a devil. You can't do this. Noisy. Shun Liang gave a look. The golden scale tail swung directly over. Not try my best. It was slapped with the side of an old iron. Bang! Wang Nana's body was still thrown 2 meters away like a broken sack. She fell to the ground in pain and was speechless. Jiang Kaiwa on the side was also frightened and closed her mouth in silence. Shun Liang glanced at the messages on his phone. He nodded slightly to Jiang Kaiwa. The next second, I'll kill you! Zhang Su roared and rushed forward. The results were no surprise. It would be okay if Zhang Su was calm enough. But he had long been frightened. When he rushed forward, he chopped randomly. Before he could hit the zombie's head, he was thrown to the ground by the zombie. He shouted for help while slashing crazily. 1 minute later, the zombies are dead. Zhang Su was dying. Save me, save me. Meng Xinyan was forced to come closer. Shun Liang looked indifferent. Kill him. Kill. The words have not yet fallen. Zhang Su's face began to be filled with blood vessels abnormally. His pupils were gradually filled with blood red, and his aura began to become weaker and weaker. He'll be dead in a minute. In 3 minutes at most, he will turn into a zombie. Shun Liang said. Suddenly his face turned cold. Even if I ask you to kill someone, so what? In the end of the world, if you don't kill the person who threatens you, you will die. I don't want to give Meng Xinyan too much time to think. Shun Liang said in a cold voice. Kill him, or get out of my house. The next second, Meng Xinyan almost gritted her teeth, almost exhausted all my strength and courage. Screaming and stabbed Tang Hengdao. She is a warrior with superpowers. His strength has long crushed the weightlifting champion. The knife penetrated directly. Zhang Su died on the spot. Good. Shake off the blood on the knife and follow me downstairs. I really killed someone. Meng Xinyan couldn't calm down for a long time. But I know it in my heart. Shun Liang. That's right. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. He wasn't going to take the elevator. She took the stairs just so that Meng Xinyan could practice killing zombies with Jin Lin. After all, most of the zombies in the corridor are alone, and the difficulty is relatively low. If you can't handle this, and you really have to go out for action in the future, those zombies in groups will be the biggest threat. Zhang Su, he died like this. Close the door. Jiang Kaiwa collapsed on the ground. It is difficult to recover for a long time. Other side. It has been 2 days since Xiao Tianyu gained his abilities. But he was not in a hurry to implement his plan, but was planning something. Watching Shun Liang continue to make people angry in the group. He seemed to have an idea. Chapter 22, Xiao Tianyu's Strength. Crazy Wang Nana. Ha 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 ha. Is this the ability of a superhuman? Great. It's really great. If I didn't know the situation outside, I would really like to go out and kill some zombies for fun. Xiao Tianyu now shows the form of a superpower. The whole person turned into a huge monster 2.5 meters tall again. It turned out to be a huge, human-shaped brown bear. The whole body is covered with thick brown hair. The limbs are extremely strong. The sharp claws extending from the huge palms and saws were at least 20 centimeters long. When swung, they were like several sharp sickles. The load-bearing wall in front was now covered with claw marks. The high-grade cement was deeply scratched. The finger-thick steel bar inside was broken into several sections. Look from afar. This huge figure weighs nearly 1,000 pounds. Absolutely horrifying. Every step you take, the floor slabs would shake dully. In addition to Zhao Mengmeng, who was looking at him with admiration, there were 2 strong men who were extremely well-behaved at the moment and kept complimenting Xiao Tianyu. Brother Yu is so fierce. As expected of Mr. Xiao, there are very few people on the internet who can become superpowers. I'm afraid they are 1 in 10,000. I have long said that young Master Xiao is a rare talent. Sure enough, in this apocalypse, young Master Zhao's true dragon self has appeared. Ha ha ha. One is called Go-san. One is called Jiarani. The 2 have always been Xiao Tianyu's lackeys. Xiao Tianyu bought a house here. This is also part of the reason. It's okay to just play with women normally. There's no need for these 2 to get involved. It's the end of the world now, and gained unimaginable powerful strength. Xiao Tianyu began to prepare. He started his own plan to dominate the world. My current strength may seem like that of a brown bear, but my actual combat power is far beyond that of a normal brown bear. Because I have a smart human brain, possessing mutant claws that are as sharp as blades. Wave his claws. Gently scratch the wall. The solid cement was once again scratched with deep marks. This made Xiao Tianyu unable to help but grin with pride. As long as I want, be it the security door or this cement wall. It's just a slap in the face. If one slap doesn't open it, then slap it again until it opens. Ha! With such a powerful force, why worry about not becoming the king in this apocalypse? Speaking of, he looked at Go-san and Jiarani. In this end times, people without power will only die. In the end, you will just be a piece of fish that can be slaughtered at will. Follow me, Xiao Tianyu. I'll make sure you guys have delicious food and drinks. Food, women, everything you want. As soon as these words came out, Go-san gave a sinister smile. Jiarani has begun to fantasize. But Xiao Tianyu added, but remember this. Xiao Tianyu, want to do big things, so I can't arouse public anger so easily. If I want to hold these people in the community in the palm of my hand, it may be fun to blindly commit violence, but it is not the wisest, like Xin Liang. It's just a matter of death. But he gave me a heads up. Said. Xiao Tianyu chuckled. Restored human form. Sitting on the sofa. Zhao Mengmeng quickly handed over an apple. It looks a little wrinkled, but this is the last fruit at home. Xin Liang's family has so many supplies, and I, Xiao Tianyu, have reserved them. But we don't have to do it ourselves. As soon as these words came out, several people were in high spirits. Brother Yu, say something. We will do whatever you ask us to do. Xiao Tianyu was eating a wrinkled apple. Start perfecting your ideas in your mind. The younger brothers are not in a hurry. Not long. He looked at the wall again. The traces left by my own attack. Early tomorrow morning, send the photos here to the owner group. Coupled with my amazing acting skills, it shouldn't be difficult to initially win the support of these owners, right? Xiao Tianyu smiled. Go-san hurriedly rubbed his back. It's not difficult. It's so easy. By then, those women will probably beg to come to your house and serve you. Ha ha ha. Jiarani also hurriedly massaged his legs. Not wanting to be outdone, he continued. If you ask me, just post your complete form in the group. As soon as that photo goes up, those werewolves on the internet, they should all stay the fuck away. I've long been fed up with those pretentious people on the internet. Zhao Mingming rolled her eyes, pushed Zhao Rini away directly, sat on Xiao Tianyu's lap. Are you stupid? If Brother Yu wanted to show off, he would have posted the photos long ago. Why wait until now? Brother Yu's idea is to keep a low profile for a while. Perhaps Brother Yu's ability will continue to grow stronger. Keeping a low profile can help his strength grow stronger. According to the situation outside, there are probably people with special abilities appearing in many communities. But no one can tell. One or many? Is that right, Brother Yu? Xiao Tianyu nodded, pinched Zhao Mingming's butt. She moaned, and her face turned red. Go-san and Zhao Rini were so envious of what they saw. I want to watch it, but I don't dare to watch it directly. Zhao Mingming pretended to remain calm. Brother Yu also wants to let the bullet fly for a while. What if other superpowers can't help but show up first and suddenly want to bully the community if they can obey Brother Yu? It's fine, and they can be directly recruited under his command. If they don't obey and have evil intentions, wouldn't it be more convenient for Brother Yu to deal with them in the dark? It has to be my Ming Ming. Clever. Really clever. If anyone says that my Ming Ming is just a vase in the future, I will be the first to say no. Zhao Mingming smiled broadly. But I felt relieved. One's own position in the end times. At least I found it for now. As for that Xin Liang, why are you fighting with Brother Yu? Get your electrician's bag. Get your screwdriver? Whoosh. The double-edged giant axe was brandished in Shun Liang's hand, terrifying zombies. At this moment, he has become a living target. No zombie can escape his giant axe. Of course, he was just practicing. After all, I lived once in the last life in my previous life. I have some experience in killing zombies. It's easy to get used to it. No need to put in extra effort. Mainly Meng Xinyan and Jin Lin, a woman and a snake, under the guidance of Shun Liang, killed several zombies during several hours of hunting. Especially the golden scales. That's too fierce. Shun Liang was worried at first. Will Jin Lin not understand? The main concern is that it will bite. It's okay not to get infected. But once infected, wouldn't Medusa's Snake King transform into a zombie Snake King on the spot? In addition to being terrifying, that would be a huge loss. But it turns out, worry is unnecessary. The golden scale's tail is like a heavy hammer. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Give it a tap. Zombies can fly several meters away. Horizontal punch. The soldering iron tail immediately transforms into a cutting machine. The zombie's head was cut and exploded on the spot. It doesn't matter if it's sharp or not. The important thing is that it is strong enough. It's unbelievably strong. As for Meng Xinyan, that's why progress is becoming more and more obvious. At first, Xin Liang asked her to kill the dying Zhang Su. Meng Xinyan showed extreme fear and even turned pale. However, Xin Liang forced Meng Xinyan to take the initiative to kill several zombies. Meng Xinyan's mentality. Great changes have already taken place. From horror to seriousness. And now I'm eager to try. Shuh. Jinlin, keep your voice down and don't move. Don't scare that zombie. Brother Liang, please stand back. Be careful not to get splashed with blood. The words haven't finished yet. Meng Xinyan stepped forward, following the zombie's growls. No sign of him yet. Then he raised his Tang sword. Next second, almost at the first moment when the zombie appeared, the Tang sword was swung out accurately, drawing an arc of light and shadow, following the light coming in from the window, and accurately swept across the zombie's head without any hindrance. The zombie stood still for 2 seconds. Plop! Fell to the ground and died. Huh. Oh yeah. Meng Xinyan turned around, facing Shun Liang and Jin Lin. He made a playful gesture of yeah. Shun Liang's smile suddenly froze on his face. But then a sudden reminder. Watch your back. Golden scales are also very spiritual. Almost without even thinking about it. Rushed over violently. Just when the huge tail is about to swing up, Meng Xinyan was the first to react. Almost without even thinking about it. While retreating suddenly, turn around suddenly, and swing the knife back. Just when the zombies were about to grab Meng Xinyan's clothes. Puff! Tang Hengdao hit the target without any danger. A zombie head with 10 stretched out hands. He was chopped to the ground in an instant. The golden scales arrived just in front of him. He stood up and sniffed at Meng Xinyan, then looked at each other, silently seeming to be scolding Meng Xinyan for being so careless. Shun Liang also hurried over, without even thinking about it. His head just collapsed. Tired of living? How many times have I told you? Killing zombies is not a game. Your life is always in your own hands. Don't slack off at all. Otherwise, if you really get bitten by a zombie, even the gods won't be able to save you. Do you know? Shun Liang pretended to be harsh. I couldn't help but add another headache. She was also a little scared. He covered his head and felt a little embarrassed. I know. I know I was wrong. Mistakes. I promise. I won't be shy next time. Shun Liang nodded. She stuck out her tongue at the golden scales. Jean Lin also spit out the letter in cooperation. Shun Liang caught a glimpse of this scene. Some dumbfounded. The girl and the snake have become good sisters, right? Brother Liang, do we want to go see Taozi? Tommy Tao? Talk about it. It's too easy to find Tong Medeo. After all, they're all in the same building. Shun Liang shook his head. No rush. She also knows you're with me. I've already said hello to her. She can come to me anytime she wants. These days we are still in the early stages of the end of the world. The situation is not that bad yet. Be it Tong Mi Tao or Wen Aiqing. It's not a bad thing to let them adapt to the cruelty and terror of the apocalypse alone in advance, but it won't be too long. It is estimated that these two girls will lose their temper in the next few days and actively beg to come here. Tong Medeo is easy to talk about. Wen Aiqing's side, an agent, an assistant. They're all oil bottles. Shun Liang is not a good person. It is impossible to take in just anyone. If they were all peerless beauties, it would not be bad to stay as a beautiful nanny. But beauties are not a cabbage, and Shun Liang is not so picky about food. That's when Aiqing is destined to be an unfeeling person. It's getting late. Today's trial ends here. Go home. Huh? Are you going home now? Then don't you give me a score? See. Jean Lin said it also needs to be scored. Brother Liang, score quickly. Am I super good? Sai. 8 p.m. Meng Xinyan heated up the lunch meal a little. When he was about to make 2 new dishes, Shun Liang worked like magic and took out a large plate of roasted fish. It was clearly the work of Mr. Xing from the game restaurant. Sure enough, it was still hot when it was taken out. The fresh golden scales couldn't help but look over. Meng Xinyan was stunned for a while. Then he looked solemn. Brother Liang, you can definitely do magic. Eat quickly. Tell me, where did you hide the magic wand? Take it out for me, miss. After dinner, I'll show you the magic wand. I'll not only show it to you, but also play with it. How about, forget it, I'll just show it to you now. Don't run away. Come here. Open your mouth. Be good. Question mark. No, I don't watch anymore. You can watch it if you want to, but you can't watch it if you don't want to. No, how about my magic wand? Jinlin, why did the master only show it to her? Shun Liang's food here is delicious. Many people are beginning to suffer from hunger. Jiang Kaiwa and Wang Nana are on the same floor. There are different moods at the moment. Zhang Su's death. It caused a great psychological impact on the two of them, especially Wang Nana. At this moment, I feel a little lost, even a little crazy. The devil, he is the devil. I want everyone to know that he is a murderous devil. Jiang Kaiwa and Wang Nana completely broke up, currently calming down in the bedroom. Listening to Wang Nana in the living room, things are getting worse and worse. Notice what she's about to do. Jiang Kaiwa rushed over to grab the phone. Discoverable. It's too late. The next second, a video was posted to the owner group. Astonishingly, it was a scene of Shun Liang holding a giant axe and directing Meng Xinyan to kill the dying Zhang Su. The dialogue in the video was clear, and Zhang Su could still open his mouth to speak. Nana, why are you doing this? You are looking for death. Shun Liang will kill you. Jiang Kaiwa looked ugly. Although Shun Liang did let Meng Xinyan kill someone. But Zhang Su has indeed been infected. As for Zhang Su's ending, she also felt she deserved it. Shun Liang may be too cold-blooded and cruel. But why not blame Zhang Su for being greedy? He didn't kill the sisters easily. Enough to prove it. Shun Liang still has a conscience. At least they didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Obviously, the two women have saved their lives. But Wang Nana is still provoking? He killed Zhang Su. Wang Nana's face turned red. Lost in despair. A bit crazy. He is dead. The neighborhood committee will definitely call the police and bring people to arrest him and shoot him. Shun Liang, he is dead. Chapter 23 opens Meng Xinyan's new world. News about Jiang Kaiwa. Late at night, video of Shun Liang killing people. It exploded among the owners. Many people were shocked by this. It was shocking that Shen Liang could be so cold-blooded. I was shocked that a beautiful strange girl actually dared to do something. Shocking Shen Liang raised a golden python. Shocked that they dared to kill zombies. Many people did not dare to stay up late because of hunger, so they fell asleep early and did not see this scene. Shen Liang also went to bed very early. He simply wanted to maintain his health. It's the end of the world. No more part-time work. Who doesn't go to bed early and get up early? Of course. Just because you go to bed early doesn't mean you can actually sleep well. Shen Liang felt. Meng Xinyan is a bit skinny today, so take advantage of the late night. It must be well-educated. Meng Xinyan seemed to have a premonition too. After Shen Liang took a shower, he took the initiative to wash himself. There is no way the house is too small. The bathroom can only support one person. Otherwise, it would be nice for two people to take a bath together. Not okay yet? Waited 20 minutes. Shen Liang asked doubtfully. It wasn't that he was in a hurry. Those who didn't know it thought something had happened to Meng Xinyan. In the apocalypse, anything could happen, so he needed to be more cautious. It's not healed yet. What's the hurry? I hate it. Hear Meng Xinyan's response. He was relieved. Before the war started, Jean Lin turned into a clingy spirit and climbed directly onto the bed, crawling up and down on Shen Liang's quilt. His big head kissed Shen Liang's palm and rubbed his chin back and forth. You. She's very well behaved now. You were so mean to me when we first met. Do you still remember? Shen Liang smiled. Jean Lin seemed to have thought of something. Some with a guilty conscience are even more clingy. Anthropomorphic reactions from time to time. It made him dumbfounded. But this is exactly what it means. Golden scales evolve very quickly. From now on, I'm afraid it's a little surprise every day. In the bathroom, confirmed that Shen Liang didn't come over. Meng Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. If Shen Liang really came, she would be caught off guard. Well, which one should I choose? The foxtail seems good, but the rabbit tail seems good too. Cat ear girl suit? But I remember that many men like bunny suits. Twin-tailed Lolita? Well, I don't have a Lolita. Now, Meng Xinyan was naked. He was squatting on the ground, rummaging through the suitcase he brought with him. Look carefully. This whole suitcase. All of them are fancy clothes. In addition to her love of fitness, Meng Xinyan has also become interested in cosplay this year. However, she is not short of money, and she has just entered the industry, so she has no plans to go to comic conventions. She thinks that kind of public behavior is very indecent. She bought a lot of cosplay clothes, which she only wears to admire herself and take selfies at most. But selfie photos. It has not been shown to anyone. It's all for your own enjoyment. These baby clothes. She always carries it with her. It was an accident to bring Shen Liang here. Her initial idea was simple. He might temporarily stay with Shen Liang for a few hours. After that, I want to stay with my best friend Tong Madeo downstairs. It makes sense to bring these things to her best friend's house. Who would have thought that the disaster would come like this? In an instant, she regarded Shen Liang as her thigh and did not dare to leave the door. These clothes. I didn't expect it to actually come into use. Well, how do you use this tail? Should I? These tails. I bought it just to look good, but she really hasn't used it. At this moment, in order to please Shen Liang, she was going to bite the bullet and give it a try. Standing up, the old mirror immediately showed a graceful body with flawless and graceful curves. Even a woman would get excited when she saw it. Meng Xinyan admired it for a moment and then started to dress up. After a while, the bunny girl's clothes are on. Not bad. It's just a little too sexy. After putting on the bunny girl's ears, there's just one thing missing. This outfit feels so special. Blushing. After a few minutes, Lu Mei frowned slightly. Meng Xinyan blushed and stood up straight. Turned in circles. The self in the mirror is perfect. Brother Liang will be shocked if I show up dressed like this, right? He pursed his red lips. Meng Xinyan shouted. Jean Lin, go and rest quickly. Sister is going back. It's time for adults. Mock up. It's time for adults. Shen Liang smiled and motioned for Jean Lin to leave. The little guy was a little reluctant to let go, but he crawled slowly to the next room. Finally, he closed the door very humanely. This set of actions is so skillful that it makes people want to laugh. But then, Shen Liang couldn't laugh anymore. What a surprise. Swallowed. Seeing the shy bunny girl Meng Xinyan walking slowly towards her, Shen Liang felt that his breathing was slightly stagnant. This? Gudong, where did you get these clothes? After asking, Shen Liang just wanted to give himself a big mouth. Does it matter where you pay it back? Now, what's the point of going through the motions? Without waiting for Meng Xinyan to answer, he stood up directly. The strong left arm directly blocked Meng Xinyan's slender waist. A large part of the bunny girl's clothes were black stockings, which felt more delicate and silky. The moment he took advantage of it, he felt a stream of blood rushing to the top of his head. This sound. The powder keg was lit. He gasped. Brother Liang, don't move. His voice was low and domineering. Looking down at the back, looking at the snow-white rabbit tail. This is an unprecedented excitement. It's so fascinating. Xinyan, today you're really sensible. I made a mistake today, so I want to atone for my sin. Brother Liang, this is the first time I dress like this to show to others. You please don't. Can you stop looking like this? It's so scary. Well, under the atmosphere, Meng Xinyan's tone also seemed very charming. 3 points gentle and 7 points gasping. This made Shun Liang, who was already forbearing, break the defense in 1 second. Well, Brother Liang, the first order is just an appetizer. When Shun Liang looked at the rabbit's tail, the eyes are locked, and the eyes are like dragons. Shun Liang wanted to say, this bunny girl, well, there's something. Early morning, Shun Liang stretched. His eyes were first fixed on the downstairs outside the window. The fog is still there without any surprise. It's not a super foggy situation, but the visual distance is limited. It's estimated that you can barely see a dozen meters if you stand in the fog. If you stand upstairs, you can barely see the looming zombies swaying around. His eyes returned to the bed. The sleeping Meng Xinyan had a strange posture. He is sleeping on his stomach at the moment. It looks like it still hurts a little. Shin Liang sighed. This girl, if you hadn't taken the initiative to deliver it to your door, I won't take the initiative to open a new world. But, once opened, that's so special. He did not wake up Meng Xinyan, but took the initiative to take the responsibility of making breakfast. He had been living by himself before, so cooking was not a difficult task, and he was happy and free. Only, breakfast isn't ready yet. Several messages in a row. Shun Liang was interrupted. Shun Liang, have you not watched the group all night? Wang Nana sent the video of you and that beauty killing Zhang Su to the group. Now the owner's group is discussing how to punish you. Besides, they said that python of yours is a monster. They're going to kill your pet python. The news comes from the girl next door. Jiang Kaiwa. Chapter 24, The Little Bulge on Jean Lin's Head. Mutated pets. Had a simple breakfast. Meng Xinyan feels much better. An ordinary woman. Last night, a strong man like Shun Liang opened the door and taught him for half the night. Not to mention getting up for breakfast. It was normal for him to be unable to get out of bed for the whole day. After all, it is the physique of a superpower. It is far beyond what ordinary people can compare with. How does it feel? Is it like what is said on the internet? Shun Liang didn't know how to describe it. Meng Xinyan's head was covered with black lines. He glanced at him shyly and angrily. Don't worry. I was worried at first too, but I just went to the bathroom to confirm. Everything is normal. I can bend and stretch. It feels like the cell recovery ability of a superhuman's body is too powerful. It looks like I won't be able to fly freely for a while. Looking at Meng Xinyan's resentful eyes, Shun Liang smiled. Then he came forward and grabbed a handful. He glanced at the rounded arc that couldn't be concealed even while sitting. It feels like it's coming up. It's still early. How about we open the door and play for a while? Go to hell, it's broad daylight. There are so many things to do. Isn't there someone messing with you in the group? Aren't you anxious? He smiled. Stop joking. But I don't really care. There have been many people who want to mess with me in recent days. There are thousands of people in the community, and I'm afraid most of them want to take over my supplies, or even want to kill me, or even want to take over you. Meng Xinyan shuddered at what she said, but I think I am very strong now. She grasped the spoon into scrap metal, said proudly, You want to take advantage of me? Whoever dares to come can give it a try. They squeeze my balls to pieces. He looked a little terrified. Tighten your crotch. Meng Xinyan chuckled. Don't worry. My brother Liang is so good that no one will do anything to you. What's more, you are getting ridiculously strong every day. That energy fruit you conjured up is eaten as fruit every day. I feel it. That lump you have now. I'm afraid it's as hard as an iron lump, right? With this little ability of mine, I may not be able to hurt you. Why don't you give it a try? She was a little eager to try. Shun Liang's face darkened. Just a slap. Snap. Crisp. And loud. It also brought about graceful waves. Xun Liang felt relieved. Meng Xinyan also became honest. Only, they actually started to pursue the idea of golden scales. They really don't know how to live or die. Meng Xinyan walked to the second bedroom. Jean Lin has not shown up in the room yet. Xun Liang took the opportunity to take out the fruit. I took a look at the system. Host, Xun Liang. Superpower form, Power Fighter. Combat Strength Assessment, 227. Number of people contracted for. Contract list. Tong Medeo, Zhang Yaji, Wen Aiqing, Meng Xinyan. Loyalty, 33.5%, 35.3%, 38.8%, 52.2%. Energy fruit output, 14 pieces, refresh daily. I originally planned to just take a look, but found out. New surprise appeared. Meng Xinyan's loyalty exceeded 50%. This means close to breaking through 80% loyalty. A big step forward. As long as Meng Xinyan breaks through 80% loyalty, I can choose another contractor and copy her abilities. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't take more than a week. It will meet the standard. Over the next few days, Xun Liang also saw the truth. Loyalty is a very mysterious thing. If you insist on finding a way to make it increase dramatically, it may not be effective. But you inadvertently. On the contrary, it has increased a lot. For example, yesterday he pretended to be strict and ordered Meng Xinyan to kill Zhang Su. He thought it would hurt her and cause resentment, but his loyalty increased. For example, last night, he clearly remembered that his loyalty did not exceed 50% after taking a glance at it. As a result, today I broke through early on, etc. I was having a blast every night before. It will increase your loyalty somewhat. But it didn't rise that much. Could it be? Could it be? Does this girl have a tendency in her bones to like this kind of exciting gameplay? Thinking of the excitement of opening the door last night, Xun Liang couldn't help but have endless aftertaste. It seems that Hua Jian has been found. Want Meng Xinyan's loyalty to grow. A new correct way to open appears. 14. Each of them and one snake can divide the 4 equally. 2 mouthfuls of 3. Xun Liang ate a few pills. As physical fitness gradually increases, food intake has also increased. Fortunately, it's not too outrageous. Otherwise, I won't be able to support myself. Golden Scales seems to have changed its appearance again. A bit older, but not as outrageous as before. What else has changed? I can't tell. Follow Meng Xinyan's curiosity. Xun Liang hurried over to check. At this moment, the golden scales are coiled in a circle on the bed. The body size is a bit larger than yesterday, but there is really no outrageous growth. The golden scales are still eye-catching, but they seem to have a more metallic texture in the luster, especially the slightly longer soldering iron-shaped tail, which obviously looks larger than yesterday. I was even more powerful and domineering. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. See Xun Liang. Golden Scales slowly crawled over. Take the initiative to rub his palm with your big head. Also at this moment, he discovered the problem. Won't Jean Lin want to grow dragon horns? In ancient mythology, pythons can evolve into dragons. The symbol is the long dragon horn. But Jean Lin currently only has 2 small bulges. Not very outstanding. Oh my god! Golden Scales is ready. Going to transform into a dragon? Jean Lin looked very arrogant. Confused again, Xun Liang divided the energy fruit between a woman and a snake, and he also began to eat his own fruit. After eating, his body began to gradually strengthen, and his combat power reached 267 points. Feeling. I don't know if it's an illusion. The blood vessels seem to have become thicker and tougher. Blood flows from the gurgling brook. It seems to have turned into a broad river. He made a fist. This is unprecedentedly powerful. It made him feel very satisfied. Brother Liang, since you said that Xiao Tianyu will become a big problem and may even come to trouble you, why don't we just kill him? We went out well yesterday. It shouldn't be dangerous to go find Xiao Tianyu, right? Meng Xinyan said. I was shocked in my heart. She actually wanted to take the initiative to kill someone. Xun Liang shook his head. There is no rush to kill Xiao Tianyu. Besides, you have underestimated Xiao Tianyu's combat power. He knew it very well after experiencing his previous life. Xiao Tianyu's ability is quite powerful. It looks like a big bear, but that terrifying power and destructive power. But it can crush several superpowers working together. Xun Liang today. Visible enhancements every day. It seems that it is not difficult to kill Xiao Tianyu, but he has other plans. The situation is undecided these days. Xiao Tianyu's existence may help him solve many things and attract many clowns. Then they will kill the province together, right? Besides, if I remember correctly, there's a scary guy on the way to Xiao Tianyu's building. Already died once. Caution has long been Shun Liang's strongest protective color. What kind of scary guy? Zombies? It's nothing. You will know later. At the moment, it would be better to go to the next door for a visit first. Next door? Meng Xinyan was startled. What comes to mind subconsciously? That Wang Nana, who fucked you in the group. That's right. This damn bitch. I should have killed them all yesterday along with that Zhang Su. Obviously, we have solved the problem for them by killing the zombies, but they still dare to be so greedy, and then they end up looking for death. Meng Xinyan was furious. Shun Liang looked at his phone. He had already seen the message from Zhao Dafan, but I've been too lazy to respond. Idiots are just barking. Unless he takes the initiative to bring his 2 little wives and daughters-in-law over to be his nannies. Otherwise, don't even think about getting involved. In the group, after more than 10 hours of fermentation, news about Shun Liang kills. Not only is it not a little smoother, instead it got worse. There seemed to be 2 unequal sides. Why didn't I notice it before? This Shun Liang is so vicious. Not only did he refuse to help each other in times of crisis, he even dared to kill people. He must be punished. Otherwise, the community will never have peace. Such a villain. He just put a knife on everyone's neck. I support punishing him. It's best to hang him outside and let the zombies execute him. But having said that, what Shun Liang said in the video is correct. Zhang Su has been bitten by a zombie. If he is infected, he will turn into a zombie soon. If he is not killed, how can he keep it? Fuck you. Even if he wants to change, he hasn't changed yet. What qualifications does he have to control other people's life and death? But if he kills zombies, can he be considered as eliminating harm for the people? Removing harm for the people? What if he kills you? Does it count as removing harm for the people? Most people support punishment. A small amount of justice. It was also submerged. No one wants to cause any more trouble after that. So the topic was quickly discussed. Controlled by the majority of extremists. Director Wang, you come out and speak out right away. I suggest that the community immediately set up a disaster emergency team. According to Comrade Zhao Dafan's previous idea, strong men should be formed to clear the obstacles so that everyone can move safely, and then let the disaster men in the group go and control Shun Liang. Yes, and that giant python. It looks like an evil thing. Kill them together. Shun Liang may not be worthy of death for his crime, but the giant python must die. If Shun Liang wants to atone for his sins, let him hand over all the supplies. Yes, share the supplies with everyone. Atonement. Wang Wang was also in a dilemma. This time, a new topic suddenly came into public view. I saw a young man who was hardly bubbling at ordinary times. Suddenly, I posted a few photos in the group. It was a big, strange-looking dog. To be precise, the Shiba Inu, which was originally only knee-high, is actually as tall as a man's shoulders in the photo, and its muscles are ridiculously prominent. It has grown from a small Shiba Inu to a cow-like figure, which looks quite scary and weird. My dog's prices have been skyrocketing in recent days. He has grown up to be as big as a cow today. The appetite is also scary. The strength is also scary. Is this normal? Xiao Tianyu has been diving. See this scene? Sudden shortness of breath. This is... Animals have mutated too? His dog has mutated. It may be possible for other families as well. Maybe even the giant python in Shun Liang's family is mutated? Think of this. Xiao Tianyu's whole person was refreshed. If you can master it, wouldn't it be possible to form a powerful team of mutant beasts? Chapter 25 Mutation. Fear. Ask for help. I heard you want to kill me? I'll go. Brother, you look. Someone has released another mutant cat. It's as big as a Tibetan Mastiff. No. Has this little teddy become a big Tibetan Mastiff? You must be kidding. Who would keep a goose at home? But this goose has become a little scary. Its mouth is so long and its eyes are so fierce. It looks like it can kill the big teddy bear in one bite. At Xiao Tianyu's home, Go-san and Jia Reni stayed there directly. The first mutant Shiba Inu was sent to the group. This caused a lot of discussion. It's more like throwing out some ideas. More and more people. Similar mutations began to be reported. You won't know until you see it. Just a short while. It popped up directly in the group. There are as many as a dozen mutant pets. Some just got a lot bigger. Some of them are bigger. It also gave rise to mutant limbs that were not of the original appearance. For example, there are mutant dogs with horns on their heads, mutant geese with sharp teeth and long tongues, giant cats with 3 tails, and chameleons with 10 legs and a height of 2 meters. The vast majority have not lost their minds. They can still be controlled by their masters, even still as clingy as before. There are only a very few cold-blooded animals. It seems a little dangerous. I have raised this chameleon since it was young, but I have been on business trips in recent years, and I only see it a few times a year. Why does it suddenly seem to have grown bigger and doesn't seem to kiss me anymore? It's more than just not affectionate. My big cat kept baring its teeth at me. If it didn't have a little affection for me, it would probably eat me. I was so scared that I opened the door and let it out. What? Such a scary mutant cat. You let it go? Zombies are scary enough. Why are you still here? You bastard. Do you want to kill us? I can't do anything about it, but my big cat won't attack people casually unless what? Unless you are extremely hungry. Question mark. For a while, many people in the group were very nervous, especially the one who lives in the same building with this guy. We had originally planned to go on an adventure in a group. Who the hell dares to move now? But 2 people took the initiative, to be honest, said that he had also mutated. This is exactly what Xiao Qianyu wants to see most. Is anyone familiar with those 2 people? Whether we are familiar with it or not, please contact us immediately. We must win over. As soon as these words came out, Go San and Jia Rini hurriedly took action. Xiao Tianyu thought about it. Chat with Wang Wan privately. Aunt Wang, I've been observing the situation in the group for the past 2 days. Whether you want to execute Xinliang or you want to collect supplies and distribute them to people in need, the biggest problem we face now is safety after leaving the house. I have an idea about this. If it's convenient, let's have a chat. Build a force. Compared with their own efforts, Wang Wan is the director of the neighborhood committee. It would definitely be easier for her to take action. Xiao Tianyu sneered. Xinliang, you are just a pebble on my way to becoming king in the last days. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to target you now. Killing you is just my first step. In the future, I will take over the entire community, the entire Zhanghai city, and even the entire world. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. Other side, the moment Wang Nana took action, Jiang Kaiwa decided to completely break with her. The reason why I conveyed the news to Xinliang, not exactly a kind act. She also has her own selfish motives. After all, Zhang Xulin was in the same house with her and Wang Nana before she died yesterday. She was worried that Xinliang would think too much that if she was implicated because of Wang Nana's suicide behavior, she would feel very wronged. If before, Jiang Kaiwan never thought of betraying a friend. But now, the place where Wang Nana hit her on her face still hurt. Jiang Kaiwan knows. Wang Nana is crazy. She didn't want to force Wang Nana to death. But I don't want to kill myself. Therefore, Xinliang must be told. What are they doing? What are they doing? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Why? Why hasn't anyone come to kill this damn Xinliang yet? Wang Nana was completely panicked. She was spinning in panic. The hair is disheveled. Like a madman. No, I've offended Xinliang. They have to come and save me. Otherwise, or I'm dead. Jiang Kaihua watched indifferently. I can't bear to see this. But I don't want to help too much. So reminded. Wang Nana, I advise you to apologize to Xinliang immediately if you don't want to die. Otherwise, it will be too late. Go away. I won't apologize. He killed Jiangsu. He is the devil. Why should I apologize to the devil? Why? Jiang Kaiwa, shut up. I'll find someone to help me right away. If you dare to talk too much then, I'll ask them to kill you together. Jiang Tsaihua's eyes narrowed, sighing and ignoring it. Wang Nana was impatient. She asked several times in the group. No one promised her to punish Xinliang. Don't ask. If you ask, Director Wang will handle it immediately. How soon will it be? When questioning Wang Wan gave the same answer. She was told to wait and a disaster response team was assembled quickly. But she couldn't wait any longer. Xinliang lives next door. That huge axe of his. You can open the door in one go. Xinliang lives next door. If you don't come here, he might kill me. Please, no matter who you are, come quickly and help suppress Xinliang. She couldn't help but speak in the group again. This time, Wang Nana is really anxious. Posted a selfie directly in the group. It's time to say it or not. Although Wang Nana's appearance and figure are not as good as Jiang Tsaihua's, she can definitely be regarded as a beauty with a good figure, especially with a little beauty. There are almost no people who live in this building who have not seen Jiang Kaihua. This picture photos naturally attract attention too. But then, as soon as her words came out, many men's eyes light up. Jiang Su died, and I became a lonely girl. I longed for a man to protect me. Now is the end of the world. I'm really scared. Please, no matter who it is, as long as you can come and save me, I will be your woman. It's the end of the world, and men are the most reliable people to rely on. If everyone can come to save me, 3 people, 5 people, it's okay, it's okay. I don't want to die. Shen Liang will kill me. I don't want to die. Woo-woo. Human nature is unpredictable. Obviously, everyone is already suffering from hunger. There will still be people who will be controlled by lust. Wang Nana's trick was not clever, but it was surprisingly effective, and the effect even exceeded Wang Nana's imagination. If usual, as soon as these words came out, I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death. Indiscreet and unruly women. But now, Shen Liang's threat is right in front of him. Even if these words are shocking, but many people still understand. There is nothing wrong with wanting to live after all. Immediately afterwards, Wang Nana sent another one. It was a private photo. Very sexy. It's the kind of sexy photo that obviously doesn't need to be coded before it can be broadcast, but one look at it can make men unable to take it out. The body has curves and fair skin, and the most important thing is that it has a good pair of assets. This time, it overturned the sky. Such a beautiful girl, Shen Liang. If you dare to touch her, you are dead. You haven't been in love yet, but now I seem to be in love. Damn it, I'm not in your building. Otherwise, I have to save you. Wait for me. I'm looking for 2 teammates. Damn, such a cute girl can't be ruined by Shen Liang. Brothers, form a group and sign up. Save the beauty. See this situation. Wang Nana secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She could predict it. If you are really saved, there will definitely be more than one man by then. But she couldn't care less. When the time comes, try to find a way to default on the debt. It really doesn't work. It's better than death. Immediately afterwards, there are actually several private chats with Wang Nana. Most are from the same unit. After adding friends, Wang Nana felt aggrieved at first, then sent private photos to seduce, and finally told them directly that the beauty in Shen Liang's family was also very beautiful, hinting that they could kill Shen Liang, and then take the beauty with her. The people who come to Wang Nana are all old perverts. Hear this. I couldn't hold it any longer. There are quite a few people. Eventually 4 people were willing to come. Wang Nana directly formed a small group. Brothers, come quickly. Come immediately. People are afraid. Wang Nana made a sultry voice. It directly made several people angry. Indicates 10 minutes maximum. You can get to her home immediately. Save Ha. Jiang Kaihua, keep an eye on me. Forget it if Shen Liang doesn't come next. If he does come, my reinforcements will kill him severely. Jiang Kaihua also saw the chat in the group. Even Shen Liang might have seen it. If there really is a group of men, she was seduced by Wang Nana. Does Shen Liang really dare to come? Wouldn't she be miserable then? Jiang Kaihua was a little anxious. Wang Nana became more and more arrogant. But then, bang! There was a loud bang on the security door. Wang Nana, right? I heard you want to kill me? 2 figures and 1 snake appeared. Jiang Kaihua was suddenly surprised and happy. Wang Nana turned pale. You, don't mess around. Shen Liang, someone is coming to save me soon. Wang Nana is really anxious. She is really afraid of death, scared to the point of despair. Don't mess around. If you really can, I can sleep with you. Please spare me. Walk to Wang Nana. Jin Lin opened his mouth and smelled the taste. The pressure of the giant python was enough to suffocate Wang Nana. Shen Liang directly pinched Wang Nana's chin. Look left, look again. Wang Nana thought Shen Liang was moved. Just when he was about to show off his posture, a black shadow came, without waiting for her reaction. Snap! Shen Liang slapped him. The smoke was extremely loud. Then, in front of everyone, he suddenly tore off Wang Nana's clothes, and her pretty body was instantly exposed to the air. Wang Nana was horrified and desperate. Shen Liang looked at it and curled his lips. Bitch, that's all. Still want to seduce me? Other side. Among the men who want to save Wang Nana, there was a married man. Xiaonan was crying and looking at her husband. Her husband Jiang Daming looked ferocious. She is gentle, charming, and charming. Her rounded back curves are extreme and domineering, and her slender waist is unreal. Even if she usually wears very conservative clothes, She is still one of the beautiful young women who attract attention in this community, especially when walking in the community. At that time, the pair of explosive capital on her waist swayed back and forth with her waist, and her graceful figure could attract the souls of countless men with every step she took. This is the beautiful wife Xiaonan, one of the most beautiful young women who has fascinated thousands of men in the community. Even Shun Liang. I have also fantasized about it many times. If only I could hold it down. How wonderful and refreshing it must be. Many people envy this man. Got such a beautiful wife. But at this time, Jiang Daming slapped his wife Xiaonan. Bitch, I have to go today. If you stop me again, I will beat you to death today, believe it or not. I didn't care about your various restrictions before. Now it's the end of the world. Why should I be restricted by a stupid woman like you? In the end of the world, men have the final say. Get away from me. The King of Heaven is here today, and I'm going too. Kill Shun Liang. Jiang Daming took the kitchen knife and slammed the door and left. Meet the man at the opposite door and leave. Xiaonan collapsed on the ground. I burst into tears. Jiang Daming, you are crazy. You are really crazy. She doesn't want this. I don't want to watch Jiang Daming die. Xiaonan found her cell phone in a panic. Find Shun Liang on WeChat through the group. Shun Liang. Everyone does something wrong sometimes. Jiang Daming has been confused by Wang Nana. No matter what, please give Jiang Daming a chance. Sister-in-law, I beg you. Chapter 26, the unit cleaning team is established. Shun Liang, there may be some misunderstanding. Wang Wan has been under a lot of pressure recently. As the director of the neighborhood committee, she never thought she would have to worry about so much trouble. But even though he was exhausted, she also had to go up. Her thoughts are somewhat similar to Zhao Dafan. Believe that the disaster will eventually pass. As long as the disaster is over. When the time comes, everything she does to deal with the disaster will be recorded, and she will even be praised by her superiors. She is very likely to be promoted because of it. If she can take one step further in her old age, it will be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Smoked. Not to mention, the current disaster has reached a stage where it is quite out of control. It's not just the terror of zombies from outside. There are also internal worries and panic among residents. And most importantly, shortages of supplies. Material shortage problem. She doesn't care about other people's lives. But her family is just waiting for the rice to be cooked. It's been hard to sleep every day lately. Shun Liang's matter. It made her even more angry and angry. I don't know how to punish him. Xiao Tianyu can find it. She was unexpected. Tianyu, you and Aunt Wang are also very familiar with each other. Aunt Wang won't talk about any unnecessary scenes. Annie just wants to ask you a question. Are you serious? Do you really have a way to help Auntie solve the current difficulties in the community? Can you even help Annie get hold of Shun Liang? Wang Wan is really full of expectations. She is not very familiar with Xiao Tianyu, but I know that he comes from an extraordinary family. Rich people have thoughts and brains that far exceed those of ordinary people. Not to mention, what if Xiao Tianyu has some unimaginable connections? For example, getting to know a big shot, even know someone in the military. Can we find someone to rescue us in advance? Director Wang, I came to you because I have a solution. Don't hold out for anything else. Right now, there's a 99% chance that the rescue team outside won't come to save us. As I said before, we need to save ourselves. This sentence, it put an end to Wang Wan's thoughts. But the next sentence, it gave her new hope. But I have a simpler, more brutal and effective method. After saying, Xiao Tianyu sent a video directly. The protagonist is Xiao Tianyu. Wang Wan has also been surfing the internet these 2 days. She also saw those werewolf monsters and other monsters on the internet and learned that these were all transformed from humans. At first, she thought it was ridiculous. She was old-fashioned and conservative and thought it was nonsense. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, it was forbidden to become a spirit. Can you still go against the will of heaven? But later she found out. These seemed to be true. At the moment, Xiao Tianyu this. Could it be him too? Open the video. Watching Xiao Tianyu change from a normal person. The body starts to grow rapidly in 1 second. Finally, it takes the form of a giant brown bear weighing 1,000 kilograms. Look at Xiao Tianyu's huge claws. Overturn the reinforced concrete. Wang Wan was scared. What followed was surprise and joy. Tianyu, did you really get this ability? Oh my god, you are so awesome. If you are willing to take action yourself, you are so powerful. With this power, no one can be your opponent. whether it is those terrifying zombies outside or Shun Liang, who has been causing trouble recently. See this. Xiao Tianyu really laughed. Damn it. This old guy is really thinking about shit. Are you opening your mouth just because you want me to take action personally? Do you really think that I, Xiao Tianyu, am a free labor force? But his character is tolerant enough. Any dissatisfaction will not be shown. Director Wong. First of all, it's not that I don't want to do it myself, but I can't do it myself. After all, the community is ultimately under the control of you, Director Wong. My intervention is of no consequence. However, I have already thought of a whole set of solutions. If you are willing to listen, I will tell you. Wong Wan also realized it. I was too impatient, so I quickly agreed. I planned to listen attentively. Xiao Tianyu followed. Let all your thoughts flow freely. The whole plan is detailed enough. After listening, Wong Wan was also shocked. First, organize young and middle-aged people to form a combat-ready corridor cleaning team for each unit building. After the corridors of each building are completely cleaned, everyone can enter the corridor safely. Then agree on a time and go down to the basement together. All the teams will unite to form a real disaster response team to clean up the potential zombie dangers in the basement. Finally, seal the entrance to the basement, and the internal security of the entire community will be completely under our control. Did I repeat it correctly? Tianyu, you are so smart. Your plan is not foolproof, but the danger has been reduced to a minimum. Wang Wan is also a smart person. Know that this is the time to hold it. He also speaks very respectfully. Then he continued, and what you said, Tianyu, is absolutely right. Shun Liang can kill zombies. You can kill other men too. Let's just say that he may be stronger, but he can't stand up to the number of us? Now he has made everyone angry. 1 or 2 of us can't handle him. What about 10 or 20 people? It really doesn't work. There are hundreds or even thousands of gentlemen in our entire Jiangpan community. How can he turn the world upside down? Make sure there are no omissions. Wang Wan is also quick thinking. He quickly found another way. Tianyu, since you believe this, Aunt Wang, then Aunt Wang will do it now. When the disaster is over, Annie will definitely give you a big credit. When I get Shun Liang supplies, I will give you more. Or if you want anything, just follow Annie to Shun Liang's place and raid his house. You are a great hero. You choose what you like first. To this, Xiao Tianyu was very interested. But for now, he hoped Wang Wan would move faster. Let's take down Shun Liang first. By the way, Aunt Wang, remember to pay special attention to people who have mutated bodies or mutated pets. Those mutated pets are also very powerful. The combat effectiveness of one pet may be comparable to that of a disaster team. Annie understands. Annie will contact someone right now. Let's start this matter today. Without further ado, it's best to clean the corridors and basement today. Disaster Response Team. This name is so complicated. In Xiao Tianyu's mind, the words Justice Army emerged. But it's not time yet. Wait for Wang Wan to gather the troops. When he himself is truly in charge. It's not too late to change this name. Soon. As for Shun Liang, Xiao Tianyu felt he can't afford any extravagance. He may not even need to take action. Now it has caused public outrage. I'm afraid the unit cleanup team can kill him. This time, Wang Wan is very smart. Didn't talk about it in the group. First of all, Shun Liang is considered the owner, and he is also in the group. You can choose to kick out of the group. One authority is not in her hands. Second, there is no need. Kicking him out would easily anger Shun Liang. She is also afraid of revenge when the time comes. In small groups, she directly invited the men from every building in the community into the group. After joining the group, she discovered a very scary problem. At least half of these men did not reply to messages and seemed to have turned into zombies and died outside. Fortunately, there is still a part. Finish the group. Get to the point. Will Xiao Tianyu's plan. After saying it through her mouth, few disagree. Very good. With Director Wang taking the lead, this matter can definitely be accomplished. But do we really want to kill zombies? It's very dangerous. Is it possible? Laonyo, what are you talking about? We are all men. Shun Liang can kill zombies. Why can't we kill them? Everyone has to stay rational. But it is not necessarily difficult to kill zombies. I have also studied it in the past 2 days. You can follow Shun Liang's approach, such as protecting your arms, and try to find big and long weapons. If you have a bone-chopping knife at home, sharpen it, find a wooden stick, or remove a stool leg, and let the tape wrap directly around it. This way, the length of the bone-chopping knife can avoid close contact with zombies, and the safety is greatly improved. A sharp fruit knife will also work. It can pierce the zombie's head. Everyone was talking about it. Finally, the candidate was locked in. Wang Wan selected the group leader. So-called unit cleaning team. It is established. Everyone get ready. If there's nothing wrong, it's best to leave as soon as possible. My goal is to clean all the apartment buildings today. Everyone gather in the basement before dark. After cleaning the basement thoroughly, our entire community is safe. This is a time when enthusiasm is high. As soon as these words came out, got everyone's approval. Strange? Why didn't Jiang Daming and his men say anything? They were obviously fine, and they were chatting with me before. No, did they go to find Wang Nana? Wang Nana's home. At this moment, she collapsed on the ground with a horrified look on her face. Jinlin just raised his thick python body and stared at her, so scared that she dared not move. She even thought about running away, but her body had lost the power of movement, and her legs were weak from fear. Damn it, why haven't those people come yet? Those stupid men. I promised myself to them. Why haven't you come yet? Shun Liang, I apologize to you now, I apologize to you. Please go around me once. I'm a woman. I'm a girl. You can't bully a weak woman. Wang Nana's face was a little swollen. Both eyes were swollen into dead fish eyes. The way he spoke with his swollen sausage mouth pouting. It was somewhat funny. Shun Liang was also a little annoyed. Holding a giant axe, pressing on Wang Nana's shoulders casually. That weighs dozens of kilograms. The pressure made her unable to breathe. But she was more worried about the sharp edge. No, I was wrong, I stopped talking. You've killed zombies with your axe. If you scratch your skin, it might infect me. Please, don't mess around. Shun Liang smiled when he heard this. From Mahler Gobi. Do you know how to beg me now? What were you thinking when you were seeking death? Stop talking nonsense. Whether those silly dogs of yours who are heroes to save the beauty will come yet. If they come, I will wait for you. If they don't come, you can die now. Shun Liang was anxious to go home. It's so boring to stay here. But then, he arrived before anyone outside the door came. Shun Liang, damn it. Where are you? Get out of here. The words were not finished. 5 tough men swarmed over. Enter Wang Nana's home. When they saw Shun Liang's giant axe, Meng Xinyan's Tang Dao, and the giant python's golden scales that were even bigger than yesterday, the 5 tough men swallowed subconsciously. The arrogance is halfway through. The words stuck in his throat. Someone changed their face on the spot. He forced a smile with an ugly face. There may be some misunderstanding about this. Chapter 27, Want to Survive? Let's play a little game. Jiang Kaiwa is really good. Jiang Daming and Zhao Feng grew up together. We fought together when we were kids. When we grow up, we'll look for jobs together. We also wash feet together on weekdays. Of course, they kept their carefree daily lives a secret from their families, but they both had uncontrollable personalities, and even after getting married, it was difficult for them to change their romantic nature. Used to be drunk. The two chatted and joked. If it's the end of the world, I must get all the beautiful women. I didn't expect the end of the world to really come. Wang Nana, a beautiful woman, became their first target. I used to worry about my family. What is there to worry about in the end times? The wife doesn't agree? If you don't agree, I will beat you. The two of them have decided that they want to be the emperor of the last days. They don't want to expand the territory like the emperor, but they just want to have a harem of 3,000 beauties like the emperor. Let's start with Wang Nana. As for Shun Liang, what a piece of shit he is. He can kill zombies. So can our brothers. He can kill. Our brothers are better. The other 3 people were almost forced to come here by the 2 of them. They had both a thief's heart and a thief's courage. The other 3 were a thief's heart, but not a thief's courage. 2 of them took the lead, so they had the thief's courage. Unexpectedly. Just got here. The 3 of them were numb. There may be some misunderstanding about this. Yes. It must be a misunderstanding. Shun Liang, please put down the axe first, as well as the sister's samurai sword and the big python. Shun Liang, please make it move back a little. I'm afraid. Well, Shun Liang, why don't we sit down and chat? There is still a misunderstanding that needs to be resolved. What do you think? 3 cowards. He also had a kitchen knife and a baseball bat in his hand. There were beads of sweat on his face. You can see it. I'm really scared. Shun Liang and the others looked at it in amusement. He didn't say anything either, which made a few people furious. Jiang Daming and Zhao Feng also realized that something was wrong. but they had to shoot when the arrow was on the string. Especially since they had cursed so hard just now, they didn't think Shun Liang didn't hear it. Not to mention that their side had the advantage in terms of numbers. Are you a coward? The two brothers looked at each other. Jiang Daming directly kicked the water dispenser beside him. Bang! The water dispenser was kicked away. Drawing it up. Why are you so cowardly? We agreed that we are here just to fuck him Shun Liang. You are pretending to be a good person. Jiang Daming pulled 3 people separately. Then he stared. Continued. There are 5 of us. 2 of them plus a python. We can't beat them. The sound is so loud. It seems to be emboldening myself. 3 people saw this. Not even speaking. Not even if you don't speak. I could only keep swallowing my saliva. Jiang Daming hated that iron could not become steel. I made good promises before I came here. But now I want to be alone. How is it possible? He looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, the unshaven macho man, also had a gloomy look on his face. Chun San, that's not what you said before you came here. You also said that you wanted to poke Shin Liang's eyes out, and then play with the beautiful woman next to him in front of him. Now you regret it. And you, Zhang Jia, you and Chun San laughed at Shin Liang for being a stupid electrician, and now you pretend to be the 3rd grandson? Lu Chang, and you 3 have a word. If you dare to betray us, I will kill you now. Zhao Feng is a ruthless person, a kitchen knife in each hand. It's already around their necks. The 3 of them were so frightened that they spoke quickly. How could we rebel? We won't betray you, Brother Feng. Oh, we just made a plan. It was a plan. A ploy to pretend to surrender. You exposed it to us. Now we have no more fun. Question mark. This time, Jiang Daming and Zhao Feng were confused. Is this really a ploy? So, are you still fucking good at it? I still have something to do. If you want to come with us, get out of here. Said. Shin Liang thought of something. He kicked the naked Wang Nana at his feet. He said with a sarcastic face, "Oh, you just came to kill me, right? Mainly to play with this bitch." They looked ugly. Just about to say harsh words. Bang! Shun Liang kicked hard. Wang Nana weighs 100 pounds. Like a sandbag. He was kicked and flew several meters away. It hit several people directly. No time to react. Wang Nana knocked down 4 people. Only Jiang Daming reacted quickly and avoided it. Suddenly furious. Shun Liang, I am Chao Nima. Halfway through the scolding, Gudong swallowed. He raised his head slightly. Look at the giant python's golden scales. The baseball bat in his hand gradually began to tremble. Give you 2 choices. Either you are played to death by my golden-scaled cutie, or a group of you go into that room over there and play a little game. If the little game satisfies me, you can live. Otherwise, you will die. It's the end of the world. It will also be boring. Shun Liang suddenly wanted to play some apocalyptic games. Jiang Daming looks ugly. Shun Liang, who the hell do you think you are? It's just a giant python, but we are men. Shun Liang smiled. A wave of hands. Jin Lin directly waved his huge iron tail. Turn on the education mode on the spot. 10 minutes later, all the swords, guns, and sticks deformed and scattered. 5 people were lying on the ground. Can't cry. Jiang Demingzi felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Seeing Shun Liang walking over with a huge axe, he wanted to retreat in horror, but found that the golden python had blocked the back. Way to go. Suddenly, his face turned pale with fright. He gritted his teeth and looked at Shun Liangdao. Shun Liang, enough is enough for you. We admit defeat. You win this time. It's us who are obsessed. If you let us go this time, we promise not to cause trouble for you in the future. We are all neighbors in the same community. You don't want to quarrel with us, right? Others heard the words. Some also started to agree. But his tone was not as tough as Jiang Daming's. But they also have the intention of begging for mercy. To this, Shun Liang is just an axe. Bang! The axe fell to the floor, splashing sawdust and debris. He felt that the giant axe was almost pressed against his neck. It was only 2 centimeters away from killing him. This moment, Jiang Daming was completely panicked one. Shun Liang, you don't mess around. The community is currently forming a disaster response team. If you really dare to attack us, you will be an enemy of the entire community. You don't want to cause such a big trouble, right? In this case, we sincerely apologize to you. If you have any other requests, how about we promise you too? Looking at Jiang Daming like this, Shun Liang really laughed angrily. He lifted his feet directly, step on Jiang Daming's head. You were pretty tough when you came. It feels like I can't get any softer, but isn't it quite soft now, like a weakling? Humiliation. Deeply humiliating. I must endure it. Just bear with it. Join the disaster team. Just Shun Liang. I, Jiang Daming, will take care of it. Jiang Daming thought very simply. But Shun Liang also thought very simply. Whoever wants to live, get in that room. To stay alive, they had to comply. After 5 men entered, Shun Liang directly threw in a bottle of lubricating oil. The 5 gentlemen were stunned when they saw this thing. What is it for? Shun Liang smiled evilly. Aren't you here to play with Wang Nana? If Wang Nana doesn't take the beating, she will definitely not be able to accompany you now that she is half dead. You can play in the house by yourself. Here's a reminder of the rules. Only one person survives in the end. And the rule of survival is, the first one to fight against 4 will survive. You know what I mean? Everything in the room is free to use. What? Open? Just kidding. The 5 people look pale. However, Shun Liang was too lazy to say more. Under the horrified gaze of 5 tough men, Shun Liang set up the mobile phone holder. Then turn on the video recording on your phone. Don't move your phone. If the recording fails, the golden scales will eat you alive. Bang! The door is closed. The 5 men looked at each other. Then he looked at the bottle of lubricant on the ground. Shame and survival. How to choose? It shouldn't be difficult. The next moment, with bursts of yelling and cursing, an unsightly scramble and scuffle began. Outside, Shun Liang felt sick when he thought about that scene. The reason for doing this: just wanted to have some fun. Those who kill will always be killed. Want to kill me, Shun Liang? Then be prepared to be counterattacked. Many games can be considered part of the counterattack, right? He glanced at Wang Nano on the ground. It looked like he had been beaten badly just now, especially the last kick. Not dead, but in bad shape. Too lazy to take another look. Shun Liang spread his legs and sat on the sofa. He looked at Jiang Kaiwa and raised his fingers. Do you want to live? Jiang Kaiwa's heart trembled. He nodded fearfully. Shun Liang curled his lips, pointed at himself. Then he pointed to a box of tempting roast chicken next to him. Want to eat? Think. Jiang Kaiwa's head was nodding like a rattle. She had never craved roast chicken so much. At this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes are staring at her, and I can't take my eyes away. Shun Liang smiled. Then eat. Jiang Kaiwa couldn't believe it. After confirming again and again, then he slowly walked over, half crouched and stretched out his hands. Just when he was about to catch the roast chicken, he felt his head sink, and he felt dizzy and swayed on top of Shun Liang. Shun Liang closed his eyes slightly. Feel something carefully. Jiang Kaiwa was about to get up. Shun Liang said leisurely, if you want to eat it, it will be delicious. You are very sensible and should know what to do and what not to do. Of course, I don't like to force others. You can still make your choice again. Jiang Kaiwa's face hardened. It became clear almost instantly what you should do. What is it? She reversed her movements to sit on her knees, stretched out her hands, and raised her head slightly to look at Shun Liang. There was desire and obedience in her beautiful eyes, but more of obedience. The moment the feeling of submission reached Shun Liang's blood, he felt it deeply. Jiang Kaiwa is very good. It's really great. At the same time, this is the building where Shun Liang is located. In the corridor, 2 people were holding kitchen knives, crowbars, and strange little wires, and were sneakily prying open the door. It seemed that the door they were prying was not their own. Lao Zhou, hurry up. Can you do it? Keep your voice down. If we attract zombies, we will be dead. Don't worry, I'm a professional in unlocking locks. However, the next second, whoosh, puff, as a huge black shadow flashed past. Lao Zhou only felt a chill running down his spine, touching the moist feeling on the back of the head. Look back again, looking at the corpse of his companion who fell to the ground without his head behind him, and looking at the terrifying giant chewing in the shadow of the corridor. Lao Zhou was instantly numb with fear. The next second, screams echoed through the neighborhood. Chapter 28, Jiang Kaiwa's Tenderness and Beauty. The winner is Jiang Daming. Is Jiang Kaiwa wrong? Just as Shun Liang and Meng Xinyan said, in the end of the world, who will decide what is right and what is wrong? Shun Liang didn't feel that his point of view was absolutely correct. But others' rights and wrongs, he has no right to decide. The rights and wrongs of those associated with him. He has the power to control it. Jiang Kaiwa sent a message to Shun Liang from the beginning, reminding Jiang Su that he was going to hurt him. When Jiang Su died, she stood beside Wang Nana. When she saw that Wang Nana started to frame Shen Liang and even caused him trouble, she reminded Shen Liang again. 2 reminders. Twice kind. Shen Liang could feel her kindness, but I can also understand her hidden selfishness. First reminder. Wang Nana beat Jiang Kaiwa, while Jiang Su was greedy for her beauty. It seemed that she was reminding Shen Liang to release his goodwill, but she also hoped that Shen Liang could make this disgusting and crazy Jiang Su disappear where he was. Reminder today. Wang Nana and Jiang Kaihua have completely turned against each other. It seemed that after Wang Nana sent the video, which caused substantial frame-up and threats to Shen Liang, Jiang Kaihua found out and found it difficult to stop Wang Nana, and then reported the news to Shen Liang. However, only Jiang Kaihua knows best. Is it really difficult to stop it? When Jiang Su was shooting the video, Jiang Kaihua witnessed the whole process with her own eyes. The moment Wang Nana took the phone and used it, with Jiang Kaihua's intelligence, I'm afraid I've guessed everything. At first, Shen Liang didn't know it was so comprehensive, until he gave me a look. Jiang Kaihua recounted the entire process from yesterday to today, before and after Jiang Su's death, before and after Wang Nana's attempt to commit suicide, and even before when Shen Liang made people angry in the group, the conversations and conflicting opinions of the 3 people. Shen Liang understood everything. Jiang Kaihua is good. So, she got the right to live from Shen Liang. Jiang Kaihua is more selfish. So, Shen Liang gave her the opportunity to face her selfishness. Jiang Kaihua, I've been working as an electrician in this community for 4 years. You have lived across from me for 2 years. Although I have always known that Wang Nana is a green tea, I must also admit that I have always thought that you were a beauty and a good girl. Shen Liang looked at Jiang Kaihua. Look at her innocent eyes. Couldn't help but laugh a little. You're quite smart. In fact, you have always known that Wang Nana is a green tea. After all, you have been best friends for several years. I'm afraid you won't believe it if you don't understand each other. You know better that Jiang Su has always been greedy for your body. You know better that Jiang Su is a coward but greedy. You also know better that this couple will be greedy when they see my things. If you persuade them, they may just be thief-minded but not courageous. But you chose Jijiang. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Kaihua trembled visibly. He raised his head laboriously to look at Shen Liang. Her beautiful eyes are full of pity and grievance. But he was already shocked in his heart. How could he think so? Why would he think so? Is this really what I planned? In a daze, Jiang Kaihua already had the answer in her heart. Brother Shin, I didn't, I have no bad intentions, and I don't know what I thought at first, but I can guarantee that from beginning to end, I never thought of harming you. At most, you just want to eat my food. You know very well that I am the only one who has enough supplies to keep you from starving, right? Shen Liang smiled. No more words were said. It's just that he has started to think about it. If you want to continue to keep a woman like Jiang Kaihua for your own use, you might as well just kill her. After all, she is indeed a little clever. Will she cause trouble for herself in the future? But then again, living in the apocalypse, some of the people who came down were brainless. Jiang Kaihua, beautiful and smart. In good shape. Stay home. Be a bed-warming nanny. Seems pretty good too. Not far away. Jean Lin had been coiled up and alert to the bedroom. Meng Xinyan kept looking out the window with her back turned. Hear this. Tighten your legs. I was suddenly shocked. She always thought Jiang Kaihua was innocent. But now I hear it and realize Shen Liang could think of it so deeply. Well, why didn't I think of it? I'm afraid I'm not a fool. Meng Xinyan scratched her head and then her thigh. She felt confused. But then, Shen Liang took Jiang Kaihua to the big bedroom. Other side, Jiang Daming, Zhao Feng, and the other 5 people are here. The battle between several people was quite fierce. At first they were timid, but when they recall Shen Liang's cruelty, Jiang Su even managed to breathe without turning into a zombie before he stabbed him to death. Wang Nana was a normal person, but he kicked her away like garbage. They have already judged it in their hearts. Shen Liang most likely mutated, became a powerful superpower. Such a cruel person. He has the power of a superpower again. If they want to survive, they can only complete this little game according to Shen Liang's requirements. But then again, they are all normal men. Such a thing. I really can't do it. Good thing. Shen Liang is very considerate. Prepare a medicine for them. With this thing, only half an hour. They could just go to war, even without desire. It can also pass through the anger that cannot be suppressed. Just fire. Jiang Daming. Zhao Feng. You can't do this. We all came together. You can't do this. Let me tell you. Now we should figure out how to call for help or how to leave. Yes. We can't fight among ourselves. The three of them were timid and weak in combat. Just ask for mercy. However, this is not a team fight at this moment, but a real personal battle. Even the so-called good brothers Jiang Daming and Zhao Feng, in order to survive at this moment, each occupied a corner, wary of each other, with sinister and self-deprecating eyes. Leave? How to leave? Zhao Feng finished speaking. Jiang Daming continued. Shun Liang's house is on the 23rd floor. There's not even an air conditioner outside this window. It's flat. If you want to escape, you can try it. I promise not to stop you. If you don't dare, shut up. But, do we really want to hurt each other? We are good brothers. I really don't want to see the big guys like this. Forget it, I won't resist. Whoever wants to come can come. I accept it. I admit defeat. Someone just messed it up. See this. The other four were confused and puzzled. The closest person. I really took it seriously. While shouting brotherly kindness and righteousness, he moved closer. But just as he got close, the man sitting on the ground turned over and pressed him under him, holding a large-capacity power bank in his hand, and smashed it on him 3 times in a row. The man's head was bleeding, fainted on the spot. The other 3 looked on in amazement. The man smiled sinisterly. Holding a knife in one hand, he untied the man with the other and picked up the lubricant on the ground. Sorry, guys. I'm going to be ahead. Someone fired the first shot. The next battle, straight into the heat. A real hand-to-hand combat began. Honestly, this game, after Shun Liang finished speaking, he felt a little regretful. He thought he wouldn't be disgusted if he didn't watch it, but if he didn't watch it, he wouldn't know who lost and who won. Fortunately, there is still a little girl like Meng Xinyan. The assistant is here. 2 hours later, Shun Liang was annoyed. He has already communicated with Jiang Kaiwa for several rounds. It turns out these tough guys aren't done yet. Knocked on the door. There were heavy gasps from inside the door. The corners of his mouth twitched. Still asked. Haunting has consequences. Another 10 minutes passed. The door was opened. Jiang Daming held an electric baton in his hand. He smiled arrogantly. I won. Shun Liang deliberately set off the electric baton. While hidden at first, unexpectedly, Jiang Daming is not stupid at all. He was actually found. Congratulations, Vomit. Jiang Daming, you are very lucky, Vomit. Glancing inside the house, he almost felt sick and vomited. Except for the very dirty and smelly stuff. There was a lot of blood, and the house was almost impossible to look at. These people inside? Ugh. Do you think you should die or vomit? Shun Liang suddenly asked. Jiang Daming was startled. He was just about to say that he deserves to live. But he thought that during the whole process, he had completely destroyed all the so-called brotherhood. If they survived, would he still be able to survive? Shun Liang would let him go? And these people wouldn't let him go either, right? For people were in the house. He roared in despair. Jiang Daming made a killing gesture. Shun Liang held back his nausea and waved his hand. These ropes. You handle it yourself. Later, my Jinlin will take you to the basement. Just throw them in the basement. Remember, all of this is your behavior, Jiang Daming, and has nothing to do with me, Shun Liang. Don't fucking throw these dirty things again. Dirty things thrown at me disgust me. Jiang Daming's mouth twitched. I don't know whether I should admit it or not. On the way to the basement, it was incredibly smooth. There wasn't even a single zombie. After kicking the 4 people out of the unit door, Jiang Daming hurriedly closed the basement unit door in fear. After staring for a while, he vaguely heard the roar of zombies in the basement and some other weird roars. He was so frightened that he quickly turned around. Just leave. 14th floor. Shun Liang stared at the 2 headless corpses. There was a bit of solemnity in his eyes. Those disgusting things. Has it started yet? Returned to Jiang Saihua's home again. Shun Liang looked at Jiang Saihua's room. He said to Jiang Daming with deep meaning, "Give you another chance? My family is short of a beautiful nanny who can do housework. I'll give you a box of instant noodles. Would you like to send your wife over to be a nanny for me? She'll take care of food, housing, and the pay is pretty good, right?" Shun Liang's playfulness. Jiang Daming's face turned pale. Other side. Zhao Dafan saw that Shun Liang did not reply to the message. Exploded with anger. I also saw Wang convening people to form a disaster team. I quickly asked my two sons to participate. You too. We must strive for success. Shun Liang's house has everything delicious. Get him. Get his supplies. Not far away. The two pretty daughters-in-law were sitting side by side. Meng Nuanyuan and Xia Meijiao's faces all have varying degrees of worry and tension. Chapter 29, Zhao Daifin's Tricks and Greed. Strange missing incident. Wang Wan is very efficient. The most important thing is that everyone is really hungry. The fourth day of the end of the world. To this day, there are very few people who still have food stored at home. This so-called disaster response team, it can be said that it came into being at the right time. There are dozens of buildings in the entire community. More than 100 unit doorways. Each unit constitutes a branch. A cleaning team of no less than 6 people. Each team is composed of young and strong men. The weapons are also as agreed beforehand. All of them are wrapped with tape, including kitchen knives, fruit knives, bone-cutting knives, etc. All of them have become long-range weapons. This ensures safety. The lethality has also been greatly improved. With the addition of a captain who has coordination ability, courage, and good fighting ability, the cleaning progress of these unit cleaning teams with mixed personnel is far better than expected. Report. Unit 2 of Building 7. The corridors from 1st to 33rd floors have been cleared. 1 zombie was killed. A total of 9 households were found that were suspected to be zombies, but were locked in their homes. Report. Order 1 in Building 16. Corridor from 1st to 33rd floor, cleaned. Report. Unit 2 of Building 21. Corridor of floors 1 to 33, cleaned. Report. Report one by one. Wang Wan has all the records on file. For this purpose, she asked Zhao Daifin to help with the statistics. Just 2 hours. More than half of the corridors were cleaned. With what makes her happy, there was no casualty at all. This is totally unexpected. Everyone stay safe. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Once bitten by a zombie, even if the skin is scratched, it may become infected and mutate into a zombie. If anyone is injured, they must speak out promptly and proactively. The organization will not give up on anyone, but it is not allowed to conceal it privately or violate regulations. Those who do will be severely punished. That's what it says. But even if it's really hurt, who dares to really say it? Director Wang, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Daifin chatted privately. Start sucking up. Wang Wan loves to listen. It's so hard. Now that the whole world is in a catastrophe, it is the time when we need to step forward. We must tide over the difficulties together. Compared with the comrades who go out and risk their lives to clean the corridors, my contribution, Wang Wan, is nothing. By the way, your Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong are also here, right? Remind them to be safe. Zhao Daifin felt happy when she heard this. She blew Wang Wan. Isn't it just to take credit for his own son? Wang Wan is so proactive. She was so happy. It's indeed dangerous to go out, but isn't this what they should do? Apart from anything else, I first proposed the idea that everyone must save themselves because of your core idea, Director Wang. Now my 2 sons are going out to participate in the cleanup because I strongly ordered them to go. I only have one idea. Unconditionally support Director Wang. Every decision made by Director Wang is wise. If I listen to you, I will definitely be able to get through this difficult time faster. This is a roundabout flattery. The music made Wang Wan feel like she was floating in the air. It's Shun Liang. This man has no law. Arrogant, unorganized, and undisciplined. I really didn't expect him to kill someone. Director Wang Nana is in danger now, and even several senior men in their unit have not responded to the news. I feel like Shun Liang has started to kill people, right? Let me tell you, let Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong lead their team. Go over and capture Shun Liang. You know Director Wang. The cleaning team of our unit has a mutant teddy dog, which is quite powerful. The giant python over Shun Liang's side is probably just a big deal in the hands of this mutant dog. Wang Wan heard this. I'm really excited, but I was worried about the danger. Seeing that she relaxed, Zhao Daifin was very happy. It means there is no need to worry about safety issues. In fact, he was anxious to empty out Shun Liang's supplies. I'm afraid it's too late. Another group got there first. Since you agree, Director Wang, then I'll let my son lead the team there. By the way, please don't talk about this in the group. Shun Liang has been in the community for so many years. I'm worried that the walls have ears. Not long after, Zhao Daifin gave the order. Sun Zheng Qian Zheng Gong really came back with his team. There are 8 people in the team, but among them is the evil polar fleece teddy dog. It is a high-end combat power that cannot be ignored. Obviously, there is only a little Teddy that does not reach the knees. At this moment, the height actually reached the chest of an adult man. This height is simply appalling, and he looks much stronger. The teeth in his mouth are turned out like tiger teeth, which is very scary, and his eyes have become a bit more evil. Even if his fighting ability is if a Real tiger comes, everyone has to stay away. After listening to Zhao Dafen's plan, everyone was very happy. And Zhao, if we take down Shun Liang first, then don't all his supplies belong to us? Chill. Keep your voice down, Zhao Dafen whispered. Then he said, we must divide it, but you have to give some face to others, especially to the director. This is what I plan to do. Let's divide it half and hand over the remaining half. The plan was made. The team is all young and strong. Thanks to a mutated Teddy, they are bound to win, especially the Zheng brothers. What a bastard. Shun Liang dared to miss our brother's wife before. Today, let's see if I don't peel off his skin, break his roots. In the basement, the other teams are still waiting for notification. Plus, the basement is dangerous, so there was no sign of anyone else. This is quite convenient for the Zheng brothers and their party. Hey. Let's go without further ado. Damn, it's so spooky in the basement. Everyone, be careful and don't fight when you encounter zombies. Just try to avoid it. That's what it says. But I really encountered zombies. Still quite difficult. Just when he was about to enter the door of Shun Liang's unit. For zombies with their hands tied were walking toward them in a twisting manner. When the group was about to escape, Zheng Qian shined a flashlight on them and was startled. Oh shit, isn't this Zhao Feng? This guy was still clamoring in the group this morning to help Wang Nana deal with Shun Liang. Could it be? Everyone looked ugly. Don't retreat, but advance. Damn it, let's go up. Wang Nana, something might have happened. Today's Riverside community. It's a bit turbulent. Xiao Tianyu is lurking in the disaster team group. Looking at the reports one by one, I feel very satisfied. He didn't know that Zhao Dafen had taken action in advance. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to divide the spoils. At this moment, he just wanted to let these scrappy guys finish the dirty work of cleaning the community and then select the elites among them and use them for his own purposes. At this moment, several pieces of news exploded in the group. Oh no! In Unit 2, Building 12, all 9 members of the team have lost contact. Unit 3, Building 3, all 11 people can't be contacted. Unit 3 in Building 17 seems to have lost contact as well. The 7 of them and the mutant lizard seem to have all lost contact. Chapter 30, Lies and Despair. Jiang Daming's death. The monster's whereabouts. The other side. Faced with Shun Liang's unreasonable demands, Jiang Daming was filled with overwhelming anger. My wife. Why should I be your nanny? What are you doing riding on a horse? Shun Liang, you are a devil. But look at that box of instant noodles. I saw Shun Liang's terrifying giant axe again. Jiang Daming's face was extremely pale. He knew he couldn't refuse. In the bedroom of Jiang Saihua's house, the beautiful and plump woman Xianan, jade hands tightly grasped the corners of clothes. The conversation between Shun Liang and Jiang Daming outside asked Jiang Daming if he would like his wife to be a nanny. This sentence, Xianan looked extremely ugly. He couldn't care less about hating Shun Liang. At this moment, she was nervously waiting for Jiang Daming's reply. Her soft and gentle eyes were filled with tension and despair. She silently said, don't agree. Jiang Daming and I are lovers who truly love each other. We have been in love for so many years. He said he would love me forever. He would not agree. He would never agree. We are all adults. All clear. It will be difficult to come back from this trip. Xianan must be reluctant. She thinks so too. Jiang Daming would never agree. But then, Jiang Daming outside. It seems like I have figured it out. The tone seems difficult, but he spoke in great detail. I can promise you, but you have to give me time to do it. Give you time? You don't want to fool me, do you? Do you think you can live by lying to me? No, I definitely don't want to lie to you. Please believe me. Worried that Shun Liang wouldn't believe it, Jiang Daming quickly straightened up. He explained in a hurried tone. I just need to go back and tell a lie and coax my wife to do it. Really, she's easy to fool. She doesn't have a good brain. I used to go out on dates or look for girls. I even went out to book a room with my ex-girlfriend several times. I just told random lies, and she believed it. This time, please trust me, Shun Liang. I promise I won't lie to you. Please. I really don't want to die. I know, if I don't promise you, it's not just that you won't give me instant noodles. You will also kill me. I don't want to die. I have to do this in order to survive. You must believe me. Shun Liang smiled. He really didn't expect that. Jiang Daming said it in such detail. This was an unexpected surprise. I believe she heard everything clearly. As expected. The next second, Jiang Daming was shocked and confused. Xianen pushed open the door suddenly. He came with a desperate look on his face. Looking at Jiang Daming, the voice trembled. Jiang Daming, you don't have to worry about lying to me. I'm stupid. But I don't want to be stupid forever. I promise to be a nanny for Shun Liang. Finished. Ignoring Jiang Daming, he shook his head and wanted to explain. Xianen went up and slapped her hard. He was furious and kicked hard. But please remember, start now. I, Xianen, am with you, Jiang Daming. No more involvement. I am no longer your wife, and you have no right to use me in exchange for others' charity and reward. Said. Xianen directly picked up the instant noodles, put it behind Shun Liang. She also stood behind Shun Liang. Jiang Daming looked pale. Look at Shun Liang angrily. Shun Liang, you tricked me? Shun Liang smiled playfully. He reached out and waved. Xianen walked forward tremblingly and felt her hand being grabbed. She hesitated and did not resist. Instead, as if to retaliate, she sat on Shun Liang's lap. Shun Liang smiled. Feel the tenderness and smoothness. I can't help but want to explore more. Yes, I will accept this little nanny. But I'm sorry, Jiang Daming. You may say that I cheated you, or that your wife is heartless. But she is right. Your wife is no longer your wife. So how can you change to instant noodles if you don't have a wife? Jiang Daming's face turned red. I still want to continue to yell. Meng Xinyan was about to take action. Jiang Kaiwa watched for a long time. Suddenly picked up a stool, as if he had made some kind of determination. He walked up and hit Jiang Daming on the head hard. Bang! Jiang Daming responded to the end. Shun Liang was stunned. Everyone was confused. Only Jiang Kaihua was breathing heavily. This time, not dead, but half crippled. She looked at Shun Liang, pursed her lips and said, Brother Liang, I want to hang out with you. I don't have any powers, but I have strength. I won't hold you back. Shun Liang was startled. Watched for a long time. He nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Kaiwa Rui changed. This transformation let her officially have the right to survive in the apocalypse. He looked at Xianan, who looked pale. Slap her on the butt. Ms. Xia, is there anything you want to do? If not, we have to leave. This room is so dirty and smelly. The words have not yet fallen, as if inspired by Jiang Kaiwa. Or maybe the hatred has reached its peak. She picked up the glass ashtray nearby, walked to Jiang Daming, who was only breathing, under its desperate gaze, said coldly, In the next life, brighten your eyes. Bang! Shun Liang secretly smacked his tongue. This bitch is hot except for her ass. It's quite spicy to start with. Not bad, tasteful. As of now, the unit cleaning team had been in place for less than 3 hours. The lost group. It actually reached 7. The total number of missing persons is 75. There are even 2 mutant pets among them. A mutated giant lizard, 3 meters long, with impressive combat capabilities. A mutant ragdoll cat, whose size is much bigger than that of a Tibetan Mastiff and whose fighting power is even greater. A team of this level, even if they encounter groups of zombies gathered in groups of 3 or 5, the most that can happen is personnel losses. It is impossible for it to be destroyed. But the facts are before us. 7 groups in total. 75 people plus 2 mutant beasts. All missing. Now, Xiao Tianyu was feeling extremely worried about this matter. How's the investigation going? Have you found any clues? Bodies are fine. Traces are fine. Don't tell me I can't find a person alive or a body dead. At present, Wang Wan is in charge of the group. But Xiao Tianyu was more anxious. After all, he was planning to take the entire group for himself. It doesn't matter if a few dozen people are missing. It wouldn't matter even if hundreds of people died. But there are 2 mutant beasts, still controllable. That is the real high-end combat power. One head can hold up to hundreds of people. It would be a loss if they were lost. Xiao Tianyu felt like he was going to explode with anger. Don't be impatient. Tianyu, I'm more anxious than you, but I have asked the nearby team to go over and take a look. There should be results soon. Wang Wan finished speaking. Messages came from the group one after another. There were actually some photos. At first, it's a bloody handprint. On the ground and on the walls, everything is normal. Until a bloody handprint appeared on the ceiling. Everything became a little weird. This? Are you sure you're right? That's the ceiling of the stairwell. It's at least 5 meters high. Could it be that the zombies can climb the wall and grab people onto the roof? Immediately following, new photos appeared. It was in the corridor. Claw marks from battle. Judging from the size and depth, it could be determined that they came from a mutant beast. Some people determined that they were the claw marks of a mutant giant lizard, but when they saw the bloodstains and messy and human bloody footprints on the ground, everyone's heart sank. This means mutated monitor lizard. Most likely dead. Even got arrested. Where's the mutant cat? The combat power of that mutant cat is far greater than that of the mutant giant lizard. It shouldn't die, right? This time, it was Xiao Tianyu who asked personally. This was the first time he spoke since the group was founded. Many people are confused. Although his notes did not include any titles such as group, number, team member/captain, Wang came out immediately and gave Xiao Tianyu a legitimate identity. Xiao Tianyu is one of the team leaders like me. The creation of the team, the formulation of action guidelines, the division of personnel, safety cleaning, and other operations were all planned by Xiao Tianyu himself. Everyone, do your best to cooperate with Tianyu's questions. As soon as these words came out, no one asked any more questions. Immediately following, latest photos. There seemed to be clues of mutant cats. Only in the photo, there were cat paw prints all over the wall. Compared with these marks, there are claw marks that are about half the size. Although these claw marks are much smaller, their number is several times that of cat claw marks. In addition to the claw marks and bloodstains on the ground, the most obvious traces are. It was a tail with long hair. See this short tail. Xiao Tianyu looked extremely ugly. Mutant cat. Dead. Damn it. What kind of monster is it? At the same time, things are over for Shen Liang. I was planning to take Jiang Kaiwa and the beautiful nanny Xia Nan home to have some fun. Chapter 31 moving. It was all in vain. The Black Shadow beast appears. Jiang Daming died miserably. Wang Nana was not dead at first. Maybe I was too absorbed in watching the show. Jean Lin now weighs several hundred kilograms. It all fell on Wang Nana. When Shen Liang went to see it, Wang Nana was already completely cold. Okay, speak up. Ow. He was crushed to death by a giant python. It seems quite strange. Jean Lin said it was not intentional. He even looked at Wang Nana naked without any clothes. He was worried that she would be cold and wanted to swallow her into his stomach to warm up. That desire was almost written on the snake's face. If Shen Liangxing hadn't pulled hard, I'm afraid I'm really going to get into the belly of a python. As for the corpse, no surprises. He died peacefully. Brother Liang, don't you need to stab them in the head? This is how it is done in the American TV series The Walking Dead. If you don't stab him to death, will the corpse turn into a zombie? Meng Xinyan holds Tang Dao in her hand. Zhang Su was stabbed to death yesterday. Not only did it not cast a shadow on her, it seems like he's a bit addicted. You already said it was an American TV series. The corpses here are quite well behaved. As far as I know, they won't turn into zombies. Don't bother. It's time to go home and have lunch. Kyle said. Shen Liang took a step and left. It's time to go out. Found Jiang Kaiwa silently following behind. On the other hand, the beautiful wife Xia Nan looked embarrassed. Let's go, Miss Xia. What are you doing standing still? You promised to go to my house to be my nanny, but you regretted it? Xia Nan came to her senses. He crossed his hands, a little embarrassed. I am a woman. Is it okay to go directly to your house? Shen Liang smiled. Turn around and leave. Isn't it appropriate? Then you stay here. By the way, I kicked down the door of Jiang Caihua's house, and it cannot be locked. Zombies may appear in the corridor at any time. I almost forgot to mention that there is a monster more terrifying than zombies in our corridor. That thing is extremely fast and can eat people without spitting out their heads. Only eat heads. Shen Liang's voice disappeared in the corridor. Meng Xinyan and Jiang Kaiwa followed one after another, seeing that the golden scales of the boa constrictor are about to disappear. Xiaonan was so frightened that she reacted, shouting and chasing at the same time. Don't leave me. I'll go. I'm willing to be your nanny. I can be a cow or a horse. Please don't leave me, woo-woo. Not long after, Shen Liang's home. After a visit, Jiang Kaiwa and Xia Nan were both a little confused. Brother Liang, don't you have a lot of supplies at home? Did you deceive everyone in the group? Jiang Kaiwa finished. Xiaonan continued. Yes, Shun Liang. Brother Shun, if you don't have so many supplies, wouldn't it be a drag on you if we came here? I don't mean anything else. I actually have 3 packs of instant noodles at home. If you don't mind, you can go and eat them. He took a deep look at the 2 women. Shun Liang smiled playfully. Meng Xinyan whispered mysteriously. You don't know this. Brother Liang's supplies have been stored in a super reliable place. If you want, you can just change them and get them out. Obviously, the 2 women didn't believe it. But Xiaonan's words. It reminded Shun Liang. There's no one else in your house, right? Well, it was just the 2 of us before. Jiang Daming is dead, so it's just me. Brother Shin, don't worry, I definitely have nothing to miss. From now on, I will follow you and serve you well. In daily life, she can definitely take on the responsibility of a nanny. He smiled. Look at Meng Xinyan. Go pack your things. Be quick. Let's move. Question mark. If I remember correctly, Miss Xiaonan's home is a 3-bedroom apartment of 130 square meters, and mine is only more than 60 square meters. It's okay for the 2 of us, but if there are more people, it will be crowded. If you say move, move, the house itself is rented. There is nothing to miss. Just bring the necessary supplies. What's more, if you're missing something, you can always come back and find it. But it was Meng Xinyan. Big packages and small rolls. There are just a few boxes. To this, Shun Liang only has one move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, everything disappeared, even if I've seen it several times. Meng Xinyan was still surprised, happy, and excited. Jiang Kaiwa and Xia Nan were so frightened that their jaws dropped. What kind of magic is this? 10 minutes later, by climbing stairs, several people arrived on the 27th floor. Shun Liang was very satisfied after entering the door. It is indeed much more spacious and transparent. The house was renovated when we got married. It has been 3 years, and the formaldehyde has been eliminated. The decoration is still quite new. You can choose which room you like. Said. Xia Nan went to clean the bedroom. I thought she was going to put away all the wedding photos. Can be packed up later. Open the window. There was no hesitation. Let's go dash. All dropped downstairs. Shun Liang looked in admiration. This bitch is so decisive. What shall we have for lunch? Do you need me to cook the instant noodles? Xiaonan took out 3 packs of instant noodles. It can be seen that it is a collector's item. Shun Liang waved his hand. Raise your hand. Vegetables and meat appeared on the table. There are even fresh grapes, peaches, pears, and other fruits. Oh my God! The vegetables are so fresh. It looks like they were just picked today. These fruits are so fresh. Is this box peaches from Sam's supermarket? Brother Shin, did you really go shopping at Sam's supermarket? Xiao Nan was surprised and happy. Jiang Caiwa's head was covered with black lines. He looked at Shun Liang in surprise. Are you thinking about big purchases? What matters is, how the hell did this happen? This is too outrageous. Don't think too much. After the end of the world, many people have mutated, including Meng Xinyan and I, who are both superpowers. Although you 2 are still ordinary people now, we don't rule out the possibility of mutating in the future. What kind of science will we encounter in the future? If you can't explain it, just attribute it to apocalyptic mutations. The 2 women said goodbye. Xiaonan helped. Meng Xinyan's lunch was cooked quickly and well. You can see it. Many of the dishes are made by Xiaonan. Less than an hour. A table full of delicious dishes. Wow, it smells so good. Rousey, so much meat. Brother Liang, can I eat meat? From Shun Liang to Brother Liang. Now I'm a good brother. Jiang Kaiwa has changed so quickly. Eat. I have enough supplies for all of us to eat for a year. Didn't buy much. There are many who can't stand it. The electrical system is still in place at the moment. In those large cold storages, fruits and vegetables will not go bad. Just before the big blackout, go out and do a sweep. I won't have to worry about eating in this life. What does it smell like? It smells so good, it smells so good, it smells so good. Damn, this smells like stew. Whose family? Whose family is so extravagant? Brother Zheng Qian and his party go round and round. Finally arrived at the 23rd floor. On weekdays, the taste is normal. Usually people don't care about this. Hardly any smell at all. But it's different now. Everyone's mouth was filled with laughter. The aroma of stewed meat flows along the windows and wind ducts. It has almost no flavor after spreading, but it's still quite obvious. The greedy group of people, including a mutated Teddy, swallowed their saliva on the spot, almost crying and begging for a bite. Unfortunately, they didn't know whose taste it was. Everyone calm down. Don't care whose family it is from. Not as attractive as the supplies from Shun Liang's family. My mother told me, Shun Liang is this piece of shit. When I buy pigs in the supermarket, I buy at least a whole pig. That's enough for our family to share 20 pounds of meat. Why can't you eat? As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. Not long after, arrive in front of Shun Liang's house. Enter the locksmith. Click, click, click. Are you sure this is the right one? That's right, let's fix it. Click, click, click. It will open soon. Everyone prepare. Be careful, Shun Liang has an ambush. Click, click, click. Click. With the last sound, the security door opens in place. Everyone was shocked and confused. Enter and start sweeping. However, after walking around, I saw no people and no supplies. Grass. Where are the people? Where are the supplies? Wrong place. Yes, look at the kitchen. There are a lot of fresh vegetable leaves and pork rinds. They must be from Shun Liang's family. What the hell happened? Did this kid move with his things? A group of people were at Shun Liang's home. Didn't notice. In the corridor, a huge black shadow. Sneaking. Follow the corners and sniff around looking for it. I noticed the smell of blood in Wang Nana's house. Push the door slightly and enter directly. Not long after, Zheng Qian and his party were ready to leave. The mutated Teddy suddenly exploded. Oh, no vuif vuif vuif. The dog owner's expression suddenly changed. Not good. There's danger. Chapter 32, Special Survival Training. The tragic Zheng brothers and their group. During lunch, the women were happy, especially Meng Xinyan, originally a very cheerful character. Because of the end times, even if I pretend to be strong lately, but it still gets exposed occasionally. Inner fragility and fear. More lonely. Xiaonan is a big sister. At 27 years old, she is even 1 year older than Shun Liang, let alone facing 22-year-old Meng Xinyan and 21-year-old Jiang Kaiwa. Talking and laughing. She always shows her sister's charm. Faced with Meng Xinyan's smile from time to time, she can always see her vulnerability accurately. Sister Xiaonan, I'm really fine. I just think you look like my sister, but my sister is quite lucky. She listened to my advice and stocked up some things at home, and she is still safe now, ha. Meng Xinyan said. Xiaonan stood up directly. Come to her, hugging her with his broad and full chest. A moment. Meng Xinyan was stunned, then hugged tightly. Silent for a long time. Silly girl. Speak out if you're worried. Speak out if you're afraid. Brother Shin was the one who protected you before. From now on, I can also be your support. If you have something on your mind, you can't hide it by yourself. Me, and me. I will also be Sister Xinyan's little cotton-padded jacket from now on. Jiang Kaiwa stood up quickly. He hugged her slightly playfully. 3 sisters hugging each other. The look of being in love with each other. It made Shin Liang feel a little dreamy. I once wondered if we were still in the end times. He was very happy to see this warm scene. We also need happiness in the last days. It needs more warm adjustment. But he knew better. These things. After all, you can't be too obsessed. The cruelty of reality really destroys the atmosphere. But it is of utmost importance. Something that must be faced. Good sister, good sister. Just hold me for a while. If you keep hugging me, I'll suffocate to death. Meng Xinyan let go, breathing heavily. Looking at Xiaonan, he was slightly shocked. He looked at Jiang Kaiwa with a proud expression again. Wait, the ranking is correct. Xiaonan is the eldest sister. I am the second sister. And Kaiwa is the third eldest sister. Shun Liang was confused, sensing Meng Xinyan's gaze. It suddenly dawned on me. Sweep Jiang Kaiwa. Finally, it stopped at Xiaonan. I'll clear the table. Wash the dishes and chopsticks by the way. Xiaonan blushed. He fled into the kitchen in panic. Shun Liang smiled playfully. Escape? My whole house was taken out of my pocket. People can still let you escape. No rush. In the game with Jiang Kaiwa just now. I'm quite full already. It's still early. Just play slowly at night. Suddenly, there were 2 more women. A little bit beyond expectations. But Shun Liang did not reject it. Although initially expected, only those with special abilities are accepted. But women like Jiang Kaihua and Xia Nan are exceptions. Shen Liang had to admit it. He's a normal man. When he was working as an electrician in the community, he often saw the two of them. He had an idea for a long time that he wanted but couldn't get it. It wasn't really an obsession, but if it could be realized, he would be very happy to get it all. As for non-superpowers, not good at fighting, Shen Liang will try his best to help them improve on these issues. In the past life, those without special abilities live at the bottom, but he is not without the ability to resist. Okay, after cleaning up, come here. In the living room, Shen Liang was already ready. There are several different weapons. There is a Tang Hung Dao of the same style as Meng Xinyan. Large machete with thick accents. There are bows and crossbows, and sharp daggers. These weapons, not cumbersome. These were the first things Shen Liang thought of after he was reborn. They were the most effective, simplest, and crudest weapons. They were all purchased at a large price during the procurement process. Everything that needed to be sharpened was sharpened. Needless to say, they were sharp. These weapons are in hand. Just a little training. Ordinary people can also kill zombies. Long sword type, invincible in close combat. A machete is more lethal. The crossbow is invincible in distance combat, but is weak in close combat, so you need to practice with the dagger. Choose. Shen Liang finished talking about the pros and cons. Xia Nan and Jiang Kaihua. They all started to make choices. At first he thought, no one would choose a crossbow. After all, although the crossbow is strong in long-distance combat, it does draw the span in close combat. It is twice as difficult to practice with the dagger. Once practiced, it is very strong, but training is a big problem. Not to mention that the crossbow is very powerful. And even if you're weak, it will be difficult to string it. Who admits it? Xia Nan chose the thick machete. Jiang Kaihua chose a crossbow plus dagger. Very good. Both were unexpected. Tell me why. Shen Liang asked with a twitch in his mouth. Xia Nan was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he waved a little. Although the Tang Dao is slightly lighter, its relative lethality is also weaker. And for my strength, wielding the Tang Dao cannot be as easy as Sister Xingyan. After all, she is a superpower, so I feel the machete is the best choice. Heavier, better for both hands. It's also more lethal. Very reasonable. Shen Liang looked at Jiang Kaihua. He spoke without waiting to ask her. I'd like to try that. Crossbow plus dagger. It is very complicated to practice, but if you can practice it well, you should have a stronger combat ability. I also considered that the current team lacks a person who can attack from a distance. If I do it, I can fill this gap. After finishing speaking, Jiang Kaihua was a little embarrassed. Shen Liang saw through it a little bit. He smiled and said nothing. But it is very clear in my heart. This girl has a strong sense of crisis. First of all, Meng Xinyan will definitely not be abandoned. But Xia Nan and Jiang Kaihua. If you only eat and don't work, you can't even kill zombies well, and your combat effectiveness has never been improved. There is a risk of being abandoned by Shen Liang. He loves beauty, but one day he will get tired of it. If he is always a vase, will be abandoned sooner or later. The choice of knife is very suitable, but not outstanding. Crossbows are different. Just as Jiang Kaihua said, there is currently no long-range shooter in Shen Liang's team. Once Jiang Kaihua is competent, not only master one killing technique, it is equivalent to having a golden rice bowl. A reason for Shen Liang to pay more attention to her. Clever. The choice you make. You have to grit your teeth and do it well. Both women nodded seriously. Next, Shen Liang made a simple target. The house is very big. The living room, dining room, and even the kitchen can form a long straight line, almost 20 meters apart, which is enough for Jiang Kaihua to practice archery. Practice long shots first. I'll tell you the key to close attack with the dagger later. Xia Nan sighed. Meng Xinyan can be a coach. To add urgency, Shen Liang didn't plan to let them practice for too long. Just an hour later. Take a short break for 10 minutes. Shen Liang opened the security door directly. Let's go. Go out and find some zombies for actual combat. The two women thought they heard wrongly. They all turned pale with fright. To this, Meng Xinyan comforted with a warm smile. You have been practicing for at least an hour. You don't know that I didn't have a chance to practice that day. So I was dragged out to kill zombies. The corners of the two women's mouths twitched. You were a superpower. At least you were strong. US. But there was no chance to refuse. It involves issues of survival. Shen Liang will not give in at all. Rest assured, when you are in danger, Xinyan and I will save you. But you must also use the most basic reaction skills. If you can't fight, you can run away. Don't stand there and scream like a brainless person. I hope you won't be numb and in a daze when you encounter zombies. Otherwise, you will die. Very miserable. Come to the corridor. The tension gradually built up. When they're worried about zombies, Shenliang is far beyond ordinary people's senses. Feel it immediately, not far downstairs. There were the roars of beasts and the desperate roars and dying wails of humans. Looking at Ming Xinyan. Keep going down, Shun Liang said softly. There are some minor situations. Next, Xinyan Jinlin and I will be the main attackers. You guys try your best to protect yourselves. Said. Shun Liang took out the giant axe. Meng Xinyan drew out the Tang Dao. Jinlin raised his tail. The two women looked solemn. 23rd floor. Jiang Caihua's family. The brothers Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong were now forced into a corner, together with the mutated Teddy and the dog owner Du Feng. The Teddy dog has many skin and flesh turned out at the moment. His condition was extremely poor, and his eyes were less fierce. There is more fear visible to the naked eye. As for everyone else, at this moment, he was dead, seriously injured, and seriously injured. There is only one breath left to live. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, physically broken. Half of the bodies were missing their heads. The other half is fairly healthy, facing the end of being entangled. The originator. It was a giant mutated giant spider plus a huge mutated mouse. Damn it, why is there such a terrifying thing? Especially that rat. Obviously, the body size is not as big as the mutated Teddy of Du Feng's family, but in the end, he can brutally torture the mutated Teddy. Isn't this nonsense? Who can escape in front of this kind of monster? We are dead, dead. Zheng Gong looked desperate. To be precise, 3 people and 1 dog are quite desperate. Zheng Qian is slightly better as the eldest brother. He forced himself to suppress his fear. Don't panic. Don't panic. The mouse is powerful, but the mutant giant spider is even more powerful. The good news is, they seem to have enough prey. If they stop attacking, or even just leave, we can live. Otherwise, what else? Otherwise, be prepared to fight to the death. But I've already called for help. Mom will definitely help us find help. Half an hour has passed. Help will probably be here soon. Everyone must hold on. Guzzi, you have to hold on too. Heard there might be rescue. Everyone was filled with hope. However, mutated giant rats and mutated giant spiders. At this time, I looked over. Damn it. Oh no. Zheng Qian growled. The mutant giant rat's scarlet eyes stared fixedly, and the next second it rushed towards several people. The mutant Teddy was quite interesting, so he directly pushed forward and started biting with the mutant giant rat. If it is a mutated native dog, maybe we can still fight. Teddy is pampered. Rats are used to being wild, not of the same magnitude at all. He quickly fell behind. What to do? How about we take the opportunity to escape? Zheng Gong said. Du Feng was anxious. Can't leave. My Daodu is still fighting. How can we abandon it? Asshole, what's more important, the dog's life or our lives? Let's leave quickly while there's no one guarding the door, etc. No gatekeeper? Zheng Qian was told by his younger brother. It was a shock. This was the shocking discovery. Mutated giant spider gone. Chapter 33 Insta-kill. It's over? Real danger strikes. Whoosh! Ah! With a scream, Du Feng on the side disappeared directly. The two of them suddenly looked to the side corner. The mutant giant spider didn't know when, but it had already formed a huge spider web in the corner a few meters away from them, and its terrifying spider legs, nearly 2 meters long, were dragging along with the spun silk. Zhao Feng is on the ground, being dragged along quickly, in a blink of an eye, directly into the spider's arms. The action of spinning silk suddenly accelerated. Wait for the two brothers to react. Du Feng has been entangled into a huge human-shaped rice dumpling. He can move, but it is extremely difficult. His eyes are full of despair. Teddy is anxious to rescue him, but the giant rat seizes the opportunity and pounces on his back. Aiming at the neck, he began to bite violently, and blood spurted out immediately. It's over, dead. Want to escape. But Zheng Gong's legs became weak. Zheng Qian had to hold his brother. Escape! Quick! The giant spider is dealing with Du Feng. The giant rat is taking care of Teddy. This is their only chance. Just as he was about to reach the door, the giant rat suddenly leaped several meters away and actually stood in front of them, blocking their only way of retreat. At this moment, the two brothers were completely desperate. But then, bang! A sharp tang, sword flashing with cold light. He chopped the giant rat's neck hard. The tang sword cut down some of it, but he didn't chop off his head. So hard! Tang drew out his sword. The giant rat is howling. Turn around! But before he turned around, whoosh! Puff! A huge and heavy axe, like a god descending from heaven, chopped down accurately on the wound left by the tang sword. The giant rat's head rolled to the ground in an instant. Giant rat! D. The Zheng brothers were all stunned. Just killed so many people. Even the mutant Teddy, who is also a mutant beast. The terrifying giant rat monster that was easily defeated. Just I. Gudong. The two brothers swallowed their saliva. In shock and uncertainty, Shun Liang appeared with several women and a golden python. He swung the blood from his great axe. He glanced at the Zheng brothers who were paralyzed with fear. Scanned this room full of corpses. Finally, his eyes locked on the giant spider in the corner. No hesitation, not even giving the giant spider any chance to react. He threw the giant axe violently. Accurate throw. Strike first. Whoosh whoosh. The giant axe bursts with rapid speed. Cut the air. Spin 2.5 times in midair. The giant spider obviously wants to escape, but it's too late. Bang! The giant axe penetrated the giant spider's body and was firmly inserted into the cement wall. The axe handle trembled and hummed due to the huge force, and blood flowed along the giant spider's internal organs, scattered all over the floor. All this, it happened quickly. The decisive end. It seems to start from the moment you enter the house. Shun Liang thought about this attack. From killing the giant rat, to observing the environment, to locking onto the giant spider, it took almost only a short breath. Before even one of the stepping feet had time to land, the giant axe flew out accurately and killed the giant spider. This terrible fighting consciousness. Meng Xinyan was shocked. Okay, so strong. From the moment I walked downstairs, Shun Liang confirmed the danger. I originally thought there was going to be a big fight. The results were surprising. The women let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this battle to be so easy. And killed 2 terrifying monsters in one breath. Spread the word. Shouldn't your jaw drop? Looking at the Zheng brothers, you can tell that the horror on their faces is almost solidified. Their necks were slightly stiff, and they turned to look at the terrifying giant spider that was cut into 2 pieces with an axe, and then stiffly turned back to look at the giant rat whose body was separated. Only deep fear is left. Such a scary person. A group of them. Did you just want to kill people and steal goods? Go crazy. Regret. Deep regret. For the first time, the Zheng brothers felt that their mother, Zhao Dafan, had made a stupid decision. This decision not only nearly wiped out their entire army, but also put their brothers at risk of facing Shun Liang's revenge at any time. Shun Liang, they want to explain? I want to apologize and say something. However, Shun Liang didn't want to look at them again. Him at this moment. Not only did he not relax, instead his expression became more solemn. This is only the 4th day. These difficult gregarious mutant beasts actually formed a large scale so early and began to act collectively. Yeah, it's only the 4th day? Halfway through the sentence, Meng Xinyan looked horrified. Etc. What? Social mutant beast? Could it be? Such a scary thing. There are many more. Think of this. Everyone suddenly turned pale. Other side. Shun Liang is in the same building, only 1 unit away. In a family's home, a middle-aged couple. They were hugging each other and trembling in the corner, are facing it at the moment. The most desperate fear in this life. Husband, call the police, call the police. Hurry up and find someone to save us. Woo, no matter who is outside, no matter what kind of monster you are, let us go, let me go. Please, I don't want to die. Women's screams could not be heard. This sound is like a catalyst. The security door was already riddled with holes. Suddenly, there were continuous impacts. The woman screamed even louder. Coming soon. Those monsters are coming in. The man was angry and furious. Stop yelling. Do you want to bring them all in? The woman covered her mouth in fear. His wide eyes were filled with tears of fear. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The frequency of the impacts is extremely high. There seems to be not just one culprit, but a group. Especially the last one. After the impact, a terrifying huge tooth mark. It actually got through the thick security door. The huge bite mark had a huge diameter from top to bottom, reaching a terrifying span comparable to a person's height. The teeth were crooked, messy, and scary, and the mark was as thick as a man's finger. It seemed that if he bit it again, the whole door would be completely destroyed. The woman couldn't help but scream again. The man's face suddenly turned pale. I'm really dead now. Oh my God. What is wrong with this world? Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Help! Help! But then, the man noticed something unusual. He quickly covered his wife's mouth. The screaming stopped abruptly. The creepy monster sound also seemed to have disappeared. Monsters attack. Stop suddenly? Are you saved? Oh, please don't come again, please. The woman burst into tears. Whisper a prayer. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of the wall breaking next door and the screams of the neighbor next door. The couple continued to stare with their hearts in their throats and without daring to breathe. The screams did not last long. Immediately afterwards, the sound of walls collapsing and shattering continued. He was stunned for a few seconds. The man trembled. Gone. The monster is gone. It seems that he punched through the wall to get to the unit next door in a hurry. At this time, Shin Liang was looking in the direction where the giant spider died. Jin Lin handed over the giant axe at this moment. While taking the giant axe, his ears moved slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of the bedroom on the left. That was the bedroom where Jiang Daming and others had a fight. The loud, rumbling noise continued to come and approach. Real danger. Here we come. He tightened the axe in his hand. Reach behind your back with your left hand. The second giant axe appears. He said softly with a serious expression. Xiaonan and Jiang Kaiwa, go to my house and hide immediately. Jinlin, Xinyan, ready, fight. Chapter 34. Xiao Tianyu shows off his muscles. Shock. Take power. Monster. Riverside Community. In the underground garage. There are about 100 people at this moment. Gather here. The power system is still normal. The brightness in the basement is sufficient. And there are people on duty around. So everyone feels at ease to gather here to discuss the disappearance of the team. And at this time, in the crowd, Wang Wan was in the lead, with Zhao Dafin beside her. There are two other people together, representing the neighborhood committee. It also represents the identity of the person in charge of the disaster response team. Everyone, those currently present are the elite members of the unit cleaning team. You are all people who have actually killed zombies, or have encountered and participated in the cleanup of zombies. You are all heroes and warriors. Some even experienced a near-death experience. I'm so proud of you guys for this. You are real heroes, but the missing team members are what everyone is most worried about at the moment. So next, I hope everyone can discuss the information that has not been mentioned in the group in detail again in person. Finally, after the information is integrated, Comrade Xiao Tianyu will lead everyone to start the search and rescue work. Director Wang is right. As a representative of the masses, I, Zhao Dafin, would like to thank you all and hope that everyone will speak up. After all, Wang Wan is the director of the neighborhood committee. Zhao Dafin even helped everyone come up with a material sharing plan. In the minds of the owners, she made a great contribution. The two of them have the final say. Everyone seemed to agree. The only one who also stands among those in power is Xiao Tianyu. He asked questions in a bossy manner in the group. Some people were dissatisfied. It just wasn't brought up at the time. And at this moment, everyone face to face, especially those who had just fought with zombies, risked their lives to clear out zombies, clean up the corridors, and even clean up the basement. They felt that they had paid a lot, but they were still minions, while Xiao Tianyu had paid nothing, but came directly to power. Xiao Tianyu is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. Seeing the indifferent looks in the crowd, I saw through these people's thoughts. He wasn't worried about anything. On the contrary, after Wang Wan and Zhao Dafin start speaking right away. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Tianyu. My identity is not important. The important thing is that I can lead everyone to do many things that others cannot do, such as surviving well and safely in this disaster. Of course, I won't say more about these things. We'll see later. Right now, I hope everyone will speak up. Time waits for no one. Every minute and every second, someone may die. At the same time, I know that there are some of you who are hiding your abilities. You are very powerful. You should not hide your abilities, but show your strength. You will gain more support, and everyone will need to borrow your strength, including those who have mutant animals but conceal it and don't report it. Speaking of this, Xiao Tianyu pondered for a moment. In the seemingly calm crowd, some people still showed a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. He smiled in his heart. It seems someone is hiding something. Don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Then just draw a pie in the sky. He continued, the disaster committee will not hold anyone accountable. On the contrary, you can report it at any time. I represent the disaster committee. Reward you at any time and reuse you. The reward is, no matter how scarce the supplies are in the future, you will be given priority over ordinary people. Really, supplies are in short supply nowadays. It's just the material benefits. It caught the attention of many people, but more people still feel persistently. Why does Xiao Tianyu hold power? Using chicken feathers as a token of authority? As soon as these words came out, some people began to murmur. Immediately following, a young man in the crowd suddenly questioned him face to face. Director Wang, no matter what, let's talk about the disaster team. Let's talk about the missing team, or talk about supplies. Everyone can follow your lead. After all, you are the real leader. But some people, why should he? Due to the fact that I am the eldest son of a wealthy family? In speech, no name was mentioned, but every word was directed at Xiao Tianyu. This is full of sarcasm. This dissatisfaction and anger. It resonates with everyone. During the apocalypse, everyone risked their lives to fight on the front lines, and no one talked about fighting for power. But some people didn't kill a single zombie and just stayed at home enjoying life. Now that everyone has been cleaned up, some people are standing up. How? Picking peaches? Is it appropriate? Do you have any shame? Everyone, don't you think so? Yes. Yes, that's right. Why should a young boy take advantage of the world we have conquered? What qualifications does he have? What did he pay for? Irrelevant people are not qualified to represent the disaster committee. Disaster committee. This is the name the neighborhood committee changed in response to this great disaster. This situation. Wang has thought about it, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. She looked a little unhappy. Chao Yu. Annie treats you well and usually treats you like her own child. What are you doing at a time like this? When everyone needs to unite as one. You are the one leading the trouble. Want to rebel? Xiao Tianyu can become the core figure of the disaster committee. Of course, he has the ability. If any one of you is able, I'll make you the core members too. Even people with special abilities are good. Mutated pets are good too. It will be all right. Whoever can speak up. If you can't, shut up. Wang suddenly became serious. This made Chao Yu, who was taking the lead, look serious. Doubts suddenly arose in my mind. Could it be that Xiao Tianyu is a person with superpowers? Impossible. Psychics are so rare. This dude, how could he be a person with superpowers? That's right. There are indeed people in the crowd who have hidden supernatural abilities, and Chao Yu is one of them. The reason why he stood out at this moment is that he felt indignant. As a supernatural person, he has not joined the disaster committee, so why should he Xiao Tianyu? But Wang's words, it also made Chao Yu excited. And Xiao Tianyu, I don't want to hide it anymore. He stood directly in front of Chao Yu. Chao Yu, right? You are right. You have all risked your lives. Compared to me, you have indeed been lying at home in comfort. But there is a saying that goes, those who are capable will get the job. You actually have some guesses in your mind, and I can tell you honestly, I am a mutant. This is a special period. Anyone who is dissatisfied can stand up. Special times call for special measures. I accept your challenge, but I hope that after the challenge, everyone can devote themselves to the search and rescue work wholeheartedly. The missing person is in danger. Everyone is waiting to rescue us. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chao Yu was also shocked. Damn, he's really a supernatural being. Following right on, everyone is watching. Xiao Tianyu let out a low roar. The next second, he showed his psychic form on the spot. This is a beast man, a beast transformer of a brown bear. Chao Yu exclaimed. He was shocked by this. In his psychic form, Xiao Tianyu didn't even need to show any strength. He was over 2.5 meters tall, and everyone had to look up at him when he stood there. With his sturdy limbs and terrifyingly sharp claws, it seemed as if he could take off countless people's heads with just a wave of his hand. Chao Yu, now that things have come to this, don't hide it. It's time for you to show your abilities. Everyone was stunned. Could it be Chao Yu? Kyo Yu sight. Under the gaze of everyone, transformed suddenly, it actually turned into a standing humanoid cheetah. He was originally less than 1.7 meters tall. His height reached 2 meters in an instant. The limbs are strong and the muscles are knotty. Both claws have sharp claws, especially the slightly bent cheetah legs, perfectly replicate the cheetah's hind limbs. In an instant, it can burst out with the terrifying speed of a cheetah, but overall it looks, compared with Xiao Tianyu. The difference is obvious. Cheetah, a very good beast form. Xiao Tianyu praised in a muffled voice. Chow, you can take it or leave it. He immediately shook his head slightly. Before, I thought I was strong. But seeing your brown bear form, young Master Xiao, and the terrifying pressure full of power, I must admit that I am not as good as you in terms of combat ability. I'm afraid, plus me, I am not your opponent, young Master Xiao. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Qiao Yu looks so scary. Neither of them can beat Xiao Tianyu? Ha ha ha, you're too modest. Then I would like to ask Brother Qiao Yu, am I Xiao Tianyu qualified? Qiao Yu smiled, a self-deprecating smile. The mutant form was removed on the spot. Bowed to Xiao Tianyu. From today on, I will fully assist young Master Xiao in disaster response. As soon as these words came out, it also represents everyone. Everyone else started apologizing. Xiao Tianyu suggested again. Another hidden superpower appeared. This person turned out to be just like Shun Liang. He is a strong fighter. If Shun Liang sees it, I'm afraid I'll be a little depressed. Fighters, are they so common? But only slightly. After all, so what if there are all fighters in the world? As an ordinary fighter, in front of a player with a lot of money, wouldn't you just be a loser? The feeling of crushing the same kind of people seems to be more satisfying. After, two more people said, my pet has mutated. This time, Xiao Tianyu instantly gained 2 superpowers, plus the power of 2 mutant beast pets. The 2 mutant beast pets that disappeared before are probably in danger, but fortunately, there is also a mutant teddy. Aunt Zhao, in your son's team, the guy named Du Feng has a mutated teddy, right? Did I remember correctly? Ah, yes. Speaking of which, Zhao Daifin's eyes flickered. At this time, the Zheng brothers had just arrived at Shen Liang's house. I haven't sent a message to Zhao Daifin for help yet. She worried about being exposed. Dare not say much. Xiao Tianyu became suspicious. But then, Zhao Daifin's cell phone rang. Get on the phone. Hearing the son's trembling cry for help, Zhao Daifin was stunned for 2 seconds, and then looked at Wang Wan and Xiao Tianyu with pale faces. It's not good. Something happened to my son and the others. Help them. Calm down, what happened? Xiao Tianyu gave a deep drink. Zhao Daifin was so frightened that he quickly calmed down. Don't dare to hide it. He quickly explained the cause and effect. She only hid the fact that she was going to find Shen Liang and ransack her house. This was a shameful matter, and she would be a sinner if she told it. But she lied and said she was going to save Wang Nana. Xiao Tianyu is smarter than a fox. See through at a glance. But he didn't say anything. After hearing this, his face became a little solemn. Mutated giant rat, mutated giant spider. Damn it, zombies are troublesome enough. There is such a thing. After discussion, Xiao Tianyu decided to lead people to rescue. It doesn't matter whether the Zheng brothers live or die. But that mutant teddy. However, the indispensable high-end combat power must be preserved with all our efforts. Fortunately, I got a few more dollars. Just 2 mutant beasts. Xiao Tianyu is not timid at all. Other side, Shen Liang gave the order. Xiao Nan and Jiang Kaiwan knew that they could not intervene next, so they hid in Shen Liang's house without delay. Fortunately, the door lock was not damaged, and they could temporarily lock the door to resist. The Zheng brothers narrowly escaped death. Rescued Du Feng from the spider silk. The 3 wanted to escape, but Shen Liang, 2 people, and a python stood at the door. So the 3 of them could only hide in the corner and tremble. Meng Xinyan also knew it. Shen Liang is so serious. There must be a reason. She is holding Tang Hengdao. Recalling the failed scene of killing the giant rat just now, I clearly understood that my effort was too small due to nervousness. This is a fatal mistake in a life-and-death battle and must not be made again. Jinlin raised his tail. The basin-sized tail glowed with cold light. The teeth in the mouth are extremely sharp. There is no fear in the scarlet eyes. There is only bloodlust and desire for prey. The next moment, bang! The moment the last wall was broken, 3 monsters appeared, one in front and one behind, staring with anger. The dust is cleared. After seeing it clearly, the Zheng brothers couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and despair rose again in their frightened eyes. It's a lie! It's a lie! What is this monster? Chapter 35. The Three-Tailed Giant Rat King. Confrontation. What the hell is going on? Huff, huff, huff. This is the house rented by Jiang Kaiwa. It has been destroyed beyond recognition at this moment. But no one cares. Just because the three terrifying mutated giant beasts that were suddenly discovered were staring at him eagerly at this moment. Not only the three Zheng brothers were extremely frightened, but even the powerful Shen Liang had to be prepared at this moment. Opposite. Two of them. It's the same giant rat that was fucked to death by Shen Liang, but it seems slightly larger. His pupils glowed fiercely. There were drool dripping from the yellowed teeth, and the roar became more terrifying. The two front claws that were supposed to be small have become sharp and terrifying after mutation, and can easily disembowel him with a swing. The worst, it's the leading beast at the front. This is also an incredible monster that makes Zheng Qian despair. Is this also a giant rat? Why does it have three tails? The limbs are so thick too. Not only is the whole body more than twice the size of the giant rat behind him, but the head is even extraordinarily huge, especially the mouth. Are you kidding? The terrifyingly wide mouth seems to be able to swallow a giant rat. Zheng Qian's mouth was trembling. He was so miserable. The other two were so frightened that they became incontinent. That's right. The leading giant rat can clearly crush ordinary giant rats in terms of body shape and strength. Not only does it have three tails, but it also has an outrageous abyssal mouth that is comparable to a hippopotamus when opened. The mouth is full of messy but scrawled words. Horrifying, outward-turned, and erratic sharp teeth. What's even scarier is, in the huge mouth, there is vaguely a round thing. That's a human head. Whoops, whoops. The leading giant rat opened its mouth wide, staring at Shen Liang with stern eyes. His nose moved slightly, as if he was sniffing something. Final. Focus on the giant rat corpse. Look at Shen Liang's giant axe again. After confirmation, a sudden scream. Zizizu. The same squeak. The giant rat's voice is extremely harsh. Shen Liang blocked his ears. Also gag your mouth. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. What a bastard. Do you know you have bad breath? Could you please stop yelling so much? I'm going to give you a hammer. If you don't accept it, do it. Shen Liang's words. Everyone was stunned. The giant rat king was also stunned. Everyone thought Shen Liang was stupid. He provoked such a terrifying monster at such a critical moment. Even if the other party didn't understand, it didn't seem very wise. Shen Liang knew what he was doing. He knows it very well. Can't hide anymore. That being the case, then fight. The monster is very strong. He knew about this thing in his last life, but he only learned it from Xiao Tianyu in his previous life. Knowing yourself and your enemy, even though you are not bound to lose. Shen Liang doesn't want anything to go wrong. At the moment, the important thing is to take advantage of it. The opportunity is here. Take advantage of his dazed moment. He suddenly threw the giant axe in his hand. At the same time, the whole person is like a cannonball. Whoosh! Follow the giant axe that flies out. Shen Liang is holding another giant axe. He also rushed towards the giant rat. Wait for the giant rat to react. The giant axe has already arrived, first one. The giant rat king felt a huge crisis. And more importantly, he felt provoked by a weak prey, which made him even more furious. Without thinking, he stretched out his terrifying claws and slammed the giant axe. The power is huge. Hit accurately. The moment the giant axe was blown away, the giant rat king showed a very humane arrogance. Little did I know, all this, it's under Shen Liang's control. When the giant axe flew out, it was not intended to be as easy as killing the giant spider. Shen Liang had a certain understanding of the strength of the giant rat king, and he would not underestimate it. The function of the giant axe was to delay time. As long as the giant spider was the rat king goes up to him and knocks away the giant axe. So he needs to waste time and attention. Wait for the giant rat king to come to his senses again. The arrogant ferocity is still on his face. Shen Liang came wielding a giant axe. Go to hell. These days, I ate so many energy fruits. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the power of Shen Liang's attack. Just hit it. Even if there is an armored tank in front of you, they all had to get wound instantly. The giant rat king was in a panic visible to the naked eye, but its speed and stress response, Shen Liang was even more shocked. Roar! See, the giant rat king is roaring. Not only did they not come forward, instead, he suddenly retreated unexpectedly. This step, the power Shen Liang used to aim, was instantly relieved. The giant rat king also jumped back 3 meters away, standing next to 2 giant rat boys. Breathing heavily, Shen Liang stood there holding a giant axe. There was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Shit, you can actually hide. It seems I can't keep you. Otherwise, if you continue to develop, you will really become a sperm. An ordinary giant rat. It's just the brain of a mouse. With a brain the size of a fingernail and a violent nature after mutation, how could he know how to dodge? Even if he tried to dodge, it would be too late when he was about to be hit. But the giant rat king was different. When Shen Liang attacked, even when there was still some distance, he actually predicted it in advance and chose to retreat. Anticipate danger. Such wisdom, already comparable to humans. Giant Python and Meng Xinyan each came to Shen Liang. The wisdom and power of the giant rat king. It made Meng Xinyan a little more afraid. Fortunately, the giant rat king Shen Liang can handle it. Brother Liang, kill it. Jin Lin and I will deal with these 2 brats. Following Meng Xinyan's domineering speech, Jin Lin raised his proud tail, staring at the 3 giant rats opposite. Look at this posture. If Shen Liang didn't stop him, Jin Lin wants to challenge 3. As the saying goes, snakes and rats come together in a nest. But it's also true that snakes prefer to eat rats. It seems that Jin Lin regards giant rats as natural prey. In addition to the giant rat king, the 2 giant rats on the opposite side seem to be a little afraid of Jin Lin, but their violent nature coupled with the giant rat king's plundering formation keep them from taking a step back. 2 people and 1 snake. 3 giant rats. During the confrontation, they gradually approached each other. See this scene. The Zheng brothers and the surviving Du Feng couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Can this and this really be defeated? At the same time, Xiao Tianyu quickly formed a rescue team. Among them were the 2 newly recruited superpowers, plus a mutant pet that was temporarily mobilized, which was a mutant alligator turtle. The alligator turtle itself looked fierce, and it was even more terrifying after the mutation. It had a huge head full of fangs, a hard shell full of inverted spikes, and moved very fast, not slow at all. Can this alligator turtle be controlled? Xiao Tianyu was a little hesitant. It's easy to deal with anyone. As long as they are raised from childhood, there will be feelings. The turtle is an animal. He really doesn't understand. Can this thing understand human nature? The owner was a girl wearing glasses. She looked gentle and shy, showing what social phobia was. In response to Xiao Tianyu's questions, she blushed and looked evasive, but still spoke in a low voice. Yes, I can control it. My turtle is called Xiao Bao. I have raised it since it was young. This year is already the 3rd year. Before that, I would take Xiao Bao out for a walk every day. As long as I called it, it would quickly come back to find me no matter where it was. Speaking of, the glasses Queen Shirshir began her show. Waved to the alligator snapping turtle. Shouted weakly, Xiao Bao, come here. Immediately following. Everyone is watching. The giant alligator turtle weighing 1,000 pounds, with limbs as strong as elephant legs, ran towards Wang Shirshir at a very fast speed on tiptoe, and every step made a loud noise. Boom, boom, boom. Huge head. After stretching, its height exceeded Wang Shirshir's head. A big mouth full of fangs. When opened, it can easily bite off a person's head. But what's even more terrifying about the alligator snapping turtle is its bite force. Small alligator snapping turtles can bite through chopsticks. This is a mutated alligator snapping turtle. Take a bite. I'm afraid it can easily bite through the steel bars. Everyone was nervous. The alligator snapping turtle came in front of Wang Shirshir and rubbed her chin docilely. Then Wang Shirshir stretched out her hand, and the alligator snapping turtle took the initiative to touch her hand. It was so docile that it was jaw-dropping. Xiao Tianyu applauded immediately. Good. What a clever little treasure. I recognize Xiao Bao's fighting ability. Since you are so docile, this operation will surely accomplish great success. Like Xiao Bao, the alligator snapping turtle, Xiao Tianyu is sincere. He even estimated it secretly. If he transformed into a giant bear, it would be difficult to kill the alligator turtle. It would be extremely difficult to open this terrifying turtle shell. At a not-so-slow speed, the mutant alligator turtle's huge head had a terrifying mouth full of teeth, and a terrifying bite force. Once bitten, every single one counts. They will all break apart on the spot. If it weren't for the fear of losing control, Xiao Tianyu really didn't want to take Wang Shishir with him. This girl with glasses looks ugly and so introverted. What a coward. How can such a person be worthy of such a mutant beast with powerful combat power? What a pity and waste. He regretted even more. If I had known this earlier, I would have kept many pets at home. Just mutate one. Just make a lot of money. Unfortunately, it was too late. Walk. Without further ado, everyone set out immediately. Think of that building. Shun Liang happened to be in the same unit. Xiao Tianyu couldn't help but sneer. If everything goes well, we can even take it down with him. The mutant snapping turtle is too big. It's so big that it can barely fit in the hallway. Turning the corridors is a bit difficult. Fortunately, there was a slightly larger elevator among the two elevators. The snapping turtle went in and retracted its limbs, and it could barely fit in. The girl Wang Shishir stood on top of the snapping turtle, which was just right and not overweight, so they had to split up. Others take the stairs, mainly for investigation. Prevent people from escaping in the stairwell and missing rescue. Everyone be careful. It's the 10th floor. There's a chance of encountering monsters on every floor. Xiao Tianyu became alert. Just saying. Sudden. Whoosh! What the hell? It just fell down so fast. Some people are confused. Everyone looked out through the small window. At this height, you can see downstairs by just leaning forward. When Xiao Tianyu saw that it was a giant rat with 3 tails and covered in wounds and blood, he was shocked. What was going on? 3 tails plus a huge mouth as deep as the abyss. What the hell kind of monster was this? Could this be the giant rat? Did the giant rat jump off the building? Just when I was confused. From top to bottom, another figure. Whoosh! Go through this window again. That was a pretentious figure holding a giant axe. Holding the giant axe in both hands, making a chopping motion. He chased after him. Swinging the giant axe, he slashed at the giant rat king. Cut it down! While shouting angrily, Die to me! The next moment, bang! The giant rat king has landed. Don't wait for a reaction. Shun Liang's giant axe. Almost at the same time, it was chopped down hard. This scene, everyone was stunned. Xiao Tianyu opened his mouth, swallowing subconsciously. Did you see clearly? The one who fell with the axe was a man? Chapter 36, Explosive Killing. Thrilling. Xiao Tianyu's threat to visit. 23rd floor. Originally, a wall was punched through by the giant rat king. But that wall leads to the home of the resident in the unit next door. It's just a disguised expansion of square meters. At least there's no ventilation. But at this moment, the wall next to the window, a huge hole with a width of more than 2 meters appeared directly, and a cool breeze blew in. But it was not the cool breeze that made the 3 Zheng brothers shiver. It's a lie. Is this a humanoid special effect? Shun Liang, it kicked the giant rat king into the wall, and even made a hole with it. And then, halfway through, touched his chapped lips. Zheng Qian took a deep breath. And he had an axe. You jumped with the giant rat king, who fell down? The 3 of them sat in the corner. I can't even leave even if I want to. The legs are as soft as noodles. Can't stand up at all. Now, Golden Scale has ended the battle. Look at its opponent's giant rat. At this moment, his head has been blown off. The clearly visible marks on the body and the twisted and unseemly mutated claws seem to tell the story of how miserable the situation was before death. If Jin Lin's current strength was not slightly restrained, he could even wrap around this mutated giant rat and squeeze it to explode. Meng Xinyan sighed. After all, it's because of his poor fighting skills. A little reluctant, but in the end, victory was achieved. At this moment, the giant rat was lying on the ground dying. It's hard to move anymore. No time to finish off. Meng Xinyan hurried to the window. Together with Jin Lin, we looked down nervously. 23rd floor wind. The wind made her feel a little dizzy, but I still holding on tightly to the broken steel bars. Look down. Where did you go? Brother Liang, she shouted anxiously. After all, Jin Lin's body is long enough. Leaning out, start looking around. I soon discovered something. The golden-scaled tail tapped Meng Xinyan, and then used its tail to pass over Meng Xinyan's shoulder and pointed in a direction. Although it could not speak, it stated quite clearly, Sister. Look over there. Meng Xinyan quickly looked over. After becoming a warrior, her eyesight has also exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Not to mention clairvoyance. At least you can clearly see every move of Shun Liang 23 floors down. It's okay. Brother Liang is okay. Great. I knew he couldn't mess around. But, this. Jump off the 23rd floor. Not dead? Still fine? 3 weaklings in the corner. I was dumbfounded when I heard it. Is this horse or a human? Oh no! Brother Liang seems to be surrounded by zombies. Meng Xinyan suddenly became anxious. I almost fell down because of the nervousness. Fortunately, Jean Lin's tail flexibly pulled it up, and then seeing Meng Xinyan's anxious look, he shook his head very humanely, signaling her not to be anxious. Do you think Lianggu is okay? That's right, the giant rat king was killed. Those zombies don't seem to be a threat to Brother Liang. At this moment, the 3 of them are weaklings. Suddenly, someone trembled in fear. Alive, alive. Alive? What's alive? Meng Xinyan turned back, subconsciously. In sight, that dying giant rat. He actually came back to life and even rushed towards her. No time to react. Meng Xinyan drew her knife and was about to fight back. But it's too late. It's too late. The giant rat was extremely fast and seemed to be using all its strength. It had no intention of stopping and was planning to knock Meng Xinyan down the stairs with it. In this case, even resistance seemed to be difficult to remove this force. But if you don't resist, no time to dodge. Critical moment. Whoosh! Puff! A sharp arrow. It directly pierced through the giant rat's neck. The arrowhead was covered with blood and flesh. The giant rat grinned and roared and died immediately. At this time, Meng Xinyan's Tang sword also slashed out fiercely. Jean Lin reacted. The heavy tail also smashed over hard. Bang! The giant rat's body fell to the ground, landed in front of Meng Xinyan. She wiped the sweat off her face in fear. Outside the door, Jiang Kaiwa stuck out her tongue. Luckily, I was worried and came out to take a look. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Xia Nin also followed with a knife. The 3 of them quickly hugged each other. Meng Xinyan thanked Jiang Kaiwa with fear. This makes this girl a little bit arrogant. How about it? Although he has just learned archery, his accuracy is still okay, right? Meng Xinyan smiled. Very well. He glanced at the wound where the arrow had pierced through. It was the place where Meng Xinyan had cut, but failed to penetrate the skin defense. It was her sword that broke the defense. The arrow passed through easily. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through the giant rat's defensive cortex. She didn't say much. Jiang Kaihua was just in need of encouragement. This credit will allow her to grow rapidly. What? Brother Liang jumped from the 23rd floor? It's okay. Don't worry, Brother Liang will be fine. Meng Xinyan comforted. Xianan and Jiang Kaihua were still very nervous. They wanted to look out through the window. But then, in the corridor, Xiao Tianyu's voice came. A few beauties. If you want to wait for Shun Liang, don't even think about it. He fell from the 23rd floor. He would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. What's more, do you really think the hundreds of zombies down there are vegetarians? Xiao Tianyu appeared. Behind him were Chao Yu and several others. After several people entered the house, the Zheng brothers and Du Feng were surprised and happy. Meng Xinyan, the 3 women, and the snake all looked ugly. They were not familiar with these people, but you can figure it out with your feet. They are here to trouble Shun Liang. And now, among them, Shun Liang has the highest level of combat power. But downstairs, immediately afterwards, Wang Shishir's voice came from outside the door. That! Please give way. Xiao Bao is too big. You are blocking the road. The crowd dispersed. Du Shishir entered first. The giant snapping turtle makes a domineering appearance. The snapping turtle is so huge that it has to tilt its body slightly to barely enter, but this does not affect the dominance of this big guy. Just standing there brings a strong sense of oppression to Meng Xinyan and others. Look at the golden scales again. No fear at all. Raise your head proudly. The iron tail, as strong as a heavy hammer, was raised, alert and eager to try. How? Shun Liang is not here. You still want to challenge us? Xiao Tianyu looked amused. The next moment, Chao Yu growled slightly, and his body suddenly rose up. The powerful cheetah man's body is revealed, with a pair of sharp claws flashing with cold light. At the same time, another strong fighter is Zhao Tong. Bend a steel pipe on the spot, then twist it into a twist. 2 superpowers, plus a mutant alligator snapping turtle that looks very strong. Xiao Tianyu smiled. You guys and that giant golden python that's eager to try. You may be very strong, but do you want to challenge us? Or just surrender directly? Speaking of, Xiao Tianyu said playfully. Still, you also want to see my superpower form, Xiao Tianyu. I promised you in advance that once I take action, I will fight until death. Meng Xinyan was shocked inside. He is also a superpower. Don't you say that. These guys. There are 3 superpowers and a mutant beast. Damn. What to do? Brother Liang, come back soon. No, don't come back. Don't come back. Meng Xinyan was a little panicked at this moment. She was worried that Xun Liang would come back and be trapped. She looked at the 2 women beside her and signaled them to secretly reporting the news. He looked at Xiao Tianyu. This. Everyone lives in the same community. There's no need to use swords against each other. Xiao Tianyu heard this. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Why didn't Xun Liang think so when he was acting cool in the group? However, my goal, Xiao Tianyu, has always been to be merciful and forgiving. Please ask Xun Liang to come back. As long as he can apologize properly, we can't forgive him. This is the end of the world, and everyone should tide over the difficulties together. Xiao Tianyu's usual tricks. I started to create my own good persona in public. You can trust me. I'm now one of the leaders of the Community Disaster Committee. I can take responsibility for my words. Meng Xinyan's face was full of surprise. Slowly put down the Tang Dao. One of the leaders of the Disaster Committee? Are you sure you won't embarrass us? Xiao Tianyu laughed in his heart. Damn, stupid woman. I'll believe it. He didn't know that Meng Xinyan was already thinking about how to leave without any injuries. After all, Xun Liang had already talked to her about Xiao Tianyu. She knew very well that this was a villain who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Movie King. Downstairs in the community, the place where Xun Liang fell. It was stepped on and left traces of cracks. The giant rat king is too dead to die anymore. Look around again. Zombie corpses are already piling up in mountains. Looking at the zombies coming from all directions, especially from a distance. Outside the community gate, the corpses on the street outside were faintly visible. Seems to be attracted by the movement here. He rubbed his brows. Really, no matter how easy it is to kill, it can't stop the human sea tactics. Endless killing. There is no way to kill them all. The reason for jumping down. On the one hand, he didn't want to let go of this giant rat king. He knows it very well. This thing grows extremely fast. It is easy for something to happen if you let the tiger go back to the mountains. On the other hand, the blood rain stopped for a long time. The rain of blood on the ground has almost dissipated. He just came down to see what was going on. All that needs to be done is done now. The giant rat king was also killed. There is no need to waste energy with this group of desperate corpses. Get rid of him. Soon. Xun Liang came to the unit door. Kill the wandering zombies. Push the door open and enter. Seems like he thought of something. He did not rush upstairs, but walked towards the underground garage. When he got downstairs, he heard the sound of people talking in the basement. It seemed to be the disaster team. He did not want to cause trouble, and he did not have time to argue with them. Just avoid it. Walk to the next building. He looked at a manhole cover a few meters away. There are many traces of sewage around. It seems to have been opened frequently. Didn't get any closer. After confirming it, he left silently. I quickly went upstairs and reached the 22nd floor. He moved his ears. Raise your eyebrows slightly. Xiao Tianyu, that bastard. This is coming to my door. Chapter 37, Ransom. Kneel down and kowtow and let you go. How's it going? Is there any news from the rescue team? Have the Zheng brothers and team been rescued? Has Xun Liang been controlled? I just heard that Xun Liang fell from the 23rd floor. Is it true? If true, wouldn't he be dead? In the disaster team group, people from other teams. At this moment, we are all concerned about the war situation. In particular, many people saw Xiao Tianyu's terrifying superpower form. That terrible gesture, one slap down, can photograph a scrap car. If it hits someone, one counts as one. They all had to be turned into minced meat on the spot. Just Xun Liang. What a fart. In addition, the recent disaster situation has not improved at all. There is no official rescue news. Instead, it is getting worse every day. The shortage of food is getting worse. Everyone is on the verge of collapse. I especially hope to hear some good news now to give I took a reassuring pill for my broken mentality. Everyone, don't worry. We just received news from team leader Xiao. We have successfully reunited with the Zheng brothers group. Although the situation is not good, some people were killed and sacrificed by monsters. But the good news is that there are still 3 people surviving, including the Zheng brothers. These three people have been protected by our powerful group of warriors. In addition, Shun Liang has been confirmed to have fallen from the 23rd floor. It's probably more bad than good. As soon as Wang Wan's words came out, many people were excited, especially thinking about it. Shun Liang died. His supplies can be divided. Will everyone be able to get some by then? Wang Wan thought so too. She is currently at Zhao Daifin's home. People are sent here. If you want to leave, you have to wait to be picked up. So she calmly chatted with Zhao Daifin, talking about her views on the disaster, and talking about material matters, by the way. Old Zhao, you have made a lot of contributions to the community in the past 2 days. A lot of people were lost this time. Fortunately, your 2 sons are fine. You are also a lucky person and have your own destiny. Wang Wan said. Zhao Daifin smiled happily. He was obviously relieved. Thanks to Director Wang's wise leadership, our children are safe. Now that team leader Xiao is gone, they are safe. It's just a pity that we can't torture this damn little beast Shun Liang with our own hands. Said Shun Liang. Zhao Daifin was filled with hatred. Not far away, 2 beautiful daughters-in-law, Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan. Hearing this, everyone looked complicated. At first, they also thought Shun Liang was disgusting. But as of today, it seems that Shun Liang rarely takes the initiative to provoke. Seemingly provocative. It's all you, old man. They didn't want to say more. It's okay if my husband is safe. Sudden, Wang Wan glanced at the message on her phone and her mouth twitched. Old Zhao, don't feel sorry for Shun Liang. He doesn't seem to be dead. Zhao Daifin stood up suddenly. His fat body was shaking. What? Impossible. How can you not die if you jump from the 23rd floor? Other side. After confirming that the person who fell was Shun Liang, I didn't take him seriously at all. Now I feel like I have a winning chance. It's just that he doesn't know. Shun Liang didn't fall, but jumped down. He didn't seem to care either. Eh? Miss Jiang, Miss Meng, and Miss Ya, how are you thinking about it? The 1 minute for you to think about it has expired. Please don't waste each other's time. You should know better. Following Shun Liang, you are stepping into a pit of fire, and we act as community disaster committees. You are not punished for this. I'll even give you a chance to return to the organization. I have already given you enough compassion and tolerance. Please think carefully before answering. Xia Tianyu said it nicely, but under the mask of hypocrisy. But he kept looking at the 3 girls. He has met Jiang Kaiwa several times while living here. I have always thought that Meng Xinyan is very good and beautiful, but I didn't expect that Meng Xinyan is even more amazing. Her figure in the video is so good, and in front of me, she is 100 times better than in the video. Not to mention, there is also Xia Nan, a famous beauty in Jiangpan community. If Xiao Tianyu can sleep with Xia Nan, he feels that his life is worth it. In comparison, the one at home, Zhao Mingming allowed herself to be ravaged by him. It suddenly loses its fragrance. I said that this end of the world is my chance, Xiao Tianyu. In addition to power, as for women, there are not only the 3 top-notch ones in front of me, but there are even more top-notch girls and top-notch beautiful wives in the Jiangpan district alone. Holding power means holding the ability to ravage them at will. Wouldn't it be so cool for me? Ha 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 ha. Thinking in my heart, without waiting for Meng Xinyan and the other 2 to answer. In the corridor, Shun Liang's voice came. Young Master Xiao, I'll just answer it for them. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Otherwise, labor and management will kill people. Everyone makes way. Shun Liang appeared majestically. When passing by Wang Shishir, he glanced at the mutant snapping turtle Xiaobao in surprise. Look at Xiao Tianyu again. Same as everyone else. He looked at Shun Liang like he was looking at a monster. You? Shun Liang, you're not dead? The speaker was a young man. It is Xiao Tianyu's powerful warrior who has special abilities. Shun Liang grinned. It's like a big mouth. Snap. The strength is just right and it's not nerve-wracking. Young people are angry. How dare you hit me? What happened to hitting you? You cursed me to death. Is it reasonable for me to hit you? Or, you have to let me kill you? Shun Liang's eyes suddenly darkened. The giant axe in his hand shook. The young man was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He hid behind Xiao Tianyu. As expected of Shun Liang, a great electrician. It seems that you have also awakened an incredible power. Oh, did you see it? Oh shit. So far. If you can't see it anymore, then I'd be a real fool. After all, if an ordinary person falls from the 23rd floor, even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will definitely be seriously injured and lie there waiting to be eaten by zombies. Shun Liang not only survived, but also survived the siege of dense zombies. He went upstairs and stood in front of everyone. Even. No injuries were visible on the body. Xiao Tianyu looked slightly serious. Realized a serious problem. Shun Liang is not only a superpower. He is also a ridiculously strong psychic. He is a smart man. Now start to judge the combat strength of the enemy and ourselves. He has 3 superpowers, plus a mutant snapping turtle. Shun Liang has confirmed that Meng Xinyan is also a superpower, but Shun Liang is unfathomably strong. He can guarantee that he won't lose in 3 against 2. But there is no guarantee that the victory will be easy, and the Golden Python also looks unfathomable. Although reluctant in the end, still come to a very sensible conclusion. The strength of both sides is evenly matched. Brother Liang, I knew you were fine. Wow, you scare me to death. The girls had mixed feelings. The main thing is to worry about the other side. Xiao Tianyu and his team are very strong. Meng Xinyan is even considering it. Should I persuade Shun Liang to bow his head temporarily? Looking back to find my place. Rest assured, it's just a bunch of fish. If they really want to have fun, then give it a try. Shun Liang did not lower his voice, swinging the giant axe, full of provocation. Chao Yu looked gloomy. He wanted to shout, but was stopped by Xiao Tianyu. Shun Liang, you are very strong. I must admit that you have qualified for peace talks with your own strength. So now, I make the decision. You hand over 2/3 of your supplies. On behalf of the disaster committee, I forgive you for killing Zhang Su and Wang Nana's matter. I promise not to pursue it. I will take the 3 Zheng brothers away. It makes sense. Xiao Tianyu smiled. Shun Liang also smiled. Since you don't want to be so cool, then let me give you an idea. If you want to take these 3 wimps away, give me 10 boxes of instant noodles, 100 kilograms of pork, and 10 boxes of mineral water. In addition, all of you collectively kneel down and kowtow to the labor and management to apologize. If you can do it, I'll let you go. How about that? He laughed so arrogantly. Xiao Tianyu looked extremely ugly. Damn it, does he really want to break up with each other? At the same time, the basement manhole cover that Shun Liang visited. In dim light, the manhole cover was slightly lifted. There were a few pairs of pupils glowing with red light inside, looking around through the gaps. It was definitely the giant rat's lair, but there seemed to be something else in the lair. What's even more shocking is just a low growl. This makes the giant rats extremely afraid. Chapter 38, Shun Liang's Conditions. Xiao Tianyu compromised. The consequences of greed. Does Shun Liang want to break up? It should be said, this face has long been torn. From the moment of rebirth. He never thought about spoiling anyone. Now, giving Xiao Tianyu a choice can also be regarded as giving him a buffer opportunity. Just as Xiao Tianyu thought, it coincided with Shun Liang's idea. If there was a big fight at this moment, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Shun Liang is sure of his own strength. To be honest, the strength fighter is an ability with a very low starting point. It is also the novice stage. Whether the strength fighter faces Chao Yu's cheetah form or Xiao Tianyu's brown bear form, there is no chance of winning, even if it is 3 against 1. But those who fight hard, it also has its own advantages. For example, hexagonal combat power. In short, although he doesn't have top-notch combat power, he really wants to be versatile, such as strength, speed, reaction, defense, body function, etc. It would be perfect to have such a hexagonal comprehensive strength. Does it matter whether the basic combat power is weak? The foundation is weak? Take drugs, baby. Eating on the energy fruits every day. No matter how bad the ability is, it can also be stacked up to SSR level by Shun Liang. If you're one-on-one now, Shun Liang is confident of defeating Xiao Tianyu, but just a solid win. After comprehensive consideration, he does not think that he can easily crush Xiao Tianyu for the time being. This means a real team fight. In a situation where there is one less superpower on his side, the winning rate is not high. Xiao Tianyu will kill him sooner or later, but he's not developed yet. He did not intend to fight to the death immediately. No need. Be born again. Why take the risk on a dog? After the strength increases. Ready to kill at any time. As for now, let Xiao Tianyu go. That's also unlikely. Shun Liang, there's no need to do something so extreme. Don't say we don't have that much for you. Even if there are thousands of mouths in the community waiting for food. You want us to deprive thousands of people of their rations and use them to replace them with you. Why? You want to make the entire community an enemy and you want to detain these 3 people. Personal? Xiao Tianyu didn't look good. If possible, he wanted to kill Shen Liang. But comprehensive judgment of strength. He didn't want to have a falling out now either. Both sides of this. It was an inexplicable tacit understanding. Xiao Tianyu sighed. There were also people clamoring to have sex with Shen Liang. As a result, he stopped me with a look. That's it. Xiao Tianyu knew that they were the ones who came to the door. If Shen Liang's site was not allowed to be cheaper, he would definitely not be able to take these 3 people away so easily. If he really wanted to go back empty-handed, it would be a disguised proof that Xiao Tianyu was not as good as Shen Liang, and he could not guarantee this. Safety of the crowd. For the people in the community, he will rule from now on. Very disadvantageous. He knows. Appropriate compromises must be made. Shen Liang. I know. You don't want to really get into a fight either. It's the end of the world now, and everyone loses out. It's the worst possible outcome, isn't it? Let's talk calmly. Shen Liang curled his lips. There was no rejection, but I already had an idea in my heart. A battle of words. Looking at Xiao Tianyu, who looked ugly, Shen Liang showed a somewhat troubled expression. Well, what a fucking trouble. Never mind. I have one final condition. I don't have to give up the supplies, but if you still can't agree, then I'll have a complete fight. Xiao Tianyu nodded. But I was inexplicably confused in my heart. No supplies required. What is this kid doing? I have a bad feeling. Shen Liang coughed lightly. That's right. My cat went missing. Someone informed me that a cat was heard meowing in the manhole in the basement. I suspected that my cat was inside and couldn't get out because it was covered with a lid. Originally, I wanted to find it myself. But, he said seriously, I find it dirty. Speaking of which, Xiao Tianyu almost cursed his mother in anger. It's dirty for you to ride on a horse. Why don't others think it's dirty? It's really too much. But think about it. This doesn't seem to be difficult to do. It's just that there's something strange about this matter. Do you have a cat at home? Why didn't I know? Shen Liang smiled. When did these 2 girls come to your house? And how many times did they get fucked by you? I didn't know about it until recently. Has it affected young Master Zhao's chicness? You. Xiao Tianyu held back his swear words. You can't curse. I have to hold it in. Can't be like him. Remember your character and do it well. Sorry, I just lost my composure. I'm mainly worried about my brothers. They are in fear every minute and every second. For their safety, I agree to your request. Request? Very good. I don't need you anymore. Don't take the people away. I'm sorry I said the wrong thing. We took the initiative to help you solve this matter. We are the ones who asked you to let these 3 people go. Sensible. Take these 3 pieces of trash away. I'll contact you tomorrow morning. When the time comes, whoever goes down to help me find the cat can go directly to the basement and meet downstairs in this building. When leaving, the 3 people were helped away. When the giant snapping turtle goes out, he turned up awkwardly once again. Wang Shishi, right? If you need any help later, you can contact me. Wang Shishi was startled. He looked back at Shen Liang. His face turned slightly red, and he nodded in panic. Thanks. Xiao Tianyu walked in front. Hearing this, he staggered. Damn, Shen Liang. Want to poach me? No way. Then, Shen Liang said casually. On the way downstairs, Xiao Tianyu chatted with Wang Shishi for more than 10 minutes. He was afraid that Wang Shishi would not be able to think clearly and would really go to Shen Liang for help. For this reason, he made it clear that if Wang Shishi really needed anything, he could do it, including food. Would it be too much trouble for you to ask for help? It's not troublesome. You are one of the core members of the disaster team. We must pay special attention to your matter. Your little treasure is so strong. You deserve preferential treatment. Oh, then I would like some supplies. I don't eat much, but my little baby has a big appetite. If possible, can you get some meat or fish? It can eat about 20 pounds of raw meat in one meal. Puff. Vomiting blood. Xiao Tianyu suddenly felt that he was really short of mouth. If I had known, I would have just asked Wang Shishi to find Shen Liang duo. Oh shit. This is the end of the world. Who can afford such a bottomless pit? But this also confirmed another idea in his mind. Assemble a powerful team of superpowers. Get out of the neighborhood. Search for supplies. Brother you, why did you agree to Shen Liang? I feel like if we really fight, we can definitely win, right? Qiao Yu was a little confused. His strength is second only to Xiao Tianyu. Although I obey Xiao Tianyu, it doesn't mean that he obeys Shen Liang. His strength made him very confident. Chao Yu. What's the difference between being able to win and being crushed? The crushing must be without injury. If you can win, I understand, brother Yu. You don't want to fight over this matter. You think we will both lose. Don't you think so? I'm not sure. Chao Yu hesitated, because he didn't know what Shun Liang's strength was. Xiao Tianyu looked serious. Even with seriousness, you just have to judge. Under the same circumstances, if you jump for the 23rd floor, will you fall to your death? Will you fall into a pile of zombies? Will you be able to escape easily? Will you be safe like Shun Liang? This time, Chao Yu was convinced. Think about Shun Liang. Even more scared. What kind of ability does this kid have? Then tomorrow. Do you really want to go to the sewers to help this guy find a cat? Who will go? You think it's safe if you leave? If you don't look for it, if you really offend this kid, you might be killed in your sleep. There's no need to make a fuss over this. I really want to kill him, so I'm not in a hurry. If anyone goes. Xiao Tianyu looked forward. The Zheng brothers and Du Feng. The disgust in his eyes flashed away. I don't want to take it personally. To be fair, whoever caused the trouble should be blamed. Other side. Shun Liang took the women with him. He went directly back to Xiaonan's home. It used to belong to Xiaonan's family. Now, even Xiaonan and the house belong to Shun Liang. Aren't we going to kill zombies? I feel so powerful now. Zhang Kaiwa is eager to try. Kill the giant rat. Make her feel good. After this experience, Xiaonan also seemed to be much stronger. There was a touch of determination in his eyes. Zombies don't matter. I feel like it's people who are in danger now. Xiaonan said the most classic words of wisdom in the apocalypse. Shun Liang nodded. Zhang Kaiwa said doubtfully. Then why let them go? Well, it seems like it's hard to win in a fight. Then why do we want them to go to the sewers? We might as well ask for their supplies. This is probably equivalent to cutting their flesh. Hear the words. Shun Liang smiled. Why? Because I've never had a cat before. Question mark. The three women all looked confused. Shun Liang said with deep meaning. No need to ask more questions. It will be clear if we go and take a look tomorrow. The appearance of giant rats and giant spiders. It reminded Shun Liang of his previous life. Xiao Tianyu is not the only bully in the community. The biggest bully. It was these rats. These disgusting things usually live in the sewers and remain hidden because the number of rats is too large, but their mutation has made them almost invincible. The Giant Rat King is one of the leaders, but he is not the only one. Even, there is something more powerful than the Giant Rat King. If it's not bad as expected. Those things, right under that manhole cover. Somewhat dangerous work. If you don't want to go, it would be more appropriate to let these cannon fodder go. Shun Liang smiled evilly. Dinner. Still rich. Shun Liang also did not forget to send a sumptuous dinner to the group. In the last 24 hours of the big fish purchase, 1 pound of fish can be exchanged for 2 packs of instant noodles. If the quantity is large, you can exchange it for roasted chicken or even pork. If it's too late, I won't give it to you. The golden scales are growing every day. In 2 days, there is really no need to buy fish. This time, everyone cursed more. But there are more panicked people. Fish at home is very expensive. But people are starving to death. In the end, he really wanted to eat the fish by himself, so it would be better to exchange food from Shun Liang to resist hunger. So someone finally started to chat with Shun Liang privately. Shun Liang, I have 3 koi carps at home, each weighing more than 10 kilograms. I want to replace them all with instant noodles. Late at night, someone comes to the basement, holding a flashlight, full of joy. If I help Shun Liang find the cat, it should be easy to secretly exchange some supplies with him, right? Even if I'm not as open-minded as a lion, it shouldn't be too much to give me a box of instant noodles, right? This person. Follow Xiao Tianyu today. Not a superpower, but still very strong. A man of great skill is bold. He planned to do it secretly. Following the building of Shun Liang's house, he began to check the nearby manhole covers, and soon found his target. This manhole cover is the closest. Other manhole covers are too far away. Definitely not. And it seems like there really is a cat voice close to the manhole cover. The man listened to the sound. Suddenly my eyes lit up. He smiled. Greed made him fearlessly pick up the crowbar, lift the manhole cover directly, throw the crowbar aside, hold the manhole cover with one hand, and use the other hand to pick up the flashlight in his mouth. But the next second, medium amount of light. 2 pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. That huge figure covered in brown hair. The terrifying appearance of the teeth being turned outwards. The man's pupils trembled. Fear strikes. Ah! No time to react. A sharp pain accompanied by a huge, tearing force. The man's figure disappeared from the spot. The scream stopped abruptly as the manhole cover closed. Chapter 39 Huan Fei Yin Show is playing and having fun. Damn it, she is so domineering. Late at night, Shen Liang had more than 20 big fish in his hand. The size is as large as 10 kilograms per piece and as small as 3 to 5 kilograms per piece. These fish, it was all obtained by Shen Liang using his own reserves of supplies. If not enough instant noodles were stored. This wave is really uncomfortable. It seems that I have to consider going out for a walk recently. Get more supplies before others react. It's been taking too long, not to mention the possibility of facing a power outage. Supplies in various places may have been looted long ago. Sai. Shen Liang put the big fish into a huge plastic bucket. Jin Lin looked at the fish. Both eyes were shining. But you still seem to be hesitating? Shen Liang was stunned for a moment. He laughed out loud. Eat quickly. I spent a lot of money to buy these fish for you. Eat whatever you want, and you can survive for 2 days if you put the rest in water. In order to ensure the activity of the fish, he also specially bought an oxygen machine. Throwing it directly into the water will keep the fish alive. Ouch! Jin Lin is now quite huge. Among the giant pythons in the world, they are considered to be the best in size. These big fish, even if they weigh more than 10 kilograms, slide directly into Jin Lin's mouth in just a few seconds. 3 times, 5 times. 10 big fish were eaten, looking at the obviously bulging golden scales on the belly. Shen Liang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No, let's eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you. Good guy. Your 10 fish are not small. The combined weight is comparable to that of an adult man. Is it equivalent to eating a person? Cece. Jin Lin heard this. He leaned over with his big head, rubbing Shen Liang's chin. This little guilty look is quite humane. At the same time, in the bathroom, the 3 women are like best friends. We are playing in the water together now. Giggle, stop making trouble, stinky sister. Jiang Kaiwa, you're also making trouble with Sister Xinyan, right? Hit you. Ah, where are you grabbing? I hate it. Xia Nin blushed. Her fair skin was now white and tender with an alluring pink hue, with water droplets dotted on its surface like pearls. Her good figure was now on full display, and her key assets were performing vigorously and energetically during the play, swaying around freely, somewhat beyond Xianan's control, but appearing playful and seductive. Under the influence of misty water vapor, it adds a touch of beauty unique to young women. He, who made you a sister? I don't care. Sister Xia Nin has a great figure. We 2 younger sisters are so envious. If Brother Liang saw this, wouldn't his eyes go straight? It wasn't until now that I realized that Sister Xia Nin actually had such a beautiful body hidden under her clothes. I don't care. I'm a younger sister. I'm still a child. I'm a college student. Anyway, I want to play. Meng Xinyan is extremely naughty. Jiang Kaiwa was smiling on the side. Reach out in a naughty way from time to time. Grab this, grab that. Jiang Kaiwa felt shocked and envious every time. Woo-woo. I'm really envious. Sister Xianan, what on earth did you eat growing up? How can you have such a foul figure? You bear. Your butt. How awful. What should I do if I'm jealous? Let me play a trick. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police. Xianan was also angry, laughing and cursing. The 2 sisters began to fight back. You 2 damn girls. Meng Xinyan, your beautiful legs are slenderer than mine. It looks like your butt has been trained. It's much prettier than mine. Mine is too big. What's so good about it? And you, Jiang Kaiwa, are you still young? Are you still young? You damn girl, you have to suffer back pain like your sister to be satisfied, right? Bah. Kiki, don't make trouble. Sister is so itchy. Sister, admit defeat. Admit defeat. Outside the door. Listen to the fight. Shen Liang felt very strange. My mind is in a state of flux. The mood is stirring. I feel itchy. If it weren't for the fact that I felt the golden scales were more important. How can this wave of mandarin ducks playing in the water be without him? Forget it. If I don't want to go, then I won't go. If I really go there, 3 girls and 1 boy. Don't let it be broadcast. Don't let it be broadcast at all. And we are not that kind of person. What a man. You have to be dedicated. Don't ever think about hugging people left and right. Always thinking about the guide will only harm you. Are you full? There are many rooms, Jinlin. You can choose anyone to rest. Jinlin nodded. Slide the body lazily. Head towards one of the bedrooms. But he didn't go to bed. Instead, it was coiled on the carpet. Shun Liang smiled helplessly. The future Snake King Medusa Little Jinlin is becoming more and more humane. She knows how to nod her head and give up her bed to others. However, currently only he and Meng Xinyan dare to sleep with Jinlin. Jiang Kaiwa and Xia, and I'm still a little scared of golden scales. This is normal. In the next few days, they would see more bloody scenes. You know that Jinlin is still very gentle and cute. Other side, among the owners, except for the situation where people are crying about hunger every day, more and more strange events began to occur. Director Wang, my man went out with Lao Li from across the street, and it's been almost 10 hours now, and he still hasn't come back. What's going on? Director Wang, I heard screams from the neighbors upstairs. There was also a sound like a wall collapsing. Do you want to go see what happened? Director Wang, my Tibetan Mastiff was tied up in the corridor. It had only been an hour when I went out and saw that the Tibetan Mastiff was only half a body. Wow, it's so scary. One item at a time. Director Wang was also very worried. She relies more and more on Xiao Tianyu. Tell these things directly. To this, Xiao Tianyu didn't hide it either. Tell me what happened today. After listening, Wang Wan discovered in horror. There is such a monster as a mutated giant rat. Tianyu, these giant rats and giant spiders were all killed by Xin Liang. They shouldn't appear again in the future, right? Wang Wan asked a stupid question. Xiao Tianyu was also fooled. Director Wang, do you think it's possible? Then the disappearance of these people and the invasion are all caused by these monsters? There are also those missing teams. Your investigation results have not been reported yet. Could it be that they were all eaten by these monsters? Maybe, but you can't see people alive or dead or corpses. The probability of being captured and eaten is very high. A bland answer. Wang Wan was so scared that she wet her pants. Xiao Tianyu no longer recovers. Instead, start thinking. Shun Liang asked someone to help him go to the sewer. What was his intention? Was he really looking for a cat? This matter is full of weirdness. Never mind. Early tomorrow morning. You know what's going on. In order to prevent Shun Liang from doing evil things, he decided to bring all the superpowers and mutant pets with him tomorrow. Shun Liang didn't know what Xiao Tianyu was thinking. Even if you know, I don't have time, and I'm too lazy to care. At this moment, in the bathroom, 3 beautiful figures appeared. Wearing a bathrobe cannot cover your beautiful body. Fragrant deodorant spreads in the air. It stirred every nerve in Shun Liang. This is a scene of fat and thin people. The blush and shyness on everyone's face made Shun Liang couldn't help but take a deep breath, stood up, and was about to say something, but found that the 3 women separated and walked towards a bedroom alone. Bang! 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 3 doors are closed. Shun Liang was a little confused. What is this? Lock me out? Meng Xinyan opened the door secretly. Brother Jade Emperor, open whichever door you like, Say so. But Meng Xinyan couldn't help but pout. The direction was Xiannan's room. Shun Liang smiled. No need for her to remind you. The room you want to enter tonight must also be Xiannan's room. In the room, Xiannan took off her clothes, just about to get under the quilt. The next second, the door was pushed open. Shun Liang entered, wanting to say something. But I saw the whole picture of Xiannan at a glance. That fat and thin body, that concave and convex shape, that exquisite curve, that ups and downs, that pink and smooth luster in the Snow White. The whole person, standing on the spot for a moment. Damn it, are you so overbearing? Chapter 40 Recruitment of Superpowers. Black-Hearted Aunt and Cousin. Tong Medeo's Crisis. Late at night, more and more people are having trouble falling asleep due to hunger. Xiao Tianyu noticed that the situation was getting more serious. Finally, a decision was made. Openly recruit people with special abilities in the community. First, Wang Wan introduced me. My dear owners, the disaster situation has become increasingly severe and even desperate recently. Everyone has seen it. Our community has also established a disaster committee with the goal of solving problems for everyone. But the zombies haven't been solved yet. Recently, there have appeared mutant giant rats that are more terrifying than zombies. To build a stronger disaster team, please invite Mr. Xiao Tianyu, one of the leaders of the disaster committee, to speak next. Wang Wan's words It can be considered as helping Xiao Tianyu to lay the foundation for his identity. As for whether other people recognize him or not, believe it or not, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Xiao Tianyu can show off. Directly upload the pre-recorded video, send to the group, and wrote the caption, "Before you speak." I hope everyone will watch the video. The video shows the power I displayed through my powerful psychic form. This is also the reason why I can become one of the leaders of the disaster committee. After watching the video, one or two, all scared. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Tearing apart reinforced concrete with bare hands? Is this something a human can do? How can that be considered a human? It's obvious that Xiao Tianyu has turned into a monster. Is this the true form of a superpower? Why not take all the photos? But it looks like that huge claw is from a brown bear. Can humans really be so strong? Xiao Tianyu is so amazing. This result is not surprising. Immediately following, Xiao Tianyu began brainwashing. Let's talk about the people with special abilities. Officially popularized science to everyone, including popular science information in the community. Except for him, Xiao Tianyu. There are other people with special abilities, and several have been absorbed into the disaster team, including the different abilities of these psychics. But they are all quite powerful. One is worth 10, one is worth 100, possessing terrifying combat power that is enough to stop 10,000 enemies from passing through. After these situations were mentioned, the owners were tired, hungry, and sleepy. Suddenly, I'm not sleepy anymore. That doesn't mean if there are enough superpowers to form a disaster team, we can do more than just clean up the neighborhood. You can even go out and search for supplies. Will everyone stop going hungry? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Tianyu almost laughed out loud. He said so much. This guy actually hit the nail on the head. This is the result he wanted, so just go along with it. He said that if more people with special abilities could join the disaster team, the community would no longer have to worry about supplies in the future. More people would have food to eat, and the safety of the community would be guaranteed. Xiao Tianyu also emphasized the mutant pets in the community, saying that the proportion of mutant pets is second only to people with special abilities, and the existence of guardian angels would also ensure the safety of the community in the future. I just hope people understand, be it a superpower or a mutant pet. I hope everyone will sign up enthusiastically and stop hiding their abilities. Joining the disaster team will bring more benefits to everyone. Hiding your strength will only bury your talent and strength. Now, let me get down to business. Speaking of, Xiao Tianyu released the picture he had prepared in advance. Big and clear. Those with special abilities can apply to join the disaster team. They will be rewarded with a box of instant noodles, 10 kilograms of pork, and additional privileges in material distribution. Recommend or provide accurate information about a person with special abilities. Reward: a box of instant noodles. Apply to join the disaster team with mutant pets. Reward: recommend or provide accurate information about mutant pets. Reward: a box of instant noodles. It all seems like a small profit, but for the end of the world at this moment, every single one can drive people crazy. Provide information about a superpower and you can get a box of instant noodles. Oh my God, such a generous reward. Which dad is the one with superpowers? Please, let me provide some information before you join. I'm starving, and I really need this reward. If anyone has a mutant pet, please contact me. We can split the referral reward in half. Regarding this kind of reward-brushing behavior, Xiao Tianyu didn't want to stop it. It is even quite encouraged. He also understood it. These supernatural beings, including Xiao Yu who just joined, we are not fools. After getting the ability, they all want to show off their skills in this apocalyptic world, and they also want to hide their strength, fearing that they will get into trouble if they are exposed. In short, there are definitely not just a number of people with superpowers in front of them. There must be others, such as Shun Liang, such as Meng Xingyan. There is a high probability that these two people will not be able to win over each other. But Xiao Tianyu must try his best. Others who hide their strength completely win over. After thinking about it, he broke the news again. Everyone, the news about superpowers is not limited to this community. Nearby communities, as long as the distance is not too far, everyone can help with referrals or provide information. It should be noted that the information provided must be accurate, including name, phone number, WeChat message, and even home address and house number. Of course, I must be polite first and then attack. Everyone who provides information will be rewarded generously. But if you provide false information, you do so at your own risk. At the same time, Tong Mitao's house, the home where I originally lived alone, There were two other women at the moment. To be precise, a mother and daughter. It was Tong Mitao's Aunt Chenju and cousin Zhao Shuang. If Shun Liang knew about it, I'm afraid he would be greatly surprised, because Tong Madeo in his previous life was trapped in his home in the apocalypse without the presence of these two people. In fact, this was also the butterfly effect caused by Shun Liang's rebirth. My cousin Zhao Shuang works nearby. Aunt Chenju's rented house happened to expire. Originally, I planned to stay in a hotel, but Tong Madeo has a kind heart. The thought that there might really be a disaster. So she took the initiative to let her aunt, cousin, and their daughter live in her house, but she neglected one thing. The supplies she bought could last her for a while, but were not enough for 3 people. The most important thing is, Tong Madeo didn't expect this. My aunt and cousin whom I haven't seen for a long time. More unreasonable than I thought. Oh my God, cousin, come and see your neighborhood's disaster team. They're recruiting people with special abilities. If you recommend me, I'll give you a box of instant noodles. The psychic can also get a box of instant noodles plus 10 kilograms of pork. This is simply a great thing. Huh? Mom, we're gonna have pork to eat. As long as we recommend our cousin to apply for the job, we can get 2 boxes of instant noodles and 10 kilograms of pork. Zhao Shuang shouted. Chenju ran over first. I was delighted after just 2 glances. Tong Madeo taking a bath, appearing disheveled, looking at the phone in the hands of my cousin Zhao Shuang. She looked a little unhappy. Zhao Shuang, who told you to take my phone? These are all my private things. Speaking of, Tong Madeo snatched the phone, glancing at the group. Then he realized what his cousin Zhao Shuang was thinking. Do you want to use me to exchange for supplies? She felt that her kindness had not ended well, and her heart was bleeding. But considering the relationship between relatives, she still patiently spoke to the mother and daughter seriously. Zhao Shuang, I've said this many times. Don't tell anyone that I'm a superpower. This may lead to us being targeted by criminals. Do you understand? We still have some food at home. If you don't have enough, just eat more. I can eat less, but you have to listen to my cousin and never contact them. I beg you, cousin. This made Zhao Shuang very unhappy. Chenju also secretly cursed Tong Madeo for being ungrateful. You can obviously exchange it for a lot of food, but you don't do it. But she had an idea. He quickly said with a smile. Yes. Taozi is right. Shuangzi, you should apologize to your cousin. You are wrong for taking someone's phone. Well, I was wrong, cousin. Tong Madeo nodded. Just responded with 2 sentences. So he went straight back to his room. Wait until she leaves. Chenju looked towards her room. A somewhat resentful look appeared on his face. What the hell? You don't behave like a junior at all. If I weren't still relying on you to get food, I would slap you to death, you unfilial thing. Chen Shuang also cursed in a low voice. Then he smiled sinisterly. Took out cell phone. Mom, I saved your phone number. Do you want to call this guy named Xiao Tianyu right now? But we want to add some conditions. 2 boxes of instant noodles plus 10 pounds of pork as our referral fee. What do you think, Mom? Think about it. Chenju nodded, but the sarcastic face said, 20 pounds of pork, not even a little less. Tong Madeo didn't know. I kindly took 2 relatives home. I'm calling to sell her. At this moment, she is looking for Meng Xinyan, chatting and complaining. Xinyan, you said that I took my aunt and cousin here. Was it a mistake with good intentions? After listening, Meng Xinyan was shocked. What? Your aunt and cousin want to use you to exchange for supplies from the community? No, I want to tell Brother Liang about this. The other side. Xiao Tianyu received a call from Chen Shuang. I heard her sit down and raise the price. I feel so angry, but I thought this was my first business. I can only bite the bullet and respond. A box of instant noodles, plus 10 pounds of pork. If it doesn't work, forget it. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shuang is overjoyed. Okay. Then come here quickly. She might be reluctant, but that's okay. My cousin is sleeping. I'm trying to hold her back. Chapter 41. The bitch mother and daughter are violently fucked. Don't wallow. Stay away. A good dog won't get in the way. Well. Sin, brother Sin. In the room, Xiao Nan is chatting with Shun Liang. While chatting, I suddenly became short of breath. It seems that he has committed some old problem. To save people, I don't care much anymore. Shun Liang directly performed artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the spot. The speed was a little fast and violent, but the effect was still good. After a fierce CPR output, Xiao Nan finally recovered. Except for the blush on her face, everything else was fine. Good. Brother Shun, you are so strong. I almost died. Xiaonan was talking about cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Shun Liang smiled and nodded. Feel sorry. After becoming a superpower, my strength becomes stronger day by day. If you don't restrain yourself, you're afraid you might turn into a cannonball and fly out. Oh well, so scary. But it's awesome. Xiaonan gasped, feeling scared and nervous. An experience never experienced before. Is this the power of superpowers? Really awesome. What are we talking about just now? Oh yes, you have a great figure. But I feel that you have muscle strain in many places on your body, and you need to do some massage to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. This time, don't lie down. You lie down, and I will help you deal with it from behind. Shun Liang said. Xia Nin blushed. Turn around and lie down on the bed obediently. Even when he was lying flat on his back, the abrupt undulating curves were still shocking. Shun Liang was admiring and admiring, when suddenly Meng Xinyan's voice came from outside the door. Before Shun Liang had time to speak, Meng Xinyan pushed the door open and walked in. It's not good, Sorry, please wait before we start. Brother Liang, there is something going on with Tong Mitao. She's probably going to be tricked by her aunt and cousin. 1 minute later, in the living room, after listening to Meng Xinyan's story, Shun Liang probably understood what happened. Brother Liang, I know Tong Medeo so well. She is kind-hearted by nature. She always feels that her cousin and aunt are just talking about it and will not really sell her, but I feel that she is likely to be sold soon 1 inch. Once some ideas are born, it is difficult to suppress them, especially in these difficult times of survival. Brother Liang, what do you think? Shun Liang nodded, pulling Xia Nan to stand up. He didn't bother to wipe her mouth. Decisively started to get dressed. Let's go. Go down and have a look. Whether they sell Tong Medeo or not, there is no need for such relatives to stay together anymore. It's almost time for Tong Medeo to come and live with us. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. This tip, it appeared a few minutes ago. These 2 days, Tong Mitao's loyalty growth rate has increased significantly. Shun Liang was still confused at first. It seems the reason comes from these 2 unlucky relatives. He also recalled that in his previous life, Tong Medeo was single and lived alone, and he realized that these 2 relatives were probably taken in to live with Tong Medeo because of him, out of pity after she learned about the end of the world. Anyway, Tong Medeo can't let herself be ruined by these 2 bitches. I originally wanted Meng Xinyan to stay at home, but she was worried about her best friend's safety. So the job of guarding the house could only be left to Jinlin. They both put on their clothes, set off directly with a giant axe and a long sword. The other side, Tong Medeo is in the room. I didn't pay much attention when I was chatting with Meng Xinyan, waiting for the chat to start. With her extraordinary senses as a psychic, she easily heard the whispers of her aunt and cousin in the living room. When she heard them calling Xiao Tianyu and trying to hold her back, Tong Medeo felt bad. She went straight to the 2 of them, questioned it face to face. Aunt, Zhao Shuang, why are you doing this behind my back? I've already told you that any food you have will be given to you, and you will be given priority in everything. I told you not to cooperate with them. Don't tell anyone that I'm a mutant. Why are you doing this? Tong Medeo was desperate. Chun Ju and Zhao Shuang, mother and daughter, were quite surprised by this. I didn't expect her to hear about this. See the truth come to light. Chun Ju stopped pretending. He put his hands on his hips right away. Tong Medeo, don't act so high and mighty with me. I, Chun Ju, am your aunt. I am your elder at all times. How can you talk to an elder like that? Do you really think that just because you took that woman's Tong family surname, you can yell at the elders of the Chen family like that? And what are you talking about? What evil things have we done? We are helping you, you know? You go join the disaster team. That's not a bad thing. Not only will you get benefits from this, but your cousin and I will not starve to death. Are we wrong? Is it wrong for us to do this? Tong Medeo couldn't believe it. She really didn't expect it. My dear aunt, he can speak so confidently about betrayal. Chun Ju just sat on the ground and started to make a scene. Zhao Shuang even pointed at Tong Medeo. Just start scolding. Tong Medeo, you're really going too far. You are still human when you point your finger at my mother like that, you inhuman bitch. Tong Medeo felt so wronged. She didn't expect it. Help your relatives yourself. But in the end, it ended up like this. Inhuman bitch. Tong Medeo felt extremely aggrieved. She regretted it deeply at this moment. Why do I do this? Without them, She could even seek refuge with Shun Liang and enjoy good food and drink with her best friend Meng Xinyan. But now, Tong Mitao, don't act like a victim. Do you really think you are a good person? You really think there are no mother and daughter like us? Can you survive in this apocalyptic world? What are you daydreaming about? Without us, you are just a waste. You are a waste who can't do anything. You don't know how to seize such a good opportunity. What do you mean when you say you're not a waste? The words have not yet fallen. Bang! The door was kicked open. Shun Liang's figure appeared. He was at the door a second ago. The next second, he jumped forward like a ghost. Go directly to Zhao Shuang. Just go up and slap him. Snap! This slap. Hold back a little. But it was enough to give Zhao Shuang a hard time. Run in circles for 2.5 weeks. Finally, he fell to the ground and covered his face. Looking carefully, the eardrum seemed to be perforated, and blood flowed out of the ear. Zhao Shuang screamed in pain on the spot. Seeing that his Aunt Chenju was about to get up to help his daughter vent her anger, Shun Liang was not used to this at all, and just kicked her. Chenju looked like a broken sack. He was kicked and flew several meters away. He couldn't stop until he hit the wall. It hurt so much that I almost fainted on the spot. For a while, the mother and daughter did not dare to say a harsh word. Shun Liang raised his giant axe. He was about to raise his knife and drop it before he saw it. As long as it falls, the head will fall to the ground. But Tong Mitao stopped crying. Brother Liang, it's okay. Look deeply into each other's eyes. Shun Liang nodded. The matter of Tong Medeo. She has the right to make decisions. He also wanted to see if Tong Mitao would continue to maintain the virgin's heart. If so, he might have to consider reassessing Tong Medeo. But she seemed to have already made up her mind. Stand in front of the two of them. There was sadness and coldness in his aggrieved eyes. Aunt, I will call you Aunt for the last time. From today on, we have nothing to do with each other. Next time we meet, we will be strangers. I hope you will behave well in the future. Otherwise, others will never tolerate you like me. He glanced at Zhao Shuang. She didn't even bother to say another word. Look at Shun Liang. Tong Medeo's face was complicated but filled with gratitude. Brother Liang, thank you for coming to help me and letting you laugh. Let's go. About to leave, Xiao Tianyu appeared with Qiao Yu and another young man. The young man is the one who fights hard. It's the time to be young and energetic. Saw Shun Liang appear. Scan the room. He looked at Tong Medeo again. Xiao Tianyu immediately understood what was going on. He said solemnly, Shun Liang, Miss Tong can't go with you. She's going to join the disaster team. As soon as these words came out, Shun Liang laughed angrily. Who the hell do you think you are? Tong Medeo is mine. If I want to take him away, I will take him away. If he is not convinced, I will have a fight. Shun Liang was standing there. The giant axe in his hand was on his shoulder. Meng Xinyan also tightened the knife in her hand. She is no longer the timid girl she was a few days ago. After these 2 days of experience, she became particularly knowledgeable about fighting. If needed, she can kill anyone at any time. Although Tong Mitao has never fought, she also has considerable abilities and can play some role when necessary. Seeing the situation tense, Xiao Tianyu's face looked ugly. Unexpectedly, the young warrior on the side took a step forward and started shouting like a tiger. Shun Liang, who the hell are you? How dare you talk to brother you like this? However, the words have not yet fallen. Shun Liang's backhand was a slap. He knew that this kid was a superpower, so I didn't hold back this slap. Ever since, the young man felt a huge force coming. It was like being hit by a big truck. The whole person flew out uncontrollably. Bang! Breaking through the wall. Bumped into the next room. Then he reluctantly stopped. This terrifying power made the young man become ruthless, but there was no sign of death. This surprised Shun Liang and glanced at Xiao Tianyu, who had an ugly face in surprise. This kid is a strong fighter? Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that he is still a younger brother in front of me. Shun Liang chuckled. Fight or not, roll away. Good dogs don't get in the way. Xiao Tianyu had to give way. He knew he couldn't fight today. Before leaving, Shun Liang suddenly looked at Chenju and Zhao Shuang, mother and daughter. Go to the sewer tomorrow morning and take these 2 bitches with you. Young Master Xiao will not refuse this simple request. Don't wait for rejection. He left directly with the 2 women. Wait until they are gone. Xiao Tianyu was furious on the spot. Asshole! One day I, Xiao Tianyu, will kill you. Returned to Xiaonan's house. He comforted Tong Madeo. Just let her sleep with Meng Xinyan. Shen Liang returned to Xianan's room. Looking at the plump and delicious Xianan, Shen Liang's feeling came again. He felt that he didn't have to sleep tonight. Maybe he could play many different games. And at this time, bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. It's not in vain that I stopped fighting to save you. Add it, add more. Chapter 42. Increased loyalty. Double machetes for speedsters. Set off. A whole night of fun. It made Shen Liang feel comfortable all over. Only Xianan's condition was a little bad. The sound of him getting up failed to wake up this woman with a domineering figure. He reached out and swept her undulating and exquisite curves. Her smooth skin was as delicate as a baby. It felt great, and the tiger in her body seemed to be awakening again. Sighed. Shen Liang stood up. I'll let you go this morning. After all, I spent most of the night last night. But you are really great. I can't eat enough. Keep getting ready for the fight tonight. Grab it hard. Shen Liang stood up and left. Xianan woke up from a daze. She pursed her lips with a look of grievance. Woo-woo. It's fascinating, but it's too risky. He's getting stronger every day, but I'm just an ordinary woman. Sooner or later, I'm going to die in my bed. So scary, so awesome, so exciting. Come to the living room. Meng Xinyan is preparing breakfast. Tong Madeo and Jiang Kaiwa are helping. The two were not familiar with each other, but had met each other several times. At this time, they were chatting to get closer. He didn't bother. Instead, he sat on the sofa. Jinlin crawled over following the scent. Let me see if it has evolved again. Jinlin climbed onto his body obediently. I can feel that my weight and body shape have obviously increased. But the growth was not as rapid as in the previous 2 days. That's true. If one continues to rise so rapidly, its size is enough to collapse a building. Even now, its length is over 10 meters, and the diameter of the thickest part of its body is almost 30 centimeters, which is a very scary size. Its estimated weight is about 400 to 500 kilograms. The most obvious thing is the tail of the soldering iron. Its diameter is at least 50 centimeters, and the thickest part is about 10 centimeters. However, the edge is only about 1 centimeter thick. Apart from its shape, it looks like a soldering iron, but its overall thickness is becoming more and more like a flying saucer. Today's snake tail. Flat attacks can unleash powerful striking force. Side attacks can be chopped out like a frisbee, although not very sharp, but under the absolute power and speed. It can also cause quite terrifying slashes. Take killing zombies, for example. Today's golden scales only need to wave their tails slightly, and the zombies' heads will be cut in half. As the tails get bigger, they become flat and very hard. After testing, even with a dagger, you can't break the scales on the surface, so there is no need to worry about being killed. The zombie skull breaks through its defenses and becomes infected. Let me see the loyalty today. Fuck. Open the system panel. Shen Liang was startled. Host. Shen Liang. Superpower form. Power fighter. Combat strength assessment. 277. Number of people contracted for. Contract list. Tong Madeo, Zhang Yaji, Wen Aiqing, Meng Xinyan. Loyalty. 49.5%, 39.3%, 41.8%, 65.8%. Energy fruit output. 17 pieces, refreshed daily. Compared to yesterday, the number of fruits increased directly by 3. This means there are 3 people. Loyalty has made a substantial leap. Wen Aiqing's loyalty has always been ahead. It is normal to exceed 40%. The most outrageous ones are Tong Madeo and Meng Xinyan. The loyalty of the two last night till today. There has obviously been a surge. I understand Tong Madeo's loyalty has skyrocketed. How come Meng Xinyan's loyalty has increased so much? At this time, Meng Xinyan took the lead with a plate of food. This is a breakfast made with love. Not only does it smell delicious, the styling of the presentation is also very attentive. Brother Liang, this is what I prepared especially for you. Mainly, I want to thank you again for saving Tong Madeo. You know, this girl is really too kind. If she had done it herself, she would definitely have been tricked by those 2 women. Shen Liang suddenly realized, this is the original reason. Save Tong Madeo. Not only did he get Tong Madeo's gratitude and loyalty, as a close best friend, Meng Xinyan also skyrocketed. Reasonable, very reasonable. While eating, Xianan also got up. After one day and one night of in-depth communication, Xianan was obviously a little less reserved. Jiang Kaiwa still has a cheerful personality. However, Tong Madeo was a little embarrassed. He looked at Xin Liang from time to time. The face is slightly red. Brother Xin Liang, wouldn't it be too wasteful if we had such a rich breakfast? Hear the words. Xin Liang smiled. Meng Xinyan burst out laughing. Silly girl. Do you know that the most important thing your brother Xin Liang's family lacks is supplies? He can do magic. Even magic. Give it a try. A lot of supplies can come out. You can eat whatever you want. Also, Brother Liang is so strong now. We have recently been considering going out to search for supplies. We will definitely be able to bring back a lot of supplies by then. With your joining, we will have one more strong general. He. Tong Madeo's mouth opened slightly, clearly confused. After meal, until Shun Liang performed retrieving objects out of thin air with his own eyes. Look at the extra double scimitars in his hands. Only Tong Madeo knew. It's really outrageous. But it's really awesome. Are these swords for me? Well, this is custom-made just for you. It should suit your abilities well. Ah, customize in advance? Brother Xin Liang, have you guessed what my ability is before? Didn't I say that I can predict the future? Bite. Tong Mitao's loyalty increased by 0.5%. Bite. Meng Xinyan's loyalty increases by 0.5%. Brag. Gain loyalty again? Look at the little stars in the beautiful eyes of the two women. Shun Liang expressed great satisfaction. The double swords are curved and can be used forward or backward. They are even double-edged inside and outside. The outside can easily cut the enemy's throat by drawing circles, and the inside is sharp enough to be used as a sickle to cut directly the enemy's head. As for where the weapons come from, it is indeed custom-made. After rebirth, Shun Liang immediately went to a blacksmith shop that specialized in weapons collection. Modern blacksmith shop. They all rely on a combination of machines and sledgehammers. Manufacturing is fast. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't do. A large number of customized weapons cost a lot of money, but it's definitely worth it. You are the speed one, has a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Give you these two swords, and you can transform your extreme speed into extremely high combat power. The Speedster is similar to Quicksilver in Marvel. The initial speed was far from Quicksilver's, but the advantage of superpowers. The best thing is that it can continue to evolve. The slowness of day-to-day evolution simply doesn't matter. Shun Liang is here. The energy fruits produced can be distributed at will. It's enough for them to evolve. 7 fruits. 2 golden scales, 2 for Meng Xinyan. 3 Tomi peaches to make up for the gap with Xinyan. There is no objection to this allocation. Shun Liang still owns 10 pieces. He could have eaten them all, but it's not necessary. It's good that his strength has increased, but even now his strength is enough to be the king alone. On the contrary, Meng Xinyan and Tong Madeo beside him have always been weak, which makes them seem useless. If Meng Xinyan was stronger, she might have been able to crush Xiao Tianyu and his gang in a team battle yesterday. His purpose is clear. Continue to improve yourself rapidly. These future female warriors around me, they also improve their strength together. Future. Collect enough female warriors. Build a powerful army of superpowers. Well, 3 fruits down the stomach. I feel my body is warming up, and it seems like my speed has increased a lot. My physical abilities have also improved significantly. It feels so magical and special. Tong Mitao's face was rosy. It is a temporary surge of qi and blood caused by taking the fruit. Meng Xinyan and Jin Lin also ate the fruit. As for Shun Liang's fruit, it has been completely digested long ago. He gave a few people half an hour to digest and familiarize themselves with the stronger body, and then taught Tong Madeo some fighting skills and how to use the scimitar. Half an hour later, he glanced at the time. Shun Liang stood up. Let's go. Go to the basement. It's time for Xiao Tianyu's people to find a cat for our family. Chapter 43, Danger and Treasures in Underground Pipelines. Cut off Wu Xiao Tianyu. You do. Don't catch us? Where are you taking us? Mr. Xiao. Brother Xiao. It's obviously us who provided you with the information, but you haven't given us the promised reward yet. Where are you taking us? Last night, after being beaten violently by Shun Liang, mother and daughter Chenju and Zhao Shuang, it was difficult to walk almost all night. Lie down all night. Finally recovered a little bit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianyu came over again with someone. Just pick them up and take them away. Thinking of last night. Before Shen Liang left, he asked to take the mother and daughter with him today. Zhao Shuang was panicked and didn't know what to do, but she knew it was definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this made her feel numb. I was wrong. We were wrong. Why don't we not want the material rewards? Please, please, don't take us away. We're not going out. There are zombies outside, and there are monster giant rats. Let us go woo-woo. Zhao Shuang is no longer as arrogant as last night, even regretful. If you don't do this kind of thing behind Tong Medeo's back, it won't be taken away. You won't face this fear of the unknown. However, it was too late. This is Ms. Chun and Ms. Zhao. You don't have to be afraid. Your information yesterday was very good, but the information was wrong. Ms. Tong Medeo had obviously joined Shen Liang's subordinates before that, and was not considered an independent superpower, so I regret that this reward cannot be honored. But we won't punish you for this. But that doesn't mean you don't have to take responsibility. What to do next? It's not difficult. Explain the trouble. Too lazy to say more. Xiao Tianyu waved his hand. Immediately someone came forward to measure the mother and daughter and lifted them up. As for what to do, it will become clear once we get to the underground garage. Don't worry, as long as you return safely. I will give you 2 packets of instant noodles each as a reward. Not long, Xiao Tianyu and his group come to the underground garage. Today's disaster response team. There's already a certain order. No need to say more. There were people standing guard everywhere with weapons. Other side, Zhao Dafan and his group. He couldn't resist Xiao Tianyu's power. Showed up with his 2 sons. 2 brothers, Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong. He looked scared at the moment. Du Feng lost his mutated Teddy, and now he no longer had the preferential treatment he had before. He was arranged to go down the well with the Zheng brothers. At this moment, everyone had a fully charged mobile phone strapped to their bodies. As soon as they went down the well, the entire situation was broadcast live for everyone to watch. Tianyu, Aunt Zhao is asking you, is it really safe to go down a well? There are so many zombies and mutated monsters now. They won't be killed by monsters, right? Annie is very worried. How about you send a few powerful people down to protect them? Annie will thank you very much. Sample, thank me properly? How to thank? Do you want to thank me with your old-fashioned face? Xiao Tianyu was also concerned about the 2 daughters-in-law of the Zheng family, but he couldn't say it clearly. At this moment, I don't want to break up with Shen Liang because of this. But what Zhao Dafan said, but it shocked him. Mutant mice? Damn it, rats don't just live in sewers. Let people go to the sewers to find cats. Is it Shen Liang? Deliberately want them to go down and die? No, that's not right. If he just wants these people to die, there are 100 ways which are far simpler than this one. For example, if he hints to let me kill him, I will not refuse. But he chose this move. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed again and again. He felt, Shen Liang definitely didn't just want to kill these people. But another time, I have no idea what his specific purpose is. Anyway, he understands. No matter what Shen Liang's ultimate goal is, whether it is the Zheng brothers, Du Feng, or Chen Zhu and Zhao Shuang, the mother and daughter, they are all going to be in trouble today and become cannon fodder for Shen Liang. Shen Liang can't afford it early. There must be some conspiracy. Xiao Tianyu has no sympathy for these people. Just thinking about it. How can one benefit from it? Auntie, don't worry. It's just going to the sewer. There's no danger. There are not so many mutant giant rats as expected. Xiao Tianyu declined politely. What else does Zhao Dafan want to say? He looked not far away. He waved and walked up with a smile. Dian Shen, you are here. I apologize again for yesterday's minor conflict. After all, we are from the same community. In the face of a major disaster, we should be more like brothers. Okay, stop acting. Is everyone ready? Shen Liang showed no shame at all. He was a little embarrassed. I was furious, but he could only force a smile. Have people bring 5 people over. See Tong Medeo again. Chen Zhu and Zhao Shuang seem to have grasped a life-saving straw. I am begging for mercy. Tong Medeo also seemed to be a little soft-hearted. Shen Liang was decisive. Heart's eye, knife ready. If anyone talks nonsense again, I'll cut her tongue out. As soon as these words came out, Chen Zhu and her daughter were so frightened that they shut their mouths. The Zheng brothers had seen Shen Liang's cruelty. I didn't dare to say a word directly. He even stopped Zhao Dafan. Mom, don't conflict with Shen Liang. He really dares to kill people, and he is super strong. We can't beat him. By the way, if Shin Liang asks you to trade our wives for us, don't listen to him. I doubt this guy. I doubt. He is a thief. Zhao Dafan is confused. What did Cao Cao say? Soon, after Shun Liang's inspection, confirmed, came directly to a manhole cover. Before entering, he specifically asked Xiao Tianyu to take people to walk around the manhole cover. This behavior made Xiao Tianyu instantly feel bad and concluded that there must be a big danger down there. But he kept silent. Shun Liang is still standing here. Prove that the following has some sanity. In front of many powerful people, it seems that he doesn't dare to show up easily. Dianyan Shin, are you ready? Next, let's form a group and start the group video chat directly. Everyone can see what's going on below. Say it. Xiao Tianyu is about to take action. Shin Liang chuckled. You must do it to attract the crowd. Are you going to join a group to fuck chicken feathers? I'm looking for my cat. It has nothing to do with you. Just go and do whatever you need to do. Just come back and pick her up in an hour. The premise is, an hour later, they're still alive. Xiao Tianyu was furious. What a fuck. He didn't even let labor and management see it. Bastard. Farewell. Shivering, the way Xiao Tianyu left was called a tsundere. Finish the group. To be on the safe side, Shin Liang asked Jin Lin to climb onto the manhole cover for a while. Many times Jin Lin expressed a little resentment, but Shin Liang felt that it could express understanding. Snakes are also natural enemies of mice after all, and they are higher in the food chain. The presence of rats, if a little scary, must have some effect. Otherwise, a group of big rats were watching there. How could these cannon fodders still be willing to go down? Get down, everyone. It's not necessarily safe down there, but it's not necessarily dangerous either. Every man has a dagger for self-protection. Flashlights are also provided. Declaration in advance. If anyone wants to come back alive, please obey me. I will continue to give orders. If anyone disobeys my golden scale, this little snake will swallow you up as soon as you come out. Into the belly. Little snake? Glancing at the golden scales, everyone trembled. This damn thing is called Little Snake. The prehistoric python was nothing more than that. Mr. Shun, get out of here. Stop talking nonsense. Shun Liang went up and kicked him. One by one, they were all kicked into the underground well. Fortunately, it's not too deep down there. A depth of more than 2 meters. They all fell into pieces and ate shit. Split the troops into 2 groups. Go towards the pipes on both sides, respectively. I won't let you stop, and no one is allowed to stop. Don't be afraid when you encounter any movement. The flash stick I gave you can burst out with dazzling red light. Even if it is when you encounter giant rats, you can scare them away. Did you know that? Some threats. Several people chose to split into 2 groups. The Zheng brothers were in a group with Du Feng. Chunju and Zhao Shuang are a mother and daughter duo. The 2 groups began to move separately. Shun Liang and Meng Xinyan can also see the live broadcast of the group video on their mobile phones. In the dark, underground pipes, everyone had to bend down slightly. Dark, damp, gloomy, scary. Watching, Meng Xinyan couldn't help but shudder. How scary. Is there really a giant rat down here? Shun Liang heard this. Grinning. Down here is the giant rat's lair. Of course there will be giant rats. Question mark. The key is if you really find that guy, it will be really scary. In front of that guy, the giant rat will have to stand aside and be his little brother. Are you talking about the giant rat king? No. To be precise, the giant rat king informed the giant rat group, and that guy is the one who rules the giant rat king. Several people looked serious. Tong Medeo's face turned pale. Shun Liang said softly, do you also think I deliberately let them die? Maybe, but my real purpose is a kind of baby that may exist in this pipeline. In the memory of past lives, the ruler in the pipeline, with his tribe of mutant giant rats, caused terrible harm to the entire community, killing many people and eating many people. But in the end, he killed several people with superpowers plus at the cost of several mutated pets. Xiao Tianyu killed the monster and discovered the treasure from below. The winner last time was Xiao Tianyu. This time, it's my turn, Shun Liang. At the same time, a horrifying post suddenly appeared online. The bombed and terrifying floating island reappears in the world. Chapter 40, For the floating island reappears in the world. Secrets in the underground well. The floating island reappears in the world. As soon as the news came out, it directly caused an uproar around the world. Damn it, why is this happening? Everything was blown to pieces. Why did the floating island still appear? Where are the experts? Where is the military? Please come out and explain. No need to explain. More than half of the world's population has died. I guess the experts are all out of their minds. It's so sad. I heard that the military area 20 kilometers away from my home has been completely occupied by zombies. No wonder no one came to rescue. So, what about the floating islands? Will those monsters continue to come down from there? How many floating islands have appeared? Are there still 70 or 80? It is said that there is only one in the sky above Showery Country, and no one in other countries has discovered it yet. Only enjoy your daily life? That's fine. Discussion about floating islands. Someone released videos and pictures. It directly reached a boiling state. Only a few remained optimistic. Most people just lost their minds. After all, everyone knows it. This thing obviously exploded. So many nuclear bombs were consumed. It consumed so much manpower and material resources. In order to destroy these floating islands and deal with the horrible monsters that came down from them. Millions of military casualties worldwide and tens of millions of innocent residents in various countries were killed or injured. There were hundreds of cities that were reduced to nuclear no man's land, simply because of the confrontation with the floating islands. These last few days, every day feels like a year, but the last floating island was blown up. But it was only before today. No one would really think of this as being a few years ago. If I remember correctly, the floating island of Shao Rizi was the first floating island that was successfully blown up in a pilot test, and it was only about a month ago. So can it be understood that every floating island that is blown up later will be destroyed about a month after the explosion? All reproduced? This is speculation. It made everyone feel depressed. More and more people are beginning to despair. Zombies, mutant animals, there's no way around this. And then you told me that the floating island has reappeared. Those terrible monsters on the floating island will also reappear and wreak havoc on the world. Haha. Haha. Oh my God. Is God going to kill humanity? Excuse me, do I still need to pay my mortgage? Will my boss deduct my salary? Where did the natural-born social animal holy body come from? Tired, destroy it on an unknown floating island. Mountains, rivers, and lush trees. Compared to the human world on the ground, the island has a quiet and peaceful beauty. It seems like a dream among the mountains and forests. There are faint roars and calls of mysterious birds and beasts, bright flowers opening and closing to reveal their mouths full of fine and sharp teeth. Vines suddenly waving in silence to capture an eagle in midair and suck its blood before returning to tranquility, and trees moving without wind, surrounded by many terrors. There is a short fruit tree with brightly colored fruits. On the fruit tree, the fruits are dark purple, with white lightning patterns looming on the surface. It is very magical. If Shun Liang were here, he would be surprised. These are energy fruits. On this tree, there are 5 fruits growing, which is as many as being known to others is absolutely shocking. After all, in Shun Liang's knowledge of his previous life, energy fruits are extremely rare. Even if discovered, it is basically the case that only one grows. The presence of 2 at the same time would be shocking. Every fruit can cause a fight, not without reason. And in this tree, except for the purple thunder-striped fruit, there are also red thunder-striped fruits, even golden thunder fruit. Riverside community. Regarding being driven away, Xiao Tianyu was angry and helpless. After all, Shun Liang does have some abilities. Coupled with the unknown strength of Meng Xinyan, Tong Mitao, and a golden python with golden scales that didn't look weak, Xiao Tianyu didn't dare to break up on the spot, which further deepened his determination to accelerate the expansion of his power. Wait for labor and capital to form the Justice Army. When labor and management have enough superpowers and mutant beasts, let's see if you, Shun Liang, can continue to pretend. After thinking about it, he was in the community group again. Increase the recruitment of superpowers and mutant beasts. Directly double the rewards for recommenders and those who actively join. It suddenly caused a burst of restlessness. Many people were already hesitant. This wave has added fuel to the fire. Xiao Tianyu felt that someone would come to deliver the news soon. As for whether material rewards can be afforded, he didn't think too much about it. First of all, he doesn't have so much material in hand to give rewards. This is just an act of trying to spread the pie. If it can really succeed in the future, at worst, he can just take these powerful people under his command and go out to raid. Only the current zombies and giant rats. In Xiao Tianyu's eyes, it doesn't pose much of a threat. Wrong. Shun Liang won't let me watch the live broadcast. Why don't I find someone to go down by myself? Xiao Tianyu's eyes lit up. He was not familiar with community pipes. But soon we found someone who understood. Young Master Xiao, if you want to find a manhole connected to the pipeline over there, the closest one I know of is here. It's about 800 meters away from the pipeline over there, but there are several turns in the middle. There are other manhole covers further away. Xiao Tianyu waved his hand. There is no need to go any further. He directly found two brave ones. And start drawing cakes right away. Hold your phone. Flashlight. They were carrying daggers, and each of them had an electric baton. This time, I'll reward each of you with a box of instant noodles. From the end of the world till now, 99% of the families are already starving. A box of instant noodles per person. This kind of reward is definitely extremely generous. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. Thinking of my wife and children at home, the two gritted their teeth and jumped directly into the manhole cover. The video connection is always open. Xiao Tianyu imitated Shun Liang. Start using voice control to move the two people forward. Remember, don't panic when you encounter any weird things. If you encounter a zombie, kill it. If you encounter a giant rat, kill it. The dagger is very long, and the electric baton is fully charged. You are invincible now. Xiao Tianyu's brainwashing. That's a big deal. The two people below. Inexplicably, I feel that I am terrifyingly strong. I'd like to see. Shun Liang, what are you doing? He guessed. Absolutely profitable. Other side. Shun Liang didn't know what Xiao Tianyu was thinking. Even if you know, I won't care either. After all, the following situation. As expected, everyone will die. As for his real purpose, even if Xiao Tianyu sees it, there will be no surprise. After all, he knows how to send it. Mom, I'm so scared. Mom, walk slower and wait for me. Silly boy, Mom is walking in front. If you are in danger, Mom will help you to block it. Why are you panicking? Chenju, Zhao Shuang, mother and daughter. I am walking nervously ahead at this moment. These words made Zhao Shuang feel a little more relaxed. But then, there were bursts of movement from the front. Chenju stopped in fright. Don't go. There's something ahead. But as soon as these words came out, Shun Liang's cold voice came. Keep walking. Otherwise, Jean Lin will go down and help you. Golden scales. That golden python? Chunju and her daughter were so frightened that they could only continue walking. Shun Liang continued to pay attention. What he was looking for was a plant. In his mind, after the sewer pipe went in, he didn't know which direction was correct, but he was sure that the plant was at a cross. Chun Jima, the two women were walking very fast, and it looked like they were almost there. Finally, Shun Liang saw the crossroads. He couldn't wait to ask mother and daughter to take a few steps quickly. Come to the full intersection. No target in sight. He was a little disappointed. Okay, get ready to come back. But then, several red lights appeared. To be precise, the red light comes from the other three directions, and accompanied by a low growl. Shockingly, there are several giant rats. Shin Liang sighed. Although I want to advise you to run faster, it is obvious that you are dead. You should learn to behave better in the next life. Immediately afterwards, the mother and daughter screamed in the video. The phone fell to the ground. The screams ranged from shrill to desperate, then to dying, until there was no sound. Shun Liang came to Meng Xinyan. Take the phone directly. There are 3 Zheng brothers. At this moment, I am still walking slowly ahead. Shun Liang said directly. You 3, turn around and go back immediately. Go in the opposite direction to find the mother and daughter to meet up. Just a reminder, if you leave too late, it will be too late. Too late. As soon as this sentence came out, the 3 of them turned around and ran away without their lives. It's just that Shun Liang didn't make it clear. Leaving late. It was too late to die. After confirming that the 3 of them passed the manhole cover and ran towards the mother and daughter, Shun Liang's calm expression finally showed a slight fluctuation, and he jumped directly, followed by Jean Lin. You guys stay up there and keep watch. I'll go back with Jean Lin. Chapter 45, The Horror in the Underground Pipeline. Small trees and fruits. Encounter. Tianyu. Well, don't bother Aunt Zhao. Can you help Aunt ask Shun Liang how long it will take for my Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong to come up? I feel so panicked that something might happen to them. Tianyu, speak Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu was almost bored. Zhao Dafin, an old guy, is here. I'm tired of following him all the time. If it weren't for the fact that the Justice Army would have needed her before it was formed. Xiao Tianyu really wanted someone to take her to feed the zombies. I heard Aunt Zhang. Speak lower. Although the basement has been cleaned by everyone, we can't rule out that there are hidden zombies, not to mention the mutant giant rats that naturally like to live in dark corners. If you make such a loud noise, aren't you afraid that the giant rats will snatch you away in one bite? This wave, Zhao Dafin was so frightened that he trembled. He quickly shut his mouth, but I still changed my voice nervously to whisper, Tianyu, Annie, I really didn't mean to bother you, but nothing can happen to my two sons. But I don't dare to provoke Shun Liang. Think back to before the end of time. That slap outside the supermarket. Whoa, it hurts when he hits someone. Xiao Tianyu was extremely annoyed. He said perfunctorily, Okay, Aunt Zhao. I definitely can't let Shin Liang take action against your two sons. But right now they are in the underground pipeline, and I can't interfere. My people have been watching Shin Liang from a distance. I promise you that as soon as they come out, I will go over and protect them, okay? I'm still monitoring the situation below. You see, Zhao Dafin hesitated to speak. He could only nod his head. I want to go home first, but I'm worried about my son. I didn't dare to reply by myself. Worry about encountering zombies. I can only wait obediently. Xiao Tianyu has been paying attention to the situation of the two people below. Have you come a long way? Everything is normal and going quite smoothly at the moment. Come on, everyone. The map is in your hearts. Please go to Shin Liang's location as soon as possible. Come on. Never mind how insidious Xiao Tianyu is. Even if there is cannon fodder down there, the emotional value is still full. The two of them were very excited about this. Immediately pat your chest and promise. Then he started to accelerate bravely. The main thing is to count the money back after being sold. Little did I know, they're speeding towards the Devil's Lair. Other side, Shun Liang suddenly came down the pipe with golden scales. This made Meng Xinyan and Tong Medeo very nervous. Brother Shin Liang, nothing will happen, right? I always feel it's so dangerous down there. In the video call, the Zheng brothers and Du Feng. We were almost reaching the place where Chen Ju and Zhao Shuang, mother and daughter, had the accident. Thinking of the mother and daughter who had just died tragically, Tong Medeo was in a very complicated mood. Meng Xinyan is very smart. I could see through her inner thoughts at a glance. Silly girl. First of all, nothing will happen to Brother Liang. Since he did this, it means he knows something about the situation below. Although I don't know when he knew it. Anyway, he is super powerful, right? There's no need to say anything about Jin Lin. He's super awesome. As for your aunt and cousin, Taozi, please don't blame yourself or feel any burden. I know that although you hate them, you don't want them to die. But that was just your previous thought. Now that you are following Brother Liang, you must correct yourself according to Brother Liang's apocalyptic concept. I must tell you sternly, in the end times, no matter who it is, as long as I dare to betray you, they will all be absolute enemies. Think about it. If Brother Liang wasn't here, your aunt and cousin would have sold you out. If you really wanted to work for Xiao Tianyu, that would be fine. But you don't want to. Even if you want to, Xiao Tianyu is extremely insidious and cunning. Even the most trusted subordinates may be used as cannon fodder by him. In his eyes, only himself is the most important. Do you understand? They will kill you sooner or later. And now, they have to die so you can live. Tong Mitao nodded. She seems to understand everything. But for a while, the knot in my heart couldn't be resolved. Don't worry. Ever since the moment Brother Shin Liang predicted all the things before the end of the world, I have absolute trust in him. I won't blame him. I'm very grateful to him for saving me. I just feel that they might sin does not lead to death. But you are right. Brother Shin Liang's concept of the end of the world is the most correct. In the last days, it has to be selfish enough. You have to be sober enough and indifferent enough. Otherwise, you will end up falling prey to others. Aunt and cousin, the Zheng brothers, Du Feng, they were just on the wrong team. He just fell into Shun Liang's prey, didn't he? Brother Liang said, let us beware of Xiao Tianyu at all times. Be careful of his surprise attacks. Said. The two were distracted and began to be wary of their surroundings. Fortunately, the light brightness here is acceptable. At this time, in underground pipes, 3 cannon fodder are heading in the opposite direction to die. Take every few steps forward. They felt the gloominess doubled. Du Feng, please slow down. Why don't I feel right? Damn, there's blood. There's blood. Zheng Gong groaned. Zheng Qian was so frightened that he quickly shut up. The 3 of them looked down. It was indeed blood, still very fresh. There were also long traces of dragging and pulling, and the direction was exactly the direction they were walking. Suddenly, a bad premonition hit them, and the three of them sweated on their foreheads almost at the same time. Damn, there's a monster ahead. There's definitely a monster. We will die if we go any further. Shun Liang, Brother Shun, Father Shun, please let us go back. We can do whatever we want. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Zheng Qinggong broke through first. The other two were no better. Everyone started to agree. Tong Mi Tao and his wife are watching the video. I couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Even if they agree, it's too late. A few meters ahead, it was the location where Chan Ju and her daughter were killed. I'm afraid at this moment. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak! A sudden cry. The three of them screamed in fright. But the flashlight shines. It turned out to be two mice. Yes, normal mice. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. But then, behind the mouse, under the illumination of the flashlight, several pairs of eyes suddenly appeared, arranged vertically, uniform. At this moment, the three of them felt their bodies instantly numb. Want to escape? It's simply too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with several spider silks appeared. The bodies of the three of them seemed to be frozen. Want to run away? Want to scream? Want to struggle? But what greeted them? Just one step at a time. Step by step, he moved closer to the eight eyes. Under the illumination of a flashlight, they saw the monster clearly. Two women are in the video. I also vaguely saw it. This is a mutant giant spider. No, it's not just a giant spider. Is this the giant spider king? Could it be that Brother Liang already knew that there was a difficult giant spider king here, so he let these people be used as cannon fodder to hold back the giant spider king? And then he went to the other side. Other side. Shun Liang cooperates with Jin Lin. The traveling speed is directly at full speed. Before the three cannon fodder were taken care of by the giant spider king, we have arrived at the intersection of another pipeline. This is a rainwater pipe. Every pipeline intersection, there are silt deposits. And at this intersection of cross pipes, in the mud, a knee-high woody plant grows strangely. The lack of sunlight all day long has not stopped its fresh and green color. See plants. Shin Liang knew he had come to the right place. Flashlight focus. Above the plants, a strange fruit covered with spikes is vaguely visible. Its shape and size are like a lychee, but the spikes all over its body are more like a durian. No strangers are allowed to enter. It threatens all enemies who want to eat it, as if it is a warning. I'm dangerous, yucky, scary. Shin Liang clenched his fist slightly. But he knows. This thing, not only is it not dangerous, on the contrary, it is extremely powerful. Just because. This is a superpower fruit. Holyalu. You. A sudden strange sound, like a tiger's purr. More like a tiger's warning whine. In the pipe opposite the plant, a pair of glowing pupils as big as copper bells appeared, slowly approaching with a warning whimper. This figure almost filled the entire pipe, and its power was no less than that of the giant rat king who was killed by Shin Liang. A huge monster, but its footsteps are terrifyingly light. This made Jin Lin raise his head immediately, looking a little nervous for the first time. Shin Liang also looked serious, but not very nervous. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Little things, you are indeed here. Chapter 46 Novice from Grandma Zhang's house. The fruit is in hand, in underground pipes. Shin Liang couldn't express his feelings at this moment. Some are relaxed, some are nervous, some are worried, some are hesitant. A few meters ahead, it is a huge mutant cat. Yes, it is a cat in the literal sense. Looking at the messy hair and some scars on the face, it looks like a stray cat that has been living outside. It is a bit sloppy, but it lacks combat power. Definitely not weak. In the memory of past lives, there is a huge portion about this mutated big cat, including the plant in front of me with the fruit of a superpower, all from past life memories. If I remember correctly, you have a hostile relationship with the big spider and the group of mice on the other side, right? If you don't need to guard this plant, those mice and big spiders are no match for you. Shin Liang was not in a hurry to attack. It even blocked the golden scales. If you really want to fight, this narrow underground pipe is lame. It is difficult for everyone to show their fighting ability. It is easy to capsize in the gutter. If I remember correctly, there is another trick you can try. If everything goes well, he might be able to win the fruit without a fight. The premise is that it goes well enough. It's a bit dangerous, but he wants to try. Holyalu. The big cat is a beautiful white cat with different eyes. Just look at it from a pair of eyes. You can see the excellent varieties. The sound was now threatening and threatening. But there was no attack. It seemed that it was mainly defensive, mainly wanting to protect this plant and the fruit on it. Xinliang was very confused as to why it didn't eat the fruit, but it happened to not, otherwise the trip would have been in vain. Xiaobai, are you hungry? Noob! How does this human know that my name is Xiaobai? The name is simple and direct. But the first time I saw it, I could only call it words such as stray cat, dirty, smelly monster, disgusting, etc. It had not heard anyone call this name for a long time, and Xiaobai was the name given to it by its previous owner. Named. I saw the white cat's eyes trembling. Xunliang knows. It seems right. Don't be afraid, Xiaobai. We have actually met. You are from Grandma Zhang's house in room 101, building 19, right? When Grandma Zhang was still alive, you often went to pick up garbage with Grandma Zhang. We have actually met many times. Don't you remember me? Xunliang said. A box of roast chicken appeared in his hand. Open the lid and place it 1 meter away from the front. Another flip of hand. A piece of fresh meat weighing at least 10 kilograms appeared, plus a dead and live big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. Seeing Jean Lin looking over with a grieved expression, Xunliang could only pretend to ignore it and caress Jean Lin's body secretly. It seemed to understand and continued to enter the alert state. He placed fresh meat and big fish in front of him. Place it with the roasted chicken with the lid open. It's not just Grandma Zhang. These are still delicious. The mutated white cat is obviously less hostile. But the vigilance remains, but there is more scrutiny. It works. Xunliang continued decisively. Simply sat on the ground. A look of reminiscence appeared. Grandma Zhang is such a good person. Every time I go to her house, she brings me fruit to eat. Even though she eats rotten apples herself, she still wants to pick the best one for me. She is as kind as my own grandmother. There's not much I can do. I can only often fold the cardboard boxes I collected together and send them over. Every time I stuff some money in them, not much. I know Grandma Zhang won't be willing to give the money directly. Speaking of which, Xunliang was indeed filled with emotion, because these are all real events. Many people even know Grandma Zhang. But in a previous life, even if everyone sees the cat, no one knew that this was Grandma Zhang's cat. It wasn't until the white cat killed the unfilial son and daughter-in-law of Grandma Zhang's family, and it wasn't until the two people asked for help before they died that the white cat was Grandma Zhang's cat. Everyone knew, including Xunliang, but at that time the cat went completely crazy. After killing Grandma Zhang's son and daughter-in-law, he left the community and became a mutant beast king that cannot be ignored in the apocalypse. At the moment, Xunliang's every word. The white cats were obviously touched, even visible tremors. This proves it. The mutated white cat still has basic sanity, is not crazy yet, and can still try to communicate. This also comes from the previous life. Grandma Zhang's neighbor grandma witnessed the white cat killing her son and daughter-in-law, but the white cat did not act in madness. After killing the neighbor's grandma, she knelt down with her forearms in a very humane manner as if to thank her, and then left the community. The neighbor's grandmother said it. The white cat has become spiritual. Kill his son and daughter-in-law. It was to take revenge from Grandma Zhang. At first, Grandma Zhang was self-sufficient, but at least she didn't have to ask for help. The neighbor's grandmother brought food to Grandma Zhang every now and then. When Grandma Zhang was uncomfortable, the neighbor's grandmother would always take her son to take care of her personally, and even took Zhang with her. Grandma goes to the hospital, buys medicine, gets an intravenous drip. These white cats all see it, and her gratitude comes from this. The neighbor's grandmother said it. Xiaobai is the smartest cat in the world. Know how to be grateful, punish evil, and promote good. If only Xiaobai's location could be known in advance. The neighbor's grandma can influence it. Now, Xunliang didn't find his neighbor's grandma. He planned to try it himself. Even if it doesn't work, such a smart and kind cat. It shouldn't be a big fight, right? Actually, I really miss Grandma Zhang. She joked before that if she died, there would be no one to take care of Xiaobai, and she also asked me to take Xiaobai home to raise her. I didn't expect that she really, that's all. Actually, if it weren't for that unworthy son and daughter-in-law, Grandma Zhang shouldn't be. Speaking of which, the white cat was visibly angry, but he was also visibly sad. Xunliang tried again. He pushed the roast chicken forward directly. The white cat is alert, but still tried to get closer. Sniffed. Wow, it smells so good. Eat. Don't you remember me? I'm an electrician. I often go to Grandma Zhang's house to change light bulbs. Do you remember? Don't worry, I have no reason to harm you. If I do harm you, you are so powerful that you can kill me even if you were poisoned. Haha. He. Not funny at all. I'm kidding. Please don't really do it to me. Jinlin has been on guard ever since. If the white cat really attacks, the cat and the snake will fight each other at the first moment. Fortunately, chatting seems to work. The white cat approached cautiously. The roast chicken was taken away in a second. A whole chicken is chewed straight away. It looks delicious. Xiao Bai, you are quite smart. You should know that the world is in chaos. We humans call this the end of the world. For the superpower fruit, Shun Liang also worked hard, then began a crazy and heart-opening chat. The white cat eats more and more freely. Later, he nodded directly to Shun Liang. He nodded to the big fish again. That means, pass me the fish. Shun Liang also couldn't laugh or cry. I'm also looking forward to it in my heart. If Xiao Bai can be deceived and taken home and become a partner like Jin Lin, that would be a bit too strong. If Xiao Tianyu dares to make noise again, he will be killed directly by them. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The more I think about it, the happier I am. He took out a large bucket of water and found a basin from the system space. Filled up the water and caught another big fish. This time, the white cat was almost half a meter away from Shun Liang. Just eat meat and drink water. Let's go. Come home with me. I promise Grandma Zhang that I will support you when she leaves. The white cat hesitated, but he shook his head very humanely. Shun Liang was nervous. Are you going to avenge Grandma Zhang? Come back with me. I can help you with your revenge. Still shaking his head, he felt a little sorry. The white cat seemed to have seen through his intentions. So he pushed the plant with his head. Actively indicate. You let me pick the fruit? I admit I really want it, but you just let me take it off? The white cat gave him a look. Don't want. Ahaha. I want it. I want it. When he picked it, quite cautiously, I was afraid that this guy would regret it. This big head. One bite can bite off a person's head. Nothing careless. Click. Done. The spiky fruit was in Shun Liang's hands. He felt a little unreal, excited, happy, and surprised, but he still wanted to fool the white cat. To this end, he had already prepared an energy fruit. Eat this fruit. It will make you stronger. If you want to kill the giant spider king and those big rats, it should be much easier. If you want to find me later, I welcome you at any time. If you want to find me, just scream a few times in the community. I should be able to hear it. The white cat was confused. He leaned closer and sniffed the fruit. The allure of that natural scent. Make it unable to resist picking up the fruit. While eating, obviously feeling the power and deliciousness of the fruit, he looked at Shun Liang eagerly, which made him a little helpless and said that not a drop was left. Before leaving, he pretended to be brave and played a few handfuls. Remember me, my name is Shun Liang. Shun Liang turned and left. After exiting the pipe, he led the girls towards the entrance of the building. Xiao Tianyu came after hearing the news. Zhao Daifin's face was full of anxiety. In this regard, Shun Liang had only one sentence. They're still down there. If you want to save people, go ahead and do it. Xiao Tianyu was startled. I couldn't help but feel tight inside. Damn, there must be danger down there. Because the two men he sent down. Contact has been lost. Back home, Shun Liang took out the fruit, face full of expectation. He waved to Xia Nan and Jiang Kaiwa. There is a chance to become a superpower. Chapter 47, Variant Four-Winged Golden Eagle. Xiao Tianyu is bragging. Become a superpower. These few words, if you say it, it will definitely cause an uproar. After all, so far, all the information known to everyone proves it. Every superpower appears by random mutation. Whether it's God's blessing or bad luck, they all become superpowers when they wake up, and there is no way to manually intervene and control them. At the moment, Shun Liang's words, not to mention how shocked Xianan and Jiang Kaiwa were, even Meng Xinyan and Tong Medeo, who were superpowers. It feels unbelievable. Oh my God! Can ordinary people really be turned into superpowers? Brother Liang, are you kidding? Meng Xinyan was so excited. If that's the case, my arrogant sister, wouldn't it be possible to become a person with superpowers? In the last days, it is as difficult as hell for ordinary people to survive. But superpowers are different. After Meng Xinyan became a warrior, she felt the power of superpowers. Even though her warrior was weak, and even without taking the energy fruit given by Shun Liang, her basic combat power reached the limit of the strongest human. Has great strength and physical fitness. even if it is not as powerful as Xiao Tianyu's outrageous ability. It is enough in this end time. Live well. As long as you don't waste it, there's no problem. But as an ordinary person, Meng Xinyan felt that something would happen to her sister sooner or later, but she was too arrogant and refused to listen to advice. Therefore, she always hoped that one day she could go out with Shen Liang to pick her sister up. Can you become a superpower? You'll know after you try it. But there's only one chance at the moment. So, you two need to choose someone to choose. Shen Liang placed the prickly fruit on the table. It immediately attracted onlookers. Jiang Kaiwa and Xianan couldn't help but look at each other. Spoke almost at the same time. Sister Xianan, come on. Let Kaiwa come first. Well, whether it's sincere or not, faced with such great temptation, you can take the initiative to let the other person come first. This made Shen Liang very pleased. No need to be humble, no need to fight. I have thought of a fair, just and serious method. The winner will take the fruit, and the loser need not be discouraged. There will be opportunities in the future. Fair and serious? Several people were startled, full of expectations. Shen Liang raised his hand. Stop being stunned. Let's get started. Rock, paper, scissors. Question mark. A contest. Best of 3. The winner is Jiang Kaiwa. She was a little embarrassed. Xianan took the initiative to pick up the fruit and put it in her palm, showing a gentle smile. Silly girl. Eat it quickly. Sister, just wait for the next opportunity. You have become stronger. You can protect Brother Liang, right? The fruit is very hard. You have to be careful when handling it. Otherwise, it will prick the palm of your hand. Jiang Kaiwa looked a little confused. I don't know how to open it at all. Even with a dagger, she couldn't move the hard outer shell. This was a little too outrageous. She once wondered if it was a fruit, until Shen Liang smiled. He took his chopsticks and poked the top of the fruit. It's like there's a switch. The fruit shell opens automatically like petals. The tender white meat wrapped inside was revealed. Take one bite. It is different from the slightly astringent taste of energy fruits. It turned out to be fragrant and sweet. The moment Jiang Kaiwa closed her eyes, not just other people, even Shen Liang, they are all full of expectations and doubts. He was the one who got the fruit. In his previous life, the fruit was indeed taken by Xiao Tianyu's people once, but he was not sure whether this thing had the same ability as last time. If it was the same, it would be a bit embarrassing. After all, previous life. Those who ate the fruit became wild boars. Jiang Kaiwa is such a beautiful girl. Can't turn into a wild boar? Time passes slowly. 3 full minutes of silence. Jiang Kaiwa suddenly opened her eyes. In the eyes, it actually has a sharp edge. No, this is not a wild boar, but it is definitely not a human pupil. No way. It is still the ability of a beast man. What type would that be? Sudden, Jiang Kaiwa clenched her fists slightly. The clothes behind me were bulging. Next moment, the clothes exploded, and 4 huge and cool wings stretched out. Jiang Kaiwa, open your mouth. Let out a loud cry. The golden scales that were resting. Suddenly, he was frightened and stood up straight. Looking at Jiang Kaiwa, Jin Lin's vigilance was visibly evident. And more importantly, he was afraid and nervous about facing his natural enemy. This is... Jiang Kaiwa looked out the window. 1,000 meters away, on the top floor of a building, a man in a suit and gold-framed glasses was about to jump off the building. The sadness between the man's eyebrows, the bloodshot in his eyes, the shape of his mouth, and even the beard on his mouth were all clear, as if they were right in front of me. Golden Eagle. Beast Transformer. 4-winged Golden Eagle. Jiang Kaiwa murmured. Shen Liang was completely shocked. 4-winged Golden Eagle. There should be no 4-winged birds in reality, at least not species like golden eagles. Is it a mutant species? Quickly try what you can do. Other side. After Shen Liang left, Xiao Tianyu's expression was uncertain. Zhao Dafeng kept nagging and even crying, asking him to go down and save people. He definitely didn't want to save people, but his people watched Shen Liang go down with the golden python and stayed there for at least 10 minutes before coming up. When he left, the look of returning home with satisfaction made Xiao Tianyu feel something was wrong. Is there any secret underneath? Or what damn treasure did Shen Liang take away? And Xiao, don't worry. It's dangerous down there, but I still want to go down and have a look. It would be best if we could bring them back. If we can't bring them back, don't blame me. After all, Shen Liang was responsible for this matter from beginning to end. I don't blame you. If my son has any shortcomings, I will definitely go to Xinliang to trouble him. Please, Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu took Xiaoyu with him. Came to the manhole cover location. Hesitated again and again. He told everything on his mind. He barely even hid it. Xiaoyu. We haven't known each other for a long time now. Although several people with special abilities have joined recently, you are still the one I trust the most, and you are still the strongest among my subordinates. To be honest, I don't want to tell you these speculations, but for personal reasons, my body is too big to go down into the pipeline. A speech. Xiaoyu was excited yet serious. Be direct and serious. Brother Yu, I know. You don't need to say anything. If you want to go down and take a look, I'll go down for you. If there's anything good down there, I'll bring it up for you. Xiaoyu's cheetah form. It is indeed much smaller than a brown bear. The combat effectiveness is also very good. It is indeed more suitable to go down. This is indeed Xiao Tianyu's helplessness. But he also concealed his inner vigilance, always feeling, it's not that safe down there. Xiaoyu, please be careful. If you can save those people, save them. If you can't, protect yourself first. With Xiao Tianyu's emotional value as the foundation, Xiaoyu had almost no fear. Just jump down. There are no changes to the mutants for the time being. The main reason is that it is inconvenient to move. First, he went in the direction of the big spider. The three Zheng brothers are not dead, but tangled in spider webs. He also looked like he was dying. Xiaoyu did not act rashly. His strong flashlight shone on the giant spider king and the group of giant rats. Without thinking, he transformed into a cheetah man on the spot. Xiaoyu did not attack, but instead threatened them on the spot and really scared the monsters away. Then he pulled the three people back and threw them to the ground. Son, are you all right? Woohoo, it's so good to be alive. Xiao Tianyu was also shocked. What good luck. These three bastards are still alive. At Xiao Tianyu's request, Xiaoyu went in the opposite direction. A few minutes later, he returned to the ground. How about it? Xiao Tianyu was very anxious. Xiaoyu looked serious. There are no monsters over there, but there seem to be traces of monsters, especially on the pipes. There are deep claw marks. They look about the same size as my claws. First of all, it is definitely not a giant rat. There is also food waste, which should have been put away by Shun Liang. I suspect he's feeding the monster. Question mark. Feed the monsters. What is this kid doing? Hesitated. Xiaoyu said. And a plant. I don't know if that's what Xinliang cares about. But there's nothing but leaves. Plant. Xiao Tianyu looked confused. Could that plant be his target? Xiaoyu shot the video. After reading it, Xiao Tianyu found the details. It seems that some fruit has been picked from above. Look here, are there any traces of fruit picking? Damn it, this Xinliang must have gotten some amazing fruit. After returning, the more I think about it, the worse it feels. Mysterious plants in underground pipes. The mysterious fruit of growth. Take advantage of the fact that the network hasn't crashed yet. Xiao Tianyu began to search for posts about strange fruits on the internet, and he actually found some, and even pictures. After looking through them, Xiao Tianyu was shocked to find that he seemed to have missed some treasure. Shun Liang took it away. Is it a fruit that can increase strength? That's right. He found it. They are all posts about energy fruits. Little did I know. That thing. Shun Liang eats about 10 a day. Xiao Tianyu opened the group directly. Post new news. Friends, owners. If anyone has this kind of mutated fruit, you can trade it with me for food. One fruit can be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles. This thing is effective for people with superpowers, but it is highly poisonous for ordinary people to eat it. I hope everyone can find the fruit. Redeem enthusiastically. As soon as the news came out, many people were shocked. What the hell is this? Can I exchange for 10 packs of instant noodles? Xiao Tianyu was very satisfied with these reactions. But then, Shun Liang appears. Whoever has this fruit can come to me in exchange for it, and I'll give you 15 packs of instant noodles. I really have instant noodles, but Xiao Tianyu is different. He is bragging about it. Picture. On the photo, there were at least dozens of boxes of instant noodles stacked up. To verify authenticity, Shun Liang took a selfie with a giant axe and golden scales. Xiao Tianyu was furious. Bastard thing? Shun Liang, you are looking for death. A time when the Zhongpan community was fighting openly and secretly. The number of floating islands is constantly increasing. Offshore of Zhanghai City, thousands of meters above the sky, a huge floating island, gradually gathering. Chapter 48, Contractor Training Plan. Preview of rewards for 10 people. Zhao Daifin's hatred. On the rooftop, height of 33 floors. The view is quite broad. Now, everyone around Xinliang was here. The body of a giant python with golden scales was wrapped around a huge steel pipe. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings majestically. Others were observing the surroundings vigilantly, ready to deal with possible emergencies at any time. Danger. Xinliang took Jiang Kaiwa with him, standing on the edge. To be precise, it was Xinliang standing on the edge. Jiang Kaiwa used her huge golden eagle claws to grip the edge of the steel and concrete. The sharp protruding part of the claws was more than 10 centimeters in length and could be stretched out enough to easily grab a human head. The limbs and wings are fully extended. The wingspan exceeds 4 meters. His eyes also became alienated and became extremely sharp, but the arms and hands still maintain human form. That is to say, you can control the degree of mutation yourself? Yes, Brother Liang, I feel that my current physical condition is the most suitable for fighting. The 4 wings are used for flying, and the 2 feet have changed into powerful claws that can be used to attack the enemy. The arms have also changed and gained at least 2 or 3 times the strength, which is perfect for drawing the bow and shooting arrows. The most important thing is vision. I became a golden eagle and gained its terrifying eyesight. Even if it's 10 kilometers away, I can see some of it. If it's closer, I can basically see everything clearly as if it were right in front of me. 10 kilometers of visual range. This is too horrible. Originally, Jiang Kaiwa chose a crossbow. It was just a coincidence. Unexpectedly, another coincidence became the bestiality of the golden eagle. Golden eagle's flight plus vision. Paired with a crossbow, he is simply a top marksman. Of course, Xunliang also knew it. I bought this crossbow myself. Not very powerful. The current monster's defense is already terrifyingly strong. With the continuous evolution in the future, ordinary crossbows will definitely become less and less useful, but this is not important. Crossbows are just temporary weapons. As they continue to evolve, Jiang Kaiwa will continue to become stronger, and there will be many ways to fight. You can choose, such as these sharp claws. Even now, once it hits the giant rat's head, I'm afraid I can catch the opponent in one go. Not to mention the crispy zombies. Brother Liang, I really feel like I'm so powerful now. Can I fly down and kill some zombies to have fun? I suddenly felt it. In this apocalypse, it seems that zombies are the most vulnerable monsters. Yes, for now, zombies are indeed the most vulnerable. But it doesn't have to be this fragile all the time. Never underestimate any monster in the apocalypse. Even zombies. After all, no one can guarantee that zombies will not be affected by this apocalyptic environment and mutate more strongly again, right? Shun Liang's words. Jiang Kaiwa couldn't help but be startled. I realized that I was going a little crazy, then nodded seriously. I know, Brother Liang. I will never act rashly. Whatever I do in the future, I will listen to you, even if you become a superpower. Jiang Kaiwa couldn't even think of betrayal. After all, the moment Jiang Kaiwa took the fruit, she has become one of Shun Liang's contractors. Contractor, Jiang Kaiwa. Age, 21 years old. Attribute, Beast Transformer. Combat Strength Assessment, 43. Loyalty, 31%. Tip, number of energy fruits produced daily, 3. Just on a contract, Jiang Kaiwa's loyalty reached 31%. Shun Liang judged. This is due to the care given to Jiang Kaiwa in the past 2 days. From an environment where she was not well-fed and not warmly clothed, to being by Shun Liang's side, she was well-fed and warmly dressed. Shun Liang is such a considerate elder brother who uses a big cigarette every day. Love irrigates her weak heart, and it is normal for the base amount of loyalty to be higher. It has only been a short period of time since the contract was signed. The growth is visible to the naked eye. Until now, loyalty growth has only slowed slightly. Good thing, the number of energy fruits produced per day can add 3 more. He's thinking about it. It's time to take a few people out for a walk. Today's strength, not to mention being domineering. The threats of ordinary zombies and mutant beasts are no longer a threat to them. It may be more dangerous outside, but so what? It does not affect his desire to go out and clean up the wild. At this time, the system prompts again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting 5 contractors. Task. After successfully contracting 10 people, new daily rewards will be added. Up to 10 people. Add new daily rewards? There are now 5 people. The remaining 5 people. It should be easy. Jiang Kaiwa and Xia Nen can be regarded as giving Shun Liang a new idea and inspiration. In the future, if there are good women, even ordinary people, if they think they are great, they can take them under their command. Killing zombies after daily training will not be a problem. Once you rediscover the artist fruit, then they were transformed into people with superpowers. Ordinary people who have been trained in advance. After becoming a mutant, a lot of loyalty has been accumulated. It is definitely better than the psychic contractor that you picked up temporarily. 5 more people will be enough. This is something to look forward to, now that you are ready to go out and take action. These days, maybe we can find an opportunity to bring Zhang Yaji over. By the time comes, bring along Zhang Yaji's daughter, Du Mianmian, an 18-year-old pure and beautiful girl. Her age is not important, but her body is very youthful and great, and she must be very capable. Yes, I mean when it comes to killing zombies. Cultivate in advance. Teach in advance. Isn't this definitely a potential contractor? Awesome. Oh my god. Brother Liang, look. Suddenly there was a big floating rock over there. No, that's not right. Jiang Kaiwa sounded shocked. Shun Liang also took out his telescope. Only in this way can we barely achieve the same distance as Jiang Kaiwa. Everyone else also looked in that direction. Even if the strength is not as good as Jiang Kaiwa, you can also vaguely see a black spot floating in the air. Almost at the same time, everyone blurted out, "Floating island." Under Shun Liang's calm expression, there was a touch of nervousness and faint excitement. It's such a contradictory change of mentality. He tightened his grip on the telescope, also trembling slightly. That's right. It's a floating island. To be precise, it is a floating island that is slowly recovering. It will only take a few days for this small island to completely return to its former glory. In the telescope, the floating island scene is still far away. After all, the location is the same. Before it was blown up, the location of this floating island is about 30 kilometers away from the coastline. In order to blow up this floating island, the military used 5 small-yield nuclear bombs. At such a distance, the people of Zhanghai City at that time felt a strong shock. It was the first time for many people to witness a nuclear explosion with their own eyes. Zhanghai City is unfortunate. Encountered a small number of floating islands. Zhanghai City is lucky. The floating island is not located above residential areas, but even far away from them, above sea level. This allows the military to detonate the floating island without any scruples. They only need to control the equivalent, and it will not cause any real harm to the residential areas. That's the truth. The results are good. But who could have thought? The floating island was blown up less than a month ago. It just happened again. Looking at the stones around, they slowly floated up from the sea. The huge stone formed by the floating island was like a strong magnet, attracting the stones that originally belonged to the floating island to gather together, no matter how big or small. Even if they were blown into gravel by a nuclear bomb, they could not stop the absorption and gathering at this moment. Brother Liang, once the floating island is formed again, will those horrible monsters appear again? Meng Xinyan asked. The other women looked nervous and desperate. Shun Liang nodded, but he shook his head again. Will appear again. But it seems that it will be restricted by something, and it won't be as unscrupulous as before. I can't tell clearly. I will know in a few days. And perhaps we will also have a chance to board the floating island. That's a good place where crisis and opportunity coexist. He made a fist. Shun Liang's words made the faces of the women change drastically. On the floating island? Seriously? You must know that there were people from the military flying helicopters who wanted to log in. Ultimately, whether it's a helicopter or a soldier, all died in the sky above the floating island. No chance of landing. Then the whole army was wiped out. Don't think too much. What we want to think about now is that it's time to go home and eat. Dinner time. It is still a large table of sumptuous meals. Shun Liang didn't want to waste every meal. Take photos and send to groups. Neighbors, if anyone has that kind of fruit, please contact me as soon as possible. In addition to the reward of instant noodles, you will also have the opportunity to come to my house for a big meal, including vegetables, meat for dishes, and 1 soup. I will never break my promise. Picture, picture, picture. See photos. Everyone in the group was crying. These are at least 10 dishes. Where are 4 dishes and 1 soup? Luxurious, too luxurious. Brothers, if anyone has this kind of fruit, please give it to Shun Liang quickly. Take it and exchange it, and take me with you to have a meal. It's highly poisonous for ordinary people to eat. If you don't exchange it, it will become moldy. I'm so greedy. Shen Liang, you are my father. Please give me a few bites of the leftovers. Xiao Tianyu no longer knew what to say. The dirtiest words spilled out of his mouth. Who admits it? Even if Shen Liang is so curled up, someone actually offered Xiao Tianyu the fruit in exchange. Late at night, Zhao Dafan looked at his two sons who were injured and dying on the bed. Then he looked at the white, thunder-marked fruit on the potted plant on the windowsill. There was vicious hatred in his eyes. Tianyu, I don't need instant noodles. As long as you bring someone to kidnap Shen Liang, kill him in front of me, I will give you the fruit. Chapter 49, The Conspiracy to Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. Peach's Dream. News about Meng Nuanyuan. Zhao Dafan actually has fruit. This was something Xiao Tianyu didn't expect. If Zhao Dafan hadn't sent the photo, plus video proof, he really didn't believe it. But Zhao Dafan's condition made it a bit difficult for him. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Shen Liang. It was just that this kid was not easy to kill. If he really wanted to bring people to the door, he would have to fight to the death if he couldn't save them all. That's when one might be seriously injured, even a few died. Is it worth trading for this fruit? Until now, Xiao Tianyu had learned about this fruit from the internet and had never actually taken it. He was not sure how powerful it was and how much strength it could increase. This made it difficult for him to judge whether he should use it or not. Fight hard. And Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's really difficult to handle your request. Shen Liang has some strength now, and you also know that the giant python next to him is quite difficult to deal with. If I really let someone come to the door, once there is a fight, whoever loses will win. What do you think? Would I risk my life for such a fruit? Xiao Tianyu wanted to fool him. Even if he doesn't have much instant noodles now, it's enough to go to someone's house and grab some. It is easiest to exchange instant noodles for fruits. Are you really going to find Shen Liang and kidnap him? It's a bit difficult. He also wanted to kill Shen Liang, so he wanted to get the fruit as soon as possible to improve his strength. Other side, Zhao Dafan is guarding his two sons. There was a rare expression of sadness on her sharp and mean face. But besides the sadness, there was more anger and resentment towards Shen Liang. She would not think that her two sons were seriously injured because of her seeking death, and she directly ignored her. All this was caused by asking his son to lead a team to dig out Shen Liang's home. In Zhao Dafan's opinion, Shen Liang committed a heinous crime. Their family is innocent. Meng Nuanyuan and Xia Meijiao, two beautiful wives, saw their husbands in this state. They were filled with sorrow and regret. At that time, they also wanted to persuade them not to go, but their mother-in-law Zhao Dafan was too strong. If they had known that they would have a little more forceful. Now it seems that this is not what he deserves. Looking at my mother-in-law, I want to find Xiao Tianyu. He plans to continue seeking revenge against Shen Liang. The two beautiful wives looked at each other, all with seriousness and tension. Mom, can we not take revenge for this? Let's stop making trouble. Yes, Mom. Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong are like this now. Let's stop making trouble. If we continue to make trouble like this, Shen Liang may not be killed, but it may destroy our Zheng family. Mom, Shen Liang is difficult to deal with. Don't you understand yet? Originally two women. I just want to put things to rest. No one wants to suffer a loss. But they knew better that Shen Liang was not to be trifled with. But Zhao Dafan became angry after hearing these words. Get up right away. He put his hands on his hips and pointed at the two women. You two are traitors. What do you mean by that? Huh. My two sons are lying on the bed, unable to move, their bodies covered with pus-filled sores from poisonous spider bites. They may not survive, and you want me to stop making a fuss? Am I making a scene? Am I making a scene? I just want justice for our family, my two sons, and your husband. Bitch, what do you mean by this? You want to be good people. I, Zhao Dafan, am not a good person, right? This time, the scene was extremely embarrassing. Xia Meijiao was very unhappy about being scolded. But I don't want to refute it at this time. Meng Nuanyuan works as a reporter. The mouth is very powerful. He immediately stood up and retorted. You want justice? Don't we want to? But have you ever thought about it? If Xiao Tianyu's people can defeat Shen Liang, they will still be threatened by Shen Liang. Will your son still be sent down as cannon fodder? From the beginning to the end, Xiao Tianyu was like a dog, being led by the nose by Shen Liang. Have you ever thought about it? If Xiao Tianyu really went to find Shen Liang but was defeated in the end, and Shen Liang was not kidnapped, but kicked open the door of our house with a chopping axe and a giant python, what would happen to you and me? Have you ever thought about it? This wave. Zhao Dafan was stunned when he said it directly. Zheng Xiong also came in to comfort him. It means that Meng Nuanyuan and the two are right. But Zhao Dafan got it wrong. I didn't dare to challenge Meng Nuanyuan. The backhand gave Zheng Xiong a big mouth. Get out! Get out! Get out of here! Okay. You are all good people. If I, Zhao Dafan, seek death, then I will seek death. Let me put it this way. Shun Liang must die. This time, Xiao Tianyu actually called directly. Zhao Dafan also had an idea. He took a deep breath and said gloomily, Tianyu, I don't want to embarrass you either. But Annie also understands that you and Shun Liang don't have to deal with each other. You want to mess with him, but you are under pressure. In this way, Annie has come up with a way, and you can see if it works. The solution is simple. Zhao Dafan plans to lure the snake out of its hole. It would be best to disperse Shun Liang's strength. After listening, Xiao Tianyu's eyes also lit up, asked after thinking, And Zhao, your method is feasible. But how are you going to seduce it? Shun Liang has been elusive recently. We're not sure what he is interested in, unless you are willing to use it. Xiao Tianyu hesitated to speak. In my mind are two beautiful figures with plump figures. These two. But she is no less beautiful than Xia Nan's beautiful wife. Shun Liang also made it clear in the group. Zhao Dafan can be allowed to take his two daughters-in-law with him. Go to him in exchange for food. Although there is a suspicion of deliberately disgusting Zhao Dafan. But it also proves, in Shun Liang's eyes, these two people can be used as bargaining chips. I know what you mean. Zhao Dafan looked at Xiao Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan. She wanted to maintain it before, but there was just a big fight. She felt it was unnecessary. I proposed this plan. I will be responsible for bringing Shun Liang here. Tomorrow morning, you will wait for my news. Once Shun Liang comes over, no matter who else is in his family, you go over and capture him directly. As long as his power is dispersed, everything will be easy. When the time comes, you can directly come over and kill him, and you're done. At the moment, the only uncertain point, it was when Shun Liang came. I'll take a few people with me. We'll definitely bring it. But you shouldn't be able to bring them all, right? As long as there are people left. It was not difficult for Xiao Tianyu to handle it directly. In his opinion, what they were worried about was the size of Shun Liang's team. Meng Xinyan was a superpower, Tong Mitao was a superpower, and so was Shun Liang. There was also a golden-scaled python. If they really tried to be tough, both sides would definitely suffer. But even if you get one in advance, Xiao Tianyu also has a bargaining chip. Then it's settled. Hang up. Zhao Dafan told his two daughters-in-law the plan. Don't wait for rejection. She acted directly and with sincerity. Mom was impulsive just now, so I apologize to you. But tomorrow's plan really needs you. Shun Liang will die in the end, and nothing will happen to you. You also have your own judgment. This plan can definitely win over Shun Liang, right? He is greedy for you, so it makes the most sense to use you as bait. Mom, please. Zhao Dafan knelt down directly. This wave of moral kidnapping. It was hard for the two women to refuse. But they also murmured. Could Shun Liang really be taken down so easily? Late at night, Xia Nin was washed clean. Shun Liang couldn't help but go in and have a meeting. I have to say, Xia Nin really has her own flavor, which Meng Xinyan and Jiang Kaiwak don't have. He thought for a long time to know what the difference was. After the meeting with Xia Nin, he figured out that this belongs to the eldest sister. Tenderness and beauty are things that young women understand, but girls will never understand. This appetized him. Considering, is it time to recruit nannies again? Mainly consider the sister-in-law type. They know too much. They're so gentle. No need to worry at all. Just lying there feels so good. Jiang Kaiwa got the superpower fruit today and was extremely happy. Shun Liang originally wanted to go to bed, but Jiang Kaiwa broke in and forcibly dragged her to her room. No surprises. Just have a meeting. This meeting will be very long. Obviously, after Jiang Kaiwa became a superpower, my physical fitness has improved a lot, with before and after comparison. He also felt the contrast. I can really feel the power during the meeting. Once you're locked up, you can't even move. Damn, this feeling is too clear. If Xiaonan can eat the fruit, it should be even better, right? 2 meetings in 1 night. Can I sleep now? No. After he left Jiang Saihua's room, I found Meng Xinyan sitting in the living room playing with Jean Lin. She was dressed very seductively, but he pointed to her room. Sister Taozi fell asleep. Go pick peaches. Shun Liang suddenly became energetic. Yes. Almost forgot. I haven't picked the peaches yet. Now, Tong Madeo was sleeping soundly. From the end of the world to the present, After her aunt and her cousin moved in, she had hardly had a good night's sleep. She had been in a state of fear. She was always worried about the crisis of the end of the world, and worried that she could not take care of her two relatives. In the end, she was tricked by the two relatives. Now, I can finally relax. In sleep, Tong Medeo felt that she had come to a very warm and comfortable environment. The sun shone on her face, which was warm, slippery, and wet. When the sun entered her mouth, she felt sweet. She automatically understood the bitterness, swelling, and even suffocation in the sweetness as very reasonable. She saw a clear stream with fish swimming in it. She stepped into the water and felt the temperature of the water. She couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand and caught a big fish. She really doesn't understand. Why did the fish get in her mouth? I don't understand even more. Why did the fish run around all over her body? In the end, they gave her a physical examination. This feeling was very strange. Her first reaction was that it hurt, but when she thought that it was a dream, she thought it was ridiculous. How could it hurt in a dream? Something from a dream. Everyone is happy. They're all comfortable. All are satisfied. She began to create a dream in which she was the only one. But she was happy, comfortable, satisfied, and enjoying herself. Everything in the dream started to turn pink. Only the big fish, always following her. Sometimes he swims into the creek she made. Sometimes they fly to the sky and swim around. Early morning. Open your eyes. Tong Medeo stretched her body, but her beautiful eyes were slightly frowned by the pain. The next second, seeing Shun Liang with strong muscles lying next to him, she was stunned for 2 seconds, then screamed, "Ah!" Other side. Think before and after. Meng Nuanyuan found Shun Liang's WeChat account. Sent him a message. "Shun Liang, we really can't eat. Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong are also seriously injured and need to replenish their health. My sister-in-law Xiao Meijiao and I can exchange some food with you. If possible, please help bring it over. There is a strange noise in the corridor. We dare not go out." Chapter 50 Hongmin Banquet. 2 missing women. You can die. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why do you call it so loud? Brother Liang, it's so early in the morning. Are you having such fun? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? Xiao Nan is cooking. Jiang Kaiwa and Meng Xinyan rushed to the room immediately. Didn't even think about knocking. Just push the door open and enter. Just lift the quilt as soon as you come in. The whole process was smooth and decisive. Looking at Shun Liang's muscle lines and then looking at Tong Medeo, the two women had strange smiles on their faces. It looked like they wanted to do this for a long time. What are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating? Said. Shun Liang stretched out his palm. It's time to get started right away. The two women immediately dodged. Meng Xinyan hugged Tong Medeo directly. He looked at Shun Liang with a distressed expression. He looked at his best friend again. Don't be afraid, Taozi. Brother Liang is too rough. Maybe it scares you. It doesn't matter. Brother Liang has always been so rough, but when he is gentle, he is also very charming. He. Tong Mitao. No. Meng Xinyan. So you messed with me on purpose? Huh? What? It was obviously you who was by my side last night, but someone else changed, and they said it wasn't you. Huh? I don't know. Kaiwa, let's go see if Sister Xiaonan's breakfast is ready. Let's go and help. Well, Brother Liang, you can't do it. You can't even handle a Tong Mi Tao. Come on, hurry up while it's still possible. If you have time, let's do another round to make this girl behave. Before leaving, the two women kept blinking and raising their eyebrows at Shun Liang, looking at Tong Medeo's resentful and nervous little face. Shun Liang also felt a little angry and blood was rising. Go directly to Tong Medeo. The eyes are gentle. She watched Shun Liang approaching. Her face turned red. She wanted to say something in a low voice while avoiding him, but it was too late. Shun Liang held her in his arms. What are you hiding from? You've come to my territory and you still want to run away. You slept so deeply last night that you didn't even open your eyes from the beginning to the end. In this case, Shun Liang smiled. Her cheek was close to Tong Medeo. Smell the girly fragrance on her body, scanning every inch of the flawless skin. Let's get to know each other again. Without reservation, kissed him deeply. Tong Mitao wanted to hide away, but at the moment of contact, he gave up completely. Strong male hormones, leaving her at a loss. After a while, Tong Medeo blocked Shun Liang's neck. The charming and silky soft voice said seriously, "Have you been greedy of me for a long time?" This sentence, with full charm, This is something that is difficult for girls to have. This is under Shun Liang's operation. The hormones in Tong Madeo's body exploded to the limit, producing something similar to a second personality. In this state, Tong Madeo's words alone directly ignited Shun Liang. I'll let you know. He took a deep breath. Breakfast time. Last time it was Xiaonan. Today, Tong Mi Tao's face is red. Xiaonan still plays the role of a warm-hearted sister. She sits next to Tong Madeo and brings her food from time to time. Meng Xinyan on the side smiles evilly from time to time, especially when she sees Tong Madeo tightening her legs. She seems to have recalled a few times. Her first night at Shun Liang's house a few days ago. Compassion for each other. Eat the marrow to know the taste. Host, Shun Liang. Superpower form, Power Fighter. Combat Strength Assessment, 326. Number of people contracted, 5. Contract List, Tong Madeo, Zhang Yaji, Wen Aiqing, Meng Xinyan, Jiang Kaiwa. Loyalty, 56.5%, 43.3%, 45.8%, 69.3%, 36%. Energy fruit output, 22 pieces, refreshed daily. With the addition of Jiang Kaiwa, the number of fruits produced per day, it was directly increased to 22 pieces. The one Shun Liang looked forward to the most was Meng Xinyan. Her loyalty has reached 69.3%. It can break through 70% in the blink of an eye. And once it reaches 80%, he will get another chance to copy his powers. This opportunity is just around the corner. By then, has 2 different abilities. Shun Liang's combat power will soar. Let's share today's fruits. Xinyan, golden scales, 2 for each person. Kaiwa, Taozi, 3 for each person. Meng Xinyan was the first to follow Shun Liang. The current combat power value is already quite good. There is no need to say more about the golden scales. Just talk about combat power. Jinlin may not be Shun Liang's opponent, but it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Meng Xinyan. In addition, Jinlin is a mutant beast and has the super potential of Medusa Snake King. Even without the assistance of energy fruits, his growth rate is far beyond of superpowers. But it was Tong Madeo and Jiang Kaiwa. 2 people just joined. Need to speed up to replenish combat power. The preferential treatment of 1 extra fruit per person is not excessive. It's my first time to eat energy fruit. It feels so special. After Jiang Kaiwa ate 3 fruits, I also felt the pleasure of increasing strength. I couldn't help but spread my 4 wings on the spot. The thick and powerful wings waved slightly at this moment, and a strong wind appeared. Shun Liang hesitated a little. The first choice to copy the ability was originally Tong Madeo's speedster ability, but it seems that Jiang Caihua's 4-winged golden eagle is also quite strong. Everyone has the dream of flying. If you can fly into the sky, you will have more possibilities in fighting. The most important thing is that you can run away if you can't fight. But, after all, this ability is called Beast Transformation. It's not called the 4-winged golden eagle. Jiang Kaiwa became a golden eagle. In case you eat it yourself, turn into a big wild boar. What the hell? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Brother Liang, it seems that other people with powers have joined Xiao Tianyu's camp. He directly renamed the disaster response team Justice Army. He and Director Wang are both leaders of the Justice Army. Xiaonan flipped through the group chat. Found this kid. Shun Liang was not surprised. This was the plot trend in the previous life. Just this life. Because of his rebirth. It put too much pressure on Xiao Tianyu. This kid formed the righteous army a long time in advance. Shun Liang didn't worry about anything. He allowed him to be strong, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than us. The most important thing is that Shun Liang's strength increased dramatically every day. Although Xiao Tianyu's brown bear transformed into a beast, the foundation is ridiculously strong. But without the blessing of fruits, daily growth is mediocre. Shun Liang is waiting for a suitable opportunity. Also give yourself time to strengthen. As for Xiao Tianyu, his ending, it was already doomed after Shun Liang was reborn. Sooner or later, he will die. Safety is the most important thing. Shun Liang doesn't have to rush. On the web, there is more and more news about the floating island. Previously, there were 81 floating islands in the world, all of which were bombed. However, in the past 2 days, there have been signs of recovery. From the beginning, there was only one above Xiaoli's head, and now there are 5 floating islands that are gradually condensing. These messages, touching the hearts of people around the world. It also touched Shun Liang's heart. He couldn't tell now whether he was looking forward to it or worried. Shun Liang, sister-in-law Xiao Meijiao, and I, can we exchange some food with you? Saw the news about Meng Nuanyuan. Shun Liang thought he had seen it wrong. Meng Nuanyuan? This arrogant and shameless beautiful reporter. Will you ask me for help in a humble manner? Let me give them food. To be honest. Shun Liang laughed angrily. Do they really have no brains at all when scheming people now? Others see this. They all took a quick look. Then he looked at Shun Liang doubtfully. Brother Liang, do you think they are not sincere? Or are they trying to steal your food? But to be fair, the two daughters-in-law of the Zheng family, Xiao Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan, are both super quality women. In the community, they are definitely as good as Sister Xiaonan. If they can get them and bring them to your home, if you become a nanny, it should be quite fun. Jiang Kaiwa said this. Meng Xinyan was curious, because she doesn't live in this neighborhood. I don't know the two women, but the comment intrigued her immensely. It's so beautiful. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Get it done quickly. Brother Liang will have something to play with tonight. If this continues, Brother Liang will probably be squeezed dry. I'm so looking forward to it, huh? Finished. Looking into Shun Liang's eyes, Meng Xinyan stuck out her tongue. I muttered without knowing what I was talking about. Shun Liang curled his lips. I don't know if it's a trap for my supplies, but they definitely don't want to exchange supplies with me, especially now that we are not at the end of our rope. Meng Nuanyuan despises me the most as a stinky electrician. In her eyes, I am a sewer rat. Unless she is starving to death, she probably doesn't want to be cleared by a stinky sewer rat like me. Not to mention, what do you think with this righteous army here? These two top-notch people will offer themselves to me? Why not give priority to the Justice Army? You may not understand, but Xiao Tianyu is 10 times more lustful than me. If he didn't have the opportunity of being a superpower, he would have died in a woman's belly sooner or later. Now that he has become the leader of the Justice Army, he probably can't wait to play with all the beautiful women in the community. In the eyes of these two extreme guys, it is definitely better to find Xiao Tianyu than to find me, but they still found me. Guess what? Why? Everyone was shocked. Look, there is really a conspiracy in this. Then what do we do? Should I ignore it? Hear the words. Shun Liang smiled. Why ignore it? Since they are here, if I don't take the bait, wouldn't it be a shame? Not to mention, I did have an idea for these two top-notch ones very early on. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to learn more about it. We must not let this old dog Zhao Dafan down. It is best if she knows what her two daughters-in-law and I are doing, but cannot stop it. I really want to see this scene. Touching his chin, Shun Liang looked like a villain at the moment, laughing evilly. Immediately afterwards, Shun Liang began to take the bait, follow the normal process, and chat with Meng Nuanyuan about the details. After chatting, Shun Liang directly asked everyone to go out first. An empty shell of the house was left behind. Although they didn't know that Shun Liang lived in Xiaonan's house, they could guess that evacuating in advance was a precautionary measure, but it didn't mean that they were afraid of Xiao Tianyu. On the contrary, maybe this time they could directly remove this piece of shit. And all his thugs were caught together. Other side, Meng Nuanyuan received the news. I can't say whether I'm happy or sad, but she also hopes to succeed. This way you can get revenge. How about it? What did Shun Liang say? Use your smart head and judge whether this boy has discovered something. Zhao Dafan couldn't wait. Meng Nuanyuan simply showed it directly. On the chat history, Shun Liang asked a lot of questions. They are all to clear up doubts. If you don't ask these questions and agree directly, it will seem wrong. Either Shun Liang is a fool, or Shun Liang knowingly commits the crime, which will make Meng Nuanyuan wary. But after Shun Liang asked these questions, Meng Nuanyuan's wariness directly reduced to the lowest level. He asked these questions. It shows that he was skeptical at first, but my answers were all watertight. It seems like he believes it. Shun Liang said he would come over with a box of instant noodles. He wants to exchange this box of instant noodles for me and sister-in-law Meijiao. Speaking of which, Meng Nuanyuan's expression was extremely complicated, even more unconcealable anger. The woman has already stood up. It's obvious that women have come to the best time. It's obvious that women no longer need to be humble in front of men. It's obvious that women have opened their eyes to see the world. Why are they still being exchanged as goods? Even a box of cheap instant noodles? What a bargain for us two quality women. This is a shame. This is humiliating. Meng Nuanyuan wanted to kill Shun Liang. Although this is not the first time she has thought this way. A box of instant noodles? Zhao Dafan was surprised and happy. It seems to be quite a lot. Hey. When the time comes, let others lose everything. She quickly contacted Xiao Tianyu. Got the news. Xiao Tianyu was also very satisfied. After thinking about it, he decided to let Xiao Yu lead people to dig out Shun Liang's home, while he led other people to ambush Xun Liang and wait for Xun Liang to die. Everything seems perfect. Xiao Tianyu also arrived at Zhao Daifin's house early. He brought 2 superpowers with him, plus a mutant lizard. It was expected that if Xun Liang really came, he should be able to kill him easily. However, after waiting for a long time, Xun Liang did not appear. When Xiao Tianyu was impatient to wait, Meng Nuanyuan received the news from Xun Liang. I took a walk around your unit. Not a single zombie. You may go downstairs now. I'll wait for you downstairs. Don't play tricks. My ears are very sensitive. I can hear footsteps from 5 floors away. Once I hear extra footsteps, I will turn around and leave or kill and silence them. As soon as these words came out, Meng Nuanyuan shuddered. She didn't dare hide it. Show the message directly to Xiao Tianyu. He looked slightly serious. It's reasonable to hear footsteps on the 5th floor. The senses of people with special abilities are extremely terrifying. I guess you can hear them even if you walk barefoot. If that's the case, then we are 6 floors away from you. That's settled. Once there's a problem, 6 floors is always too long. We can rush in as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Daifin was a little nervous. Meng Nuanyuan and Xiao Meijiao were even more nervous. If Xun Liang takes us away by force, are you able to rescue me in time? To this, Xiao Tianyu sneered. It's just Xun Liang, it's nothing. Rest assured, you don't have to wait for him to take action. As soon as Xun Liang appears, we will hear the voice on the mobile phone. You don't need to ask for help then. Our people will directly surround him and take him down easily. A hasty plan. It's so easy to achieve. See this situation. Zhao Daifin could only believe it. Meng Nuanyuan and Xiao Meijiao also nodded, looking at their half-dead husbands. Wait until we come back. We will avenge you. Is it really possible to take revenge? The 2 women were neatly dressed. He turned on the call mode on his mobile phone, and the person on the other end of the call was Xiao Tianyu. He wanted to use this method to hear the news as early as possible and move out to capture Xun Liang as early as possible. The 2 women were walking in the corridor, extremely nervous. Soon, the 2 women descended to the 9th floor. Xiao Tianyu and others are on the 15th floor. Xiao Tianyu, can you hear me? Yes, keep walking. Don't talk nonsense unless there is a situation. Xun Liang has sensitive hearing, and it will be troublesome if he is heard. The 2 women let out a sigh of relief. Don't dare to respond. Then continue downstairs. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor. They feel it subconsciously. Xun Liang might be waiting on the 1st floor or even the underground floor. So I was nervous. Not much vigilance. Xiao Tianyu thought so too. But then, 2 screams. The phone disconnects communication. Xiao Tianyu yelled angrily. Not good. Rushing violently downstairs. He rushed to the 1st floor and the underground floor, but he didn't see the 2 women, let alone any trace of Xun Liang. He thought Xun Liang had run away with others, but he thought of something and rushed back to the 6th floor. Looking at the footprints on the wall, Xiao Tianyu looked at a door, and then suddenly pulled the door open. The house was unoccupied, but on the ground. But there is 1 shoe. Meng Nuanyuan sneakers. He looks ugly. Damn it, where have people gone? Where did the people go? The windows were wide open. Someone looked down, but he didn't notice anything. Xiao Tianyu smashed things angrily. But then, shocked again. Not good. Xun Liang is not here. Is there an ambush over there from Qiao Yu? Other side. Xun Liang brought Jin Lin and Tong Mitao, currently waiting in the corridor. After hearing the sound, Tong Medeo and Jin Lin separated and disappeared into the corridor. When Qiao Yu appeared, they saw Xun Liang sitting on the chair and eating watermelon comfortably, and their hearts suddenly tightened. Xun Liang, you didn't go find the Zheng family's daughter-in-law? Damn it. Qiao Yu instantly transformed into a cheetah man. The person behind him also picked up the machete nervously. Xun Liang was a little surprised. Just these 2 losers? Is there no one else? He threw the watermelon on the ground. He clapped his hands. In that case, you can go die. Chapter 51, playing the role of a mud horse. Golden Scale, send him on his way. The death of Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu is not fighting alone here either, except for the 2 cannon fodder guys with knives, and the fighter from before. Although this person is a rookie, but it's better to be arrogant. Xun Liang, You are so fucking arrogant. Where's your mother? You are alone. Brother Chow and I are alone. There are two of us brothers behind us who are good at fighting. You call one of them to give it a try. Believe it or not, labor and management will twist their heads off for you. The young man is young and energetic, crazy beyond belief. He was crazy last time, only then was Shun Liang slapped him. Spin on the spot for 2.5 weeks before landing. Pain is second to none. It's a shame for him. The young man felt humiliated by Shun Liang, lost face in front of his brothers, and lost face in front of the boss Xiao Tianyu. So he asked for orders this time to participate in this operation and find an opportunity to kill Shun Liang, etc. Something is wrong. The young man was stunned for a moment. Chao Yu glared at him as if he were an idiot. I just feel cold sweat on my forehead at this moment. He rarely calmed down. Listening to Shun Liang's words, my heart sank to the bottom. Still asking casually, Shun Liang, I think there is some misunderstanding. We are not here today to target you. We are here to collect supplies for the disaster committee. As you know, many people now have no food and are in urgent need of material support. Although you have caused a lot of trouble with everyone recently. If you need it, I can also make the decision and help you apply. Chao Yu was afraid. He didn't want the young fighter to be so reckless. In his mind was the scene of Shun Liang jumping off the stairs last time. Although Shun Liang seemed to have used the giant Rat King to step on it in midair. It seemed like a wave of force had been released. But what if you can't unload? When Shun Liang jumped down, just go down with confidence. Such courage. It proved that he was confident that even if he failed to unload his force, he would not die. So he jumped down and killed the giant Rat King. He even went upstairs and scathed and faced Xiao Tianyu directly. Turn it to him, Chao Yu. Can it be done? Dare you? I'm afraid of jumping off a building. It was enough to make Xiao Yudong hurt. Not to mention what happens next. He feels Shun Liang is alone. It's not impossible to kill both of them. Maybe he can fight hard. Maybe they can win. But the result will definitely be unpleasant. As for the two cannon fodder at the back, he didn't even bother to count them. Brother Chao Yu, shut up, you fucking boss. If you say one more thing, I'll kill you. Chao Yu is so angry. My lungs almost exploded. Damn it. Can you die if you don't want to die? Do labor and management want to act stupid? Don't labor and management just want to survive? Chao Yu smiled awkwardly at Shun Liang, but looked at the security doors on both sides from time to time. He always felt that Shun Liang's foreign aide might jump out of the security doors at any time, such as the golden python that seemed difficult to deal with. Where have they gone? Damn it. Shun Liang is difficult enough to deal with. Could there be an ambush? Don't dare to think about it. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was breaking into a cold sweat. It's not what the situation is. Shun Liang glanced at the broken watermelon on the ground. He looked at Chao Yu again. Suddenly, I felt a little unhappy. Do you think I'm an idiot? Writing lines on the spot. Chao Yu was embarrassed. I don't know where yet. Shun Liang had already prepared for this plan. He was not sure that someone had betrayed Xiao Tianyu. It still all depends on Shun Liang's judgment. But it didn't affect Shun Liang's desire to kill them. Shun Liang, I think we need to have a good talk. No matter what you know, you don't need to completely break up with us. You may also know that Brother Tianyu founded the Justice Army. Our current scale is not yours. Can afford it. You and I living in peace are equal to giving face to the Justice Army. What's more, you don't think that you alone can stand up to a few of us. The words have not yet fallen. I can't hide the lies anymore. Fighter boy. My hair suddenly exploded again. He directly took out the machete from his waist. Point at Shun Liang and start making gestures. Are you drafting it? You are pretending to be your mother. If our brothers take action, you will definitely die today. You don't really think you can control us, do you? This time, Chao Yu had no time to stop it. Next second, without waiting for the young man to finish, there was a loud noise behind me. Bang! Bang! It's difficult to look back. Chao Yu's face was splattered with blood. I also saw the heads of the two younger brothers behind me. At this moment, it has exploded like a watermelon. The arrogant guy realized it too late. There's not even time to look back. Chao Yu didn't have time to remind him. He took the initiative to protect himself and dodged, and just opened his mouth to warn. A huge golden figure appeared behind him like a ghost. This time, Jean Lin's huge tail did not kill the arrogant young man. Instead, it wrapped the young man like a dumpling at an outrageous speed. The huge snake head was raised high, looking down at the entangled young man, and the huge snake tail was raised high behind him, staring fiercely, ready to swing it and hit the young man's head hard at any time. Chao Yu swallowed. The young man's face turned red because of being tightly wrapped. Then it turns purple. Ahem. Don't. He had difficulty uttering a complete sentence. I just feel my internal organs. They were all squeezed tightly together as the giant python entangled them, with the risk of explosion at any time. They also felt that their heads were congested and they might die from a burst blood vessel at any time. When the air raid came, the young man and the golden-scaled python looked into each other's eyes, separated by a height of only 1 meter. He was even thinking, how will I die? He was entangled and exploded to death. His head was blown off by a snaketail hammer. The blood vessels are squeezed and burst, or be swallowed directly into the stomach. Shun Liang, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Chao Yu quickly begged for mercy, but he showed Cheetah's superpower form for the first time. The leopard-printed muscle lines directly lifted Chao Yu's body to the height of a 2-meter giant man. His claws and sharp teeth exuded a cold light, and his legs were slightly bent, and he could explode with terrifying speed and power at any time. It's to discourage. It's even more of a threat. It seemed to be warning Shen Liang. As long as you mess around, the guy died immediately. He will take action. Attack Shen Liang. However, he threatened the wrong person. Shen Liang grinned. Golden scales. Send him on his way. Give an order. The young man looked horrified. He didn't even have time to scream. The golden-scaled, open-mouth one. After biting it, it spins rapidly. After a few laps, Jin Lin swung his mouth. A human head rolled to the ground and happened to roll next to Chao Yu. At this moment, Chao Yu's anger was ignited. His original vigilance and nervousness disappeared. He stared at the golden-scaled python with wide eyes, and a terrifying force burst out in the next second. Xiang Shunliang, you are looking for death. Whoosh! Shunliang didn't dare to slack off. Take out the giant axe immediately, but he was still frightened by Chao Yu's speed. In the blink of an eye, there is a 10-meter corridor between the two of them. As if teleporting, Chao Yu rushed directly in front of him, and her powerful claws tore at him angrily. There was no doubt that once hit, Shen Liang would be seriously injured even if his defense was strong. But why use your body to meet the attack? After judgment, he didn't even think about it. Throw the giant axe away directly. At the same time, a fierce kick followed. Chao Yu slapped the giant axe against the wall. The brick wall was smashed by the huge force of the giant axe on impact. A powerful kick followed. It didn't make Chao Yu panic. His speed gives him terrifying reflexes. Facing Shun Liang's kick, not only is he not timid, instead, he attacked directly with a ferocious expression. Go to hell. Bang! Shun Liang was surprised. He expected that Chao Yu was astonishingly fast. But I didn't expect it. He was delayed for a moment by the giant axe. But he was still able to easily reverse the attack and receive his kick head-on. Unfortunately, Chao Yu was very fast, but he overestimated his own abilities and even underestimated Shun Liang's strength. Cheetah paused, and Shun Liang, the moment his feet came into contact, a terrifying force struck. Chao Yu felt as if he was not facing a person, but a speeding train, that kind of letting go no matter how powerful it is. It's hard to shake the feeling. That deep feeling of powerlessness. Chao Yu was instantly disappointed. Immediately afterwards, whoosh, bang, Chao Yu's body. It flew out like a cannonball, then hit the wall. The moment the wall was crushed, fly directly out of the air, Chao Yu's heart suddenly tightened. The severe pain made him almost suffocate, and he was in danger of falling. However, he realized that this was only the 12th floor, but he took a long breath. Shun Liang is too strong. There is also the threat of giant pythons. Perhaps fall downstairs, can get a glimmer of hope. This moment, he looked at Shun Liang, ignoring the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and gave Shun Liang a weird smile. He stretched out his arms as if to wave goodbye, looking somewhat provocative. But then, he saw amusement on Shun Liang's face. That's right, it's the playfulness of being in control of the overall situation without panicking at all. Could he still kill me? No, impossible. He hasn't moved yet. The golden python didn't move either. He can't kill me. Chao Yu was extremely flustered at this moment. Look around. Next one. He saw the window next to him. A beautiful woman in tight sportswear, holding 2 scimitars in her hands. The scimitars were shining coldly like the moon, and she was bending her legs towards him, as if she was going to jump up, but at this moment there was at least 3 meters between them, and she would definitely die if she jumped out, so she didn't dare, absolutely didn't dare. Chao Yu was extremely panicked. But the next second, Tom Medeo is like a ghost. Even his cheetah body broke out, a terrifying speed that is hard to even dream of, immediately followed by an arc-shaped cold light. It clings to its neck without any warning, drawing a perfect curve. Whoosh! Almost teleporting. Tong Medeo's figure briefly paused in midair. Chao Yu is behind him. The fear, despair, and disbelief on his face seemed to be frozen. Then, the bodies separated and fell to the ground. A golden figure appeared, just over 3 meters away. Gold scales are sold with precision. He easily stretched out his body and dragged Tong Medeo back. In the corridor, in an emergency, Xiao Tianyu and others climbed the stairs much faster than the elevator. He just wanted to go faster, faster. There must still be time, until he saw midair. The moment Xiao Yu's body separated and fell to the ground. Those gray and unwilling eyes seemed to be staring at him. This moment, Xiao Tianyu stopped suddenly, full of anger and ferocity. More of a cold sweat. Damn. Gao Yu, dead? Chapter 52. Think long-term. Loki Ma Feng. And Zhao. Please don't touch them. The death of Chao Yu, in Xiao Tianyu's view, extremely unacceptable. He had thought that Chao Yu and the other younger brothers would be ambushed by Xin Liang. I had thought that Chao Yu would be in danger. Even taking a step back, I also thought that Chao Yu might die. But in his expectation, even if he died, at least he had a bloody battle and died of exhaustion in the end. This was because, in Xiao Tianyu's opinion, Chao Yu's fighting ability was quite strong. Although he was weaker than him, Xiao Tianyu, he was not too weak. So far, not counting those pet mutant beasts, Chao Yu is definitely the strongest general under his command. But the strongest general. That's it. Wasted? The body is separated. More than a dozen floors falling directly. Xiao Tianyu grabbed the window fiercely. Look up for the first time. He saw the body of the golden-scaled giant python, slowly dragging a girl back to the corridor. Looking closely, that figure was none other than Tong Medeo, whom Chun Ju and Zhao Shuang had wanted to recommend. She actually killed Chao Yu? Xiao Tianyu is not clear about Tong Medeo's abilities. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Tong Medeo is so strong. Then looked downstairs. Chao Yu's body had already fallen to the ground in the community. No matter how loud the noise is, or the blood spurting from a corpse, they are all powerful attractions. Just a moment. Then more than a dozen zombies surrounded them. More zombies were coming towards the sound in the distance. It won't be long. Chao Yu's body would be torn apart by these hungry zombies, and it was not impossible that only bones would be left. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tianyu was a little scared, and the other boys were even more frightened and angry. Jesus, Chao Yu is so strong that he is dead? Then other people also. Everyone looked at each other. Maybe Xiao Tianyu is in charge. In addition, there is a powerful-looking mutant lizard behind him. The cannon fodders were very angry at the moment. Xun Liang is a devil. He must be killed. Otherwise, the community will never have peace. Kill him. Kill Xun Liang. The words have not yet fallen. Xiao Tianyu was the first to lose his temper. His face darkened, and he shouted in a low voice. Shut up. Be quiet. This sound frightened everyone. Realize that it's not right. Xiao Tianyu appeared calm on the surface, but he cursed in his heart that he had said something harsh in his nervousness. He quickly calmed himself down, softened his tone a bit, and put on a look of grief. Chao Yu's body is still warm. Can we just watch Chao Yu's body being eaten by zombies? Listen to me. Everyone follow me out immediately, no matter how hard it is. Get Chao Yu's body back from the zombie horde. He is our hero. We must not let him die without a complete body. After saying, Xiao Tianyu had already gone downstairs first. Walk around the corner, looking at the stunned crowd. Wiped away a handful of non-existent tears. He said it in a sad tone, pretending to be disappointed in his friend. What are you still standing there for? Revenge must be taken, but Chao Yu's body is more important. If you don't go, I'll go by myself. Others reacted. There was a hint of respect in their expressions. Some people have already cried out loud. Yes, Chao Yu is a hero. We can't let a hero die without a complete body. Brother Tianyu, you are right. Brother Tianyu, we are ignorant. We are so lucky to have you leading us. Brothers, kill those damn zombies. Retrieve the body of the hero Chao Yu. Xun Liang, just wait for us. Sooner or later, we will kill you to sacrifice for Brother Chao Yu. Xiao Tianyu was furious. These idiots. Call you mom. Why don't you hurry downstairs? When Shun Liang brings his people down, no one will be able to fucking run away. That's right. Xiao Tianyu was afraid. He wanted to kill Shun Liang, but he knows better about thinking. He had thoroughly confirmed Qiao Yu's power. It's not just about combat. There is also the terrifying speed unique to cheetahs. At such speed, even if you can't beat it, it is also extremely flexible to dodge attacks. But even so, Qiao Yu is still dead. It seemed that there was no suspense about his death, and there were no obvious wounds on his body. He clearly observed Qiao Yu's body, and even his clothes were not damaged. This meant that Qiao Yu had no time to fight, and his throat was sealed with a knife. Can't imagine. Tong Madeo can cut off Qiao Yu's head with one knife, and it is possible to cut off Xiao Tianyu's head with one knife, not to mention Xin Liang, Meng Xinyan, and the Golden Python. I'm not sure if there are others. The unknown strong man, Xiao Tianyu felt. We must take a long-term approach. It's not that I don't want to report it. The time has not yet come. When going downstairs, Xiao Tianyu was not in a hurry anymore. Deliberately talk about some topics about Shun Liang and Qiao Yu to attract attention. The pace gradually slowed down. Wait until you reach the first and a half floor. Through the corridor window, I saw Qiao Yu's body outside. At this moment, they were surrounded by at least hundreds of zombies. He looked sad. It's over. It's all over. Ah, what's going on, Brother Tianyu? Aren't we going to save Qiao Yu's body? Some people are confused. Immediately following, someone spoke angrily on behalf of Xiao Tianyu. What are you saving? If there is still hope, do you think Brother Tianyu doesn't want to save him? But in the current situation, there are hundreds of zombies. Qiao Yu's body has long been eaten up. Xiao Tianyu sighed heavily. The acting is at its best. I want to save him, but I also need to judge the situation. I want to save Qiao Yu's body more than any of you. But in the current situation, his body is no longer in shape, and the number of zombies has exceeded our expectations. Under such circumstances, it will be very difficult to take you to rescue the body. Someone's life might be at stake. The body is important, but your lives are more important. This wave completely mastered this group of cannon fodder. Not only did he believe Xiao Tianyu, and I was so grateful for it. Return home. The more Xiao Tianyu thought about it, the more wrong he became. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He directly pulled all the superpower users and mutant beast owners into a small group and directly explained what happened today in an exaggerated manner, mainly explaining it. Let's look at Shun Liang's threat to everyone. Brothers and sisters, Shun Liang's threat is so huge. My plan is to find a house with a large square meter. Since you have all joined the Justice Army, you must have a base camp to station yourself. It will be safer for brothers to live together. I don't want to see anyone defeated one by Shun Liang. I hope everyone can help each other. Who agrees and who opposes? There are too many properties in the community. Just pick a set of large flat floors. It doesn't even take much effort. Xiao Tianyu's house is a flat floor. There are not many superpowers at present. Count those mutated beasts. There is no pressure if everyone lives here. Qiao Yu's death lies here. Even if reluctantly, no one dared to refuse. As for the family members, Xiao Tianyu also thought about it. He opened the house directly to the door and let the family members live opposite. If it was not enough, he would pry open the door upstairs. Everything is in order. Xiao Tianyu began to make calculations. How to kill Xin Liang. Recent. There is a new young man joining. In addition to his great strength, he seemed to know a powerful person with powers not far away. Qiao Yu's death made Xiao Tianyu directly focus on this person. There were fruits that were not fresh on the table, and 2 pieces of frozen meat. Photograph. Send. Ma Feng. How is the patrol going today? I found 2 pieces of meat and some fruits. I asked Zhao Mingming to stew them. I also have 2 bottles of Wuliangye at home. Come over and drink some together later. You know, when the Justice Army was first established, it needed to elect several deputies. Ma Feng, I'm very optimistic about you. The other side, a live pornographic show, is going on. The man was strong and vigorous, with muscles all over his body and a face full of flesh. With his arrogant shoulders, he was sure to scare children to tears when he walked on the street. Only a man who should be full of masculinity. His face looked slightly pale and feminine. 2 women were crawling on the ground. When the man whipped down, the woman made an unknown sound. I heard the phone ringing continuously. He seemed slightly irritable. This person is Ma Feng, a gang leader who is nearly 40 years old. After the end of the world, Ma Feng watched helplessly as many people became people with superpowers. Even Xiao Tianyu, an incompetent rich young man, turned into a terrifyingly powerful beastman. Ma Feng was extremely envious. Who would have thought? Fate plays tricks on us. Ma Feng, also has the ability. Just arrived a little late. He has been testing his abilities these past few days, but still chose to join the Justice Army under Xiao Tianyu. He is an ambitious man and plans to build good relationships with the psychics in the community and then look for an opportunity to usurp the throne. But Xiao Tianyu is indeed very strong. He saw with his own eyes Xiao Tianyu transform into a brown bear. That terrible body, even if you use a kitchen knife to chop it, it is difficult to cause serious injuries. Ma Feng suppressed his ambition, decided to find another opportunity. Chao Yu is dead? He just found out about it. He knew Chao Yu's strength. At the moment, he is not sure that he can defeat Chao Yu. After all, there is one move that he has never used before. He is not sure whether he can kill Chao Yu after using the special move. However, Shen Liang can easily kill Chao Yu, which makes him a little confused. Thoroughly. This Shen Liang. It's really something, but this Xiao Tianyu is indeed a real waste. Kong has a lot of strength, but he was plotted by Shen Liang so easily. After thinking about it, Wasp replied to Xiao Tianyu. Aha, wine and meat? That's great, but I still have some things to do here right now. If Mr. Xiao is not in a hurry, can we make an appointment tomorrow? Tomorrow? That's fine. Into chat. Ma Feng kicked the two women, then pulled the dog leash. Holding hands, he walked towards a room not far away. Opened the room. There were 5 women inside. At this moment, he was huddled in the corner in a humble manner. There were scars all over his body and face. There was a leash around his neck. Ma Feng sneered. He kicked the 2 women in and then spoke in a warning tone. Behave yourself. If you want to live, be good. Otherwise, I won't guarantee who will be killed first. Understand? Ma Feng's eyes suddenly changed color. The moment when pupils turn blood red. Sharp teeth appear in the mouth. The girls were so scared that they nodded repeatedly. His face looked extremely terrified. He locked the door. Then go out. After thinking about it, go straight to the 19th floor above. Knocked on the door. He spoke in a pretentious manner. Brother Zhao? Is sister-in-law home? Couple inside the house. I shivered with fear. Without waiting to think about how to respond, the door was kicked open. A few minutes later, the man lost his voice in convulsions. There were no obvious scars on the body, but it had become dry, thin, and bloodless, especially the cheeks. The round, plump face had now turned into a terrifying bag of skin and bones. The eye sockets were slightly shrunk, and the eyeballs were bulging. Most importantly, there were obvious teeth marks on the neck. Look at the woman again, in despair and fear. He was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. When I woke up, I found what the wasp was doing. Sizzle, sizzle, feeling the body gradually cool down. The woman's face suddenly turned pale. Don't want? Ma Feng don't. I'm your sister-in-law. You and Lao Zhao are sworn brothers. Why? Why are you doing this? Please let my sister-in-law go. Please, woo. The woman was crying. Ma Feng became even more excited because of this. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Sworn brothers? Yes, that's right. What a sworn brother. My old mother is in the hospital waiting for surgery. She only needs 100,000 yuan in surgery fees. Your family drives a $1 million BMW, eats abalone and lobster every day, and checks into Michelin restaurants every day. As a result, I knelt down and begged even my sworn brother is not willing to spend this 100,000 yuan. I am borrowing the money, and it is not that I will not pay it back. Stab, stab. The floor was littered with scraps of clothing. My eyes gradually turned white. Ma Feng's scarlet eyes gradually became filled with desire. My mother is dead. Your family obviously has money, but you didn't lend me money, so I wasted a day asking others to borrow money. When I got to the hospital, my mother had already passed away. I didn't even see my mother for the last time. Haha, what a sworn brother. Thinking back, I took the $1 million demolition compensation and took your Lao Zhao out for a good time. I wanted to start a business, so I lent him 200,000 yuan. What did I get in the end? My mother died unjustly. She didn't deserve to die. She didn't deserve to die. Sizzle. Bang. Ma Feng suddenly became furious. He reached out and slapped him hard. Sister-in-law. I still remember your face at that time, but I didn't kill you because you were really good. You should thank God for giving you a great body. Have fun with me. If you want to survive, it's simple. Just be good. Otherwise, hi. The next moment, without waiting for the woman's reaction, Ma Feng laughed strangely. The woman screamed. Other side, Zhao Dafan was extremely anxious. I have been waiting for Xiao Tianyu's reply, but a shocking piece of bad news came. Sorry, Aunt Zhao. We failed to kill Shen Liang, and we are not sure whether the two sisters-in-law are safe. Shen Liang killed Qiao Yu and killed several people. We must choose a long-term plan, but don't worry. I will definitely go tomorrow at the latest kill Shen Liang. Tomorrow. The daylilies will be cold tomorrow. Zhao Dafan was furious. Find Shen Liang's WeChat directly. Shen Liang, you bastard. Don't touch them. Don't touch them. Shen Liang, even if Aunt Zhao begs you, Aunt Zhao will apologize to you. No matter how you want to apologize, Aunt Zhao will agree. Please, please don't touch them. Damn beasts, if you dare to touch them, I will drag you with me to death. After a while, Shen Liangjin replied, can't you just touch it? How many times did you touch it? For example, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or 19, 1, 9, 19. No more talking about Aunt Zhao. I'm quite busy here. When I'm done feeling good, I'll tell you how I feel after feeling good. Shen Liang ended the chat unilaterally. Look at Zhao Dafan again. His face turned pale. Then it turned red. Shen Liang. Shen Liang. Come back. Aunt Zhao, please don't do it. Draft it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Chapter 53. One sentence. They are very good. The bloody Zhao Dafan. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Liang and the others finished a wonderful meal. 8 vegetables and 1 soup, plus a hearty after-dinner fruit. Today's cooking was great. Sister Xiaonan, I really can't get enough of your craftsmanship. Jiang Kaiwa praised. Tong Madeo nodded with a smile. The corners of his mouth were still stained with the juices of the braised pork. Meng Xinyan was extremely depressed, looking straight at Jiang Kaiwa. Then he looked at Meng Xinyan. Hey. Why are you so biased? I obviously cooked half of the dishes. Why do you only praise Sister Xiaonan and not me? Hearing this, the 3 girls all burst out laughing. This harmonious scene. This table is full of delicious fish and meat. Xiao Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan, who were tied up like dumplings not far away, were both stunned. They couldn't even believe whether they were living in the end of the world. Even in a peaceful and prosperous era, few people would have a casual lunch of 8 dishes and 1 soup at home, right? And a fruit plate? Please. It's been so many days since the end of the world. Even if the fruit is stored in the refrigerator, it can't be that fresh. The skin of that apple is shiny and glossy. The peach is super fresh and juicy. Those grapes are as fresh as if they were picked in the morning. Stop kidding. Is this scientific? Is this normal? Is this delicious? Swallowing saliva, the 2 women looked at each other. Her beautiful eyes were full of desire and hunger. They had breakfast, but they were not full at all. To be precise, the food at home had not been enough to fill everyone up since yesterday. They only ate until they were 40% to 50% full each time. This level of food could at most ensure that they would not starve to death. But they had to go to bed early every night. Otherwise, they would not be able to sleep if they went to bed a little later because of hunger. Even so, I don't wake up every morning. Instead, I was woken up by the growling of my hungry stomach. We can't eat enough. As a result, the food you eat at home is comparable to a grand banquet. Seeing Jean Lin standing there indifferently facing the opened watermelon and taking a bite from time to time, the 2 of them were about to cry. Come on, is it reasonable to give such a good watermelon to a python? Whose snake is eating watermelon? This is not scientific. It's the end of the world. Don't waste food like this. Please, give us a bite. At this moment, the 2 women were shouting anxiously in their hearts, yet stubborn and dignified. Let them grit their teeth, holding on to the last bit of bottom line. Even if saliva reaches the edge of my mouth, I would rather swallow it than let any of it leak out, even though I have swallowed hundreds of times. The performance of both. Several people glanced at it from time to time, especially Meng Xinyan, who had her back turned to the 2 of them. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter from time to time, but Shen Liang said nothing. They could only pretend that nothing happened. They wanted to see it too. How long can these 2 people endure? Have you finished eating? Xiaonan, you and Kaiwa clear the table. Taozi, Xinyan, get ready and practice fighting later. This time we will beat each other's opponents for actual combat training. Xiaonan started to clear the table. Jiang Kaiwa also helped. See this. The two women who were tied up were startled subconsciously. Just take it away. No. According to normal logic, you are not allowed to tentatively ask us if we want to eat at this time. Then we sisters show our stubbornness and backbone, saying that we would rather die than eat. You are closing the table. This is only reasonable. Haven't asked yet. Just take it away. There are so many dishes on the table. Just take it away. Think about it. Shen Liang suddenly said. There are so many dishes left. What a waste. Yes, yes. What a waste. Just ask us. Give us alms. What kind of backbone? Can't we just abandon it a little bit? The two women's eyes were full of hope. Shen Liang touched his chin and looked at Xiaonan. I really hate eating leftovers lately, so just throw them all into the trash can. So many dishes. Dump it in the trash can? No. Meng Nuanyuan is better. As a reporter, I care a lot about the so-called character. But Xia Meijiao is just an ordinary woman. All her previous hostility towards Shen Liang came from her mother-in-law's indoctrination. In fact, she doesn't hate Shen Liang as much as she imagined. As for Shen Liang making her husband like this, it's the end of the world. Xia Meijiao also calmly thought about this matter. If her husband hadn't committed suicide with his brother and listened to her mother-in-law's words to mess with Shen Liang would not have done this. Someone wants to kill you. Not only do you kill each other, he also spared the other party's life. Just a little abuse. Is that too much? Xia Meijiao thought. This matter really comes down to responsibility, and mother-in-law Zhao Dafan has the greater responsibility. Well, that's right. Xia Meijiao has already begun to take the initiative to excuse Shen Liang. She felt dead. Before death. Why not think about things from another perspective? Being full is better than anything else. Please don't throw it. Give me something to eat. I'm starving. I haven't seen oil or water for several days. Please, oh. I heard that there are so many good dishes to throw away. Xia Meijiao couldn't hold back any longer. The other girls all looked weird. Shen Liang looked at her with interest. Meng Nuanyuan was instantly furious. Sister-in-law? Xia Meijiao, how can you bow down to a bully? Didn't we agree that we would rather die than surrender? And have you forgotten? Xiao Tianyu is very strong. I heard that he can turn into a scary brown bear. He also has many strong men under him, such as Chao Yu, who can turn into a cheetah. They will definitely come to save us. Having said that, Tong Medeo couldn't help but interrupt. Cheetah, I know what you said. This guy is quite strong. If it wasn't for a sneak attack, I wouldn't be able to cut off his head so easily. Question mark. Chao Yu is dead? Meng Nuanyuan couldn't believe it. Tong Medeo pointed to the window. He has been dead for several hours. His body should still be down there, assuming the corpses below left something for him. This moment, Meng Nuanyuan felt like the sky was falling. Chao Yu was killed. Could it be that Xiao Tianyu is also dead? Yes, logically, they should have come to save people after a few hours, but they haven't come yet. Even if Xiao Tianyu is not dead, is he afraid? You saw it too. Miss Xia Meijiao, you sister-in-law, is not very willing. When you all come to an agreement, then consider asking me to give you food. For now, I will throw away these things. Maybe there will be leftovers for dinner. Xiaonan has already brought the trash can over. There are new garbage bags inside. Shen Liang picked up the braised pork with his backhand. Only half of the meat was eaten. There were also at least 7 or 8 large pieces of braised pork. It's delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. He held it up with his backhand. Plop! Into the trash can. This moment, Xia Meijiao was completely anxious. Don't! She looked suddenly at Meng Nuanyuan. What on earth do you want? You could die if you want. I don't want to die yet. Meng Nuanyuan was stunned. I didn't expect Xia Meijiao to be like this. She seemed to have completely let it go. Directly turned on the preaching and mocking mode. Meng Nuanyuan, I really don't know whether to say you are stupid or rational. You want to avenge Zheng Gong? I understand, but you are a reporter, and you claim to seek justice for all injustices. But have you really done it? Can you really be fair? One sentence. Meng Nuanyuan was dumbfounded. This is true soul torture. Yes. Does justice exist in her heart? Are you still there? If so, if you are really fair, you should have thought about it. This whole thing from beginning to end, it's all caused by Zhao Dafan provoking Shen Liang, including the two brothers Zheng Qian and Zheng Gong. Don't you understand? They're just two mama's boys. They have listened to Zhao Dafan in everything since they got married. They didn't care before, but now, it's the end of the world. Zhao Dafan asked them to mess with Shen Liang. This is evil. Shen Liang didn't kill them in turn. Isn't that considered the most benevolent and righteous thing? What's the result? Boom. This moment. Meng Nuanyuan felt her brain buzzing. She never thought that she would be lectured by a woman who seemed to have nothing but big breasts and a good figure. Xia Meijiao had always been a beautiful and stupid woman, but she was unable to refute her lecture. Yes. Who is right and wrong? I've already made up my mind. I just haven't been willing to accept it. It involves people in your own family. Who can really be fair? Who can really be impartial? Meng Nuanyuan? Speak. Speak quickly. Shun Liang watched as he poured 3 dishes. Xia Meijiao was about to cry. Hurry up and say you want to eat. Say it quickly. Meng Nuanyuan struggled for a long time, still defeated by reality. Or rather, defeated by his sister-in-law. I want to eat too. Shun Liang smiled. The laugh was very funny. Want to eat? Crawl over here. You are prisoners now. But I can also be merciful and accept you. Of course, a normal beauty can be my nanny. If you are a prisoner, you may need to start as a slave. The rope was cut by Meng Xinyan. Seeing the 2 women, they were stunned. Shun Liang's face changed in a second. Why are you still standing there? Get over here. Xia Meijiao was the first to land with her hands on the ground. Started crawling towards Shun Liang. Halfway through, she looked at Meng Nuanyuan and took the first step. Meng Nuanyuan felt that her bottom line was completely gone. She gritted her teeth and chose to compromise. Seeing this, the other women silently turned around and returned to the bedroom. After closing the door, Shun Liang was thoughtfully left with his own space to train his slaves. Arriving at Shun Liang's feet, he whispered, "Keep your head up." The moment the 2 women looked up, a bird's eye view, Shun Liang saw the capital. I saw the charm of huge capital that even capitalists find difficult to resist. Take a deep breath. He picked up a plate of fruit, handed it to the 2 women. Holding the fruit in one hand, he pinched Xia Meijiao, who was approaching with the other. Want to eat? Aha! Eat it. Xia Meijiao was overjoyed. Pick up a grape. He put it into his mouth with great care. The feeling of fresh grapes bursting in her mouth was so wonderful, with juice overflowing and an unusual fragrance. She hadn't eaten such delicious fruit in a long time. But the next second, the fruity taste in her mouth began to change, becoming extremely strong and completely filling her mouth. How does it taste? This is the freshest and best fruit I have. After Xia Meijiao ate, wiped the corners of his mouth, there was a look of surrender in her eyes. Well, it tastes great. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Shin. Shun Liang smiled. Look at Meng Nuanyuan. She seemed very resistant. Xia Meijiao took the initiative to stand up, pulling and pulling Meng Nuanyuan over. Don't wait for her to refuse. While pressing her head, she grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Meng Nuanyuan was like a cherry, but it did not affect Xia Meijiao's operation. Her purpose was very simple. Since she planned to rebel, she had to pull her. Meng Nuanyuan, she can't be the bad guy herself. She has to eat fruit together. You. Meng Nuanyuan was very resistant, but the fruit enters the mouth. She lost the right to resist. Not long after, Shun Liang stood up with satisfaction and came to the sofa with unfinished thoughts. The 2 women were a little at a loss. They looked at Shun Liang and then at the food on the table, wondering whether they should eat it or not. Shun Liang smiled. I just had a few words with Zhao Dafan. She specifically asked me, let me take good care of you. I can't live up to Zhao Dafan's trust. So, next you guys eat in shifts. Whoever eats first will sit down and eat. The other person will come and chat with me. Later I have to report my experience to Zhao Dafan. You won't make it difficult for me. Bar. The 2 of them trembled. This time, Meng Nuanyuan took the initiative. She sat down at the table first, started grabbing the leftovers and wolfing them down. Xia Meijiao gritted her teeth secretly, but he had to look at Shun Liang and smile. Xia Meijiao is really good. She is indeed a beauty who spent a lot of money on maintenance. The skin on her body is as white as jade. It is not an exaggeration to say that she has milky skin. It is not cold fair skin, but it is definitely not inferior to cold fair skin. The most important thing is that she has a pair of peerless dominators. Every step she takes is the elegant catwalk of an international model. It just added a bit of artificiality and excitement that was deliberately performed. Brother Liang, disgusting. Damn it. Really tickled. Shun Liang took a deep breath, completely slumped on the sofa. In that case, I hope we can have a pleasant chat. By the way, let me give you a good demonstration on how to be a sensible slave to your sisters-in-law. Once you are done, I will upgrade you to nannies and you can eat with us. If you don't do well, you will be given to me in the future. I eat leftovers. Xiao Meijiao understands very well. Shen Liang made a guess at first, until you actually experience it. He had to say with a gasp, Xiao Meijiao is really good. Really, really awesome. An hour later, Xiao Meijiao had eaten and drank enough. Meng Nuanyuan also had enough to eat and drink. She was planning to take a good rest. As a result, Shen Liang came behind her. If you're full, let's move around. Reporter from Meng University. Meng Nuanyuan trembled all over. Shen Liang was thinking of his past life. In her previous life, Meng Nuanyuan did not directly participate in the incident that killed him, but she also showed off her superiority as a reporter and took away food from his home many times, leaving him with nothing to eat and had to join Xiao Tianyu's righteous army. She might the crime was not punishable by death, but Shen Liang's hatred for her could not be easily overcome. Xiao Meijiao just experienced a very gentle experience. But then, without waiting for Meng Nuanyuan to speak, Shen Liang adopted ruthless revenge methods. Meng Nuanyuan's face suddenly looked painful. He was rude and violent. Well, damn it. Reporter from Meng University. You are so damn good. Other side. Zhao Dafen's family has experienced tremendous suffering. 3 p.m. Xiao Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan were kidnapped. How many hours has it been now? 4 hours? Or 5 hours? Mom, Meijiao, is she back? Wan. The two brothers were close to dying. He learned that his wife had been kidnapped by Shen Liang. The two of them felt angry. The scene of two wives kneeling in front of Shen Liang, being ravaged and abused by him, came to mind. They scolded, cried, and begged, but it has been several hours now, and the wife has not come back. Zhao Dafen was also helpless, even more desperate. Sudden, Shen Liang sent a message. It's a short video. Opening the video, it was clear that it was a scene of two women helping Shen Liang's house clean. If that was all, it would be okay. At most, it proved that the two women were being used as nannies by Shen Liang. Until Zhao Dafen saw clearly, the clothes the two women were wearing were not his own. Clothes, but cool outfits. She was instantly furious. Shen Liang sent a message. The after effect is here. In a word, it's really exciting. Thanks to Aunt Zhao for sending two pretty nannies. I'll stay. Shen Liang, you're gonna die so damn well. Puff. Zhao Dafen vomited blood and fainted on the spot. The Zheng brothers' faces turned red, fell down on the spot. Late at night, Xiao Tianyu couldn't sleep for a long time. Even if Zhao Mingming was tortured several times and Zhao Mingming cried out in pain, it still could not make him feel sleepy at all. Damn it. Shen Liang kidnapped two beautiful young women from the Zheng family. It must have been done. He must have done it. Bastard thing. That is my future woman, Xiao Tianyu. Why do you do that? Draft Shen Liang. You are really looking for death. Tomorrow, I will kill you. The next second, squeaky dash. The sound of the security door opening. Xiao Tianyu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Get up suddenly? He stared at the closed bedroom door warily, swallowed his saliva, and asked with caution and a slight fear in his voice, forcing himself to speak. Who? Aha. There was a voice outside the door. The voice was laughing strangely. Don't be afraid, young Master Xiao. It's me. Xiao Tianyu just breathed a sigh of relief. Then I realized something was wrong. The person outside the door spoke again. Mr. Xiao, are you ready to die? The next moment, the bedroom door burst open. Chapter 54. Xiao Tianyu's head is mine. Try to move it. Bang! The moment the door was kicked down, a man with a ferocious face stood at the door. Xiao Tianyu looked grim at this moment. It's hard to accept. With a gloomy face, he did not rush to transform into the form of a mutant. Ignoring Zhao Mingming, who was pale with fear, he slowly got out of bed fearlessly, put on his slippers, and asked, Ma Feng, tell me about it. Why do you suddenly want to kill me? Yes. How dare you? That's right. The person who came was Ma Feng. A few hours ago, Xiao Tianyu specifically asked Ma Feng to come over for a drink and discuss important matters. His words showed his importance to Ma Feng. When the Justice Army was first established, many people want to get a job in it, even at the end of the world. Official positions are also very important. After all, this is related to status, but also to the right to distribute more materials, and the right to prioritize materials such as food and even women. Others only dream of it, but couldn't get it at all. Such a great opportunity. Xiao Tianyu took the initiative to give it to Ma Feng. Not only did he not gain the loyalty of the other party, instead he was called to his door. I want to kill him, the leader of the Justice Army. Incomprehensible. Xiao Tianyu was not only angry, but also confused. I, Xiao Tianyu, treat you well? I even want you to be my deputy, Xiao Tianyu. In the future, a peerless strong man will be inferior to one person and surpass 10,000 people. But you, Ma Feng. Why? Why? Xiao Tianyu was a little hysterical. When you were furious, hard brown hair suddenly burst out from the pores of his body, and his entire body suddenly grew larger. His roar also changed, becoming unusually heavy and extremely rough. Zhao Mingming screamed in fear, hiding in the corner, shivering. For this scene, Ma Feng showed some fear, but more of it is curiosity and excitement. Ha! You are worthy of being Xiao Tianyu, young Master Xiao. As expected of the leader of the Justice Army, this psychic form is really strong. You ask me why? The reason is very simple. Because you are such a waste, and you are not worthy of leading the Justice Army at all. Not to mention how powerful the Justice Army will be in the future. Even if it is just the current Justice Army, you are not worthy. So, it would be nice to kill you, wouldn't it? Kill you, and the Justice Army will belong to me, Ma Feng. Not worthy? I'm Xiao Tianyu. Not worthy. His whole person gradually became ferocious. Ma Feng, however, sat on the chair beside him without any panic. Umiya Xin Liang. I've been pinching you over and over again. Tell me, are you a waste? Don't wait for Ma Feng to finish. Xiao Tianyu rushed over angrily. The huge bear claws were now clenched into big fists. As the muscles of the thick arms bulged, the heavy fist suddenly fell like a meteorite. Ma Feng moved very quickly. The moment of avoidance. He slammed his fist into the bedroom wall. In an instant, the wall collapsed and a big hole appeared. Okay. As expected of young Master Xiao, strong, really strong, but Xiao Tianyu turned around. I just realized that Ma Feng didn't know when. Already came to Zhao Mingming's side. One hand tightly grasped Zhao Mingming's neck. Used the other hand to rub the oil, while grabbing and pinching from time to time. But the next moment, Zhao Mingming was in despair. Under Xiao Tianyu's gaze, for sharp teeth suddenly appeared in Ma Feng's mouth and bit directly on Zhao Mingming's neck artery. The feeling of suffocation was instantly suppressed by the fear of blood loss. Zhao Mingming struggled frantically, trying to escape, but she couldn't move at all. Her face and body were covered with blood. All the blood vessels in Zhao Mingming's body began to tighten and bulge at this moment, and blood rushed out of the body like the body was rejecting it, rolling along with Ma Feng's Adam's apple and into his abdomen. Ma Feng looked greedy. Xiao Tianyu was subconsciously stunned. Damn it, what are you doing? Let go of Zhao Mingming. Ma Feng, I'm giving you my final notice. Let her go. But it seems too late. Just a few seconds. Zhao Mingming's body was visibly thin and old. The skin begins to age and dry out. The hair started to turn gray and fall out, without even waiting for Xiao Tianyu's reaction. As Zhao Mingming's pupils dilated, a living person, in an instant he turned into a mummy. Ma Feng just threw it away casually. So powerful. He actually threw the skinny corpse several meters away, broke the window, and flew out of the window and fell down. The action was casual, as if he was throwing a broken sack instead of a corpse, but it was obvious that it was still a living person a minute ago. Half an hour ago, she was still making love with Xiao Tianyu, and now she died. You, Ma Feng, you're looking for death. Just a vampire ability. How dare you provoke me, Xiao Tianyu, like this? You're dead. You're dead. Xiao Tianyu shouted angrily. The sound was deafening. Ma Feng's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. Sharp nails had already extended from both fingers. Blood was dripping from the teeth in his mouth. The whole person exudes an indescribable weirdness. Is it really just a vampire ability? I admit that you are very strong, but since I dare to come today, I am sure I can kill you. Before I kill you, I will suck your blood dry, and then I will twist off your head and take it to all the members of the Justice Army to tell them that I, Ma Feng, am the king of this new world. The words haven't finished yet. Squat down slightly with your legs. The floor crumbled in an instant. Ma Feng's figure suddenly shot out, seeing the opponent attacking head-on. Xiao Tianyu was so angry that he laughed. Also with claws. You know that my claws can cut through steel bars, yet you still dare to confront me? You are courting death. However, next second, Xiao Tianyu's claws haven't been swung out yet. Two bloody claw marks appeared on his body. Ma Feng's claws pierced deeply into the skin's defenses. The severe pain made Xiao Tianyu frown, but still continued to attack. But then, swish, swish. Two more attacks. Ma Feng's claws once again drew bloody marks on Xiao Tianyu's chest. What a fast speed! How could Xiao Tianyu not know this? Ma Feng's reliance is not his strength in a head-on confrontation, but his incredible speed. Xiao Yu is dead. Otherwise, Xiao Yu's speed would not be inferior to Ma Feng's. But Xiao Tianyu is different. His advantage has never been his speed, but his terrifying strength. We really need to use our strength to fight. Even let him hit the horse's peak. He was confident that he could seriously injure Ma Feng in one go. But reality drove him crazy. The attack was simply ineffective. This result made Xiao Tianyu extremely furious. Damn it, Ma Feng, you are looking for death. I'll fucking kill you. But Ma Feng decided to stop while he was ahead. Back a few meters away. With a strange smile, he put his claw into his mouth and stretched out his strange long tongue, carrying the blood belonging to Xiao Tianyu on the claw into his mouth, as if tasting a delicious food. Ma Feng slowly closed his eyes and then let out an exclamation. It's absolutely delicious. Ever since my ability awakened, I have always thought that only the blood of women and children is the most delicious. I didn't expect it. It turns out that the blood of a strong man like Master Xiao is the real delicacy. In that case, then I'll come. Not long, just a few rounds of confrontation. There was a scratch on Ma Feng's chest. The terrifying depth is so deep that you can almost see the bones. If it is deviating upwards, it is very likely to pierce his heart. Fortunately not. This is not a fatal injury. Ma Feng didn't seem to care, still smiling grimly. After all, Xiao Tianyu on the opposite side looked more seriously injured than him. There were claw marks left by the hornet on his body, face, and even neck. From the initial shallow marks to the increasingly terrifying depth of the claw marks, there were at least a dozen scratches of this intensity left by the hornet on Xiao Tianyu. He was breathing heavily. For the first time, I realized how terrifying wasps are. His fighting ability is not very strong, but he is strong because he doesn't care about his life. If it were someone else, they simply didn't dare to attack so crazily, especially after being hit by Xiao Tianyu midway. But wasps are different. This grandson, don't be afraid of death. Even getting hit himself, not only am I not afraid, instead, it was like a switch had been turned on. It's getting bloodier and a little crazier. Damn it, am I going to lose to this idiot? Ma Feng, I admit that you are very strong. You also have to admit that it's not easy for you to really want to kill me. Listen to me, stop it. I can pretend that nothing has happened. You are so strong, and you already have the capital to be equal to me. The Justice Army does not necessarily have to have only one leader. We can sit together as the boss. From now on, we will be good brothers and fight through this dangerous end of the world together. And Shun Liang, you don't think you can kill him yourself. Work with me, and we work with each other. Hear this. Ma Feng laughed directly. To ridicule means to be full. Can't beat it. So you started brainwashing Hua Chong? Jie. Tell the truth. I never thought about killing Shun Liang. Otherwise, I would have followed those idiots like you, right? My purpose has never been to kill anyone. I just want to control the Justice Army. If Shun Liang is willing to join. If you don't want to join, then you can go your own way. He is a strong man, and he has the qualifications. But you? A piece of trash. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Licking the blood from her nails again. Savoring. Ma Feng showed his greed. He made an attack gesture toward Xiao Tianyu, who looked ugly. So, Master Xiao, I, Ma Feng, will accept your head today. About to take action, but a voice took the lead. Appeared in Xiao Tianyu's house. Xiao Tianyu's head belongs to me, Shun Liang. You try to move it. The next moment, Xiao Tianyu didn't even think about it. He suddenly turned around and attacked behind him. But then, a giant axe struck first. Puff! Huge power. Make the giant axe powerful. The sharp axe blade cut off Xiao Tianyu's claws and went straight to Xiao Tianyu's head. At this moment, a desperate thought appeared in his mind. It's over. To death. He didn't even think about it. Why is Shun Liang so strong? Puff! The giant axe passed over Xiao Tianyu's head. The moment when the head falls to the ground. Xiao Tianyu's body crashed to the ground. Begins to slowly transform back into human form. Shaking off the blood on the axe, Shen Liang was a little disgusted. Okay, now I can give you my head. Ma Feng opened his mouth. Instant scalp numbness. Chapter 55 Plastic Sisters. Ma Feng's surrender. Came just in time. Can't. I beg you. Sister Nan? Wang Shuang. Don't ever tell the Justice Army that I'm a mutant. They won't let a mutant like me not join them. You'll get me killed if you do that. It will kill you too. In Wen Aiqing's large flat mansion, a lot of supplies were originally stockpiled, but they still underestimated the end of the world. Wen Aiqing also underestimated her agent Li Nan and her assistant Wang Shuang. They have always been optimists. No matter how much Wen Aiqing reminded them to eat sparingly, the two of them never seemed to care. They always thought they would be rescued soon. Until today, the rescue had not appeared yet, but the supplies had been eaten up first. He began to propose. Report to the Justice Army that Wen Aiqing is a person with superpowers. It was Wang Shuang who first proposed it. Agent Li Nan disagreed, but after being hungry for a day, Li Nan had to agree. Of course, even if it's not really starvation, it's just missing a few bites. Stop talking about love. After all, you never considered us true friends, right? You keep saying, Brother Xinliang said that. Brother Xinliang said this. Brother Xinliang said that. Why didn't he send you supplies after he said it for a long time? He has been very popular in the community group these 2 days, and everyone Zhongxiu's delicious food. We are starving here, and he even eats 8 vegetables and 1 soup at home. You said he considered you a friend. My friend is just watching us eating glutinous vegetables here, and he enjoys his own happiness? You can see it. Li Nan was very emotional. He held his chest and rebuked sternly. Wen Aiqing had tears in her eyes at this moment. Her face flushed and she was speechless. I can't imagine it at all. Her agent has always been a big sister who takes care of her in her eyes. Because Li Nan is beautiful and has a good figure, she has always wanted to find another agent to make Li Nan a star after she has established herself in the entertainment industry. Her appearance and figure are definitely comparable to those first-line actresses, and she is even bigger than Yang Mi. But where is my good sister? This sarcastic and unreasonable woman in front of me. Is she still the good sister who cares about me? Sister Li Nan is right. Qing, you really did something wrong this time. Do you know that? Other people tell the people closest to them immediately after becoming a person with superpowers. After you became a person with superpowers, you didn't tell me and secretly hid it from us. If I hadn't accidentally discovered that you could become invisible, you would still have concealed it. When will we arrive? You keep saying that Brother Shen Liang asked you to hide it. Okay, Brother Shen Liang is a good guy. We are the bad guys, right? You actually told a stranger without telling us that we treat you as a friend. Do you treat us as a friend? Wang Shuang is not tall, usually thin and well-behaved. A well-behaved little assistant who can hit whatever you want. But since last time, when Aiqing discovered that Wang Shuang was not a good person either, he was acting bossy at the moment. His tone was even a bit harsher than Li Nan's. The voice was also very high. It seemed like he was about to quarrel. Me, I stopped you just because I regarded you as my friend. You have always been hostile to Brother Shen Liang. Have you forgotten that without Brother Shen Liang's reminder, we would definitely be trapped at the party? As a person with superpowers, I might survive, but you too, dead. You were saved by Brother Shen Liang, but you don't believe in him. Keep saying that I did something wrong. What about you? When AI burst into tears. Her Esper ability is invisibility. It seems to be an auxiliary ability with no offensive power. But after unfolding the abilities of the superpower, physical fitness will still increase a lot instantly. Kill 2 people instantly without saying anything. There is no problem in taking down 2 people easily. But she didn't want to. She considered them friends, being misunderstood by friends, or even about to be betrayed. She felt aggrieved. Li Nan couldn't bear it. She still had the most basic sense. She knew that Shen Liang saved her life, but she also believed in her own eyes. Shen Liang didn't send 8 dishes and 1 soup. This was also a fact. In his eyes, even though he was grateful to Shen Liang for saving his life, it was still the biggest sin for Shen Liang not to deliver food to them. Wang Shuang's views were even more distorted. After hearing this, immediately angry, is it really reasonable for you to say this, Qing? Shen Liang saved us, but is everything he said true? The Justice Army represents the organization, the country, and more importantly, the will of everyone in the entire community. Do you mean that everyone in the community is a bad person, and only your brother Shen Liang is a good person? Good. He said that Xiao Tianyu is a bad person. You just want us to listen to him? But in my opinion, Xiao Tianyu is not only not a bad guy, but also a great hero in this apocalypse, a great hero in this Jiangpan community. He is very strong and handsome. He is a born emperor in the apocalypse. He will definitely lead the entire community. People in the community can get out of the gloom and the apocalypse. Even if no one comes to rescue them, they can lead us to a new era. Where is your brother Xin Liang? He has no choice but to live on his own little piece of land. Besides provoking and seeking death every day, what else can you do? Xiao Tianyu's home. Ma Feng came with murderous intent. But it didn't happen. The head is close at hand. But Xun Liang picked the peach. If it were anyone else, Ma Feng must have been furious on the spot and even started to do it directly. After all, he had just sucked blood and his brain was in an extremely excited state. In this state, Ma Feng's combat effectiveness has increased significantly. But after seeing Xun Liang, see the golden python behind him, and Tong Mitao holding a pair of scimitars, Ma Feng immediately became honest. He looked at Xun Liang and pointed at his head. He quickly showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Ah, no, no, no. Xun Liang, brother Xin, it was you who should kill Xiao Tianyu. I came here in advance and had absolutely no intention of intercepting you. It's just that I have a personal grudge against this boy, and I can't stand his dominance. The look of blessing. He is the most scheming person in the entire community. This bitch appears to be benevolent, righteous, courteous, and trustworthy on the surface. But behind the scenes, he does all kinds of things that are invisible to others. He even colluded with those old ladies like Zhao Dafan to frame you. He deserves to be killed. It's your job to kill him. Wasp was all smiles. I was almost blinded by cold sweat. He really didn't want to fight with Xun Liang. Not to mention that he had just spent a lot of energy with Xiao Tianyu, even if it is not consumed. I can't beat him either. Xun Liang is strong enough on his own. Just looking at that axe strike just now, not to mention the terrifying lethality that made Ma Feng dare not take it. Even the speed that Ma Feng was most proud of seemed to have no advantage in front of Xun Liang. That speed was definitely not slower than his. Not to mention, Jinlin and Tong Mideo. None of them look easy to mess with. It's okay to lie to others, but please don't lie to me. Tell me, why did you want to kill Xiao Tianyu? I want to hear the truth. If I feel like you're lying, I'll let the golden scale swallow you up. On the face of a golden-scaled snake. Although he had no expression, he seemed to be resentful. See this situation. Ma Feng shuddered with fear. How dare I hide anything? At most, I just optimize my ideas. But the basic general direction is that there is nothing to hide. After listening, Xun Liang nodded meaningfully. So, even if Xiao Tianyu showed kindness to you and wanted to make you his deputy and confidant, you still couldn't stand his style. You even thought he was thief, but not courageous. He wanted to kill me, but didn't, and he was too timid. You think this kind of person is not worthy of being a leader, so you are more suitable? Hear the words. Ma Feng broke into a cold sweat. No, no, no. Mr. Xun, I have absolutely no intention of killing you. He smiled, nodding thoughtfully. I understand. You just think that Xiao Tianyu is a waste based on this matter. What about you? Xun Liang suddenly had a cold expression. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Wasp. Are you useless? Still, you will be more capable than Xiao Tianyu. What does this mean? Are you going to kill me? Still hinting at something. This moment, Ma Feng didn't dare to answer. Brainstorming began in my mind. After thinking about hundreds of possibilities, seeing Xun Liang playing with the big axe, he was almost crying. Kneel down on one knee. Mr. Xun, I will help you in the position of leader of the Justice Army. If you need it, the leader of the Justice Army will be yours tomorrow. If you don't need it, I can always work for you as the leader of the Justice Army and be your most loyal subordinate. I will go up and down the mountain of swords and bring disaster to you, and I will never hesitate. Xun Liang was surprised, but he also smiled playfully. Very nice. But should I believe you? You should know that too. The benefits obtained through threats don't seem to be very strong, right? Solid. Absolutely solid. Ma Feng hurriedly spoke. He wiped away the cold sweat and said, I worship you and truly surrender to you. I see your strength in my eyes. What I admire the most is a strong person. You should have heard my story. I used to live in a mixed society. My eldest brother is a retired person. He is very strong. So I surrendered to him and never betrayed. I killed Xiao Tianyu simply because I thought he had no strength but was still a loser. But you are different. Mr. Shun, you are the person I have seen who best fits the characteristics of a hero. If this were a novel, you would definitely be the template for the leading actor. Follow you. I, Ma Feng, will definitely make great achievements in this end of the world. The male protagonist of the novel, Shun Liang, has a weird face. This is a bit nonsense, but the fact that he is a reborn person is true. With a system in place, it is really not difficult to fight in this apocalyptic world. To survive, Ma Feng was racking his brains, but he also surrendered from the bottom of his heart. Shun Liang's strength. It was enough for him to see the current situation clearly. He also really thought about it. Even if he pretends to surrender, so what? After taking down the Justice Army, should we continue to work with Shun Liang? I've never seen him think like this before he actually took action. After seeing Shun Liang kill Xiao Tianyu instantly with an axe, Ma Feng is honest. Looked deeply into each other's eyes. Shun Liang turned and left. Remember what you said. Wait for my news. When I use you, I will look at your performance. Whether you can live well depends on whether you are smart enough. Shun Liang disappeared with one person and one snake. A full minute later, Ma Fengkai collapsed to the ground in cold sweat, a feeling of surviving a disaster. He looked at Xiao Tianyu's head, murmured, "When I say you're a coward, I'm just flattering you. You are such a fool for provoking such a giant Buddha." He doesn't know. Shun Liang had already planned to accept him. Although Ma Feng did many evil things in his previous life, but he didn't deliberately target Shun Liang. And almost all the evil he did had traces, such as the so-called good brother upstairs, the vicious neighbor. This kind of person had courage and strength, and Shun Liang had no reason not to accept him. Shun Liang was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he came to the door of Wen Aiqing's house. Her house is in the same building as Xiao Tianyu. Take a look along the way. If possible, it's almost time to take Wen Aiqing with him. However, Shun Liang must consider how to get rid of the 2 oil bottles around Wen Aiqing. If he is sensible, forget it. If he is not sensible, maybe he has to use a little more. The method directly caused them to disappear from the world. He can accept the oil bottle. Being beautiful and having a good figure is just one of them. The 3 views of character cannot be too distorted. Chatting with Wen Aiqing these days, it is already certain that they are twisted enough. Must be eliminated. Come to the door. No knock on the door yet. Heard the noise inside. The clamor seems to be to report to Xiao Tianyu that Wen Aiqing is a superpower, in exchange for supplies, and at the same time in exchange for the protection of the Justice Army. Shun Liang looked strange. Tong Madeo and Jean Lin looked behind them and smiled knowingly. It seems that today is just the right time. Chapter 56, A Hard Slap. Devil's Punishment. Please ask Director Wang to make the decision. Stop talking. Wen Aiqing, please stop talking. If you still think that I am friends with Sister Li Nan, if you still think that we are good partners from before, please, trust us once. Believe me, it is definitely better to find Xiao Tianyu than Shun Liang. Apart from Shun Liang anticipating some apocalyptic news and hoarding some things in advance, what is so great about him? In front of Xiao Tianyu, the leader of the Justice Army, he is what a clown. After the end of the world, Assistant Wang Shuang seems to have activated a second personality. From a well-behaved girl, she instantly turned into a vicious and poisonous girl. It seems that this is the real Wang Shuang. Li Nan couldn't bear it. Pulled Wang Shuang. Looked at Wen Aiqing. His expression softened a bit. Be good. We won't hurt you. Let's contact Xiao Tianyu. He will give us supplies. If you join the Justice Army, you will also receive generous material rewards. If you are really dissatisfied with the working environment of the Justice Army, you can just quit. You are a person with superpowers. You are the chosen one of the last days. Ching Ching, you should wake up. Open your eyes and look at the world. See who is your good friend and who really cares about you. Please don't go. Don't abandon us. Wen Aiqing burst into tears. If you are an outsider, or someone you don't know very well, she will act according to Shun Liang's instructions. For example, just turn around and leave. Even kill them. But she values friendship, especially being at the center of the incident. Her emotions exploded to the extreme at this moment, even if she threatened to leave them. But it didn't move at all. He was not willing to use the power of superpowers to force his way out. She didn't notice. Own kindness. It didn't seem to attract any goodwill from the 2 women. Wang Shuang seemed to be angry and walked around casually. In fact, he had already taken out his mobile phone, found a number, called it, listened to the beeping sound from the other side. Wang Shuang was a little anxious. until it hangs up automatically. She didn't even wait for the voice of the hero in her heart. No answer. I see. Young master, Xiao must be sleeping. It must be very tiring to be in charge of such a large organization as the Justice Army. It's already late at night, and it's really not very kind to call them. Listen to Wang Shuang's words. Wen Aiqing's face was full of disbelief. You? Wang Shuang, you actually called Xiao Tianyu? Yes, why not? We know that you were just acting on your own initiative. Do you really dare to abandon our sisters and go find that clown Shen Liang? You should wake up quickly. If you really go to find Shen Liang, your life will be over. Because he kidnapped people from the Zheng family and offended Xiao Tianyu. He's dead. Xiao Tianyu will definitely kill him. Wang Shuang's tone was arrogant. His expression seemed to wish that Shen Liang would die soon. She hated Shen Liang. In fact, it's just an unfounded excuse. What she hates most deep down in her heart is actually Wen Aiqing. Before the end of the world, she was a big star. She just lamented that life was unfair. She was not from a good background, was short, was not gentle and good-looking, and could not be a big star. But what about after the end of the world? Obviously, everyone has started a second life. A lot of pre-apocalyptic crap. All become powerful superpowers. Why can't I? Wang Shuang. Why can Wen Ai love her? Before the end of the world, forget about her being the winner in life. Why is she still a winner in life after the end of the world? Why can't it be me, Wang Shuang? Her inner thoughts. As a result, she became more and more ferocious. If it weren't for Wen Aiqing, it would still be valuable in exchange for supplies. If I don't guarantee it, I'll be killed by Wang Shuang one day while he is sleeping. I'm leaving. Sister Li Nan, Wang Shuang. I can leave this house to you, and all the things. I will go find brother Shen Liang myself. If possible, I will give you some more food, but from today on we will not let's be friends again. When saying this, Wen Ai is affectionate and determined. He stood up as if he had made up his mind, but he didn't take 2 steps out. Li Nan and Wang Shuang grabbed her arms one after another. Li Nan, Qing, please don't be impulsive. Wang Shuang, you're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to go anywhere today. Li Nan is quite gentle. Wang Shuang directly spoke with a ferocious face. This almost crazy tone and expression. Li Nan was frightened. Wen Aiqing was also completely heartbroken at this moment. Just when I was hesitating whether to take action or not. Dee. Click. The security door is opened by the password. When Shen Liang appeared, it seemed somewhat abrupt. Wang Shuang has met Shen Liang and has some vague impressions. In addition, he has been making a lot of noise in the group recently. Many people directly posted his photos, and even those who didn't know him recognized him. Saw him appear. I thought I was called by Wen Aiqing. Wang Shuang was furious. Wen Aiqing, you betrayed us. Why don't you die? The words have not yet fallen. Shen Liang is still walking this way. But a shadow. Almost no figure can be caught. He was at the door a second ago. In the next second, it covered a distance of tens of meters. Appeared directly in front of Wang Shuang. Snap. Tong Madeo appeared almost teleporting and slapped Wang Shuang on the face. Her small figure was whipped around in circles. When she was about to fall, Li Nan grabbed her. Seeing this, Tong Madeo felt a little unsatisfied and reached out her hand again and slapped her again. Snap! Before Wang Shuang fell into coma, his eyes glanced at Tong Madeo. Finally, he locked on Li Nan, as if he had something to say. You, don't mess around. Li Nan panicked. Tong Madeo was about to take action. Shen Liang held her back. First, pull Wen Aiqing over and hold her in your arms. Even if they only met once. After this period of time, Wen Aiqing's dependence on Shen Liang became stronger and stronger. Wen Aiqing did not resist. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Shen Liang's chest and arms and cried aggrievedly. After a while, she handed Wen Aiqing to Tong Mitao. Shen Liang walked up to Li Nan. You, snap. Shen Liang didn't use too much force. The force of this slap. You can't kill people, you can't knock them out. But it hurts for the average person. How dare you? Li Nan covered his face. Before he could finish his words. Snap. The other side of the face also swelled up. You're crazy. Snap. 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 Snap, 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 snap. After a dozen slaps, Shen Liang pinched Li Nan's chin. This moment, the arrogant Li Nan no longer had her arrogance, bossiness, or any sense of superiority. Looking at this man with a calm expression at close range, she only felt fear. Deep fear. Well, don't, I was wrong, I apologize, don't. Don't kill me. The last 3 words. It was said almost tremblingly. Look at her face again. Both sides were red and swollen. Even so, it can still be seen that she is a good beauty. The open collar reveals endless depth, and the whole body exudes a light fragrance. If in the peaceful and prosperous times, if such a woman has capital bosses who are willing to support her, it will be a problem to become a female star. Not big, but in the end, no background. It's nothing more than a caged bird for the capital bosses. Like a certain fairy sister. Many years later, the fairy becomes an old fairy. The godfather of a capitalist tycoon immediately turned around and found a new goddaughter. First, Wen Aiqing is my Shun Liang person. Second, you are no longer qualified to live in this house from today on. As soon as these words came out, Li Nan looked desperate. Wang Shuang was woken up by Tong Medeo, who drank cold water. He also looked frightened when he heard this. Late at night, 2 girls who had no fighting ability were kicked out. It must be difficult to survive. Shun Liang suddenly smiled evilly. But I'm short of 2 janitors here. I wouldn't mind letting you stay one more night if you'd like to give it a try. Not long after, Jinlin appeared with Jiang Kaiwa, Xia Nan, and Meng Xinyan. The appearance of Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan behind them surprised Li Nan and Wang Shuang. Needless to say, several people first got close to Wen Aiqing and then took Wen Aiqing to her bedroom. At last, in the living room, in front of Shun Liang were Wang Shuang and Li Nan. Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan were waiting silently behind them. They have long lost their pride. He was very much like the kind of slave Shun Liang wanted, silent, with respectful eyes, ready to serve. Shun Liang waved his hand, and they helped Li Nan and Wang Shuang up. Take them to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Li Nan and Wang Shuang was thrown on the sofa. Shun Liang stood in front of the 2 of them with an indifferent expression. If only one of you 2 can live, who will I choose? The words have not yet fallen. The 2 of them seem to be going crazy. Trembling, he stood up and rushed over. Shun Liang closed his eyes. Not long after, kicked hard twice. When some people are really sensible, they know how to position themselves, such as whether to stand, sit, or kneel, without even having to say anything. To survive. They tried their best, and even the so-called good sisters became a joke when they fought, and even fought. Wang Shuang kicked Li Nan away. But a second ago, I was full of hope. Then there was a scream. Li Nan looked pale on the side. Is Shun Liang really not picky? Of course not. Both Li Nan and Wang Shuang are pretty. Needless to say, Li Nan's beauty is comparable to that of a female model. Wang Shuang's advantage is her small stature. Sometimes a small stature is worth many other advantages. The most important thing is that the 2 women are sinful enough. Shun Liang is a person with a full sense of justice. When punishing guilty people, he needs to bring anger. When with anger, things are different. After all, there is no need to be merciful and gentle when dealing with evil people. 1 o'clock in the morning. A few hours later, Shun Liang looked at Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan, who were not far away with fearful eyes. He waved and said calmly, "Throw them out. Remember to change the combination lock password." Looking at Shun Liang's leaving figure, Li Nan and Wang Shuang stood up. Ignoring the severe pain, there is only despair. Damn it! Why did you lie to us? Did I lie to you? Maybe. It's easy to kill 2 people. But the torture was worse than death, and he had to face the fear of being killed at any time. It seemed more terrifying than being killed directly. Shun Liang thought so. Early next morning, Ma Feng made a strong announcement directly. He killed Xiao Tianyu and officially elected himself as the leader of the Justice Army. Whoever is not convinced, just come and do it. He has already killed Xiao Tianyu. It proved that he was stronger than Xiao Tianyu. Of course, everyone thought so when they didn't know that Xiao Tianyu was killed by Shun Liang. Wang Wang was also a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. After Ma Feng opened his name, she was even more directly support Ma Feng's rise to power. After everything is in order, Wang Wang received a report from an owner. Director Wang, my family has taken in 2 poor girls. One is named Li Nan, and the other is Wang Shuang. They were tortured by Shun Liang and left outside to die. This is inhumane, and it is also a patriarchal act of abusing women. Please give these 2 poor people the final say. Please give them a say. Report it to Boss Ma Feng and ask him to lead people to kill Shun Liang. Chapter 57, The Awakening of the Sinner. First trip. Devastated? Wen Aiqing's house is big enough. It's more than 300 square meters. Compared to Xia Nan's three-bedroom apartment, it has more than doubled its area. Now that Wen Aiqing has joined, plus there are two servants, Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan, the number of people has reached quite a large number. Xia Nan's house is still habitable, but it is a little crowded. This large flat is different. There are 5 bedrooms alone. Each bedroom is ridiculously large. If there are really too many people, it would be easy to have 2 or 3 people in each room. If that doesn't work, you can add a large living room, function room, study, etc. If nothing unexpected happens, we will temporarily live in this house for a long time from now on. The long-lost sunshine shines into the house. The fog in the community is much lighter than usual, except for tenderness. Everyone is quite happy with the house. Wen Aiqing seemed more satisfied with breakfast. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Fresh eggs, fresh milk, fresh vegetable salads, fresh bread. Is this true? Am I dreaming? She pinched Shun Liang's chest. Looking at Shun Liang, he frowned and gritted his teeth. Wen Aiqing clapped her hands excitedly. Okay. I can finally have a nice and full meal. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I'm not welcome. I'm going to start eating. Girls, yes, slurred. Others see this. They couldn't help but smile knowingly. Everyone started to eat. Not far away, Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan, who were standing by the wall, had varying degrees of envy and complexity on their faces at this moment. From yesterday, when Xin Liang surrendered, they have had countless brainstorming sessions to determine whether their surrender was right or wrong. The final conclusion was obvious, and they chose to surrender completely. Very humble. But the reason is very practical. Following Xin Liang, he may not live like a human being, but they will have food to eat. And it's still a delicious meal, even if it's leftovers. In comparison, will it really be okay to follow Xiao Tianyu's righteous army? Maybe you won't be hungry all the time. But how could it be possible to eat this kind of food? Not to mention, this person is Xiao Tianyu. From the moment they chose to cooperate with Zhao Dafan, the two women understood that this man was very scheming. If they really followed him, they might have his ideas set on them one day, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. The same is true of betraying oneself. Follow Shun Liang. Eat better. It's a judgment call, right? Wan, don't think too much. Follow Brother Shun. He will not only give us food, but also protect us. Don't you know that Xiao Tianyu is already dead? My head was chopped off by Mr. Shin. Natsumi said softly. Meng Nuanyuan was obviously frightened, staring with shocked eyes. After confirming that it was not a joke, it seems incredible. Then there was silence. It was even more confirmed that following Xin Liang was the right decision. Sister-in-law, maybe we were wrong from the beginning. Now that Brother Shun is treating us like this, he's already treating us very favorably. Otherwise, if we were like Li Nan and Wang Shuang, they would be like that first. It was clearly given to them the hope of living, so they endured it with all their strength. He struggled for a chance to survive, only to be thrown out to fend for himself by Mr. Shun. That would be a really miserable end. I don't feel sorry for them, because what they did was really excessive. But we have also done excessive things. I think that since Mr. Shin has been so kind to us, we should also correct ourselves and try our best to be promoted by Mr. Shun as soon as possible. Even if we become a nanny, it will be better than the slaves we are now. Well, at least we are qualified to eat at the table, even if we eat at separate tables. Xin Liang's hearing was nothing to say, even if it's far away. You can also hear the two women whispering, the corners of his mouth curled up. Sure enough, it is foolish to be blindly tolerant. Some people are just mean. You have to do something deadly. You have to see how miserable the fate of others is to know how good your life is. He is very satisfied with the two women's understanding. But if you want to be treated by him as a normal person, it is not that you have no chance, but it is not now. Take your time. Be a slave for a while. Such a lowly status. Sometimes I get very angry. It evokes a very different feeling. He experienced this once when he was educating Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan. Yesterday, I faced Li Nan and Wang Shuang. The experience is several times deeper. After all, it is much more sinful. Thinking about last night, he suddenly felt, being a villain seems pretty cool. Finally, I ended up living as the person I hated the most, but I found it so damn good. Who could bear this? Of course, in peace and prosperity, you must be a good person. But the end of the world, as long as it doesn't go against your heart, that is the best good man in the world. As for what others think, is it important? Shen Liang doesn't think he is an absolute villain. At least he doesn't act like a villain by breaking open a door, killing people, setting fires, robbing, and forcing people to do so. He doesn't bother to do these things and is too lazy to do them. Of course, the premise is that there is nothing he needs. He is so far. It doesn't matter if you kill someone or punish someone. All of them deserved it. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will offend him. Heard this a million times. Still a wise saying. Come and eat. Tidy up after dinner. Everyone stood up. Shen Liang came to the window. I took a look at the situation in the community. He came to the other side again and looked at the situation on the street outside the community. Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan hurried over to eat. But at this time, Xiaonan came up and handed over 2 cups of hot milk. The 2 women were surprised and happy and looked grateful, but they looked for Shen Liang with some fear. Xiaonan warmed her heart. He whispered, "It doesn't matter, drink quickly. If you hadn't done something wrong, Brother Shen would never do this to you. Do your job well. It won't be long before you can be like us." Had breakfast. Shen Liang called everyone together, including Xia Meijiao and Meng Nuanyuan are also on the list. This gave them some surprise. Then, Shen Liang gave them 2 machetes. He looked at Xiaonan again. "Sister Xiaonan, you teach them how to use a machete. I need you to learn this in one day. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will take you out to kill zombies. If you don't do it well then, you may die." As soon as this statement came out, the 2 women were a little frightened. "But if it satisfies me, it will speed up my acceptance of you." Hear this. They were so pleasantly surprised. Although this matter is dangerous and difficult, but at least they have a goal to strive for. Shen Liang picked up the sharp fruit knife next to him. In front of the 2 women, swipe hard towards the arm. There was a white mark on the arm, but there was no sign of injury at all. On the contrary, the sharp dagger was curled like this. It was a metal weapon. How strong it took and how hard the skin had to be to do this. Remember, no tricks. Otherwise, the only outcome for you will be death. This is a threat. The 2 women nodded like rattles. Finally gave an explanation. Shen Liang took the others and prepared to leave the house. Before leaving, he gave Xiaonan a walkie-talkie alone. "Notify me if there is any danger. If I'm too late, Kawa will come back soon to rescue you, you know. But if it's no big deal, try not to contact me randomly. Oh, by the way, the leader of the Justice Army is now named Ma Feng, and he is one of ours." Ma Feng? One of our own? Xiaonan was startled, but he nodded. "I can't understand it at all. Just went out last night, killed Xiao Tianyu, and also captured the strongman Ma Feng?" Shen Liang didn't dare to judge whether Ma Feng sincerely surrendered, but he had an 80% chance. He didn't dare to judge the remaining 20%, and he didn't bother to test it. If Ma Feng really dared to take the opportunity to come and take away his hometown, Xiaonan's 3 daughters were probably dead, but when he came back, Ma Feng would be dead too. As long as Ma Feng is not stupid. Probably not, unless he's had enough. Meng Xinyan, Tong Madeo, Jiang Kaiwa, and Jin Lin, under the leadership of Shen Liang, left the community through an inconspicuous road, avoiding the eyes of most people as much as possible. A few days after the end of the world. This is their first time. Come to the street. There were wandering zombies, cars piled up in disorder, giant rat monsters tearing at corpses, and giant bird monsters flying in the air. Until 2 zombies in police uniforms appeared, everyone realized that this world had completely fallen. Puff! Cut off the heads of 2 zombies with 1 axe. After Shen Liang fumbled, 2 guns were found plus 2 magazines. After thinking about it, Jiang Kaiwa flew up and took a run. He gave the 2 guns back to Xiaonan. "That's why I feel relieved. Except for supplies. He also has a new goal. Go to the nearby police station. Sweep the arsenal." Chapter 58 is close at hand. Ma Feng's method. Trashcan Watcher. Host. Shen Liang. Superpower form. Power Fighter. Combat Strength Assessment. 373. Number of people contracted. 5. Contract list. Tong Madeo, Zhang Yaji, Wen Aiqing, Meng Xinyan, Jiang Kaiwa. Loyalty. 61.5%, 46.3%, 57.8%, 74.3%, 45%. Energy fruit output. 26 pieces, refreshed daily. After a day of fermentation, the loyalty of the 5 contractors has increased to varying degrees. At present, the one with the fastest growth rate is Zhang Yaji. Maybe Zhang Yaji's family is not in danger for the time being. In addition, there is still enough supplies. Jiang Kaiwa is still in the growing stage. The growth rate is far ahead, but yesterday to today, the fastest growing one is Wen Aiqing. After all, yesterday's rescue was very timely. Wen Aiqing gained a strong sense of security from Shun Liang, and her loyalty began to soar from that moment, with an increase of more than 10% overnight. But for now, what Shun Liang was most looking forward to, or Meng Xinyan's loyalty, it only takes another 5.7% to reach 80%. Reach 80%. You will get a chance to copy the ability. Choose from 5 contractors. Shun Liang's strength will be further improved again. Today's fruits are 3 for each person. Eat 1 more Ching Ching. Of course, everyone here is also from Jinlin. In a passing small supermarket, Shun Liang collected all the supplies he could get and killed the clerk who had long since turned into a zombie with a knife. This was the 3rd small supermarket they cleaned up in the morning. They also raided a drugstore and harvested a lot of supplies. Well, did you get more fruits today? It can collect materials and produce fruits. Wow, you are indeed my good brother. I love you so much. Meng Xinyan ate while eating, while hugging Shun Liang and getting intimate. The fruit juice from the corner of his mouth rubbed directly onto his face. You don't mess around outside. It's the same for everyone. Even in the house, you must always be aware of dangers that may appear at any time in all directions, including on the ceiling and even under the ground. Some dangers may appear at any time, but you don't know where they will appear from, right? Clear. I know, Brother Liang. Okay, Brother Liang. Meng Xinyan licked the corner of her mouth, sticking out tongue somewhat embarrassedly. Seemingly normal action, but it is full of a unique temptation. Damn it. I overlooked one thing. I've been taking care of new people these 2 days. Especially yesterday. I took care of Xiaomei Jiao and Meng Nuanyuan at noon. I took care of Wang Shuang and Li Nan at night. But he ignored Meng Xinyan, who was the first one to arrive at the house. Little girl, is this springtime? Looks like I'll have to give her some good comfort tonight. Why? There are many women in the family. It's also a distress. 1 gun cannot defeat 4 hands. The good news is, as a superpower, especially for strong fighters with balanced comprehensive qualities, their bodies are strong enough and their fighting power is inexhaustible. Now they will not feel tired even if they stay up all night. This is the most refreshing thing. Don't just have power and women, but I don't have the ability to enjoy it. That's the most embarrassing thing. Isn't it just for fun in the end times? Powerful and capable of fighting. That's really cool. Remove the combat power increased by the fruit. There seems to be a slight improvement in combat power every day. Around 1 to 2 o'clock? You felt like that. But after checking others, I found out only it could increase so much. As for the others, every day's improvement of 1 point is a big milestone. However, the normal situation is, it can only improve by about 0.2 to 0.3 every day. Is it because my basic combat power is too strong? If the combat power is graded, Shun Liang's combat power is definitely several levels higher than other superpowers now. It is estimated that at this level of combat power, the daily improvement will increase to 1 to 2 points. Simply put, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to become stronger. Well, this trash can is so tall. It feels so funny that this kind of supermarket is equipped with such a big trash can. Haha. Meng Xinyan surrounded a trash can, showed great interest. Jiang Kaiwa was also curious. Shun Liang glanced at it. It was found that it was remodeled from a waste iron oil drum. It has a lid on it and a swinging lid for throwing garbage out on the side. You can throw the garbage in from here and then open the lid from the top to dump the garbage out. Judging from the trash can, the owner of this store is quite creative. It's a pity. The last days don't need creative people very much. After simple trimming, everyone was getting ready to leave. Shun Liang held the bread bag in his hand. He opened the trash can with his backhand and threw it in. At a glance, I saw a lot of garbage inside. At first, I didn't think much of it. But after walking out of the supermarket, something feels wrong. What's the matter, Brother Liang? It's okay. There shouldn't be any weapons in the place, so let's not waste time. 2 kilometers ahead is the police station. Go straight to the police station arsenal. The sound faded away. In the small supermarket where the group of people stopped just now, the shelves are empty. The trash can has transformed. He slowly transformed into a man with tall glasses. He was short and slightly wretched, and looked to be in his 30s. His hair was slightly sparse, and his stubble was not too long, but not very tidy. It's so dirty, so dirty. I had known it would never change the trash canal. He shook off the trash. Those were what Shun Liang and his party left after eating and drinking. The man found a brand new razor from the trash, while continuing to shave, while scanning the empty shelves. His face was full of surprise and anger. Just wave your hand again, wave your hand again, and the thing is gone. Damn, what kind of superpower is this? No, this is a big deal. I have to report it. The man opened the door quietly. The probe looked towards the direction where Shun Liang and his party left. Think about it for a moment. He went straight out and followed him. But he didn't take 2 steps. Directly transformed into the same style trash can on the street. Only it has 2 legs. Other side. After half a day, Ma Feng completely took control of the Justice Army. During this period, not everyone obeyed him, until he threw Xiao Tianyu's head on the ground. Most of those who were dissatisfied were convinced. There are 2 more thorns, relying on being a supernatural being. Want to challenge Ma Feng. This doesn't need to be taught at all. Ma Feng is also a ruthless person. Catch one on the spot and make an example of him. When everyone saw a powerful psychic being killed like that, especially when there was a comparison in strength, and Ma Feng killed this man so easily, everyone in the audience, without exception, was convinced. I don't kill people to show my strength. I just want to eliminate the destabilizing factors. There's a good saying, in troubled times, severe punishments must be used. Since the Justice Army is going to do this, we must do it loud and well and make a name for ourselves. This is for the safety of the owners of the community and also to bring together all the knowledgeable people. Only unity can accomplish great things, instead of having the whole mess ruined by these disgusting flies. What do you think? Director Wang. In the basement. Wang Wan is also among them. Listen to what Ma Feng said. He was so frightened that he shivered. She knew very well that Ma Feng was a scoundrel before the end of the world. Now you have great power. She is not someone she can afford to offend. Just nodded repeatedly. Yes. Human rights are important, but they must also be based on rules. For those who disobey, in troubled times, we should use important codes. That's all. Wang Wan suddenly thought of Shun Liang. Groaning. Suddenly he reminded in a low voice with a smile. Then what? Xiao Tianyu has never dealt with Shun Liang. He is really useless. So on Shun Liang's side, should we regain our strength and capture him directly? Also, there is something I forgot to report. Mentioned Shun Liang. Ma Feng subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. But there was no rush to refute. Instead, he pretended to be calm and let Wang Wan continue talking. Ever since, she told her what had happened in the morning. The core is mainly about Wang Shuang and Li Nan being abused by Shun Liang and thrown out. You don't even know. Li Nan and Wang Shuang are so miserable. They can't even walk. They can barely crawl. They have to bend down when walking. The back of the 2 of them, wow, it's so miserable. I'm afraid it will last a long time. They will all be incontinent. Speaking of which, Wang Wan was heartbroken. Hatred is written all over his face. Ma Feng and others, especially men, they all showed strange expressions. Shun Liang, is he so good at playing? One night, look, quite violent, quite brave, quite exciting. The people present are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Not many people dare to say that they are absolutely good people. Some people even couldn't help but show envy. Wang Wan glared at this. These people were so frightened that they hurriedly explained and covered up. Wang Zhuzhu is an excellent property owner in our community. She runs a catering company herself. She usually does good things and often helps injured women find justice. She is definitely an outstanding representative of female entrepreneurs. She will never lie. So, Shun Liang must still be arrested. It deserves a punishment. It deserves a beating. Said. Wang Wan gritted her teeth. If I didn't feel that we have no right to kill, Shun Liang should even be put to death. Ma Feng heard this, already considering it. Should I kill Wang Wan directly? Did I forget to tell you? There's another reason why I killed Xiao Tianyu. Soon, female entrepreneur Wang Zhuzhu, as well as Li Nan and Wang Shuang, all were brought before them. Look at the 3 people in front of you. Female entrepreneur Wang Zhuzhu lives up to her reputation. Standing 1.6 meters tall and weighing 250 kilograms, she is indeed a woman named Wang Zhuzhu. Her face is a bit mean, and she is probably one of those people who advocate the supremacy of female boxing. As for Li Nan and Wang Shuang, a tall figure like a star, one is petite and easy to toss around. He had to admire Xin Liang for really knowing how to play. Boss Ma, you are the leader of the Justice Army. You must make the decision for them. Wang Zhuzhu was heartbroken, but he has a vicious face. Ma Feng smiled. Suddenly, he had a weird face. Continuing with the previous topic. I killed Xiao Tianyu not only because he was useless. Another reason is to provoke a person who has not offended the Justice Army for no reason. This person has obviously not done anything wrong, but he still wants to provoke him. Do you think this is asking for death? What does this mean? Everyone was confused, etc. Could it be that she is talking about Shen Liang? Li Nan and Wang Shuang turned pale. Wang Zhuzhu was even more furious. Ma Feng, what do you mean by this? You don't want to protect Shen Liang, do you? You said he didn't make a mistake. How could he not make a mistake? He killed the brothers of the Zheng family and kidnapped 2 daughters-in-law of the Zheng family. Is this what you call he didn't make a mistake? Shen Liang did these things, but before these things, who did he mess with? He is just showing off his wealth and supplies in the group. Should he die? If some people weren't greedy, would he have been targeted? You, Ma Feng, you are hopeless. That's called material distribution. Why does it sound like greed in your mouth? Everyone was silent. What Ma Feng said seemed to make sense. Shen Liang did nothing wrong. I insist on saying it is wrong. That's because he stocked up too many supplies and made people who had nothing to eat jealous. But is this really wrong? Wang Wan also fell silent. Wang Zhuzhu angrily scolded Ma Feng to his face. This shocked everyone. She didn't seem to be panicked at all. Ma Feng, you haven't forgotten that I, Wang Zhuzhu, have been supporting you with money. You get $100,000 of pocket money every month, which provides you with food and drink, but you are not allowed to do much. Now that you have become the leader of the Justice Army, you dare to boss me around. Wang Zhuzhu. Huh. As soon as these words came out, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Is this something they can listen to? Say this out. Are you sure it's suitable? Ma Feng's face was completely gloomy. Wang Zhuzhu doesn't know what she is doing yet. Seeing Ma Feng's silence, I thought he had it completely under control. Ma Feng, your sister Wang, I don't want you to embarrass yourself in public. I don't want to use the emperor to control the princess. But you have to understand. Do your job in your position. Now that you are the leader of the Justice Army, you have to do good things for everyone. Wang Zhuzhu became more and more excited as she spoke. But she really overlooked one thing. Ma Feng is now, besides being strong, he is very violent at heart. Puff! There was a flash of knife. Wang Zhuzhu's head fell to the ground. Maybe it's too fast. The moment her fat head hit the ground, his eyelids and mouth moved slightly. As the fat body fell to the ground, completely lost his voice. Someone wants to call. But he was so scared by the evil look in the wasp's eyes that he covered his mouth. I can't repay the money I owe to Boss Wang. I hope this cut will satisfy her. Now, who needs justice? Tell me about it. Everyone swallowed. Finally realized. Ma Feng. They are 2 extremes from Xiao Tianyu. Where are you going? Where are you taking us? No, we won't leave. Please let me go. A few minutes later, Li Nan and Wang Shuang were thrown out of the basement. Looking at the zombies gradually approaching, the 2 women looked desperate. Help, help, puff. The giant rat passed by. The heads disappear. Ma Feng recorded this scene and sent it to Shen Liang. Brother Shen, I got rid of 2 bugs for you. You can tell me anything you want. Yes. Yes. Yes, for women and 1 man, plus a golden python that is at least over 10 meters long. Brother Liu, I'm following you. Don't worry, you will never be discovered. You know my tracking skills? Okay. Then I'll wait for you to come over. The door of the police station. Zhao Bing, who turned into a trash can, finished the call. Carefully mute the phone. Are you done with the call? Are they coming over? Yes, he will definitely come. Zhao Bing was so frightened that he cried out in shock. The trash can jumped up. Look around again. 4 women, 1 man, and a giant golden python. Looking at him with a smile. He looked unfriendly. He couldn't help but shudder. I've never laughed so awkwardly in my life. Well, we have something to discuss? Hey, don't mess around.